Family, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a 6-year-old kid testing his soul power, and he directly hit level 50. The Doluo continent exploded. The main character, Shen Cangqiong, started by taking down the Titan giant ape, and after the system ran away, he opened a live stream comparing himself to Tang San. The title read pseudo Innate Full Soul Power Tang San, and this live stream is bound to have some big news, so hurry up and join in. Family, who understands? The moment I opened my eyes, I saw something absurd. A 6-year-old kid just stood there, placed his hand on a crystal ball, and good heavens, that thing buzzed and lit up like a little sun, almost blinding my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. As the light faded, the screen clearly displayed 2 big characters. Level 50. Innate Soul Power Level 50. At that moment, the entire Duo continent went wild, and a guy named Yu Xiaojiang was jumping up and down in the barrage, frantically spamming that this was not scientific. It was impossible. I couldn't help but laugh, buddy. You're about to learn what everything is possible really means. Wait a minute, this story needs to start from the beginning. Let me tell you, the protagonist of the story is named Shen Cangqiong, and this guy is a cheat. He started off in the Stardow Forest, knocking out the Titan giant ape with one punch, as if he were just playing around. As a result, his golden finger system directly said, "Your talent is too strong, I can't teach you anymore, goodbye," and then just ran away. Good heavens, it's all about graduating and being unemployed, right? While Shen Cangqiong was cursing the system, a loud boom sounded from above, and a giant 4K screen appeared, announcing something to the entire server. A booming voice declared that there would be a live stream comparing 2 of Doluo continent's extraordinary geniuses. On one side was our newly unemployed Shen Cangqiong, and on the other side was someone named Tang San. What's even better is that this live stream had a barrage function, and sending barrage messages would give a chance to win a prize of a 100,000-year soul ring. Now everyone on the continent and all the soul beasts were like they had been injected with adrenaline, instantly turning into the front line of spectators. As the screen lit up, the title directly left me speechless. Innate Full Soul Power Shen Cangqiong vs Pseudo Innate Full Soul Power Tang San. Pseudo. I saw that over at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and the others turned around in unison to stare at Tang San, their expressions resembling that of students caught off guard during a surprise homework check. Tang San turned pale, stammering and unable to speak. His mind was racing if he admitted it. His biggest secret would be out if he didn't, when a video played. Wouldn't he be slapping himself in front of the whole world? It was practically a preview of a major social death scene. In the end, it was Ning Rongrong who stepped in to smooth things over, saying everyone had a little secret, which allowed him to barely get through. But the little girl knew what she was doing. She was just waiting to see the good show. Then, the broadcast began. On the left was Shen Cangqiong, a little kid around 5 or 6 years old, chasing after pretty older sisters in the Blue Tyrant Academy, charming them with sweet words, making Lu Erlong so happy she was practically glowing. Lu Erlong wanted him to call her Aunt Lu, but he refused, directly saying, "Sister Lu, you're only 18. Good heavens, at such a young age, he was already a top-tier water-carrying master, completely under Lu Erlong's spell. On the right was Tang San. He looked miserable, the whole embodiment of a tragic drama male lead. His biological father, Tang Hao, was a drunkard, always drunk to the point of oblivion. Little Tang San not only had to cook and do all the housework, but also take care of his father, often going hungry. If it weren't for the village chief, old Jack, helping him out, it was questionable whether this kid could grow up at all. His little face was yellow and gaunt, and he was shorter than his peers. In the barrage, Ma Hongjun couldn't stand it anymore and sent a message. "Tang San, you were really pitiful when you were young." However, Tang San stubbornly replied, "It's only right to be filial to parents." TSK, the tension immediately rose. The scene shifted to the day of the soul awakening. Lu Erlong personally helped Shen Cangqiong awaken his soul, and she was incredibly nervous. However, Shen Cangqiong was calm as could be, acting like nothing was happening. Why? Because before the system ran away, his level had already been boosted to level 50, so awakening a martial soul was just a formality for him. The ceremony began, and a creature radiating 9-colored light coiled around Shen Cangqiong. Lu Erlong stared at it for a long time, frowning and asking, "Is this a snake?" The little dragon immediately exploded in anger, ready to bite. Shen Cangqiong quickly grabbed its tail and explained, "Sister, this is a dragon, a real dragon." Lu Erlong was half convinced and couldn't be bothered to argue, so she took out the crystal ball used to test soul power. Then, the scene played out as at the beginning the crystal ball erupted in dazzling light, blinding everyone. Innate soul power level 50. At this point, both Yu Xiaojiang from one world went crazy, repeatedly shouting in the barrage, "Fake. This is absolutely fake." It violates my 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls. I wonder who this guy was. Oh, he's the theoretical master. So it's all good, there will be plenty of opportunities to lose face later. Over at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they couldn't sit still any longer. Yu engine exploded in the barrage at Lu Erlong, saying, Erlong, why didn't you send such a treasure back to the family earlier? Seeing Lu Erlong about to take the blame, Shan Sanqiong immediately popped up. It has nothing to do with Sister Lu, I just didn't want to go. Then he warmly reassured Lu Erlong, don't worry, he'll protect you in the future. In the broadcast, Lu Erlong also snapped out of her shock, but then she became worried. She feared that if the Spirit Hall learned about Shen Cangqiong's extraordinary talent, they would stop at nothing to snatch him away. Then Shen Cangqiong said something that left her dumbfounded. If joining the Spirit Hall means joining, what's there to worry about? Lu Erlong panicked. The Spirit Hall is not a good place. How can you think like that? Shen Cangqiong directly switched to reverse teaching mode. Sister Lu, have you been fooled by the Yushaojiang? The Spirit Hall helps commoners awaken their martial souls for free every year. Giving ordinary people a way up, it's a pure, conscientious enterprise. Okay? Yushaojiang was kicked out of the Spirit Hall and started bad-mouthing them. Isn't that just typical love turning to hate? Oh no, I mean vegetable turning to hate? His words left Lu Erlong speechless. Indeed, how bad could an organization that gives hope to the lower class truly be? Seeing her still hesitating, Shen Cangqiong added, let me tell you, with my talent, going to the Spirit Hall and becoming a worshiper would be a piece of cake with some effort. Becoming a pope isn't impossible. But if I go to those family sects, at most, I'd be a guest elder, a high-level worker without real power. Even elementary school students understand this, only some masters don't. Lu Erlong was completely at a loss for words. She knew this little guy she raised was quite determined. Sighing, she could only settle for second best, and said, fine, I won't stop you from joining the Spirit Hall, but you must promise me not to mix with BB Dong. After hearing this, Shen Cangqiong laughed, his expression very meaningful. Don't worry, Sister Lu, I'm afraid that if I stay with that BB Dong for too long, it'll affect my development. But if there's a chance, it'll definitely educate her properly, and consider it helping you take revenge. The way he emphasized educate and revenge made it clear he didn't mean anything proper. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong was too happy at the moment to notice. She hugged him and spun around, thinking that someone would take revenge for her grievances in the second half of her life. In the Pope's palace of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong watched Shen Cangqiong's little face and his words on the screen. Her expression was quite interesting. Hulaina quietly asked if they should go and capture this kid, but the Chrysanthemum Doa quickly stopped her, saying this was a potential stock and they had to make good relations. They couldn't offend him. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword Delaw and Bone Delaw were arguing about this matter. Bone Delaw believed that Shen Cangqiong and Ning Rongrong were of similar ages and could be matched together. Sword Delaw strongly disagreed, saying no way. That kid has been lecherous since he was young. Our Rongrong would be wronged if she married him. Ning Fingji, standing nearby, was getting a headache from their argument and quickly tried to mediate, mentioning that his little witch had a temper and that if they didn't manage to bring them together, they might end up offending him instead. Just when everyone was discussing this, the most outrageous move came. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing, who had been subtly criticized by Shen Cangqiong from start to finish, hurriedly found Flender. With a serious expression on his face, he said in a commanding tone, Flender, gather all the students. We are going to Lamba Academy. Flender was both amused and angry. What's this, you have your eyes on that Shen Cangqiong again? He nearly insulted your ancestors for 18 generations in that video. And you still want to take him as a disciple? With his hands behind his back, Yu Xiaojing responded with an air of certainty. He's only 6 years old, what does he know? With Erlong around, as long as she speaks, he won't dare not acknowledge me as his master. Let me tell you, Flender was listening to this and turned green with anger, directly exploding. He pointed to Yu Xiaojing's nose and shouted, do you really love Erlong or not? I advised you to pursue her before, and you always used your sibling relationship as an excuse to avoid her. Now, upon hearing that she has a genius, you come rushing over on a fast horse, wanting to use Erlong's feelings for you to take on a disciple? What do you think of Erlong? Have you considered her feelings? No one understands the pain Flender felt. It was heartbreaking to see a brother he had known for decades have his image collapse completely, turning from a melancholic nobleman into a pure selfish opportunist. And guess what Yu Xiaojing said? He didn't take Flender seriously at all and coldly replied, just tell me if you're going or not. If not, he'll immediately take Tang San and Xiao Wu and leave. Goodness, this wasn't a discussion, it was pure threat. What he was thinking was that if it weren't for the future plans to exploit Shrek students, I'm going to compete. I can't be bothered to waste time talking to a civilian like you. Flender was so angry that he was shaking all over. Almost unable to resist giving him a slap to death, And in the end, he could only slam the door and leave. If he knew that Yu Xiaojiang thought of him this way, it would probably mean that one of them had to die today. While they were arguing, the plot on the big screen in the sky had already reached its climax. In the scene, Lu Erlong looked worried as she stared at Shen Cangqiong. With a 10,000-year-old beast lying in front of them, she was extremely anxious. Cangqiong, are you really going to absorb this? Xiao Gang's theory said that the first spirit ring can only be a maximum of 423 years, but this is 10,000 years. It will kill you. At this moment, Lu Erlong's heart was filled not with Yu Xiaojiang, but entirely with the cub she had raised. As a result, Shen Cangqiong's sharp tongue unleashed a torrent of words. Sister Lu, do you believe him? A useless person who will never reach level 30, with no money, no resources, and no experimental subjects. The theories he comes up with are either made up or stolen from the spirit hall. I know my own life. Lu Erlong wanted to persuade him, but the little guy broke free from her hand and walked over to the fainted Jinbei Long. What happened next left everyone stunned. The little ancestor didn't even need to attack. He simply took a small knife and made a scratch on the dragon's body, squeezing out a drop of blood. Then, with a few gestures and incantations, a shiny black 10,000-year spirit ring suddenly appeared. At that moment, Lu Erlong was completely dumbfounded, and after the shock came endless fear. She bitterly smiled and said, Cangqiong, if your talent gets out, not just me, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family 1T be able to protect you. Shen Cangqiong, however, looked indifferent and began to analyze wildly. What is there to be afraid of? If the Spirit Hall dares to force me, I'll dare to join them. Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is an old fox. He wouldn't dare to act against me without being sure of a kill. As for the Haotian School, Lu Erlong reminded him that there were also two great empires. But the little guy got even more excited and started to criticize the Star Luo Empire directly. What is the Star Luo Empire even worth? They say they're powerful enough to destroy the Heaven Do Empire. Anyone who believes that is a pure fool. With their bizarre method of inheriting the throne through raising goo, they killed each other in internal strife. How could they fight others? If I were the Emperor of Heaven Do, I'd just spend money to hire a title de law and take out their Emperor and Crown Prince in one go, and the country would collapse on its own. Lu Erlong's face turned red upon hearing this, because she had previously thought the Star Luo Empire was quite strong, and now she was being mocked by her own cub without realizing it, especially since he made a very reasonable point, leaving her unable to find a reason to scold him. Meanwhile, after Shen Cangqiong finished his act, the scene shifted directly to the other protagonist, Tang San. The plot returned to the day of the Soul Awakening in Holy Soul Village, where Su Yuntao was impatiently awakening the children, and none of them had any soul power, whether it was a hoe, sickle, or blue silvergrass, until Tang San stepped up, shining in golden light, only to reveal he was a blue silvergrass, which made Su Yuntao's face instantly drop. If it weren't for Tang San's insistence, he wouldn't even bother measuring his soul power. The audience in the comment section was dumbfounded, saying that Su Yuntao was truly blind. How could he ignore the fact that someone had innate full soul power just because it was blue silvergrass? The scene then shifted to the entrance of Notting Academy. Old Jack brought Tang San to register, and the gatekeeper raised his chin in disbelief, saying sarcastically while holding the spirit hall, as proof, blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power? That's fake. After throwing the proof in Old Jack's face, Old Jack couldn't hold back and argued with him. Just as the gatekeeper looked like he was about to take action, Tang San stepped forward and took him down. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared as if he had timed it perfectly, scolding the gatekeeper, then kindly took the proof, saying, That's right, it's real, I'll take this child. And guess what? The gatekeeper was actually an actor arranged by Yu Xiaojiang. He had intentionally staged this heroic rescue scene to make Tang San feel grateful to him. The most explosive moment came next. The big screen zoomed in on Tang San's face, revealing his inner thoughts without missing a word. On the surface, Tang San appeared to be a well-behaved, harmless little rabbit. But inside, he thought, that gatekeeper is lucky. If the master had come any later, he would be dead by now. According to the Tang Sect's Xiantian treasure record, if he is confirmed as an enemy, he must be eliminated completely. I tell you, the barrage instantly exploded. Those who praised him for being grateful earlier had their faces slapped, just because he said a few harsh words. It became a path to death for him. This kid is too much, smiling at you while secretly plotting how to get rid of you. Who can stand that? The scene then shifts to the carriage of Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun was so scared that he scooted over to Dai Mubai's side and whispered to Tang San, Third brother, that guard from Notting Academy, you didn't really. Tang Xin said expressionlessly. No. Xiao Wu could only awkwardly nod beside him, confirming that the guard was still alive when they left. But how alive? She didn't say. Dai Mu Bai and Oscar didn't care. Saying something like yes, just an ordinary person. If yes killed, so be it. We are partners and should trust each other. Zhu Zhuqing just gave Tang Xin a cold glance and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the carriage was incredibly strange, and in the end, it was Ma Hongjun who couldn't stand it anymore and quickly changed the subject. Hey, what level do you think that Shen Cangqiong is at now? Oscar stroked his chin and analyzed. His first spirit ring is 10,000 years. The second and third are 20,000 and 30,000. So the fourth and fifth must be at least 40,000 and 50,000, right? Just these 5 spirit rings would boost his spirit power from at least level 50 to over 60. Let me tell you, with that innate level 50 hack, 6 years. 6 years, and you still can't level up 10 levels? Who are you insulting here? Ning Rongrong immediately got fired up like a little fangirl and started lecturing me nonstop. Oscar looked so jealous. His face almost turned green, but he insisted on being stubborn. Well, that's not necessarily true. Being above level 60 is a Soul Emperor, and it's normal for leveling up to be slow. Our academy's teachers have been stuck at Soul Emperor for decades. Wow. Those words directly triggered Ning Rongrong. She rolled her eyes up to the sky. Huh. Are you really this stupid or just pretending to be? Comparing our teachers to Shen Cangqiong? He's a genius with an innate level 50. What kind of nonsense is this moon landing comparison? It's simply ridiculous. Let me tell you, Ning Rongrong's words are truly ruthless, especially toward someone like Oscar who lies with his eyes wide open. She gives absolutely no face. Oscar immediately broke down. He initially thought Ning Rongrong had mellowed out recently and wanted to pursue her again, only to realize it was all an act. His heart shattered into pieces, and he instantly fell silent, not saying a word. Seeing the atmosphere about to collapse, Xiao Wu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Hey, everyone. Let's watch the video first. Stop arguing, stop arguing. She had no choice. After all, it was Tang San who ignited the fire, so she had to come out and put it out. The others in the carriage followed suit, adjusting their postures and looking up at the big screen in the sky. The scene changed, and wow, it directly gave me a big surprise. On the screen, a 6-year-old Tang San suddenly knelt down in front of Yu Xiaojing, knocking his head 3 times. Yu Xiaojing hurried to help him up, saying, "Silly boy, why do you have to bow so deeply to become my disciple? This is a gesture for parents and kings." Guess what Tang San said? With a serious face and clear enunciation. Once a teacher, forever a father. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I was stunned at the time. What he said was just too impressive. The barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen, saying that although Tang San has many tricks up his sleeve, his respect for teachers and the way of the Tao is still commendable. But let me tell you, don't be fooled by him. Look at Yu Xiaojing. He smiles so satisfactorily on the outside, but inside he's thinking, I'm touched. But I've definitely got this little white mouse under my control. My lifelong dream and shame depend on you to wash away. Does anyone understand? Family? These two. One is acting with genuine emotion, and the other is calculating in his heart. It's practically an Oscar-winning performance live on stage. Following that, a comparison video served us the real deal. The scene shifted to the soul hunting forest, where Yu Xiaojing took Tang San to get his first soul ring. As soon as they entered, they heard Yu Xiaojing let out an earth-shattering scream. "Xiao San, run." I stared in disbelief, laughing so hard that my facial mask cracked. A 400-year-old mandala snake was relentlessly beating up Yu Xiaojing, and his pathetic martial soul, the 3 cannons of Luo, was like a clumsy dog getting knocked down immediately. Yu Xiaojing heroically sacrificed himself to protect Tang San. But what happened? The snake ignored him completely and went straight for Tang San. Guess what happened next? The snake hit a steel plate. Tang San realized he couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed a set of Tang Sek's ultimate skills, such as Ghost Shadow Misty, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, leaving the snake stunned. In the end, just as the snake was about to unleash its ultimate move, Tang San hit it with a hidden weapon directly to its vital point, KO. The barrage exploded. I was laughing so hard. A 29th level soul master couldn't defeat a 400-year-old soul beast, and in the end, a 6-year-old child came to the rescue? Is this really a teacher leading his disciple, or a disciple leading a fool? This isn't just a lack of confidence. It's a complete lack of awareness. The entire Diluoc continent was filled with a joyous atmosphere, and even around Yu Xiaojing and the others' carriage, you could hear laughter coming from all directions. But did you think that was the end? The more explosive part was yet to come. The screen gave Tang San a close-up, revealing his inner thoughts. Oh no, The teacher must have seen my tricks. This is my biggest secret. What if I just kill him? It would be a surprise attack, surely a one-hit kill. I was dumbfounded at that moment. I directly exclaimed, goodness. Family, on the first day as a teacher, I'm like a father for life. Now that you know my secret, how can I spare you? The speed of this change in expression would make a Sichuan opera master want a hand over a cigarette. The barrage of comments went completely crazy. Can a 6-year-old really have such thoughts? Is he a born villain? Compared to Cangqiong, it's like heaven and earth, aside from being a bit talkative. What dark secrets does he have? As for Tang San, it's like digging up a bag full of dirt. At this time, the carriage on the master's side also exploded. Flander was anxious and quickly advised Yu Xiaojiang, your disciple has bad intentions. Yu Xiaojiang remained calm and expressionless, saying, I know. Flander was stunned. Reaching out to touch Yu Xiaojiang's forehead, bro, are you not confused? And still take him in? Yu Xiaojiang sighed, saying that he actually sensed the killing intent from Tang San at that time. So when Tang San later made up excuses to fool him, he simply went along with it, pretending to believe. Flander said, now the whole continent knows he wants to kill you. You should expel him from the sect. As a result, Yu Xiaojiang replied, no need. We are just using each other. He uses my theories, I use his talent. As long as we don't touch core interests, we turn against each other. Goodness, this master and disciple are truly a pair of born egoists. On the other side, in Tang San's carriage, the atmosphere was icy. Tang San, with a dark face, asked Xiao Wu, do you believe me? Xiao Wu was in a dilemma, holding back for a long time before saying, I guess I believe you. The tone was so weak it could float away. Of course, after knowing for 6 years. Only today did she realize that she had a potential master killer sleeping next to her. Who wouldn't shiver? Seeing Xiao Wu's reaction, Tang San began to play the emotional card. Repeating his promise earnestly, Xiao Wu, remember, anyone who wants to harm you must step over my dead body. If it were before, Xiao would have cried from being moved. But now, she probably had only one thought in her mind. Does this promise have a shelf life of 3 days? Dai Mubai and Oscar wanted to mediate, saying that Tang San ultimately didn't take action. What happened? Ma Hongjun silently shifted his buttocks further away from Tang San. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing didn't even bother to give him a glance. Tang San's series of antics directly reduced everyone's favorability in the carriage to 0. No. Negative numbers. Just then, the plot on the light screen continued. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang met up and began to study that snake. Yu Xiaojiang said, Xiao San, absorb it. Tang San, being quite knowledgeable, asked, Teacher, my blue silvergrass is a plant. Can it absorb animal soul rings? Then the iconic scene arrived. Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat and said with a serious expression, according to my research on the core theory of martial souls, plant and animal martial souls can absorb each other. It's just that the world doesn't believe me. Xiao San, would you be willing to help me verify this? I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this common sense in the world of soul masters? How did it become your exclusive research achievement? And you made it so dramatic, trying to fool a 6-year-old. You really are something. Tang San actually believed it, looking at him with admiration and saying, Teacher, I believe you. The barrage was filled with mockery, saying this master is just a fraud. And Tang San isn't very bright either. One moment he wanted to kill someone, and the next he became a loyal little fan, which is quite concerning for his mental state. Just when everyone was furiously criticizing this bizarre master-disciple pair, Shen Cangqiong suddenly spoke up in the barrage. Directly Lu Erlong. Sister Lu, did you see? Yu Xiaojiang just ruined a genius like this. Blue silvergrass is clearly a healing system. Yet he insists on making people go for a control system. Isn't that just nonsense? Well, that stirred up a hornet's nest. The Yu Xiaojiang from another world immediately lost it and jumped out to refute. You're talking nonsense. As a result, a shiny ID appeared, variant titled Daw World 100. 000 year, Blue Silver Emperor, Ayin. She directly countered. What he said, you can refute. What about what I said? How will you refute that? Yu Xiaojiang was dumbfounded. Who are you? Ayin fiercely replied. Are you blind? Didn't you see my ID? The Ayin from another world also chimed in to explain. Blue Silver Emperor is the king of the 100,000 year Blue Silvergrass. Now the whole place went silent. The main character made an appearance. This melon is ripe. Ayin from World 1 directly asked World 1 Tang San, what level are you? Tang San replied, level 31. Ayin sighed. Sigh, you've already wasted 3 soul ring slots. Wait, in a few days, I'll give you some follow-up cultivation soul beast information. Tang San was quite cautious. Why do you want to help me? Ayin casually found an excuse. because you're the only soul master cultivating blue silvergrass. Then she also ed the Tang San from another world, saying she would give him a copy too. This made Yu Xiaojiang from World 2 furious. How could he tolerate having his wall cornered in front of the entire continent? He directly shouted, "Outrageous! This is too much." As a result, the two Aeans teamed up to retort, "You're a 29 level great soul master, and you talk to us like this? Who is being outrageous?" Seeing that the master was about to be overwhelmed by the barrage, his loyal sycophant Bibi Dong came online, directly stepping in to protect her husband. "So what if you're a 100,000 year soul beast? Do you dare to look down on my martial soul's reputation as an elder?" Now, they stirred up a hornet's nest, and the two Lu Erlongs from both worlds simultaneously stepped in, launching an attack on both Bibi Dong from both worlds. Shen Cangqiong was still fanning the flames. Bibi Dong saying, "Let us catch Tang Hao first before talking about the majesty of the Spear Hall." The scene was complete chaos, with several women arguing fiercely over Yu Xiaojiang. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he probably felt it was too embarrassing to hide behind women, so he raised his neck and shouted, "Enough! My affairs are none of your business." Then he actually ed the other version of himself. "Other me, aren't you going to say something?" And guess what? The Yu Xiaojiang from World 1, calm and unhurried, replied, "Let us see how Xiao San chooses for himself then. I trust him. Anyway, I have other options here. Let me tell you, that old rascal Yu Xiaojiang is calculating like crazy. The reason he seems so calm is not because he has the demeanor of a master, but simply because he has his eyes on our family as Shen Cangqiong. He is thinking to himself, let us use some flattering words to stabilize Tang San for now. If things go south, I still have a backup. Oh no, I have even better option. I absolutely cannot offend Shen Cangqiong, this future powerhouse. Meanwhile, he is calm and collected, but the original Yu Xiaojiang from the second world can't handle this kind of stimulation. Hearing another version of himself being so spineless, he immediately blacked out and fainted from anger. Who understands, when you crash your own CPU, it's just too much. While all this chaos is happening, our protagonist Shen Cangqiong isn't even paying attention. He directly messaged Sister Lu Erlong on the public screen, saying, "Sister Lu, I'm coming back to Lamba Academy tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was both surprised and delighted, but she quickly became worried. "You're coming back now? Is it safe?" In her mind, Shen Cangqiong had been away from home for 6 years, and now he has the level of a 75th level soul saint, which is incredible. This strength, in front of a title de law, is basically like a snack, right? So, guess how Shen Cangqiong replied? He started to act cute, like a little puppy. "Oh, Sister Lu, you don't believe me? I'm so sad, you have to compensate me." Lu Erlong had no way to deal with him and could only coax him. All right, I'll compensate you, but you have to honestly tell me, what level are you now? I'm telling you, if you're not at level 90, don't come back. Otherwise, I'll run away immediately and you'll never find me again. She was just deliberately trying to provoke him, hoping Shen Cangqiong would back down. Level 90? A little brat who was only 6 years old 6 years ago, now at 12 years old, becoming a title de law? What a pipe dream. As a result, Shen Cangqiong dropped a bombshell. He cheerfully typed, "Hee, Sister Lu, you've miscalculated. Your little Cangqiong is already a 94th level title de law." As soon as these words came out, the entire light screen exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. But once they calmed down, not a single person believed it. They all thought the kid had gone crazy. How did the former genius become a bragging king today? In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was shaking his head. From 6 years to 94th level? What a joke. I'd believe it if he said he was 84th level soul de law but 94? Unless he has innate soul power of 90 and picks up a 100,000 year soul ring on his way out. It's absolutely impossible. The sword doll next to him directly asserted, "This kid is just afraid that Lu Erlong will really run away, so he is just telling a kind lie." However, this old fox Ning Fengji actually started to ponder while stroking his chin. But then again, what if it's true? Then no matter what, I must let Rong Rong go and bring him in. This gene must be preserved for our family. The sword doll and Bone de Lua heard this, and their faces darkened, staring at him with eyes full of disbelief. Over at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a group of old men also thought it was nonsense and didn't even discuss it. The clan leader Yu Yuanjin directly told his son-in-law Yu Luomian, Erlong's father, "Shen Cangqiong is coming back. You hurry to Lamba Academy and persuade Erlong to come back." Yu Luomian felt troubled, thinking to himself that his daughter seemed to have a grudge against him. What good would it do for him to go? But he had no choice and could only go with a stiff upper lip. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong saw Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong flirting on the screen, and her mouth was almost stretched to her ears. She directly ordered the chrysanthemum Daw. Go, get him away from Lu Erlong. Discuss that woman to death. On the public screen, Lu Erlong was also stunned by the number, taking a long time to come back to her senses. Cangqiong, tell Aunt Lu the truth. Are you lying to me? Shen Cangqiong sent a mischievous smile emoji. When have I ever lied to Sister Lu? I've always been a good kid who tells the truth. Just like that time, didn't I also tell the truth, and then you gave me a good beating? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the public screen instantly changed. Countless onlookers immediately started imagining paid content in their minds, and various harsh words began to flood the screen. Bye-bye Dong, watching from the private room, couldn't help but sneer. Lu Erlong, you're quite the player. Even Lu Erlong's unreliable father, Yu Luomyin, came out to stoke the fire. Erlong, aren't you going to explain? If you're really getting together with Cangqiong, I won't oppose it. When he's of age, I'll arrange the wedding for you. Lu Erlong was so angry her face turned green, and she retorted, I, Lu Erlong, live my life without needing to explain to anyone. Meanwhile, her father was happily calculating. A girl over 30 brings fortune. This deal is profitable. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Shen Cangqiong quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's watch the video first. Tang San's side is about to end. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the video showed Tang San absorbing the soul ring, and the comparison video slowly came to an end. Then, there was a loud noise from the sky, and the results were out. The first comparison video has ended. The final winner, Shen Cangqiong. The voting rate was simply outrageous. Shen Cangqiong 99. 99. Tang San only 0. 01. Then, that mysterious voice sounded again. System deficiencies detected, starting completion. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Wait a minute. Why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this the golden finger system that ran away from me back then? No way, what a coincidence. Before he could make sense of it, the rewards began to be distributed. Winner Shen Cangqiong. Rewards. 10 pieces of cross-border symbol fragments, 1 piece of self-selected 10,000-year body bone, and 1 true soul elixir recipe. All top-notch goods. Looking at the loser Tang San, what were his rewards? 1 piece of cross-border symbol fragment, 1 piece of 10-year soft bone rabbit skull, and 1 recipe fragment. Let me tell you, this comparison was a public execution. Next was the lottery for 10 lucky viewers, with rewards of 10,000-year soul bones. Goodness. Lu Erlong, Bye-Bye Dong, and even Shrek's Ma Hongjun all won. People from World 2 were almost crying with envy. The scene shifted, and inside Shrek's carriage, Ma Hongjun was hugging a 10,000-year soul bone, laughing like a 200-pound child. He turned to look at the pitiful 10-year soul bone in Tang San's hand and mockingly asked, Third brother, how about we make some rabbit head soup? Xiao Wu exploded on the spot, almost sending him flying with a single roll word. At this moment, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and smilingly asked, Fatty, are you selling that soul bone? Ma Hongjun thought for a moment. With his evil fire martial soul absorbing such a powerful soul bone, he might explode on the spot. It was better to exchange it for money. Ning Rongrong directly offered, when we get to Tiando City, come back to the sect with me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Ma Hongjun was thrilled to hear this. Just as he was about to agree, Dai Mubai was still advising from the side. Fatty, that's a 10,000-year soul bone. Ma Hongjun looked miserable. Boss Dai, do you think I don't want it? This is a death warrant for me. While they were pulling on each other, a voice suddenly came from outside the carriage. If that's the case, then sell me that 10,000-year soul bone. Everyone looked to see who it was, and it turned out to be Yu Xiaojiang. Ning Rongrong was immediately furious. Teacher Yu, everything should have its order, right? Are you trying to cut in? Yu Xiaojiang, with a face as thick as a city wall, argued. You haven't given any money. Highest bidder wins. Ning Rongrong laughed angrily. All right, an auction is it? The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, bid 50 million gold soul coins. May I ask how much you bid? Yu Xiaojiang had no money, so he immediately started painting a big pie for Ma Hongjun. Hongjun, I don't have money, but if you give me the soul bone, I promise to train you with all my might in the future. Just think about it. If you give the soul bone to Tang San, in the competition 3 years later, he can lead you to the championship, and you can benefit from it too. Ning Rongrong found it amusing and directly retorted. To put it bluntly, you just want Ma Hongjun to give you the soul bone for free, and then let your disciple Tang San take the spotlight, right? Seeing the atmosphere inside the carriage getting increasingly tense, Flinder finally couldn't stand it any longer and dragged Yu Xiaojing away by the back of his collar, making for a rather embarrassing scene. Meanwhile, our protagonist Shen Cangqiong, riding a husky, had leisurely arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Early in the morning, he snuck into Lu Erlong's courtyard and, while she was still sleeping, pounced right on her. Lu Erlong was startled awake and was about to throw a punch when she heard a familiar and infuriating voice. "Sister Lu, don't hit me, it's me." Seeing it was Shen Cangqiong, Lu Erlong felt both shy and angry. "You, get off me. You're all grown up now." Shen Cangqiong didn't take care and, with a grin, said, "What is there to be afraid of? It's been like this since we were young." Saying this, to prove he wasn't boasting, he directly summoned his martial soul. The next second, let me tell you, Lu Erlong's eyes went wide. 9. A total of 9 blood-red soul rings were moving up and down in front of her. The visual impact nearly burned out her CPU. She still couldn't believe it, stammering as she asked, You really are Cangqiong?" Shen Cangqiong smiled mischievously and used a secret gesture that only the two of them knew. Lu Erlong instantly felt weak all over, her face turning as red as an apple, and only then did she believe it. She was still in shock, but how did your soul rings all become 10,000-year ones? Shen Cangqiong smiled wickedly. "I'll tell you later. Now, Sister Lu, should you fulfill your compensation?" Lu Erlong panicked and quickly took on an elder's posture. "I am your Aunt Lu. You quickly get off me." But Shen Cangqiong didn't give her the chance to react, and soon a series of strange sounds echoed in the room. 3 full hours later, Lu Erlong lay there weakly, with a face full of shame and anger. She punched him lightly. "You little rascal. No wonder you always said you would repay me when you grew up. So this is what you meant by repayment. I just added a few more steps compared to before. Besides, let me tell you, for a big part of the time afterward, it was clearly you, Sister Lu, who was more proactive. But as soon as I said that, she got so angry and kicked me out the door. I almost fell and broke my butt into pieces. Just as I was getting up while holding my waist, I saw our husky at home tilting its head, looking at me with a dumbfounded expression. I got mad and glared at it. "What are you staring at?" Guess what? It changed to an even dumber expression, as if its face was saying, "I'm dumb. I can't understand 5 big characters. Unbelievable." Inside, Sister Lu probably heard me arguing with the dog and angrily shouted, "What are you wasting your breath on with a stupid dog? Get back in here." As soon as I heard that, I thought, why bother with the dog? I pushed it aside and hurried inside, rubbing my hands together. As soon as I closed the door, I felt like I could see that husky SY's eyes. Just when I was getting cozy in the evening, a pigeon came with a message. Lu Erlong opened it and saw that her cheap old man, the jade crown of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, had arrived. I thought these people were pretty slow. I thought they would have come to kill us by now. When we finally stumbled into the dean's office, the old man immediately started scolding. "Why are you only coming now?" Lu Erlong, who also had a bad temper, frowned and said, "Didn't you just arrive?" The old man was so angry that his beard almost stood up. "I arrived at noon. I had lunch in your cafeteria." I was dumbfounded along with Lu Erlong. We had just received the letter half an hour ago. It was only later that we realized that family members wouldn't understand, and it was that darned husky again. It must have intercepted the carrier pigeon at noon and only released it after having its fun. But that old man is quite clever. He didn't pursue the matter at all. He looked us up and down, and his gaze TSK was like an X-ray, definitely a seasoned veteran. He didn't ask anything and just casually said, "There was something, but now there's nothing." Then he walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and said solemnly, "Take good care of Erlong." After saying that, he left. Let me tell you, that look of his definitely saw through everything, saving him the trouble of any explanations. Once he left, Lu Erlong foolishly asked me, "What were you two playing at just now?" As I surveyed her office, I said, "Your dad figured out our relationship." She exploded at that. "Huh? How'd he know?" I shrugged and replied, "How else could he know? It shows in his eyes. Didn't you say he was a playboy when he was young? He's got some insight, after all." That matter was considered closed. After a day of fussing around, we were hungry and decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Walking along the college road, I felt quite sentimental. It hadn't changed at all in 6 years. Just as we were nearing the cafeteria entrance, someone suddenly called out to us. I turned around to see a pretty older sister named Jiangzhu. She was quite amusing, torn between whether to call me senior or junior. After chatting with her for a bit, she ran off, blushing. Once in the cafeteria's private room, I served Lu Erlong a chicken wing, encouraging her to eat more and not just drink water. Upon hearing the word water, she got angry, snorted coldly, "Isn't it your fault?" Then she fiercely bit into the chicken wing, and the sight made me shiver. She was also jealous. Asking what I had chatted about with Jiangzhu, I said it was just casual talk among classmates. and I mentioned that I found being a student quite comfortable and even wanted to participate in this year's Continental Soul Master Competition. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at me. You, a level 94 title de law, participating? Isn't that just fishing in a stock pond? The Spirit Hall would definitely oppose it. I thought about it and said, all right, I won't participate. I'll personally train a team to go. Consider it a gift for you. To reassure her, I took out the recipe for the true soul pill I had refined, which could allow ordinary soul masters to achieve a second awakening of their martial souls. Truly a game changer. She was startled when she saw it, saying that if this leaked out, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. I reassured her, saying, don't worry, I can handle it. To keep it confidential, I proposed a reform plan to split Blue Tyrant Academy into an inner and outer court. The outer court would remain the same, while the inner court would only accept true insiders, signing lifelong contracts and distributing pills, forming a united front. She hesitated at first, thinking it wasn't proper, but I eventually persuaded her, and from then on, the inner court would be under my management. After discussing serious matters, I thought I should show my appreciation. So I took out a piece of a 100,000-year-old dragon bone and handed it to her. That was something that titled Duos would fight over, but she adamantly refused, saying it was too precious. Fine, I didn't push her and instead offered a piece of a 10,000-year-old fire dragon bone. I didn't tell her that this thing could grow. Surprises should be kept. This time, she finally accepted it. Seeing her take the gift, I immediately started acting mischievous again. Come on, have another drink of water. You'll need the strength later. As a result, I got another round of playful punches from her. Her face all red. So we spent 2 peaceful days, but in the middle of the night, I heard that wretched dog howling in the yard again. I went out to check, and sure enough, it was back with another carrier pigeon. Opening the note, I saw that Flander and the others had brought the Shrek gang and were right at the academy gate. Lu Erlong and I exchanged glances and instantly understood. Her dad must have been delayed in the same way last time. That dog is simply my little cotton-padded jacket, a professional at intercepting all kinds of surprises. On the way, Lu Erlong specifically reminded me that Yu Xiaojiang was definitely there, so I shouldn't be jealous. I thought to myself, why would I be jealous of him? When we reached the reception room, sure enough, Flander and the others were there. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang saw Lu Erlong, he rushed over like he was putting on a sad drama, his eyes looking so melancholic they could drip water. Erlong, long time no see. How have you been? I have to tell you, Lu Erlong is simply stunning right now. She rolled her eyes at me, leaned closer, and said, do I look like I have any flaws? Her words left Yu Xiaojiang speechless, and his face turned green. He seemed like he wanted to say something else. But Lu Erlong completely ignored him and started chatting with Flander and the others, leaving him alone to question his life. That scene was so satisfying. The adults were reminiscing over there, so I slipped over to the group of little rascals from Shrek. The girl named Ning Rongrong was quite clever and took the initiative to talk to me. Just then, I caught a glimpse of an uneasy figure out of the corner of my eye, the one named Xiao Wu. Hey, in front of me at the title de law, her aura from that 100,000-year-soul beast was like a firefly in the night, impossible to hide. She was so scared that she hid behind Tang San, trembling. I was feeling playful at the time, so I deliberately acted surprised and walked over. Oh, this little sister Xiao Wu. Do we know each other? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost when you see me? Her face immediately turned pale, and she couldn't say a word. That kid Tang San immediately stood in front of her like a protective hen, glaring at me with obvious hostility. I found it amusing and deliberately said in a sincere tone, is there some misunderstanding between us? How about this? Let's talk privately later. Don't worry, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, Tang San disagreed and stood his ground. I simply went around him, leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear, lowered my voice, and used the hottest catchphrase of 2025. This little rabbit sister, you don't want to disappoint me, do you? I told you. Her expression at that moment was as if the sky was falling down. In the end, she could only nod in despair and resignation. Tang San was so anxious beside her that he was jumping up and down, shouting loudly, no way, I don't agree. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Erlong came over to ask me what was going on, and I shrugged innocently and briefly explained the situation. Tang San was still arguing. Is there anything that can't be said in front of everyone? I couldn't help but want to laugh as I looked at him. If I could really say it in front of everyone, do you think your sister could still stand here? In the end, it was Xiao Wu who couldn't bear it anymore and tugged at Tang San's sleeve, saying, brother, let me handle this. You don't need to worry about it. When Xiao Wu said that, Tang San's face instantly turned green, panicking like an ant on a hot pan, repeatedly calling out Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. He couldn't understand why his sister, whom he had been so careful with, suddenly seemed like she had taken gunpowder and was determined to go against him. At this critical moment, the often overlooked Yu Xiaojing jumped in and blocked Tang San, pretending to be a wise man, saying, "Xiao San, calm down." I was thinking, are you the one who needs to calm down? He was clearly afraid Tang San would offend Shen Cangqiong and ruin his plans to take on a disciple. Then the master started to mediate, saying to Shen Cangqiong, it really isn't appropriate for you two to talk alone outside. How about this? You two find a room in the academy and let Tang San guard the door. What do you think? Goodness, I had the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. Shen Cangqiong found it hilarious and unleashed a tirade at the group. No, have you guys got the wrong idea? I've been saying from the beginning that I think Xiao Wu seems afraid of me and I want to talk to her privately. How'd it turn to me plotting something against her in your mouths? What are you guys at Shrek thinking? Especially you, Tang San. Shen Cangqiong's finger was almost poking Tang San's face. You say Xiao Wu is your sister and that you want to protect her. Fine. Is this how you protect her? By not letting her talk to any guy? What do you understand, family? Your control is broader than a real father. If you said Xiao Wu was your girlfriend, I could understand your possessiveness. But you keep calling her your sister while acting like a boyfriend. Let me be clear. Your behavior is either that of a top-tier green tea or your brain has been squeezed by the door. Take your pick. I tell you, with this set of combos, Tang San was directly silenced, and even his CPU was burned out on the spot. He wanted to refute, but found that every word the other party said was reasonable. He was meddling too much, but he didn't have the status of a boyfriend. As the atmosphere was about to freeze, Lu Erlong quickly came out to smooth things over, saying that dinner was ready and everyone should hurry to eat so they wouldn't go hungry. Flender also quickly echoed, inviting the Shrek gang to the cafeteria. Tang San looked back at Xiao Wu 3 times, but Xiao Wu shook her head, telling him to go ahead and that she would come by later. She needed to clarify things with Shen Cangqiong, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Tang San had no choice but to hold back his anger, reminding her to shout if she needed anything before reluctantly leaving. Once everyone had left, only the two of them remained. Shen Cangqiong was calm and composed, teasing, I say, little bunny, you really have some guts. Can't stay in a small place like Nodding City and dare to follow Tang San to a big city like Tiando City. Are you planning to advance to the Spirit City next and dance right in the Tiger's Den? Xiao Wu blushed and retorted softly, I'm not white, I'm pink. Shen Cangqiong was taken aback for a moment, his gaze instinctively darting to a place he shouldn't be looking at. Xiao Wu grew anxious, stomping her foot and saying, what are you thinking? I was talking about my fur being pink. Shen Cangqiong responded with an ow, probably thinking that this 10,000-year rogue rabbit was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. Seeing his expression, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back anymore, muttering, our hearts. I see you're not doing any better, and quickly brought the topic back on track. You clearly noticed I was a 10,000-year soul beast. Why didn't you take action? Don't you want my soul ring and soul bone? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes, his expression almost saying that with your IQ. You deserve to be sold by Tang San, and even help him count the money. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, I'm only interested in beauties and delicious food. This made Xiao Wu blush deeply. While she was lost in thought with her head down, suddenly there was a sharp scream, and she jumped back a large step, covering her ears. It turned out that Shen Cangqiong couldn't resist his curiosity and had pinched her rabbit ears when he saw them moving. Now Xiao was really a bit annoyed. Seeing he had crossed the line, Shen Cangqiong quickly took out a necklace from his storage soul guide, saying, all right, don't be angry. This is for you. Consider it an apology. Xiao Wu originally wanted to stubbornly refuse, but when she heard Shen Cangqiong say this thing could suppress the soul beast aura on her, she quickly snatched it from him. However, after fiddling with the necklace for a long time, she couldn't open the clasp. Shen Cangqiong couldn't stand it anymore, took it, and in a few quick moves, opened it. Then he walked behind Xiao Wu, lifted her long hair, and prepared to help her put it on. At that moment, just as things were about to happen, a furious roar erupted like thunder from the ground. What do you think you're doing? I tell you, that guy Tang San floated back like a ghost. Upon seeing this scene, his eyes turned red, and without a word, he shot a rain of hidden weapons towards Shen Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong didn't even frown. He pulled Xiao Wu behind him for protection and then gently pointed forward with a finger. Goodness, those flying hidden weapons instantly froze in mid-air as if someone pressed the pause button, then clattered to the ground. Shen Cangqiong didn't forget to add a jab. Aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting Xiao Wu? Tang San was quite stubborn, quickly walking over and saying, I'm confident in myself. There's absolutely no way I would hurt Xiao Wu. He felt quite proud of himself, thinking that what he just did was a casual strike, and if he were serious, Even Soul Sage Zhao Wujia would suffer. What was Shen Sanqiong to him? Xiao Wu hurriedly emerged from behind Shen Sanqiong, blocking between the two. Knowing that Shen Sanqiong was a titled Doluo, she rushed to explain. Third brother, you misunderstood. He accidentally bumped into me just now, which is why I called out, and he has already apologized with this necklace. Upon seeing this, Shen Sanqiong thought, well, here comes the assist. He immediately put on a very serious expression and said to Tang San, Tang San, didn't you say Xiao Wu is your sister? Why wouldn't you even buy her a piece of jewelry? If it weren't for her not being able to fasten this clasp, would I need to help? If I helped, wouldn't you misunderstand? So in the end, the root of this issue lies with you. This move was simply strengthening our bro-s position. Tang San's face turned red and pale, and after holding back for a long time, he finally said, we're not like you. We are commoners, and we would rather split a copper soul coin in half to spend it. Where will we find spare money to buy these useless things? Shen Sanqiong directly gave him a look of disdain. Are you kidding me? Just those hidden weapons you threw over earlier. Selling any one of them would be enough to deck Xiao Wu out in jewelry from head to toe. So you're saying you don't have money? You're just selfish. Once these words came out, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned pale. Tang San was left speechless. In the end, it was Xiao Wu who couldn't stand it anymore, helping him out by saying she didn't like these things, and then quietly bent down to help Tang San pick up the hidden weapons from the ground one by one. Although she didn't say anything, those few words were like thorns, deeply piercing her heart. After they left, Shen Sanqiong walked with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing toward the cafeteria. On the way, the gossip-loving Ning Rongrong asked, that necklace you gave Xiao Wu, is it a token of love? Shen Sanqiong recounted the ear-squeezing incident and then subconsciously glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's cattail. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and quickly said, mine is just a decorative item. Shen Sanqiong's expression at that moment was incredibly awkward. Once they entered the cafeteria, Liu Erlong pulled Shen Sanqiong to sit down and said that Flander proposed a partnership between Shrek and Lamba Academy to form a team to participate in the elite competition. Asking him what he thought. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Xiaojing interrupted, agreeing to the matter, then shifted the topic to Shen Sanqiong, saying, by the way, Cangqiong, I want to take you as my disciple, so I can tailor a training plan just for you. I was listening next to them, nearly spitting out my food. Shen Sanqiong looked at him as if he were an idiot and leisurely asked, you want to take me as your disciple? Do you know what level I am? Yu Xiaojing confidently replied, about level 62. Shen Sanqiong couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly mocked, you, who will never reach level 30 in your lifetime. Why do you have to teach me? Just based on your so-called invincible theories? Please, your theories have been thoroughly debunked in comparison videos. They are either common sense that everyone understands or absurd guesses that are completely wrong. Don't you have any self-awareness? Yu Xiaojing was hit where it hurt, his face turning green with anger. Unable to argue with Shen Sanqiong, he turned to Liu Erlong and said, Erlong, is this the child you raised? No manners at all. Liu Erlong immediately exploded, and if Shen Sanqiong hadn't stopped her, she would have probably slapped him. She coldly said, if you think this is uncivilized, you can leave. In the end, it was Flander who stepped in to mediate, and the matter was settled. The formation of the joint battle team was also decided like this. The next afternoon, both academies' members gathered to prepare for the selection of team members. Shen Sanqiong stood on the stage and scanned around, only to find that Tang San had not come. He asked Xiao Wu, who shook her head, saying she didn't know. It turned out that after returning home yesterday, Tang San forced Xiao Wu to return the necklace, but she refused, and the two had a cold war for more than 10 hours. Shen Sanqiong couldn't be bothered and directly stated, if he hasn't come, then that's an automatic forfeit. Dai Mubai got anxious, and said Tang San was their strongest member and couldn't be without him. Shen Sanqiong glanced at him and replied, don't worry. You might not even qualify. Dai Mubai was unconvinced, proclaiming that his soul power was the highest. Shen Sanqiong shot back, if high soul power means anything, then what's the deal with that 31-level Tang San of yours? Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. Shen Sanqiong cleared his throat and said to everyone, listen up. If you want to join my team, talent, effort, and perseverance are all essential. Now, I'll read the names of those who can join the main team. Everyone perked up to listen. And guess what? He only read one name, Zhu Zhuqing. Then he directly closed the documents in his hand and said, all right, at this stage, only Zhu Zhuqing among you 10 is qualified to be a main member. As soon as he said this, the entire venue erupted in shock. Everyone collectively froze. Just as Dai Mubai's face turned purple with anger and was about to explode, boom, there was a loud noise from the sky. and the mysterious comparison video was updated to version 2.0. A cold voice echoed across the continent. The second comparison begins. This comparison features the protagonist's first solo trials. New prompt. During the comparison, send bullet comments, and after it ends, 10 lucky viewers will be randomly selected to receive 100,000 points. Points can be exchanged for soul rings, soul bones, and can be traded. Now, the comparison begins. Shen Cangqiong's 6-year trial comparison with the awakened Tang San in the City of Slaughter. At this moment, the entire soul beast community exploded. Let me tell you, the two big shots from the Star Great Forest, De Ming and Air Ming, couldn't sit still, saying that the reward for that lucky spot on the human side was real. It was like a pie falling from the sky for soul beasts, and they had to wake their master up to get a piece of the pie. Not only them, but the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the extreme north also started gathering people. And for a moment, any soul beast with a bit of intelligence was eyeing the human world for a big score. Meanwhile, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, the comparison video was about to start. Ning Rongrong, the little girl, came up to Shen Cangqiong, marveling at how he was the protagonist again. Shen Cangqiong smiled and said nothing, feeling nervous inside. He knew very well how much advantage he had gained in these 6 years from his golden finger. Who knew what this damn video would expose him as? Just as he was thinking about this, the screen lit up. Goodness, it was a thunderous opening. The scene showed Shen Cangqiong riding a horse that had come to him and just sneaking out of the Blue Tyrant Academy, looking quite pleased with himself, muttering, "I need to hurry and run, or Lu's sister will catch me, and I'll be done for." In a flash, he ran into a valley, seeing the dilapidated state. My heart sank. Wasn't this the old place where Qian Xuanji fought with Tang Hao back in the day? Sure enough, Shen Cangqiong began his monologue. As he strolled around, he complained, "It's hilarious. A god-level martial soul with soul power even higher than humans, and yet 3 against 1. He was actually taken down by a Haotian hammer." He smacked his lips, thinking, Yu Shaojing saying, "There are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters," seemed to hold some truth. But then he thought, doesn't that mean that everyone on the continent who can't become a titled Doluo is a waste? Who understands this logic? It's simply a dead loop. Then, let me tell you, the main event has arrived. Shen Cangqiong started digging deep into the details. I was puzzled. Such an embarrassing loss for Qian Xuanji. How could the Spirit Hall not seal off the news? Let spread all over the world? He analyzed like a detective. Could it be that the people from the upper 3 sects deliberately let it out to undermine the Spirit Hall's prestige? It couldn't be. Were they out of their minds? This kid's tongue is really sharp. He directly labeled those big sects. This bunch is just a group of idiots. It feels good to undermine the Spirit Hall. But have they forgotten what they rely on to make a living? The foundation of their dominance is the iron law of strong martial souls, crushing weak martial souls. Now, Tang Hao took down a god-level 6-winged angel with a Haotian hammer. Isn't that digging at their own foundation? Isn't it telling all the commoners in the world that their martial souls can also defy the odds? Why listen to the nonsense of these so-called strong martial soul families? Once these words came out, the bullet comments exploded. Over at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sword turned green and asked Ning Fengji, "Fengji, were you also involved in this back then?" Ning Fengji was embarrassed, only able to smile bitterly and nod. Sigh, back then it was poorly considered. We only thought about suppressing the Spirit Hall, not realizing this would shake the foundation of all our sections. In the video, Shen Cangqiong was still wandering, and soon walked to a circle engraved with grass leaf patterns. He looked and understood. Oh, this is the place where Ain sacrificed that silly grass. Then, let me tell you, his next words shattered the entire worldview of Doluo continent. How pitiful, sold by someone and still helping them count money. He sighed and then fired up. I just can't understand. Ain is so beautiful. How could that scoundrel Tang Hao do that? Bored? Lost interest? If you don't want her, then give her to me. Why kill her? It's a waste. Everyone says Tang Hao was a hero for love, daring to challenge the Spirit Hall. Doof. Who spread that nonsense? Can't you think a little? Ain was pregnant at that time. You clearly knew your wife was a 100,000-year soul beast, but instead of taking her to hide in some remote mountain forest, you brought her to wander around the Spirit Hall's territory every day, afraid that Qian Xuanji wouldn't see her, right? Moreover, isn't it coincidental? At that time, Tang Hao was stuck at level 90, just 1 soul ring short. What did he want? Isn't it obvious that he was using the Spirit Hall's hands to force Ain to sacrifice herself to become his 9th soul ring? Even more outrageous was that the chosen battleground was the most restrictive place for the Blue-Silver Emperor to exert her power. The time of the fight was when Aine had just given birth and was at her weakest. This script is quite explosive even in the entire abstract world. To put it bluntly, this grandson Tang Hao, for the sake of his 100,000-year soul, ring, and soul bone, personally sent his wife into the fire pit. This statement was like a thunderclap out of the blue. The two worlds, Aine instantly broke down, frantically sending bullet comments questioning Tang Hao. Those families that once relied on the Haotian sect, like Niogao and Yangwudi, also stepped forward to testify, claiming that what Shen Cangqiong said was the truth. And guess what happened? The two Tang San from the two worlds, these two filial sons, jumped out and sternly condemned the one called Tang Hao. This person is so shameless, harming his wife. It is truly a path to death. If we meet him one day, we will definitely slay him to clear my father Tang Hao's name. I couldn't help but laugh crazily at that moment. These two live treasures could probably drive their father to madness on the spot. The spirit beasts were even more furious. Big shots like Di Tian and Shui Di issued a continent-wide hunt order, naming names. Anyone who encounters Tang Hao in the wild will be killed without mercy. While the whole internet was shocked by this unbelievable news in the footage, Shen Santian had already arrived at the next destination, a terrifying place that could drive anyone insane, the City of Slaughter. The security at the entrance tried to stop him, but he couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a backhand slap, he sent the captain flying, then swaggered in on horseback. He was greeted by a girl with a code named 9527. I burst out laughing, thinking, "Are you Zhou Xingxing?" The girl asked him, "Are you here to experience the Noble Package or to play the Hell Mode?" The Noble Package allows you to leave anytime, and the fights are all staged. The Hell Mode requires you to win 100 matches to exit, or else you die inside. Our brother Qiong didn't even raise an eyebrow. "Let's go big or go home. I'll take the Hell Mode." Wow, what a bold move. The girl was stunned and repeatedly confirmed, saying, "You're just a little kid. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Shen Sangtian replied, "It's fine. I'm invincible at the same level." This bravado deserves full marks. Soon, he was on the arena. A guy on the stage saw he was just a kid and thought he could easily show off by bullying him. What happened next? Shen Sangtian effortlessly reached out, caught the guy's heavy punch, and then slapped him right in the chest. The next second, that guy flew out like a cannonball, crashing into more than 10 people along the way, and finally slammed into the wall on the other side of the arena, unable to peel himself off. The entire place fell silent. For the next month, let me tell you, it was like chopping vegetables. Shen Sangtian fought 3 matches a day, winning every single one in seconds, with his opponents not even managing to touch the corner of his clothes. After 34 days, he achieved 100 consecutive victories with ease. The girl who brought him in, 9527, also known as Black Pearl, was left dumbfounded. She initially thought she would have to collect the kid's corpse, but he cleared the game directly. Now, having achieved 100 wins, Shen Sangtian was ready to leave. Before he left, he kindly looked at Black Pearl, who had been taking care of him, and asked, "Hey, this place is boring. How about you come with me?" Black Pearl panicked and said, "What are you thinking, big brother? The king of slaughter, that old pervert, can let people go? This place is only for entering, not for leaving. Don't you know?" Let me tell you, that guy Shen Cangqiong just laughed at that moment, looking utterly carefree, and I was completely thrown off. He said, "That old man has 2 outcomes. Either I beat him into agreeing, or he honestly accepts my gift and politely sees you out." Goodness, with that attitude. One would think he was here to collect protection fees in the City of Slaughter. But then He Jinju thought about it, and indeed, after observing for over a month, the perverse rules in the City of Slaughter that can suppress all soul masters seem completely useless here with Shen Sanqiong. When you put it all together, it seems like this might actually work. The next second, bang, the person came out. I tell you, just after breathing in the fresh air outside, Black Pearl was so excited that she almost performed a backflip on the spot. And what about Shen Sangqiong? He glanced at his freshly baked, warm, killing god domain, and his expression was like someone who had fought for half a day on Double 11 only to find out they had overpaid by $50, full of disdain. He muttered something about recycling waste and directly summoned his true dragon martial soul, opening that huge blood-red mouth and chomp. He treated that supposedly impressive killing god domain as a dessert after a meal. Just as he finished devouring the domain, the live broadcast room exploded. What was this 1,000 Dao, Flow Poseidon? The 2 top-tier continent experts were left dumbfounded, sending bullet comments saying that this martial soul had exceeded their understanding. But the most explosive reaction came from Lu Erlong. Family, who understands, the main radar was beeping. Directly on the public screen, she Shen Sangqiong. "You little brat. You've grown some skills, huh? You've even learned to keep a mistress? Where are you hiding her? Hand her over to me." Black Pearl was startled and quickly explained. Sister, don't misunderstand. I'm very pure with Cangqiong. But Lu Erlong's next line was even more outrageous. All right, if you really have a heart, come to Lamba Academy. I can't handle it alone. Good heavens, this setup. She is directly starting to recruit a harem sisterhood. The scene shifted to 3 days later by the seaside. Shen Cangqiong was still pretending to be a literary youth, reciting the setting sun is infinitely beautiful, leaving Black Pearl stunned, thinking she had encountered a talented person. But the next second, he directly wrapped his arm around Black Pearl's waist, and step by step, like going upstairs, with nothing underfoot, they ascended into the sky. The live broadcast room went crazy, a group of people shouting that physics didn't exist anymore, saying that the flight of the tidal Doloa was completely weak compared to this. After strolling around in the sky for a while, they landed on an island. Just after landing, a group of fierce pirates surrounded them. But then the main character appeared, a particularly cool sister named Purple Pearl. She wasn't scared at all and asked, "Did you fly here?" Shen Cangqiong still wanted to play dumb, saying, "Oh, I just passed by." Purple Pearl rolled her eyes. "Don't play coy. I can see clearly. You came from my island. Let me tell you, I thought they were going to fight." But Shen Cangqiong, this kid, knew how to resolve conflicts. He waved his hand, and whoosh, gold soul coins rained down, burying those dozens of pirate minions. Then he arrogantly said, "This money is for food and lodging. Is it enough? Lead the way. Let us have a seafood feast first, then a presidential suite. Family, who can withstand this kind of wealth?" A few days later, this guy was full and happy, went fishing alone in the sea. Guess what? In no time, the sea turned turbulent, and a fish several stories high surfaced, rolling its eyes, and with a bang, it exploded a soul bone that had been around for 40,000 years. The live broadcast room went wild, saying he was lucky. But guess what? This was just the beginning. Shen Cangqiong, it was as if he had activated a cheat, going down once, coming up with a big fish, bringing back a soul bone. Go down again, come up with another big fish, and another soul bone. As long as it was over 10,000 years old, it was a 100 soul bone drop, as punctual as clocking in at work. Finally, the entire live broadcast room went silent, a deathly stillness. Everyone was silenced by this ridiculous drop rate, feeling like their worldview was being repeatedly crushed. In this silence, a bullet comment slowly floated by. It was Pope BB Dong. She just asked, "Was that scene real?" Shen Cangqiong responded firmly, "Yes, Pope. What do you have to instruct?" BB Dong immediately started recruiting. "Come to my spirit hall. You can bring your sister Lu along." Shen Cangqiong, "Not going." BB Dong, "Then are you selling the soul bone?" Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Emperor of Heaven Do hurriedly followed. I'll buy it. We have money." In the end, Shen Cangqiong just said 2 words, "Not selling." "Hey, just playing." After this incident, Purple Pearl came to find him. She was a bit shy and said she had discovered an ancient ruin before, but couldn't open the door with her soul emperor strength and wanted to collaborate with Shen Cangqiong to explore the treasure. She even emphasized, "I can see it. Even though you usually act unseriously, you're a good person and definitely 1T kill for treasures." Shen Cangqiong, hearing this, thought, "Good person card? All right, I'll help with this." He agreed immediately. When they arrived at the place, the door that Purple Pearl couldn't break opened no matter what. Shen Cangqiong went up and punched it, and the door disappeared, dust flying everywhere. Once inside, it was like a museum. Purple Pearl, with her keen eyes, discovered a blueprint that read level 5 soul guidance cannon. Shen Cangqiong took a look and exclaimed, "Oh wow, an antique from 10,000 years ago." He even gave her a science lesson, saying this thing, as long as the energy tube is sufficient, one shot can unleash the power equivalent to a full force attack from Soul King. In a live broadcast room, Ning Fengji immediately couldn't sit still, frantically bidding, "Young friend, sell me the blueprint for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You can name your price. You can pick 10 items from the sect's treasury." The head of the 9-heart begonia family was even more ruthless, directly saying, "Give me the blueprint, and my Yi family will risk life and death for you in the future. I'll send my daughter, Yi Lingling, to your academy as a hostage." But in the end, Shen Cangqiong still said, "Not selling." He said if this thing got out, it would be played with by the big powers, and ordinary people would have even less chance to survive. Look at this mindset. They continued deeper, and all the little treasures along the way were picked up by Purple Pearl, making her very happy. When they reached the innermost part, they found an even more amazing level 9 sky splitting cannon blueprint. Purple Pearl was puzzled why there was no physical object, and Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes at her, saying this thing could take down a tidal Doloa with 1 shot. Who could afford to make it? Just as he finished speaking, a wall nearby collapsed with a crack. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Behind the wall were neatly arranged thousands of small boxes. After counting, there were 1,200 storage soul guidance devices. They struck it rich. Shen Cangqiong was generous, saying, "We'll split them in half." But guess what? Purple Pearl actually refused. She said the benefits this time were already enough, and without you, I wouldn't even be able to enter the door. These are all yours. Good heavens. This directly moved Shen Cangqiong, and he immediately acknowledged her as a friend, patting his chest and saying, "All right, you will be my friend from now on. In the future, if you want to hunt soul rings or encounter trouble you can't solve, come find me at Lamba Academy anytime. Bro will take care of you." And guess what? After hearing this, Purple Pearl burst out laughing, pointing at Shen Cangqiong's little face and saying, "Oh my, has anyone told you that your little adult look is really funny? I'll tell you, the relationship between these two has been established, and the days just go by like this." In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Shen Cangqiong spent every day fishing and relaxing on the island, while Zijinju finished dealing with matters on the island and came over to chat with him. One day, she mysteriously leaned in and said, "Hey Xiaoqiong, I want to tell you a secret. There's a place in this sea called Sea God Island where you can participate in the Goddess test. As long as you pass, the rewards are, I tell you, simply overwhelming. There are divine soul rings, enhancements to soul ring lifespan, you name it. So, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try? I can take you there." She thought Shen Cangqiong would be so excited that he would jump up, right? But the guy didn't even lift an eyelid and simply replied with 2 words, "Not going." Zijinju was stunned at the time and asked why. "With your talent, wouldn't you just take off right there? You might even become a great priest in the future." But Shen Cangqiong sneered and said something that shattered the sky. "See God? Just a piece of trash that's extremely hypocritical. You want me to participate in his goddess test? Isn't that disgusting?" Wow. As soon as these words came out, Zijinju's face turned pale, and she was nearly scared out of her wits, quickly rushing over to cover his mouth, looking around like a thief to see if anyone was there. Meanwhile, in that so-called comparison video, the comments section exploded into chaos. Those people from Sea God Island, like the Sea Dragon de Loa and Starfish de Loa, were all howling like cats that had their tails stepped on, demanding that Shen Cangqiong die. Even their high priest Poseidon personally intervened, shouting from a distance for him to immediately roll over to Sea God Island and apologize, or else he would bear the consequences. But Shen Cangqiong, this guy, was all about courting death and directly confronted Poseidon in the comments. He said, "Poseidon, you old woman, can't even leave Sea God Island. Yet you dare to stretch your neck out to bite me? Your subordinates, the title Doloa, the strongest, is just level 95. If he dares to come to Blue Tyrant Academy to find me, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red." Poseidon was so enraged that he was dumbfounded, asking how he knew so much about Sea God Island, whether it was Thousand Ways Flow who leaked the secret. Thousand Ways Flow was beside him, watching the show, and was completely dumbfounded, saying he hadn't done anything. But Poseidon didn't listen at all, and was convinced it was him. Shen Cangqiong was still fanning the flames, teaching Thousand Ways Flow how to pursue girls, saying if you can't make her fall in love with you, then make her hate you. Family, who understands? In the next second, he fully unleashed his firepower, teasing Poseidon. "So, Poseidon, you little brat, if you have the ability, come catch me. I'll be washing myself clean at Blue Tyrant Academy waiting for you. If you can catch me, I'll let you hee." I spray my drink out at that moment. What kind of vicious words are these? Poseidon exploded on the spot, smashing everything in the palace to pieces. Without saying a word, he directly ordered the Sea Dragon, Sea Star, and Sea Spear, 3 title the law, to go to Lamba Academy to capture people. Over here, Zijin Pearl was also curious and quietly asked him, "Why do you have such strong hostility towards the sea god?" Shen Cangqiong revealed the little issues about Sea God Island. He said, "You know there's a guardian beast on Sea God Island called the Magic Soul Great White Shark, right? He calls it little bye-bye." Zijin Pearl was still complaining about the name. Shen Cangqiong ignored him and continued, "The Great White Shark clan and the Evil Eye Orca clan are sworn enemies, right? So why didn't that sea god, help his mount eliminate its enemies before ascending? Later, Little Bai's brother was killed by the Orca clan, and Sea God Island didn't even bother to send someone to take revenge on a regular Orca. Isn't that pure workplace PUA, treating people as mere tools?" As soon as these words were spoken, Little Bai in the bullet comments was stunned and asked, "Yeah, why?" Poseidon was still making empty promises, saying, "Little Bai, don't be fooled. There will eventually be an explanation for your brother's matter. Shen Sanqiong sarcastically added, yes. Little by bye, don't worry. Once the evil-eye Orca King dies of old age, Sea God Island will give you an explanation. You have to understand the difficulties of leadership. Goodness, Little Bai was directly awakened. He said he understood. Then sent a clan member to secretly inform Zijin Pearl that Sea God Island had sent 3 title Doloa to capture Shen Sanqiong, urging her to quickly notify others to escape. After this incident, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 years passed. Shen Sanqiong wasn't idle either. While claiming to study soul rings and soul bones, his level skyrocketed like he was on a rocket, and before he knew it, he had reached level 70, leaving Zijin Pearl in shock. To prove his research results, he casually killed a 70,000-year sea spirit beast in front of Zijin Pearl, as if it were a game. Then this guy got cocky, feeling that 70,000 years was not enough, and directly asked Zijin Pearl where he could find a 100,000-year soul beast. Zijin Pearl was horrified and said, "Bro, don't be reckless. A 100,000-year soul beast is completely different from 70,000-year soul beast." Shen Sanqiong smirked mischievously, scaring Zijin Pearl into dropping her materials and running away. He picked up a map and studied for 3 days before finding a territory called the Iron Dragon Lobster King. As soon as he arrived, an attack hit him in the face. The Lobster King was also short-tempered and started fighting right away. Shen Sanqiong cursed about the lack of martial ethics and charged in. Let me tell you, that scene was catastrophic. They fought for over 10 minutes, almost sinking a perfectly good island. In the end, a level 70 soul sage without even a 7th soul ring managed to take down a 100,000-year soul beast comparable to a level 92 title Doloa. This shook the world. The bullet comments were filled with what the heck. The Sword Doa and Bone Doa from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School couldn't sit still, and Ning Fengji regretted it deeply, saying they had to act immediately to recruit him. On the side of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui was also anxious, directly ordering Prince Shui Qinghe to spare no expense to bring Shen Sanqiong into the royal camp. The fool Xuebing still wanted to take credit, but was shot down by his father with a single sentence, which was hilarious. You think this is the end? There's even more explosive news ahead. After Shen Sanqiong absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, he held the shiny 100,000-year soul bone, frowned, and then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he began to forcibly refine this new 100,000-year soul bone into his already full body. The process was painful just to watch. He was sweating profusely, but he actually succeeded. He fused the 100,000-year lobster soul bone with his original right arm soul bone into a brand new soul bone with an even higher age. Although the loss was significant, and the 100,000-year soul bone only increased the original by 50,000 years. This operation was simply mind-blowing. It completely overturned the understanding of the entire Dolua continent. Now, all major forces went completely crazy. Those who were still hesitating before now acted like cats smelling fishy scents, preparing to spare no expense to bring this great god, Shen Sanqiong, back. I have to tell you, the reaction of Bibi Dong over at the Spear Hall was simply amazing. She was sitting on the Pope's throne, listening to her subordinates say that the Chrysanthemum Doloa was held up by someone named Yu Shaojiang. Can you guess her reaction? Angry? Furious? Not at all. She didn't even furrow her brow and immediately turned to her precious disciple, Gulaina, with a smile, and asked, "Nana, do you want to try fusing soul bones?" Well, Gulaina was so excited that she nodded like a chick pecking at rice, saying she was willing and not afraid of hardship. Bibi Dong was extremely satisfied and directly painted a big picture for her. "Okay, I'll find a few people to be guinea pigs first. Once it's safe, it'll be your turn. Just go all out and don't worry about wasting. Our spirit hall lacks everything. But we definitely don't lack soul bones that are decades, or even hundreds of years old. We have so many that we can use them to prop up tables." Just listen to those words. It's pure Versailles. At the same time, the other major forces, including various sects and aristocratic families, were almost flipping tables in their conference halls. After arguing for a long time, they all calmed down and started counting their assets, and instantly they all became emo. Let me tell you, that scene was so awkward it could make a 3-bedroom apartment feel cramped. They rummaged through everything and found that their entire sect combined couldn't even gather 10 soul bones. And there were only a pitiful 1 or 2 that were over 20,000 years old. What kind of game is this? The big shots who were just slamming tables and glaring earlier all silently returned to their seats. either staring at the ceiling or examining their nails. Playing the game of as long as I don't look at you, the awkwardness is all on you. The younger generation beside them wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to, their faces turning purple from holding it in. But do you think that's the end of it? No. Compared to the video of Shen Cangqiong, he wasn't done yet. This guy seemed dissatisfied with the age of the right arm bone. He had just fused. Can you believe it? He actually took out another right arm bone and started refining it in front of everyone on the continent. This time, with experience, he was twice as fast, seamlessly integrating it. Then he muttered to himself, not bad. If I get another piece that's several thousand years old, this arm can reach 100,000 years. Saying that, he pulled out another piece. The next scene was simply a frenzied personal show. You could see Shen Cangqiong over there, taking soul bones, refining soul bones, familiarizing himself with the power, then taking soul bones and refining soul bones again. It was like an assembly line. Soon, with a flash of light, the 2 soul bones on him had already skyrocketed to 100,000 years, and his soul power had reached level 80. At this point, the bullet comments exploded. Some people started calculating, wait a minute, 200,000 year soul bones, plus 100,000 year soul ring. How come he only leveled up by 10? This cost performance is too low, right? A bunch of people agreed, saying they were glad they didn't act impulsively, or they would have lost a fortune. As a result, Zhu Zhuyan from the Star Luo Empire directly fired back. Are you all blind over there in the Heaven Do Empire? Didn't you see the color of the 6 10,000 year soul rings in front of Shen Cangqiong? They're so dark they could almost drip ink. It's obvious that the extra soul power was absorbed by the soul rings, upgrading the soul rings' age. What the hell? Can it be played like this? Yu Tianheng immediately didn't believe it and jumped out to refute, only to be ridiculed by Zhu Zhuyan, who said he was just a greenhouse flower that had never experienced the harshness of society. No wonder the Tiando Royal Academy couldn't win the championship every year. Shui Wearer was still the same, directly in the barrage for verification. Shen Cangqiong himself also came out and replied, Zhu Zhuyan is right. However, this move is my martial soul's special ability. Don't learn it, or you'll explode, and if you do, don't come looking for me. He said this, but I felt this guy was quite mischievous. He just wanted to see those hard-headed people go and become guinea pigs. Sure enough, those big powers were as shrewd as monkeys, all waiting for the naive ones to step on the mines for them. And what about Shen Cangqiong in the video? He was already an 80-level boss, directly taking the map to find the nearest 100,000 year soul beast, rushing over and spending more than 6 minutes to take down a big crab, absorbing the soul ring and merging the soul bone, all in one go. Then, the screen fast-forwarded crazily. By the time we reacted, the 7 soul bones on Shen Cangqiong, left arm, left leg, right leg, head, torso, plus the external soul bone, had all turned into 100,000 year level. His soul power had also skyrocketed to level 90. And it wasn't over yet. He casually killed another 100,000 year soul beast. And after absorbing the soul ring, his soul power was directly fixed at level 94. 9 bright red 100,000 year soul rings, plus a full set of 100,000 year soul bones. The barrage was completely silenced. Everyone was dumbfounded. It turned out he was really telling the truth when he said he was a 94-level title Doluo. Now, the envoys from Sea God Island who were thinking of capturing him had their legs go weak, discussing sending someone back to report the news quickly, while the rest waited in place for 2 months. If no reinforcements came, they would just slip away. Ning Fengji didn't say a word and headed straight for his own treasury, preparing to bring all his possessions to visit Shen Cangqiong. Only Bibi Dong sighed and had her subordinates call back Zhu Duo, saying, there's no need. Someone with this level of strength can no longer be anyone's subordinate. He will only be his own boss. You understand the heart of an emperor, Bibi Dong. The video wasn't over yet. The scene shifted, and Shen Cangqiong returned to Purple Pearl Island. Purple Pearl looked at him, her eyes red, but her mouth was still trying to be tough. Shen Cangqiong smiled, and the scene suddenly flashed, jumping directly to 3 years later. Damn, 3 years. What happened in between? Just then, 3 years later, Shen Cangqiong was fishing by the core lake of the Starry Forest, complaining, why isn't there a single fish? Suddenly, a huge bull's head emerged from the lake, and the Tianqing Niupong, heavenly blue bull python, was caught off guard by his remark about the absence of fish. Shen Cangqiong's eyes lit up upon seeing it. Oh, you must be the Tianqing Lulang, right? Deming was furious. It's Tianqing Niupong, not Lulang, and I'm not a fish. Just as it was about to teach this human kid a lesson, Shen Cangqiong threw a swift punch, so fast it was almost invisible, directly hitting Deming on the forehead. With a bang, Deming saw stars, a huge bump visibly forming on its head, and it collapsed straight away. Then the scene shifted again to Ming, the Titan giant ape, who had been chasing Shen Cangqiong for almost 3 months to avenge his brother. Shen Cangqiong, annoyed by the chase, stopped on a tree, looked at the approaching Ming, sighed, and knocked it down with a punch. Just when everyone was trying to process this hilarious and absurd scene, the screen went black, and a new comparison began. This time, the protagonist was Tang San. As the scene brightened, a vastly more handsome Tang San appeared, making his way into the city of slaughter. The comments were all discussing whether he had undergone cosmetic surgery. Ma Hongjun was so envious he was drooling. When Tang San entered the city of slaughter, the receptionist's attitude was extremely cold. He began his endless questions. What kind of place is the city of slaughter? What are the rules? Why doesn't the spirit hall, which is so righteous, come to eliminate you? The receptionist in black gauze was speechless, looking at him as if he were an idiot, and explained, "Bro, this is just a giant prison for all the world's fallen ones. You can only enter but not exit. Why would the spirit hall come to eliminate a place that is beneficial to the world?" And guess what conclusion Tang San came to after hearing this? He sneered. Sure enough, the existence of a city of slaughter is the result of the spirit hall's indulgence. I was completely taken aback. Who understands this, family? How does this thought process even work? Soul masters from all over the world benefit from the existence of this place. Yet for him, it has become a black mark on the spirit hall. Both Tang San from 2 worlds were simultaneously triggered, arguing in the bullet comments, saying that the city of slaughter is evil and must be destroyed. Even Yu Xiaojiang came down to speak for him. In the end, it was Bibi Dong who sent a bullet comment, implying, "Everyone stop arguing. If he really dares to act recklessly, the spirit hall will personally discipline him." TSK, TSK. What a chaotic scene. Just then, in the video, the black-clad receptionist had already lost interest in him and was leading the way in silence. Suddenly, a mesmerizing and stunning figure appeared. She saw someone trying to ambush Tang San and actually stepped in to help him. The two started chatting just like that. At that moment, in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong, who had been staring at the light screen, softly uttered a name with a complicated expression. "Nana, I'll tell you, the future version of you seems to have a bit of a crush on that Tang San kid." Huh? Bibi Dong, being the teacher, suddenly turns into a gossiping best friend, looking at Hulaina with a mischievous smile. I was right there and saw everything clearly. Hulaina's little face turned red in an instant, and she stubbornly said, "Teacher, I don't." Family, who understands? She says she doesn't want it. But the future handsome version of Tang San is indeed a bit lethal for a beauty lover like Hulaina. However, it's just like that. Our Laina, some love-struck fool. She quickly found an excuse, saying she just wants to focus on her training now. Otherwise, how would she compete against Shen Cangqiong in the elite competition? Goodness, as soon as she mentioned Shen Cangqiong and all those soul bones he has, her excuse suddenly became incredibly convincing. Seeing her like this, Bibi Dong didn't tease her anymore. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry. At that moment, the comparison video suddenly fast-forwarded. In the footage, Hulaina and that Tang San, who is using the alias Tang Yin, were interacting quite frequently in the Slaughter City. I tell you, these two were practically putting on a play of ambiguous tension, with Tang San keeping a perfect distance that left Hulaina completely enchanted. Soon, both of them achieved 100 victories. Guess what happened next? At this crucial moment, a quick-tongued guy in the comments suddenly revealed Tang San's secret. Holy crap, this Tang San has a twin martial soul. The other one is the Haotian hammer. So, isn't he a member of the Haotian clan? I immediately spat out my drink. This guy knows how to create a show atmosphere. With one sentence, he directly brought the mood in the room to an awkward freeze. The Wuhuan Hall side had dark expressions. Something that was understood among them was forced to be called out, and now everyone was left in an uncomfortable position. The 2 worlds Yu Xiaojiang quickly stepped in to clarify, saying that Tang San grew up outside and doesn't count as part of the Haotian sect. He is my only disciple. The 2 Tang Sans also expressed their stance, saying that they are not familiar with the Haotian sect, and they have ignored our family. So it's better to not have this sect. I have to say, Bibi Dong seizing this opportunity is simply textbook level. She immediately extended an olive branch to the 2 Tang Sans. Come to our spirit hall. With your talent, you'll be a titled Doluo in the future, and you can sit wherever you like among the elders. This move is simply the pinnacle of the latest 2025 edition of workplace Machiavellianism. It kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only can she completely win over Yu Xiaojiang, but she can also protect Tang San in a legitimate way. And, at the same time, repay the favor for Tang Hao's heavy injury to Qin Xuanji back then. The 2 Tang Sans had never seen such a scene before and immediately expressed, "Thank you, Your Holiness, we will consider it." This made Tang Hao and Ain, who were hiding behind the screen, extremely angry, but they didn't dare to speak out. Lu Erlong couldn't hold back her anger and directly criticized Bibi Dong for being scheming, only to be silenced by Bibi Dong's retort. "Do you have the ability to help him?" A mere soul sage trying to compete with the Pope. After this wave of tension, everyone's attention returned to the video. In the footage, Tang San and Hu Laiina rejected the invitation of the King of Slaughter and began to challenge the final level. I tell you, their treatment compared to Shen Cangqiong is like heaven and earth. What dark golden, 3-headed bat kings and 10-headed blazing sun snakes are just being thrown at them like they're worthless. The two supported each other and finally managed to reach the end. At this point, Hu Laiina could no longer hold on and directly asked Tang San to knock her out. At that moment, I thought to myself, he has to carry the person out, right? But instead, this guy, after taking down Hu Laiina, pulled out a beautiful celestial herb from his pocket with a blank expression and without even looking at it. He directly threw it into the abyss of the earth. At the same time, he muttered, "City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. I hope you like the gift I've left behind." After saying that, he picked up Hu Laiina and ran away. The whole place erupted. What kind of operation is this? Instantly, someone in the barrage asked what that celestial herb was. An old man named Yang Wudi, who obviously had a grudge against Tang Hao, immediately jumped out to explain, saying that thing was called snow-colored swan kiss, a poison capable of destroying the world. The entire city of Slaughter would be doomed. The Titan elder of the Power Clan, probably guessing that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, wanted to smooth things over and asked if he had seen it wrong. But Yang Wudi completely ignored him and turned to warn his granddaughter. "Xiang, remember this kid's face. Avoid him when you see him in the future. Don't be fooled by him." The king of the city of Slaughter panicked on the spot and shouted to Elder Yueguan of the Spirit Hall for confirmation. Yueguan didn't respond for a long time, and that silence was even more terrifying than an answer. Now the entire city of Slaughter, all the outlaws from both worlds, were in an uproar. Give Tang San some strength. As long as he dares to come, no matter who is behind him, he has finished. As for Bibi Dong from both worlds, she lightly issued a statement saying this matter had not occurred yet, and had ordered Yu Xiaojiang to strictly discipline him. In translation, it means, "I know, but I won't intervene." The scene shifted to reality, where Tang San was so angry his face turned green, complaining to his teacher. Guess what Yu Xiaojiang said? "The mouth is on someone else's body. Can you out-argue so many people? Work hard to become stronger. As long as you become a titled Doluo, who would dare to confront you?" Goodness, this motivational speech is a bit too toxic. Just then, the second comparison video ended. The final result came out, and let me tell you, that scene was just too funny. World 1, Shen Cangqiong, approval votes, 431, 241, 017. World 2, Tang San, approval votes, 4. Haha, you read that right, just 4 votes. Huowu immediately opened her mic. Let me guess, are these 4 votes from his 2 worlds fathers, plus his 2 worlds teachers? The whole place burst into laughter. Even the villains in the city of Slaughter didn't vote for him. He really is something else. Then came the rewards. On Shen Cangqiong's side, 10 pieces of cross-border talisman fragments, 1 10,000-year selectable external soul bone, upgrade pill formula, and 100,000 points. Each one was top-notch. Now looking at Tang San's side, just 1 piece of cross-border talisman fragment, 1 10-year soft bone rabbit right arm bone. Folks, 10 years. Picking up trash is better than this. The pill formula is just a fragment, and the points are a pathetic 10. This comparison is basically a public execution. Next, they drew lucky audience members, 10 spots, and good grief, all from World 1. The people from World 2 were dumbfounded, complaining that they were just here to make up the numbers. Just when everyone was discussing heatedly, Lu Erlong leaned over to Shen Cangqiong and quietly asked if there was any problem with the leak of the pill formula. Shen Cangqiong calmly reassured her. Lu Erlong is quite the character. She was worried about serious matters one moment and gossiping about Shen Cangqiong and that purple pearl the next, asking what happened between them. Shen Cangqiong gave a bitter smile. "Do you believe me if I say nothing happened?" Lu Erlong rolled her eyes, her expression as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Suddenly, the big screen lit up again, announcing a major news. Starting tomorrow, various rankings will be announced at irregular intervals. What spirit rankings, battle power rankings, genius rankings, and also The Rouge rankings. Boom. The entire barrage area was in an uproar. Especially that Rouge ranking. To put it bluntly, it's a beauty ranking. The girl group from Tianxue Academy felt that this ranking was tailor-made for them, and Huwu was also unwilling to be outdone, while Feng Xiaotian transformed into a sycophant, wildly cheering. Finally, someone made a decisive statement. Stop fighting, the number one in the beauty ranking, besides the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who else could it be? Shen Cangqiong ignored all this and directly took Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and the other 10 people to the back mountain to start the first lesson. Teacher, Cangqiong, what do you want us to do? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Shen Cangqiong's method was simple and brutal. Without using soul power, endure for an hour in my true dragon domain. Dai Mubai was still mumbling. So simple? Shen Cangqiong smiled and directly sealed the soul power of all 10 people, then opened the domain. Let me tell you, that thing is like turning on 10 times gravity. With a series of dull thuds, apart from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who lasted a few more seconds. The remaining 8, including Dai Mubai, all collapsed to the ground like pancakes, unable to hold on for even a second. Shen Cangqiong closed the domain and teased Dai Mubai. Didn't you say it was very simple? How come you can't even beat a girl? Dai Mubai's face turned red. Still wanting to argue, only to be shot down by Zhu Zhuqing's eye roll. He got angry on the spot, wanted to show off as her fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing, watch your identity. However, Shen Cangqiong directly stepped in and retorted. In the academy, everyone is the same. If we really talk about identity, she is the main force. And you are just a substitute. That was a real heart-stabbing remark. Dai Mubai instantly wilted. Just then, Lu Erlong hurried over. Cangqiong, Sect Master Ning is here, bringing Sword de Law and Bone de Law, saying he wants to see you. Goodness, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's full family meal package is delivered right to the door. Shen Cangqiong asked Ning Rongrong to follow, while the others were dismissed, and he went to the reception room. Once inside, Ning Fengji was exceptionally polite, praising Shen Cangqiong for being young and promising. Shen Cangqiong responded politely as well. Ning Rongrong sweetly called out Pop and Grandpa's, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After some pleasantries, Ning Fengji began to probe, asking Shen Cangqiong what he thought of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong's answer was watertight. I have no ill feelings towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for the Spirit Hall cannot fall. Ning Fengji was silent for a long time, nodded, and then suddenly changed the subject. Young friend Cangqiong, what do you think of my daughter? Here it comes. The main event. Shen Cangqiong said, very good. Ning Fengji directly revealed his intentions. When Rongrong grows older, how about a marriage alliance between our 2 families? Shen Cangqiong did not immediately agree, saying this matter had to be discussed with Erlong. But he had a better idea, which was to let Ning Rongrong join the new inner academy he had established at Lamba Academy. Ning Fengji, being an old fox, immediately asked, what are the benefits of joining the inner academy? I tell you, the next sentence that Shen Cangqiong said nearly made Ning Fengji crush the teacup in his hand. He said, I can make Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Goodness, I tell you, as soon as I said that, Ning Fengji and the other 2 instantly jumped up from their chairs. Their expressions were like they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out. Especially Ning Fengji. His hand was shaking so much that he could barely hold the teacup, and he excitedly asked me, Young friend Cangqiong, is this true? Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. I laid it all out, saying that if I couldn't do it, Rongrong could leave at any time, and our cooperation would be immediately void. Just see if he dares to gamble. He didn't dare. This was the obsession of several generations of their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. He immediately made a decision, saying that Rongrong would be one of us at Bluna Academy from now on, and promised that whenever our academy needed help, their sect would definitely provide strong support. This was a huge profit. After those old guys left excitedly, Ning Rongrong blushed and quietly asked me if I really had the confidence. I thought to myself, of course. I'll go visit Dugubo tomorrow, and I'll just trade something valuable for his ice and fiery young eye. Just like that, it would be settled. Just as she relaxed, she remembered the marriage alliance matter, and her face flushed again. I was just about to say not to feel pressured when Lu Erlong shouted from outside that the titled Law Prince Shuechinga had arrived. Well, the main character is here. We were sitting in the reception room, and I told you I just sat there, saying nothing, staring at her with a judgmental gaze from head to toe. She became very uncomfortable under my scrutiny, and, in the end, it was she who couldn't hold back and asked me what I was looking at. She said she wanted to recruit me and asked me to serve the Tiendo royal family that day. I almost laughed out loud, thinking to myself, With the little that your family has, what can you possibly offer? I shook my head directly and said I didn't like being constrained, and frankly speaking, your Tiendo royal family can't afford me. This left her speechless, and her beautiful big eyes blinked several times. Who could understand her family? She probably had never seen someone so genuinely straightforward before. But she was also good at acting. After regaining her composure, she asked me what I wanted. Fine. If you insist on asking, then I won't hold back. I teased her and said the conditions were very simple. Once that top beauty ranking comes out, you just need to bring me the number 1 on the list, and this matter will be settled. I have to tell you, the expression on her face at that moment, I could see it twitching even through her disguise. She clearly knew I was calling her out. Yet she had to hold on and analyze it for me as if it was all perfectly reasonable, saying that once the rankings come out, the Spirit Hall would definitely snatch people, and how difficult this matter was. It was all an act, pure acting. I saw it clearly with my discerning eyes. Beneath her disguise, her face was almost turning green with anger. I just shrugged my shoulders, looking like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water, saying this is the condition, you deal with it. In the end, she couldn't hold it anymore, forced to smile, and found an excuse to slip away. I felt that if she stayed for even one more second, she would break down right there and kick me out. Watching her look both aggrieved and unable to explode was oddly cute. That evening, I took my newly formed team to practice at the Heavenly Fight Soul Arena. Guess what happened? Xiao Wu shyly came over and said she didn't have money to sign up. I was just like an old man on the subway looking at my phone, completely puzzled. After asking, I found out, wow, all the money was with Tang-san. The reason was that she didn't have a storage soul tool and was afraid of losing it. It's 2025, and there are still such ridiculous reasons? ISNT this, just the classic, I'll keep your money safe for your routine. At that time, I deliberately asked Zhu Zhuqing and the others, don't you have any money? They took out a few small wallets and said, we do. The scene was simply like a public execution. Ma Hongjun and the others couldn't stand it anymore and directly criticized, saying that Tang-san spends money on hidden weapons like it's nothing. Yet Xiao Wu couldn't even come up with a registration fee. It was outrageous. Zhu Zhuqing rarely joined in, saying that no matter how unreliable Dai Mubai is, he wouldn't mistreat the girls around him when it comes to money. I definitely couldn't just watch. So I tossed over a storage soul guide device with 100 gold soul coins inside, letting her use it first, as if I was lending it to her. Only then did Xiao Wu blush and accept it. The next day, while I was still asleep, Lu Erlong kicked me off the bed, almost giving me a subject 3 fall. As we were making a fuss, there was a loud bang from the sky. Boom. That comparison video was back, saying they were going to announce some sort of Rouge ranking. Let me tell you, when this ranking came out, both worlds went crazy. The women on the list get rewards, and the men who can win their hearts also get rewards. Isn't this a nationwide celebration? I won't mention those who ranked over 90. They just brushed by, and the rewards kept getting higher. But when it comes to the top 10, the scene is different. 10th place, Lu Erlong. I'm telling you, in the comments, everyone like Flandra is congratulating her. That Yu Xiaojiang, I bet his eyes turned green. Definitely calculating how to leverage that soul ring reward from over 90,000 years to turn his fortune around. 9th place, Princess Shueku of Tiendo. 8th place, Dugian. Those 2 old men, Dugabo, are complaining that their granddaughter's rank is too low. It's hilarious. They're really showing off. 7th place, Hu Laina, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. 6th place, Shui Binger, along with Fire Dance and a few others. 5th place, Yi Lingling and a few soul beasts. Lan Yin Huang Ain, Emerald Swan by G, held Demon Dragon King ZG. Then the heavyweight competitors come in. The comments went wild, with a bunch of people asking what that by G prefix beast is. I saw them arguing for a long time without a conclusion, so I casually sent a comment. What's the fuss? Isn't a fierce beast just a soul beast over 200,000 years? I tell you, just this one sentence caused the entire world channel to instantly crash. It was terrifyingly quiet. Then came an overwhelming wave of what the hell. Over at the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu went emo directly, probably thinking about how he has lived in this world without knowing so many secrets. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. I guess her mind is now full of thoughts about where to catch a 200,000-year-old soul beast to get me a ring. Hulaina beside her looked stunned, probably having her worldview shaken. Bibi Dong is also a doer. She immediately called out the ghost Dolua's name, sending him to investigate in the Stardow forest, but also reminded him not to take unnecessary risks if he couldn't win. As soon as the ghost Dolua left, I tell you on the other side, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family went into an uproar. In a conference hall, the old man Yu Yuanjin's face turned dark as he grabbed Yu Lumian beside him and asked, "Where did you pick up this Shen Cangqiong from?" This kid knows too much, right? Fierce beast. I've lived for almost 100 years and have never even heard of it. Goodness, Yu Yuanjin was completely in a state of being defensive, feeling that his understanding of Shen Cangqiong was even less than the dirt under the kid's toenails. Guess what Yu Luomian said? He just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. That expression was so casual. I bet he was thinking, who cares where he came from? As long as he treats my daughter well, he could have popped out from a rock crevice for all I care. Yu Yuanjin was so angry that his beard was bristling. So you don't know anything except that he treats your daughter well, right? Yu Luomian rolled his eyes back. Isn't that enough? Brothers, this paternal love is all about double standards. His gaze seemed to say to Yu Yuanjin, besides being a bit stronger, your brain is like a walnut, and you want to take on Shen Cangqiong? Do you think you're worthy? Just as it looked like the two were about to get into it again, the Grand Elder quickly stepped in to mediate. All right. We're all family. Why argue? Luomian is right. As long as we know that Shen Cangqiong has a close relationship with Erlong, that's enough. After all, Erlong has our family's blood running through her veins. When it comes to the survival of the family, will she really just stand by and do nothing? As he spoke, he shifted the topic directly to the Rouge ranking. Enough of the arguing, instead of wasting time on this. Why not study how to benefit from this ranking? I tell you, these old men are incredibly shrewd. The second elder's eyes lit up, and he immediately came up with a terrible idea. I have a thought. Let's quickly leverage our connections and find all the beautiful women from small families on a list. Then, let the single young men in our family pursue them, with our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family name and the promise of a main wife position. I don't believe they won't be tempted. Family members, who understands? This operation is simply the 2025 version of Family Marriage KPI, focusing on precise strikes to secure rewards. The elder, upon hearing this, immediately approved. Good idea. Let's do it. We need to act fast, or other forces might get ahead. Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian were still stunned on the side, while the elders had already issued orders in a flash. Their efficiency would earn praise even from Bibi Dong. Just as all the major forces began to plot their own schemes, the golden list in the sky lit up again. The second half has arrived. 4th place, Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong tied. Reward, self-selected soul, ring year limit increases by 97,000 years. Special reward. The one who wins their hearts also receives a 97,000 year soul ring reward. Good heavens! When this reward was announced, all the single men on the continent had their eyes turn red. This isn't just dating. This is practically a mobile 100,000 year soul ring. Before everyone could recover, the list continued to refresh. 3rd place, Snow Empress, Ice Empress tied. Reward, cultivation year limit increases by 98,000 years. 2nd place, Bibi Dong, Poseidon tied. Reward, self-selected soul, ring year limit increases by 99,000 years. I tell you, when Bibi Dong's name appeared, the entire Spirit Hall was in uproar. But more people were shocked. The Pope ranked 2nd. What must the 1st place be like? It's simply unimaginable. Some in the comments started making jokes. One is in the east, and the other in the west. Is the 2nd place determined by geographical location? Then is the 1st place one in the south and one in the north? On the other side, in the Haotian sect, Elder 7 slammed his palm down and shattered the table, his face turning red with anger. That which Bibi Dong. How could she be 2nd? The Spirit Hall has become even stronger now. Sect Master Tang Xiao, however, remained calm. What's there to panic about? No matter how strong she is, she's just one person. We will proceed according to plan. Let Yuehua use her connections to find the beauties on the list. As long as our Haotian sect's young men can win over 20, returning to the martial world will be just around the corner. As a result, Elder 3, that old 6, suddenly said, Sect Master, but Yuehua herself is ranked 6th on the list. How should we handle this? As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Zhao's face instantly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife. What do you mean? She is my biological sister. Back then, because she didn't awaken the Haotian hammer, you all drove her out of the sect, and I said nothing. But letting her marry the person she likes is my promise as her big brother. No one is allowed to have designs on her. Elder 2, seeing the atmosphere was off, quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, Elder 3. Let's let Yuehua's matter take its natural course. The list is very clear. It has to be done willingly. Forcing it won't work. Tang Xiao snorted coldly and then turned his gaze back to the golden list. I tell you, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the sky, and the atmosphere is so tense that it doesn't dare to breathe. Finally, the golden light shines brightly, and the information for the 1st place slowly appears. 1st place, Qian Renxue. Reward, self-selected soul ring year limit increased by 100,000 years. Identity: Saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. Current location: Tiando Imperial Palace. Boom. This piece of information directly left the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui, speechless. The Saintess of the Wuhuan Temple? In my palace? How come I didn't know? But that's not all. Tied for first place. Guyuna. Reward: cultivation year limit increased by 100,000 years. Identity: Master of Soul Beasts. Current location: Star Do Great Forest. Damn, I couldn't help but exclaim. This ranking list is really bold. One is a top spy lurking in the heart of the Empire, and the other is the leader of all soul beasts. This world is too crazy. Immediately after, the golden list announced that the rewards had been distributed, and then it went dark. But the whole world was just beginning to get lively. The Star Luo Emperor Dai Xianfeng was the first to jump out and mock on the public screen. Huh? Brother Shui, isn't this fun? The Saintess of the Wuhuan Temple is your undercover agent, and you still don't have a clue? Aren't you afraid that one day you'll wake up and find someone else sitting on your throne? Emperor Shui is not a pushover either, and he immediately retorted, how do you know your Star Luo Palace is clean? The Wuhuan Temple has spent so much effort to plant spies in our Tiando. If they couldn't even be bothered to set up a single piece for you in Star Luo, it just shows that you are so useless that they can't even be bothered to look at you. This counterattack was simply textbook level. Dai Xianfeng was directly choked and could only threaten back. You're just arguing. You should catch your own rats first before talking. Don't let news of your demise spread tomorrow. Emperor Shui turned off the public screen and immediately ordered Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to handle this matter. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw this, folks. Who did he let handle it? He let Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. He let Qian Rinxue herself catch the undercover Qian Rinxue. This operation is simply like letting a wolf investigate who stole the sheep. It's so entertaining. Of course, Shui was also afraid of tearing faces. He just asked the Crown Prince to find the person and politely send them back to the Wuhuan Temple. The scene shifted back to the Blue Tyrant Academy. In the principal's office, Lu Erlong was leaning in Shen Cangqiong's arms, her cheeks slightly flushed. It turns out there's one last step to take to get the reward. Shen Cangqiong smiled, probably afraid that the beauties on the list would be deceived out of their rewards. After a while of intimacy, Shen Cangqiong said he would lead a team to the Sunset Forest. The next evening, a group of people was on the road. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask, Senior Cangqiong, isn't this the road to the Great Soul Arena? Shen Cangqiong turned around and deliberately said in a voice everyone could hear, today, I'm taking you to the Sunset Forest, where there's a treasure that can help your 7-treasure glazed tile evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Really? As soon as Ning Rongrong heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, so excited she couldn't even speak. Let me tell you, the 9-treasure glazed tile is like the obsession of 8 generations of ancestors for their 7-treasure glazed sect. The next second, Ning Rongrong exclaimed and jumped up, directly hanging onto Shen Cangqiong. As a result, she accidentally kissed him mouth to mouth. Good heavens! The entire team, including Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, was petrified in place. The air was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. After a while, Ning Rongrong finally blushed and got off Shen Cangqiong, hiding to the side and too shy to speak. At this moment, Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, leaned over to Shen Cangqiong, and whispered, is what you said about that fierce beast true? Shen Cangqiong gave her a roll of his eyes. Of course. His expression seemed to say, 100,000-year soul beast, don't even know there's a big shot at your doorstep. You're really failing as a rabbit. Xiao Wu's eyes instantly dimmed, her voice carrying a hint of bitterness. Then, why don't they come out to protect our soul beast clan? If they were here, my mother wouldn't tea. Shen Cangqiong answered very straightforwardly. Do you even need to ask? Either selfish or just plain stupid. I was stunned at the time. Those words were too straightforward. Shen Cangqiong continued, those guys in the divine realm, as long as your cultivation isn't at 990,000 years, they can't be bothered with you at all. As long as Guyuna doesn't show up herself and sends a few fierce beasts to protect the little soul beasts, it would be completely fine. But what happened? They did nothing and just hid in their local stronghold. It's simply short-sighted. They deserve to be wiped out in the end. Xiao Wu clenched her fists upon hearing this, saying angrily, don't they know that once all of us weak soul beasts are gone, no matter how strong they are, the soul beast clan will also be extinguished? Shen Cangqiong was genuinely surprised this time and looked at Xiao Wu for a moment longer, saying, oh, I didn't expect this rabbit of yours to have such insights. Xiao Wu was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm not stupid. Can't I understand such a simple principle? Shen Cangqiong just chuckled and didn't say anything else. Seeing him like that made Xiao Wu extremely frustrated, but she didn't dare to explode and could only change the topic. So, how are Deming and Erming doing? They're doing fine, lively as ever. Shen Cangqiong recalled the big bump on the head of the sky blue bull python and felt like laughing. The group chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the center of the setting sun forest in a carriage. Shen Cangqiong stood before a patch of poisonous miasma, gathered his soul power, and called out loudly, "Dugubo, Shen Cangqiong has come to visit. Please show yourself." After a while, a somewhat surprised voice came out, "Shen Cangqiong? Guomin." As soon as the voice fell, the poisonous miasma automatically parted to reveal a small path. Shen Cangqiong led the way inside and reminded, "Don't touch anything after you go in. If you get poisoned, don't blame me." Behind the miasma, an old man with green hair, Dugubo, had been waiting. He got straight to the point. "What do you want, young friend?" Shen Cangqiong didn't bother to beat around the bush and laid it out directly. Two things. First, help you and your granddaughter detoxify. Second, exchange this treasure for your land. Dugubo's pupils constricted. How did you know I was poisoned? However, he quickly realized that this wasn't important. What mattered was the latter part of the statement. "Do you really have a way to help us detoxify?" "Of course." Shen Cangqiong replied confidently, "If you don't believe me, I could detoxify you first." Dugubo hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Okay, follow me." He also understood that with Shen Cangqiong's strength, it would be easy for him to kill him. There was no need for any tricks. Half an hour later, in the room, Shen Cangqiong withdrew his hand. You can feel it now. Dugubo didn't even need to feel. During the detoxification process, he felt increasingly relaxed, and the pain that had tormented him for decades disappeared without a trace. This feeling was wonderful. Since the poison was resolved, Shen Cangqiong asked, "What do you think about the second thing I mentioned, poison doluo?" Dugubo now looked at Shen Cangqiong more favorably and waved his hand. "You saved my life. So this piece of land will be a token of gratitude. What is there to discuss about exchanging? I just hope that in the future, if my granddaughter and I are attacked by the martial soul backlash, you can lend a hand again." Shen Cangqiong was directly amused by him. "Haha, if you knew what this piece of treasure land meant, you might even want to fight me for it." Dugubo shook his head. "What use is a treasure land if my life is gone?" He even made a joke. "What? Can this land grow something that allows one to become a god?" I was beside them and almost laughed out loud. "Brother, you really revealed the truth." Shen Cangqiong was also laughing uncontrollably, looking at him meaningfully. "I hope you won't regret it in the future." At this moment, Dugubo also realized that he had probably suffered a loss, and it was a significant one, but he was a tough guy and directly acknowledged it. Dugubo, keep my word." What he thought in his heart was that since he didn't know how to use it anyway, he would give it to Shen Cangqiong as a favor, and he would benefit in the future. "All right." Shen Cangqiong nodded and noted down this favor. After a moment, by the eye of ice and fire, Shen Cangqiong handed Dugubo a dragon-shaped fairy herb. "What is this? If you eat it, your martial soul will evolve, and you won't have to worry about being poisoned anymore." Dugubo gasped. He finally understood where he had lost out, but he still wanted to keep the fairy herb for his granddaughter. "I'm old, and my potential is gone. Such a good thing should be given to Yen Yen. Don't worry, there is something more suitable for your granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Dugubo was completely relieved and happily took the fairy herb to find a place to refine it. Once he left, Shen Cangqiong began a major sweep. He first picked all the useful fairy herbs, then plunged into the eye of ice and fire. More than half an hour later, he actually found the dragon bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King in a hidden place. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ning Rongrong successfully evolved her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tower thanks to the fairy herb. Her father, Ning Fengji, was so happy that he almost passed the position of sect master to her on the spot, wholeheartedly supporting his daughter to follow Shen Cangqiong in the future. That afternoon, on the back mountain of the Shrek Academy, Shen Cangqiong was instructing Zhu Zhuqing. He stopped the training, furrowed his brows, and said, "Zhuqing, you are a sensitive attack type, not a strong attack type. Your task is to harass, find weaknesses, and then strike decisively, not to face die Mubai head-on, understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Yes, I understand. I understand." After I nodded, Shen Cangqiong left me to reflect on my own. To be honest, he handles things quite reliably. Knowing I'm the type who shines with a little encouragement, no need for reminders. Then, he turned around and shouted to Xiao Wu, "Hey, you rabbit, you stopped too?" Goodness. I was right there watching, and Shen Cangqiong's brow was furrowed enough to squash a fly as he stared at Xiao Wu and asked, "I've never understood. What type of martial soul do you actually have? Explain it to me." Xiao Wu was also confused, blinking her big eyes and saying, "It's a strong attack type. Didn't you already look at my data?" Shen Cangqiong facepalmed, and his expression was just like an old man on the subway looking at a phone. With a face saying take another look at your skill list. He directly started criticizing. Strong attack type? Which strong attack type Soul Master's skill is charm? That's a control type. Okay, and there's teleportation and an invincible body. Your skill configuration is a patchwork. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for your protagonist Halo, with that mishmash of skills, you would have been kicked out of Shrek Academy long ago. Xiao Wu's face turned red from being scolded, and she muttered softly, but rabbits are so cute. Isn't it normal to be able to charm people? I almost burst out laughing at that moment, but Shen Cangqiong shot back directly. A cooked rabbit is cuter. You. Xiao Wu's face puffed up in anger, and she huffed, turning her head away. Just when Shen Cangqiong wanted to continue, suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the sky, rumbling. Wow, that noise was so loud that it stunned everyone, and all eyes turned to look up. Immediately after, that familiar and cold mechanical voice resonated throughout the world. Today, the talent list is announced, and the past life and present life character comparison is activated. Family who understands. It's happening again. The barrage instantly exploded, and everyone was spamming the screen. Wow, the talent list. Is this incredible fortune finally coming to me? Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait to see the rewards. That voice didn't give anyone time to react and directly started announcing the names. Talent list rank 100. Xiao Chilao. Reward. 1 great soul master pill. There's even a note below saying that this thing can directly raise a great soul master by 1 level. With no upper limit. I tell you, the whole world has gone crazy. That girl Shui Yuer directly cursed in the bullet screen. What the heck? Is there such a good thing? Is there also soul respect pill, soul sec pill, and title daw pill behind this? Wouldn't I become a god in a day? Then, the heavyweight came in. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong, directly called out on the public screen. The Spirit Hall is buying the Great Soul Master Pill in unlimited quantities. The price is negotiable. Come to the Spirit Hall for a face-to-face talk. Goodness, what a queen move. The recently ranked Xiao Chilio immediately replied like a sycophant. I sell. I sell. Your Majesty the Pope, look at me. This ranking list was like a menu, scrolling up rapidly, 90, 80, until it reported Oscar. 80th, Oscar. Innate Soul Power, level 7. Reward, 21 Great Soul Master Pills. Flander exploded on the spot, roaring in the bullet screen. Impossible. My little Oscar is the first food type with full innate soul power. You got the ranking wrong. As a result, that cold voice directly left him with a swollen face, publicly executing him in front of the entire continent. Ning Rongrong has innate level 9, level 26 at 12 years old, and still slacks off every day. Oscar is only level 29 at 14, and you still have the nerve to say he has full innate soul power? Flander was instantly speechless. I tell you, that scene was so awkward it could make 3 rooms and a hall. He bragged for so long, and in front of everyone. He ended up being stripped of his dignity. The ranking continued, what with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also making the list, and Dai Mubai's brother Davis was sarcastically commenting in the bullet screen. Dai Mubai's father, even more heavyweight, directly ordered him to hand over the pills to the family. Sigh. The grudges of the wealthy are just too much. Then the climax came. 12th, Zhu Zhuqing. Innate Soul Power, level 7. Acquired overall qualification, extreme. Reward, 49 Soul Sec Pills. At that moment, I saw Davis looking like he had seen a ghost, shouting wildly in the comments. How is that possible? She's only a level 7 and 8. How can she be ranked 12th? The system coldly replied, innate deficiencies can be compensated for later. She's working hard, unlike some people. At that moment, I had only one word in my mind. So, Zhu Zhuqing's move was simply against the heavens, giving a hard slap to the faces of all who looked down on her. Her father, the head of the Zhu family, who always goes with the wind, immediately shouted for her to come home as soon as he saw her succeed, even promising her an elder status. But Zhu Zhuqing ignored him completely and directly said, no need, I'm doing very well now. She shut him down so decisively. Then, there was a group of titled Duluos climbing the rankings, such as Jude Duluo and Ghost Duluo, with a special note that no one from the Haoyan sect made it to the list. The reason? They kept it a secret. Then, the situation took a turn. Rank 7, Xiao Wu, Innate Soul Power level 10. Rank 6, Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power level 10. Rank 3, Qianren Shua, Innate Soul Power level 20. The whole world was stunned. Isn't the highest innate soul power level supposed to be 10? Suddenly, Levels 15 and 20 popped up, shattering the worldview. Next, even more explosive news came. Rank 5, Tang San. First Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass. Second Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Innate Soul Power, Level 1. Special bonus, Xiantian Skill. Reward. Due to relying mainly on Xiantian skill to make the list, the reward will not be granted. Ha ha ha. I was almost laughing out loud beside it. Family, who understands? He made the list, but didn't fully make it. The system directly gave him a participation trophy, and the reward was air. The slap in the face was so hard that I felt pain through the screen. Sure enough, both versions of Tang San protested in the comments. Why? Shen Cangqiong also had a special bonus. Why did he get a reward? The system choked him with one sentence, because even without a special bonus, Shen Cangqiong would still be first, while you, without Xiantian skill, are just a waste with level 1 soul power. This was too harsh, and the comments were filled with mockery of him. Finally, the rankings were revealed. Rank 2, BB Dong, Dual Martial Souls, Acquired Talent of Supreme Limit. Tied for Rank 2, Shui Binger, Martial Soul Ice Phoenix, also of Supreme Limit. These two women directly overshadowed a bunch of innate level 15 and 20 monsters. It was simply absurd, and the first place was without a doubt. Rank 1, Shen Cangqiong, Martial Soul, True Dragon. Innate Soul Power, Level 50. Reward, 5 title Doluo Pills. After the rewards were distributed, the voice rang out again. The talent ranking is over. Now starting the third character comparison. Past and present Shen Cangqiong chapter. Wow. In an instant, everyone, including Lu Erlong, turned their 11 pairs of eyes towards me all at once. Their gaze was like an X-ray, as if they wanted to see right through me. Lu Erlong even leaned in closer, looking at me with a playful expression. Cangqiong, it seems your little secret is about to be exposed. I smiled awkwardly, feeling confused inside. What was there to say about my past life? Wasn't it just about eating, drinking, having fun, and playing games? Could it be that I had to publicly broadcast my daily online arguments and passionately criticize the black history of the original author, Tang San, in front of the entire continent? Family, who understands? I'm feeling awkward over here, and suddenly that broken light screen lit up. Well, since it's here, I might as well take a look. And let me tell you, just at first glance, I was completely dumbfounded. On the screen, there was a middle-aged man with a blank expression shouting, Shen Cangqiong, Fighting Power, 3 segments, low level. You? At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. What is this thing? Fighting Power? It sounded like a joke. The barrage instantly exploded. Shui Wearer from the Heavenly Water Academy directly opened her mic. Fighting Power 3 stages? Did they say that wrong or what? Having innate soul power at level 3 shouldn't be read like this, right? Immediately after, she started to output crazily. And what's up with this family? If your own brother's talent isn't good, it's one thing not to comfort him, but to mock him with sarcasm? This family culture is just ridiculous. They're bound to break apart sooner or later. I wanted to give her a like. Girl, you really get it. Back when I was watching this terrible plot, I cursed it even worse than you did. As a result, her sister Shui Binger and that whole Wushuang from the Chihua Academy got scared and quickly apologized in the comments, afraid I would get angry. I was still in shock when Lu Erlong gave me a push, and I finally reacted, hurriedly replying that it was fine. Come on, why would I be angry? What they said was all true. I just felt like I found someone who understood me. I even told them not to call me Your Excellency anymore. It sounds annoying. Just call me by my name. At that moment, Hulaina noticed something was off. She commented, wait, the people in this scene are only in their teens. But in the comparison video we watched earlier, there was no such part, right? He has already a 94th level title Delaw. How could he test as low level? That little girl Shui you were also caught on, fully revived and directly asked me, yeah, Brother Cangqiong, what's going on? I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. I can only type a reminder to them. Is it possible that you could just understand the literal meaning of the 4 characters' previous life in this life? The result? Everyone on the continent, one by one, became even more confused. Fine, I won't explain anymore. I told them to keep watching, as there would be plenty of big surprises later on. Sure enough, as the video continued, they watched my family members from my previous life go up one by one to test, mumbling something about fighting spirit and fighting power, and finally started to get a hint of the flavor. They began discussing where this place called Wutan City was, and, after asking around, whether it was the Heaven-Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, no one had ever heard of it. Just when everyone was puzzled, the scene changed. And I tell you, a fairy-like sister walked over to me. Her looks, if we were here, the Rouge list would have to give her a separate S level. The video also kindly marked her name, Gu Suner. She walked up to me, gently called me Brother Cangqiong, and then directly linked arms with me, saying in front of everyone, "No matter how others see you, in Sunner's heart, you will always be the strongest." Family, who understands this? This is simply the ultimate invincible. Soaring romance, novel female, lead configuration. The comments went crazy, with a group of people shouting that they also wanted such a devoted and beautiful sister. Some sharp-eyed people noticed her surname was Gu, not Shen, and said she wasn't even a biological sister, so it was on. Then, a knowledgeable guy jumped out to analyze, saying that Gu Sunner's family background must be extraordinary, and since I was so useless back then, these two were destined for tragedy. Goodness. His words directly provoked the Pope BB Dong. BB Dong got anxious and immediately rebutted. As long as you truly love each other, that's enough. Who cares what others say? At worst, we can find a place to live in seclusion. When I saw her reaction, I realized that this sister was definitely projecting her relationship with Yu Xiaojiang onto me, treating my previous life as her cyber-spiritual support. The knowledgeable guy saw that the Pope had spoken and immediately backed down, kneeling on the spot. The scene changed again, on a dark and windy night. I was lying alone on a cliff, questioning my life and lamenting whether my talent was wasted. Suddenly, a voice from the broken ring on my hand floated out, almost sending me off right then. A semi-transparent old man's shadow appeared, grinning and saying he had secretly absorbed my fighting spirit for 3 whole years to awaken. At that moment, my fists were clenched. Over the past 3 years, I had gone from a genius to a useless person, enduring countless disdain and mockery. And the culprit behind it all was this old man. This old guy knew he was in the wrong and quickly offered to compensate me. Liu Erlong and the others beside me were stunned and asked what was going on with this old man. I could only awkwardly explain that they could think of him as a soul with no body, just consciousness left. They were completely baffled by that. In the video, to make amends, the old man directly pulled out 2 top-tier gift packages. First, a cultivation method called Nameless True Method, which was the one that had given me a special boost on the talent list. Second, he said he would teach me alchemy and help me become an alchemist. As soon as I heard pharmacist, my heart sank. This thing is not the level of just messing around with herbs like in Dola continent. In the video, my past self also calmed down and started questioning this old man about his true capabilities. The old man was a bit embarrassed by my questions and immediately switched to bragging mode, saying that the best 6-tier pharmacist in their Gamma Empire, Guhi, was not even worthy to carry his shoes in front of him. Gamma Empire? As soon as those 4 words came out, the Snow Knight Emperor and the others couldn't sit still anymore. I had no choice but to reveal the truth. Yes, it is indeed another world. As soon as I said that, the entire Tluo continent's bullet comments exploded like the server was on fire. The Grand Prince Davis of Xinglua, feeling impulsive, said, "So can we unite to conquer that world?" I directly threw a hand in his face. I told him he should be thankful that the 2 worlds don't connect. Otherwise, the Doluo continent would have been renamed long ago. I reported the cultivation levels over there from Do Energy to Do Emperor, and then lightly added, any Do Emperor from there could easily topple your star Luo Empire within a day. As for what level Do Emperor corresponds to on our side, let's put it this way, a junior Do Wang is roughly equivalent to your title Do Luo. The entire world fell silent in an instant. I'm telling you, that scene was like everyone went on mute. Everyone was rendered speechless by this dimensionality reduction attack. In the video, I also reached an agreement with my old grandmaster. He gave me the cultivation methods and alchemy techniques, and I promised him that once I become powerful, I would help him refine a new body. The phrase refine a body got Ian and BB Dong excited, and the 2 of them frantically asked me what materials I needed. I told them the core material is called Waihu, a super powerful flame that exists in the world, and Doluo continent doesn't have it. Seeing their disappointed expressions, I didn't say much and let them continue watching. The video flashed, a month had passed, and during this month, I practiced crazily, making rapid progress in strength. However, just a few days after enjoying the good life, several uninvited guests came to my home. A proud-looking middle-aged woman, accompanied by a beautiful girl, casually took a sip of tea in front of my whole family and leisurely said, "Patriarch Shen, I'm here today to dissolve the engagement between my daughter and your Shen Cangqiong." I tell you, my dad's face turned dark at that moment, and his gaze was sharp like a knife, directly aimed at the girl named Nalan Yinran. He asked her, "Is this your family's intention, or is it your own?" Goodness. That woman maintained a high and cold demeanor the whole time, almost as if the words "I'm very noble" were carved on her face. She didn't even try to dodge and directly admitted, "It's my own decision, my family doesn't know." Who understands this kind of operation? It left me dumbfounded. Coming here to throw down the face of both families and stepping on it proudly, right? The middle-aged woman next to her, named Guyi, noticed that the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She directly took out a small box from her ring, slapped it on the table, opened it, and inside was a shiny elixir. She cleared her throat and said, "Chief Shen, please don't be angry. We know this matter has a bad impact on your esteemed household, and this is a small token of goodwill from our sect master, a gathering chi pill, personally refined by Master Guhi." I tell you, as soon as that name came out, my uncles and cousins were all wide-eyed, drooling almost. Their greedy looks were simply unbearable. The implication was that once they got this thing, this great shame would be considered over. I was furious at that moment. Isn't this bullying? I stood up, walked to the edge of the table, and said, "Senior Guyi, you should take this back. The dignity of my family cannot be bought with this broken pill." After saying that, I ignored the looks my uncles were giving me and walked straight to Nalan Yinran. She turned her face away from me and coldly said, "I don't like you. Can't you tell?" I found it laughable and said, "What a coincidence. A self-righteous princess like you, I wouldn't want even if it were given to me for free. But this matter isn't about whether you like it or not. It's something that our grandfathers agreed upon back in the day. You come here without a word and pull this stunt. Where do you think that leaves your grandfather's face?" She became impatient and said it was her business and had nothing to do with her grandfather. I finally understood. She had latched onto the Yunlin sect's big leg. Her wings had hardened, and she no longer cared about her own family. At that moment, I thought to myself, we guys can't lose our momentum. Without a second thought, in front of everyone, I quickly wrote a divorce letter and tossed it into her arms. I told her, "Listen up, it's not you who is annulling the marriage. It's me, Shen Cangqiong, who is divorcing you today." Then I walked away without looking back. Who understands my family situation? I made a stylish turn and left all the mess for my dad to deal with. I had just walked out of the hall when my good sister Sunur caught up with me, looking particularly downcast as she told me that she might have to leave soon. My heart sank a little. I had actually guessed it long ago. She wasn't one of us from the Shen family at all. Just think about it. Our old stubborn folks, even my dad, the clan leader, don't take them seriously. Yet they treat Sunur like a cat and mouse. Isn't this just the script of a hidden big shot? She told me that she comes from an ancient family called the Gu family and urged me to become stronger and definitely go to the central region to find her in the future. I was a bit confused at the time when the old man in my ring, Elder Yao, floated out and started giving me a lesson. He patted me and said, "Kid, stop being emo. If you want to get your girlfriend back with your current strength, you're not even worthy of carrying her shoes." Then he began to wildly educate me about the true nature of this world. He said that titles like Do Wang and Do Huang are considered top tier in our corner of the world, but in the central region, they are just mid-level officials. Do Zong is impressive, right? In our little area, they can be kings, but over there, they're at most high executives. Above them are Do Zun, the real big shots. And guess what? Above the big shots, there are super big shots, and above the super big shots, there's the ultimate big boss. Finally, he told me leisurely that my dear sister, Sunur's family, is at the very top of that pyramid. An ancient imperial clan that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Good heavens, I was truly emo at that moment. This wasn't just about chasing a girlfriend. It was like starting in hell, having to challenge the #1 guild in the world right from the get-go. But who are we? Pressure is motivation. This news didn't discourage me. Instead, it ignited my passion. From that day on, I immediately entered seclusion mode, seeing no one, just crazily training. I trained for 9 months. When I finally emerged from seclusion, I had recultivated back to the Do Sure level. Just when I was excited to share the good news with my dad, I noticed something was off at home. All the elders in charge looked worried, as if the family business was about to go bankrupt. I inquired about it, and wow, they really went bankrupt quickly. Our family's market business was taken down by a family called Jalia using a newly released healing medicine, and our market share was completely snatched away. Now the whole family is almost unable to make ends meet. I immediately went to buy a bottle of their healing medicine and brought it back to show to the old man in my ring. He held the bottle up to his nose and sniffed it, then made a face of disgust and simply said 2 words, "Trash." As soon as I heard there was a play, I quickly asked him, "Old man, do you have any better recipes here?" He rolled his eyes at me and said, "Nonsense. Any random one I take out will be several times more effective than this thing. I was originally planning to teach you how to refine medicine after you break through to the fighter level, but it's just right to let you practice with this simplest healing potion." I was scared at that moment, pointing to my own nose and saying me, "Can I do it?" The old man said directly, "Whether you can or not, you'll only know if you try. Come on, let's go to the auction house in the city Take out your father's private savings. Oh no, dig out the family fortune and buy the medicinal materials. After saying that, he dove back into the ring. I had no choice but to tough it out. When I got to the auction house, I managed to gather the medicinal materials through both buying and credit. As soon as I returned to the room, the old man floated out and step by step taught me how to refine the medicinal materials and control the heat. Let me tell you, that scene was like a large-scale train wreck rehearsal of big eyes. Learned it, hands, wasted. But who are we? Just learn it. Just then, I had just made up my mind, and that guy in the video, Shen directly set off. He also stumbled and failed more than a dozen times, and finally managed to concoct a batch of healing medicine that was barely acceptable. His old grandpa was still pretending, saying it was just okay. Looking at his expression, I was overjoyed. Back in the day, I failed over 100 times learning this. I was purely frustrated by the genius's ability. Shen was busy practicing hard in his room, but his home was about to explode. In the Shen family's conference hall, several elders were as anxious as ants on a hot pan because their sworn enemy, the GF family, had cut off their healing medicine supply, making business impossible. They were all there banging on the table and glaring, shouting to fight back. Just when these old men were about to lift the roof off, our Shen made a dazzling entrance. The grand elder saw him, and his face fell longer than a donkey's, immediately starting to yell, "Get out. This is not a place for you. Hey, my temper. Who understands this, family? Just looking at these old folks acting all high and mighty makes me angry." Guess what happened next? Shen ignored him and walked straight to the table, pouring out a bunch of small J bottles. His father was stunned and asked what they were. Shen smiled slightly. Our family's healing medicine. The whole place was petrified to prove the medicine's effectiveness. He even took a dagger, and while the grand elder was still reacting, he swiftly cut a line on his arm. I was shocked at that moment. Family, going for a physical demonstration. Then he sprinkled the powder, and the wound visibly began to heal in seconds. Now it was good. Everyone in the conference hall looked at those little medicine bottles like hungry wolves seeing meat, their eyes turning green. His father was so excited that his voice trembled, asking where the medicine came from. Shen calmly took a sip of tea. I refined it. The grand elder didn't believe it again, sarcastically saying, "To think you want to be a pharmacist, you must at least be a fighter, right? You're just a waste with a fighting power of 3 segments." Before he could finish, Shen stood up. Bam! A fighter's aura burst out in an instant and then quickly retracted. He casually dropped a line. "Sorry. I became a fighter over 100,000 years ago." After saying that, he turned and left, keeping his achievements and name hidden, leaving behind a room full of people gasping in shock. Good heavens! The temperature in the conference hall rose several degrees from their reactions. After resolving the family issues, Shen went back to find the old pharmacist. The old pharmacist told him that just having healing medicine wasn't enough, and the cultivation speed had to keep up. Then pulled out a new treasure, body refining spirit liquid. This stuff is for bathing. It can strengthen the body and accelerate cultivation. The old pharmacist directly set a small goal for him. Buy enough for a year's supply, go into seclusion for a year, and directly advance to the fighter level. I told you, the bullet comments exploded at that moment. A bunch of old brothers from the continent were dumbfounded, saying, "Why doesn't this cultivation require soul rings?" Shen explained to them, saying that we don't use soul rings here. We use true techniques, which are equivalent to skill books and can be learned infinitely. They are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the most powerful heaven-level true technique. When a fighter releases it, even a titled Doluo has to admire it on the spot. This made those fierce beasts drool, crying and shouting to learn it. But Shen directly shot back with a sentence. "This is a unique secret technique, not to be passed on." Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. Shen really became a dome master from soaking in the bath. Just as he stood up excitedly from the wooden tub, Yao Lao floated out to mock him. "Put on your clothes first. Who are you showing off to by swinging around?" He also struck him down a bit, saying that this little achievement of his was nothing compared to the Sunner family. The next plan was to go out and train for 2 years, then head to Canaan Academy. 3 days later, set off. The first stop for training must be to settle accounts with the blind Gailey family. Shen dressed in a black robe, looked like the Grim Reaper descending, directly blocking their entrance. The former gatekeepers who looked down on others were now like frostbitten eggplants. Shen went up and simply said, "I'm here to kill you." A few gatekeepers on the opposite side immediately got angry, but what happened? Shen pushed them straight from the entrance to the courtyard with ease. It was like punching a little kid. After wiping out the Gailey family, Shen officially embarked on the path of training. Yao Lao instructed him to go to the Monster Beast Mountains, saying he needed to gather herbs himself to be well fed. They passed through a place called Cangqiong Town, which was crowded with people. As they walked, Yao Lao suddenly exclaimed, telling him to hurry up and follow a girl in blue clothing ahead. Shen was puzzled but still followed. This girl was quite popular, surrounded by a crowd of mercenaries. He easily followed her to a large pharmacy where she stayed. Once settled, Shen asked Yao Lao what was going on. Yao Lao's tone was very serious, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, that girl is the evil poison body." "What is that?" Shen looked confused. Yao Lao began to explain, saying this is a natural poison body, and the toxins within will become stronger with the increase in strength, rendering the ground barren wherever she goes. Eventually, the poison gas will explode, turning an entire empire into a poison domain. A person with this physique is a walking biochemical weapon and an uncontrollable time bomb. I felt my scalp tingle just listening to this. That girl is so unfortunate. The comments in the video are all sympathizing with her. The old man instructed Shen to sneak in at night. As a result, he sneakily approached her door in the middle of the night, hesitating, when suddenly a gentle voice came from inside. "Since you're here, come in." Oh my, what an embarrassing situation. It turns out she had noticed him in the afternoon, and the area around the house was filled with traps. The girl was quite generous, directly inviting him to sit down, introducing herself as Little Medical Fairy. Shen didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Miss, I'm not a bad person. I'm here because of your special physique." Upon hearing this, Little Medical Fairy's face turned pale, and she instantly clenched several bags of poison powder in her hands, ready to go down with him, if necessary. Shen quickly waved his hands. Calm down. I'm really here to help you. Let me tell you, the atmosphere back then was so tense that if I had said even one more word, she would have probably thrown that poison powder in her hand right in my face. Fortunately, I have a very sincere-looking face. And after I talked with her for a long time about her so-called cursed poison body, she seemed to be half convinced. In the end, she put away those instant death packages. Once we started talking about this, our relationship warmed up at lightning speed. The next day, I took her to a treasure spot that I had known about for a long time. That place was quite eerie, located in a cave halfway down a cliff, which most people couldn't access. Xiao Yixin was also tough. Without saying a word, she climbed down with me. Once we entered the cave, there was just a broken stone platform with 2 boxes on it. I opened one, and inside was a book called 7-Color Poison Classic. This thing was practically tailor-made for her. I handed it to her and said, "Here, this is yours." The look in her eyes changed instantly. All her previous wariness disappeared in an instant. The other box contained a treasure called Purple Cloud Wings, which could create flying wings. I generously said, "Once we get out, you can copy it." This surprised her. She probably hadn't seen a handsome guy like me being so generous before. After getting the treasures, she went into seclusion for a few days to cultivate. When she came out, I asked her what her plans were for the future. To my surprise, she looked confused and said that with her physique, she would be a disaster wherever she went and didn't know where to go. I casually suggested, "Why don't you follow me? Family, who understands?" She blushed instantly, turning as red as an apple, stammering and unable to speak for a long time. I was stunned and asked her why she was blushing. She became even more shy and, to change the subject, surprisingly offered to dance for me. Honestly, I couldn't keep up with her train of thought at all. Later, we stayed together for another month, and her poison skills improved greatly. But in the end, she decided not to follow me, saying her strength was too weak and she was afraid of holding me back. She wanted to find a place to hide and cultivate properly. She told me I was the only friend in her life who knew about her physique and didn't avoid her. Fine, everyone has their own aspirations, and I didn't press her. After saying goodbye, I went deeper into the Beast Mountain range alone. I was gone for about 10 days, and guess what I encountered? Let me tell you, that scene was like a battle between gods. I was hiding behind a dirt slope, watching a stunningly beautiful woman fight a giant lion surrounded by purple flames, shaking the earth. That woman sent a wind blade that leveled the mountain. The lion swiped down with a paw, and the ground cracked open. My goodness, the fighting power was even more thrilling than a Gundam battle. They were arguing while fighting, seemingly over some purple spirit crystal. The woman wanted to exchange, but the lion insisted on some transformation pill, and they couldn't reach an agreement, so they kept fighting. In the end, the woman got careless and was blasted away by the lion's purple fire attack, passing out on the spot. Seeing that the lion was about to deliver a finishing blow, I, being a good-hearted and handsome guy, couldn't just stand by and watch. After greeting the old man in my head, I dashed over like a ghost, took advantage of the lioness distraction, scooped up the unconscious woman, and ran, hiding in a secluded cave. When she woke up and saw me, a strange, handsome guy, her eyes were full of vigilance. I quickly introduced myself, saying my name was Shen Cangqiong and that I saved her while passing by, handing her a bottle of healing medicine. She took the medicine, thanked me, and told me her name was Yunji. Then came the awkward part. She was hurt the most on her back and couldn't reach it herself. In the end, she had no choice but to blush and ask me for help. I assure you, I had no other thoughts at that moment, just wanted to save her completely. But the situation, well, anyway, I'm a decent gentleman. And so, we started living together in the cave. I took care of her and cooked grilled fish for her. After a few days, her injuries had mostly healed. Probably feeling a bit guilty, one day, while I was out cultivating, she actually took the initiative to grill a fish for me. When I came back and took a look, good grief, that fish was as black as a piece of charcoal. Just as I was about to complain, a sudden roar of a beast came from outside the cave. I was puzzled because I had clearly sprinkled beast-repelling powder at the cave entrance. Then Yunji awkwardly said that she had just gone out to take a shower and might have washed off the powder. When I looked into her eyes at that moment, it felt like I was seeing the expression of "I really admire you, you old six meme." She became furious and embarrassed under my gaze and said that it was her fault and that she would go out to handle it. After saying that, she tried to rush out. I pulled her back and yelled at her, "Your powers are sealed right now. Are you trying to go out and get yourself killed? Stay put." Then I went out by myself to divert the monsters. When I returned in a disheveled state, she immediately came up to me with a worried expression. After seeing that I wasn't hurt, she finally relaxed and proudly handed me a grilled blackened fish, saying it was her way of apologizing and that it was her first time cooking. I looked at the fish, wondering if it was even edible. But seeing her eager expression, I steeled myself and took a bite. Let me tell you, the taste almost sent me over the edge. It was salty, bitter, and fishy, literally a biochemical weapon. But I held it in, putting on a face that said it was delicious, and handed her another one, saying, "You should try your own cooking." As soon as she took a bite, her expression froze, and then she immediately wanted to throw up. I couldn't help it and burst out laughing. She got so angry that she lunged at me, and we ended up in a chaotic scuffle in the cave. But as we were wrestling, I started to feel something was off. I was getting hotter and my heart was racing. Looking at her, her face was flushed and her breathing was rapid too. My heart sank, and I quickly asked her, "What spices did you use while grilling the fish?" She said she didn't know which was which and just added a bit of everything from my jars. Oh no. One of those jars contained a potion given by old pharmacist, specifically meant to deal with certain special magical beasts. A powerful aphrodisiac. Now we were both in trouble. As the effects kicked in, she went limp and fell into my arms, still biting her teeth and threatening me, saying that if I dared to do anything, she would definitely kill me once she recovered. I was almost in tears. I wanted to control myself too. I was desperately shouting for old pharmacist to save me in my heart. That old man was just making sarcastic comments, saying how great it was to have an emperor-level wife for free. Ugh, am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes? In the end, with no other options, old pharmacist gave me a secret method to counteract the poison. I quickly used my energy to help her expel the effects. And once she passed out, I was already on the verge of losing it myself. I dashed out of the cave and plunged into the icy creek, relying on the cold to barely stay awake and detoxify myself. After I finally managed to extinguish the fire within, dragging my noodle-like legs back to the cave, I felt extremely anxious. Sure enough, as soon as I reached the cave entrance, I saw her standing there with a sword, a cold expression on her face, waiting for me. The look in her eyes was as if she wanted to slice me in half right then and there. I could only grit my teeth and awkwardly say, "Well, I didn't do anything, right? You must feel it yourself, right?" Goodness, as soon as she heard this, her face became even colder, and she said, "You may not have done that, but haven't you taken advantage enough?" Despite saying this, her cheeks were as red as an apple, which had already betrayed her. As soon as I saw there was a chance, I became bolder and directly played the blame game. "Sister, wasn't it you who took the initiative? What can I do? Do you think it's easy for me to endure?" She was so infuriated by my shamelessness that she pointed her sword at me for a long time. But in the end, she didn't strike. With a frustrated stomp, she turned and went back into the cave. That was the end of that matter. A few days later, the seal on her body was lifted, and her white hair turned back into black, restoring her lofty demeanor. I could tell at a glance that she was going to confront the purple gold-winged Lion King again. For some reason, I impulsively said, "How about I help you?" She turned to look at me, her eyes full of skepticism. You help me? I quickly shared my plan. I would act as bait to lure that big guy away while she slipped in to grab the items. She frowned and asked if I was confident. Let me tell you, the worry in her eyes was almost overflowing. I patted my chest and assured her, don't worry. I'm very steady. Only then did she reluctantly agree, but kept reminding me not to be reckless and to run if I couldn't win. The plan started. She wanted to draw the monster, and I slipped straight into the Lion King's den. Old Man Yao was still nagging in my head, saying this was a trial, and he wouldn't take action until I was dead. I thought, I know, just let me get to work. And what happened? Who would have thought that not only was there a big lion in the den, but also a small one, and that little lion let out a roar, attracting a whole group of monster minions. I was surrounded at that moment, almost meeting my end right there, truly a case of accompanying death. Just when I was about to collapse, she appeared like a deity descending from heaven, clearing the field with a single sword strike, arriving just in time. I shoved the items into her hands, smiled at her, and then everything went black as I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already in a cave. She was right beside me, looking surprised when I opened my eyes, but then her expression immediately darkened, changing like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. She started scolding me for being reckless and for not valuing my life. But as I listened, something fell off. This wasn't tease scolding, it was clearly concern. She said, even if we fail, we can find another way, but if something happens to you, then I... She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and her face turned red. In a moment of impulse, I grabbed her hand and asked, what would you do if something happened to you? She looked like a startled rabbit, desperately trying to break free. How could I let her go? Taking advantage of the fact that I had just woken up and was an injured person, I pulled her into my arms and held her tightly. Who among my family would understand? A Do Emperor-level expert was actually completely still in the embrace of a mere Dome Master like me. We held each other like this for a long, long time. Finally, she gently tapped my back and said softly, all right, it's been almost 10 minutes, isn't that enough hugging? I looked into her eyes and said seriously, a lifetime is not enough. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere became charged. She blushed deeply and quickly changed the subject, asking me what my plans were for the future. I said I planned to continue leveling up in this mountain and then go to Canaan Academy. She asked if I wanted to go back with her, and I shook my head, assuring her that one day I would go to her territory to find her openly and honestly. At this point in our conversation, she hesitated for a moment and finally confessed to me. She said her name wasn't Yunji, but Yun Yun, and she was the current leader of the Yunlan sect. I told you when I held her hand. It instantly stiffened. Yunlan sect. The sect leader? Nailin Yenran is her disciple? I'm completely stunned. My future wife is actually the master of my ex-fiancé, he who called off our engagement. This web of relationships is messier than my headphone wires. She also realized it and looked at me in shock. You are Yenran's fiancé? We were just staring at each other, and the cave was terrifyingly quiet. The next day, when I woke up, the person was gone. Only a piece of blue close-fitting soft armor was left beside me. Old Yao said she had already left, and this Emperor-level inner armor was left for me. There was no second one in the entire empire. I just stood there, looking at the soft armor that still carried her warmth, unable to say a word. In the following months, I entered a devilish training mode, crazily grinding monsters to level up. With the pills refined by Old Yao, my strength skyrocketed, and I finally reached the peak of a 9-star Dome Master, ready to break through to a great Dome Master at any moment. Just as I was about to head out for supplies, in a hotel in a small town, Old Yao heard a group of men in black conspiring, talking about news of in the Serpent Man tribe. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. I had to seize this opportunity. I immediately set off, rushing ahead of that group of people, and stealthily infiltrated the lair of the Serpent People. Wow, there really was an aura of strange fire in that palace. Elder Yao said that Queen Medusa was inside, a fierce character at the peak of the Fighting Emperor level. We had to wait for those black-clad people to come and serve as cannon fodder, so we could reap the benefits. I found a corner to hide, and then the main character showed up. Let me tell you, that Medusa queen, with a snake's tail and a human upper body, was stunningly beautiful and captivating, radiating an aura of 8 meters. Before long, a fight broke out outside. Those men in black had arrived. At that moment, I saw the Medusa queen make a surprising move. She actually swallowed the blue fire lotus from the altar in one gulp. With a loud bang, the entire palace was blown into the sky. The terrifying shockwave nearly took me out, but thanks to the quick reflexes of the old medicine master, who shielded me with his spiritual power, I survived. Amidst the chaos and dust, the old medicine master urged me to grab something and run. Without a second thought, I dashed over, picked up the fallen, and ran off without looking back. I ran for quite a distance before stopping to catch my breath, only to find that a small, pure white snake with big, cute eyes had somehow attached itself to my waist. While I was curiously petting the snake, the old medicine master casually remarked, "Stop petting it. That's the Medusa Queen." I was frozen on the spot. This operation nearly burned out my CPU. The old medicine explained that she wanted to forcibly break through to Do Zone using the power of, but she failed due to insufficient accumulation. In the final moments, she used the secret technique of the snake people to save her life, which resulted in her current state. I am worried while holding this hot potato when suddenly old medic said, "Yun Yun is coming after us, alone." My heart skipped a beat at that moment. I took off my cloak and stood still, waiting for her. Soon, a figure in blue descended from the sky and landed in front of me. When she saw it was me, she was also stunned, and then she noticed the strange fire in my hand, which surprised her even more. But she didn't ask me why I had to take the risk. Instead, she scolded me for going to such a dangerous place with a look of fear on her face. Then she urged me to leave quickly, saying her companions would catch up with us soon. I stared at her deeply, feeling a mix of emotions, and in the end, said nothing and turned to leave. I knew that leaving now was for the best for both of us. But let me tell you, the heart of a man is as hard to read as a needle in the ocean. Just a few steps out, my mind buzzed and exploded. To hell with rationality. To hell with the idea that short pain is better than long pain. I turned back in a flash and sprinted back like a 100-meter dash. Yun Yun was so stunned at that moment, probably thinking I had dropped something. But I rushed up to her, without saying a word, pulled her into an embrace, and kissed her. Family, at that moment, all grudges and grievances, all unfilial discipleship, just rolled away. It was worth it. The kiss was satisfying, but I had business to attend to. The scene shifted, and I had already dived into a cave, ready to refine that blue lotus heart fire. Let me tell you, the expression on Medicine Elder S' face was as serious as if he were going to battle, continuously reminding me, "Kid, be careful. Otherwise, the fate of Queen Medusa will be your fate." I was feeling anxious inside, but I still asked, "Old Yao, you said this thing can be refined. How many levels can I reach?" Old Yao pondered for a moment and gave a conservative estimate. "This Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is ranked 19th, with a strength comparable to a half-step Do Zone. If you refine it without harming its origin, you might reach the 7-star Do Ling Wow, a flame that's almost on par with Do Zone. Is there no justice in this world anymore?" But even more shocking was yet to come. I casually asked Old Yao what his white flame was, feeling it was much more impressive than mine. As a result, Old Yao gave me a high-level lesson on recognition. His flame is called Bone Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 11th on the... He also told me that the third-ranked flame, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, has a strength comparable to a 6-star Do Shang. Do Shang, what kind of concept is that? They no longer reside on the continent. They directly open up their own space to live in luxury. At that moment, my CPU was overheating, and I felt like my imagination was being frantically rubbed against the ground. No, I can't ask any more questions. If I keep this up, my Tao heart will collapse. I quickly calmed my mind, sat cross-legged, gritted my teeth, and directly swallowed the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. Old Yao beside me was incredibly nervous, like a worried mother, ready to save me at any moment. And the result? I was smooth throughout. It was incredibly easy, like drinking water. When I opened my eyes again, guess what? I directly reached the peak of the 9-star Do Ling. Old Yao's expression at that moment was like he'd seen a ghost. In the end, he could only wave his hand and say it might be because of my extraordinary talent. With my strength skyrocketing, the next step is to head to the Jia Nan Academy. But before I go, I need to find someone, Xiao Yixin. I ran to the valley where she was in seclusion and got straight to the point. "Sister, come with me. I have a way to solve your cursed poison body." When Xiao Yixin heard this, her eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she almost cried, agreeing without a second thought. With Xiao Yixin in tow, we made our way through the chaotic Black Corner region and finally arrived at the territory of Jianan Academy. At that moment, Old Yao suddenly said in my mind that he sensed a more powerful, exotic fire in Jianan Academy. The falling heart flame was about to erupt. Hey, isn't that a coincidence? We first looked for a place to stay, and guess what? Classic plot twist, everyone. There was only one room left in the entire town. I was hesitating, worried about ruining the reputation of the little medical fairy, but she was even more decisive than me, firmly stating, "This room it is. If we keep hesitating, we'll end up sleeping on the streets." Well, since she said that, what could I say? We hadn't settled in for a few days when suddenly there was a loud bang, and a giant snake made of flames shot up into the sky. Oh no! The falling heart flame has appeared. I was just about to go check it out myself when the little medical fairy stopped me and said she wanted to go with me. I thought it was too dangerous, but then she released her aura, and wow, a 4-star Dowang. Even stronger than me. It turned out that after the cursed poison body was no longer suppressed, leveling up was like riding a rocket. Alright then, let the big shot take me flying. As a result, we became the primary target of that fire snake and entered a frantic escape mode, which was exhilarating. We ran all the way to the safe spot designated by Elder Yao, and when the little medical fairy unleashed her poison mist, she cleared the area in an instant. I immediately relinquished control of my body. Old dang, it's your turn to work. When Elder Yao made his move, it was a dimensional suppression. With his bone spirit cold fire, he easily subdued that arrogant fire snake, turning into my second type of exotic fire. Then, the most explosive part came. I started to refine the falling heart flame, but this thing had a side effect called heart fire, which basically meant that rationality evaporated and desire took over. Just at that moment, Queen Medusa suddenly transformed back into her human form beside me. Who understands my family? On one side was the gentle and caring little medical fairy, and on the other was the aloof Queen Medusa. I was completely overwhelmed by the heart fire. My mind went blank, and my body started to act on its own. When I woke up the next day and saw two beautiful women beside me, I was completely stunned. It was incredibly awkward. I quickly apologized, saying it was not intentional. The little medical fairy remained calm and just asked what I planned to do. I mustered up my courage and tentatively said, "How about I marry you both?" The little doctor blushed and nodded. I felt a surge of joy in my heart and turned to look at Queen Medusa. What about her? With a cold gaze, she sharply spat out one word: "Get lost." I feel so bitter inside and can only complain to old Yao in my heart. Why didn't you stop me back then? As a result, this old man even teased me, saying he was nonchalant the whole time and had long hidden back in the ring. I can't believe you. Now, in this situation, Queen Medusa is like a ticking time bomb. Who knows when she might stab me in my sleep? No, I must come up with a way to completely deal with this queen. Let me tell you, to win over a queen, you can't just rely on force. You need to combine kindness and authority, making her realize that being with me means there's plenty to gain. So, I quickly checked my own strength and wow. I was at the peak of the 9-star fighting king. This wave of energy buffet really filled me up. Then, I shot out 2 flames of fallen heart inflammation. One for Little Doctor and one for Medusa. This stuff is a treasure. It can speed up cultivation and purify fighting energy. It's practically a VIP accelerator on the path of cultivation. Little Doctor happily accepted hers, but as for Queen Medusa, she wanted to resist, but could she? Looking at her expression of being forced, but having no choice, I was overjoyed inside. And guess what? The queen said no with her mouth, but her body was very honest. After secretly trying out the fire's effect, her expression, TSK, TSK, instantly became delicious. Having resolved the internal issues, the 3 of us directly crossed who knows how many miles through a spatial wormhole. After these 3 days, Medusa was no longer that ice queen. She occasionally even shot back at me, and though she didn't say much, at least she seemed alive, right? I seized the opportunity and, in front of her, told Little Doctor, "I will absolutely not let anything happen to you. This is a man's promise to his woman." After saying that, I left, keeping my achievements hidden and not giving them time to react. Our destination this time is to find a way to solve the problem of the little medicine fairy's cursed poison body. That place, how should I put it, is a remote and desolate area where even birds won't drop their droppings. Just halfway there, my teacher, Old Yao, suddenly screamed in my mind, "Stop, stop, stop. Quickly hide. Damn, what is going on ahead?" The energy fluctuations are like the opening of a seat. The old medicine master said that there are 2 4-star Do Zun fighting. Does anyone understand? 2 Do Zun big shots are performing live in front of us, demonstrating what it means to tear apart space. The scene is devastating. The ground is shaking, and the space is shattering like glass. This special effect is burning through the budget. The 3 of us are hiding behind a big rock, not daring to breathe, fearing we might get accidentally hurt by the big shots. Once those 2 masters finish their fight and go their separate ways, we dare to continue our journey. After another day of walking, we finally arrive at our destination after crossing a toxic swamp. A huge stone door stands before us, and inside is the hope of solving the little healer's problem. The 3 of us exchange glances and push the door open. Once inside, 10 days passed. The little healer was on the brink of losing her breath to receive the inheritance, and Medusa was nervously watching beside her. I was worried, though. With the old medicine master around, everything was stable. Instead, I was curious about Medusa and asked, "Hey, why haven't you transformed back into a little snake yet?" She shot me a glance, her charm absolutely stunning. I had discussed it with that little one, and she wanted me to stay outside a bit longer. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. "Isn't that great?" Seizing the opportunity, I said, "By the way, you can't always be called Medusa, right? That's a title, not a name. I see your true form is a colorful swallowing python, so let's call you Color Scale from now on. How about that?" She didn't say anything, so I took it as her agreement, and that was settled. Just then, I felt a sudden surge of energy from Xiao Yixian's side. I exclaimed, "Wow, she's out." She excitedly hugged me and shouted, "I did it. I'm now a 9-star dozong." I couldn't believe it. This wasn't just receiving a legacy. It was like upgrading in a rocket. We were just feeling happy when Kai Lin suddenly spoke up, saying she had received an urgent recall order from the clan, indicating that something had happened. Great, just after leveling up, we have to get to work. Without saying a word, we immediately set off and rushed back to the Serpent People tribe at full speed. Let me tell you, what is the child of fortune? This is what it means to be a child of fortune. We were in a hurry and took a shortcut, and as we walk, we kicked something glowing under our feet. Guess what? A ball of ghostly golden flame, as obedient as a little kitten. When the old medicine man saw it, his voice trembled. This seems to be the 7th on the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. I was stunned. How did I just pick up the 7th ranked? Before I could even figure it out, that flame suddenly swooped in and directly slid into my body. Xiao Yixian and Kai Lin were terrified, thinking I'll be burned to ashes. But what happened? I was completely fine. That was incredibly docile and actively sought to be refined by me. 3 hours later, not only had I completely refined the Jiao Eugene Zuhua, but my strength had also increased a notch. Kai Lin, standing beside me, turned pale, probably thinking to herself, "Back in the day, I almost died refining the 19th ranked Qing Liendi Xianhua. And here you are picking up gear? Comparing people just makes me furious." With this incredible luck, we finally made our way back to the territory of the Snake People. However, as soon as we arrived, we were all dumbfounded. The entire tribe was in ruins, clearly having been attacked. Kai Lin was trembling with anger and quickly used a secret method to check the messages left by the tribe members. Fortunately, most of the tribe members had safely evacuated, but the attackers were a bizarre creature that no one had ever seen before. And it wasn't just the Snake People. The entire Jiamat Empire and even dozens of surrounding countries had been attacked. As soon as I heard this, my heart sank to the bottom. Yutan City, my home, my father. Without a second thought, I rushed crazily towards home. Fortunately, although Yutan City was also attacked, the damage was not severe, and my father and the others were fine. I had just reported my safety to my father when the alarm outside rang again. Those monsters were coming back. I shot up into the sky and looked at the dense mass of monsters outside the city, my scalp tingling. As a result, my teacher, Elder Yao, saw these creatures and his voice changed, filled with unprecedented fear. How is this possible? It's an alien demon. He urged me to quickly take my family and escape to Zhongzhou, saying that these creatures might be related to the mystery of the ancient fighting emperor's disappearance. I still haven't recovered from this shocking revelation. Suddenly, a demon of the fighting respect level flew out from the monster pile and teleported right in front of us, acting all high and mighty, just like the newly emerged Abstract Master 2025. He looked at us with a mocking expression and said, "Obey and fall." Just as he was about to make a move, a thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky. Presumptuous. I tell you, as soon as the sound emerged, the entire sky turned half dark. Above the city of Wutan, with a crack, the space was directly torn open, and a figure floated out effortlessly. I focused and saw her, "Wow, Sunner." As soon as she appeared, her gaze locked onto mine, and I instinctively called out, "Sunner?" She gave me a sweet smile. "So gentle, brother Cangqiong." But in the next second, her expression shifted to the demon, and the temperature dropped to freezing point, radiating killing intent. This thing made Sunner very unhappy. She tilted her head and asked me in a particularly obedient manner if I wanted her to crush him to vent my anger. Okay? Who understands? This was not her asking me. She was clearly worried about hurting my pride as a big man. What could I say? I nodded directly. "Okay, it's up to you." Seeing the situation, the demon was stunned and turned to flee into the space crack it had just torn open, running as fast as it could, wishing it had 2 more legs. But Sunner just stood there, not moving at all, only raising one hand towards the direction of the crack. And from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, her jade hand gently clenched. "Can you escape?" The voice was not loud, but it was so domineering. I watched as the once arrogant fighting master didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a mass of black mist in the space crack, effectively getting deleted from the server, a physical exorcism, so to speak. I let out a wry smile at that moment. Well, my little adventures are still far from being compared to their bloodline. As a result, Sunner quickly flashed to my side, just like when we were kids, and hugged my arm seriously, saying that's not true. I rely on my ancestors, but you, brother Cangqiong, have solely relied on your own hard work to achieve this. You're much stronger than I am. Listen to what this little cotton-padded jacket is saying. My heart was warming up, and just as I was about to pat her head, I sensed that the atmosphere was off. I turned my head, and it was bad. Sunner's gaze had precisely shifted from me to the little healer and Kai Lin beside us. Oh no, a surer field is about to come. Sure enough, Sunner's beautiful eyes narrowed, looking at me with a hint of dangerous amusement. Brother Cangqiong, who are these two sisters? At that moment, my scalp went numb, really. This feeling is even more thrilling than fighting with that Dozuan just now. But I thought, this matter can't be hidden, and lying is even more of a scumbag behavior. Hurting 3 people's hearts at once. Forget it. I'll lay it all out. I want it all. No, I accept it all. I clear my throat and, gritting my teeth, told everything about the situation between me, Xiao Yixin, and Kai Lin, without holding anything back. After I finished, I stood there, neck stiff, thinking, come on, I'll take all the blame. As a result, Sunner listened quietly, her head lowered, not saying a word. An old man who accompanied her, named Shen Lao, exploded on the spot, pointing at my nose and berating me. You young men are really outrageous. Our young lady is worried about you every day at home. And here you are, playing around like this. Shen Lao. Sunner suddenly raised her head, her voice turning cold. Don't talk nonsense. Family members. She must feel wrong too. But even so, she wouldn't allow anyone to say a single bad word about me. Shen Lao was silenced by her reprimand, opened his mouth, and finally could only sigh and remain silent. I looked at Sunner, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. I held her icy little hand and simply said, I'm sorry. And guess what? Sunner shook her head and instead comforted me, saying that this was not something I could control. Then she pulled her hand away and put a smile back on her face, actively walking over to Xiao Yixin and Kai Lin to chat with them. The situation was really, I could only cry. Once the atmosphere calmed down a bit, we returned to the Shun family's conference hall. Sunner directly dropped a bombshell, saying that our Shun family was once one of the 8 great ancient imperial clans. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Not only was I confused, but my father, Old Yao Little Medicine Fairy, and Kai Lin, all of them, were just as bewildered, as if they were listening to a book of heaven. Sunner continued, saying that when she was young and came to our house, it was actually to look for something, a key to open the Emperor Do's cave. As she spoke, her face turned a little red. My father, Shenzhan, is a clever man. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow and directly took out the token of our Shun family's patriarch from his bosom, a piece of ancient jade. When Sunner saw the jade, her eyes lit up. Yes, that's it, she said, both exasperated and amused. So it turns out Uncle Shun has been carrying it with him every day. No wonder I couldn't find it back then, even after searching through the whole Shun family. The nearby Shen Lao and a few ancient clan members stared wide-eyed, their breathing quickened, but were glared back into silence by Sunner. My dad is quite a character. He knows that our little broken family can't possibly hold onto such a hot potato. Holding it in his hands is like holding a death warrant. He directly passed the jade over and said, this thing is of no use to our Shun family anymore. If your Gu family wants it, take it. Sunner was just about to shake her head and say it wasn't appropriate, but my dad waved his hand and laughed like an old fox. If you feel bad about it, just consider this as our Shun family's betrothal gift to you. Goodness, my dad's move was like a live proposal. Sunner's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Elder Shen was holding the piece of jade, his hands trembling. This was no key. This was practically a contract to sell his granddaughter. If he really took it back like this, wouldn't he, their clan leader, skin him alive? To ease the awkwardness, Sunner quickly changed the subject, saying that this time she came to take me to their Gu family's heavenly tomb, claiming that place was crucial for me. She also assured me that her clan would send someone to keep an eye on things here, so it would be absolutely safe. With things said to this extent, what else could I say? I quickly explained a few things to my dad and then followed Sunner and her group, diving straight into that spatial rift. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I found myself in a brand new world. Sunner said this is called the Ancient Realm, an independent space created by their ancient clan. I flew up to the sky and saw endless expanses below, with giant cities larger than Yutan City. Out of curiosity, I asked how many people lived here. Sooner thought for a moment and said, probably over 1 billion. Over 1 billion. Just one family. My worldview collapsed at that moment. This isn't just a family. It's clearly a realm of immortals. Before I could recover from the shock, Sooner took me to meet a middle-aged man. He had a very strong aura, a dark expression on his face, and looked at me as if I were a pig that had been digging up his precious water spinach. There was no need to ask. This must be my future father-in-law, the clan leader of the ancient clan. I just respectfully bowed, and suddenly a foolish young man jumped out beside him, calling himself Gu Yao, pointing at my nose with a contemptuous expression. I thought Miss Sooner was talking about some extraordinary figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. But it turns out to be just a 9-star zone. You think you deserve Miss Sooner? I hadn't spoken yet, but Sooner's face immediately turned cold, and the killing intent was almost palpable. Ancient demon, if you say one more word, do you believe I can make you lie in bed for a year? The future father-in-law saw that his daughter was about to explode and quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying that Sooner was the only divine bloodline of their ancient clan, and that anyone who wanted to be with her must go through a test. It was the rule. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the clan. As soon as I heard it, I understood. This was a warning for me. I directly grabbed Sooner, who was about to argue, and shook my head at her. I couldn't let her create a rift with the entire family because of me. Besides, it's just a 1-star dozoon, right? If it really came down to a fight, who knows who would end up on the ground? Seeing that I had made up my mind, Sooner no longer insisted. She just coldly glanced around the entire venue, the meaning clear. This was the last time, and anyone who dared to provoke again would bear the consequences. My father-in-law is quite a character. While he gritted his teeth and glared at me like I was a pig, he still had to assure me, don't worry, just this once. Then, I started fighting with that guy named Gu Yao under everyone's watchful eyes. At first, the little guy, relying on his higher cultivation level, had the upper hand and was beating me up, looking incredibly arrogant. Unfortunately for him, my specialty is playing the pig to eat the tiger. As time passed, the smile on his face gradually faded, and by the time he sensed the danger, it was already too late. I unleashed my big move, which I had been preparing for a long time, and caught him off guard right on his chest. With a loud bang, Gu Yao flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string, struggling to get up and say something tough, but instead only ended up worsening his injury. His head tilted, and he passed out directly. After dealing with this, Sooner dragged me into the heavenly tomb. Along the way, she finally told me that the place she was taking me to was the burial site of one of my ancestors from the Shen family. I was shocked at that moment. Our Shen family still has ancestors here? Sooner nodded and said, this ancestor was once a half-step Do Emperor. Half-step Do Emperor. I almost fell from the sky. What does this concept mean? In an era without Do Emperors, this is an invincible existence. I quickly asked, how did such an impressive figure fall? Sooner's expression turned cold, and she uttered 2 words, Soul Clan. It turns out that our Shen family's ancestor attempted to break through to Do Emperor, but failed and suffered serious injuries. As a result, the old schemers from the Soul Clan launched a surprise attack with the strength of their entire clan, and in the end, at a great cost. They managed to exhaust my ancestor to death. My fists clenched at that moment. Although I had never met this ancestor, it was clear that a feud had been established. As we spoke, we reached the deepest part of the heavenly tomb. Before we could find the entrance, a joyful, old voice rang out. Haha, my Shen family finally has descendants. In the next moment, everything went dark before my eyes, and when it brightened again, we were already in a stone chamber. Not far away, a young man's phantom was smiling at us. I immediately realized that this was the ancestor of the half-step Do Emperor. I quickly bowed in respect. The ancestor looked me over, nodded in satisfaction, and said that without the Do Emperor bloodline, reaching 9-star Do Zone was already a monstrous achievement. I hurriedly recounted the matter of Yao Lao and my experiences along the way. After listening, the ancestor nodded and said, all right, time is short. I'll help you reopen the Do Emperor bloodline. From now on, the Shen family will rely on you. Without giving me a chance to respond, he waved his hand and moved me to a stone pool nearby. As the ritual commenced, I felt my bloodline ignite like a volcano, a destructive power awakening wildly. My cultivation level began to soar at an utterly unreasonable speed. Dozoon peak. Bottleneck? Not a thing. Boom. At the moment the bloodline was fully activated, I felt the entire world change. I, Shen Cangqiong, stepped into the realm that countless people dream of, Do Sheng. I could feel the surging power within me, and I was completely exhilarated. In less than half an hour, I went from Do Zone to Do Sheng, and this immense fortune finally came to me. However, before I could fully enjoy my happiness, I heard the sigh of my ancestor's shadow. What a pity. The Dodi bloodline of the Shen family was ultimately wasted too much by me back in the day. At that moment, I was a bit dumbfounded. Brother, is this still called waste? This speed is comparable to a myth, okay? What else is there to be dissatisfied with? The ancestor just shook his head and sighed, saying, alas, no more to say. In any case, no matter how much you regret, everything is already irreversible. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor's phantom vanished like a bad signal, leaving me with 2 words. My name is Shen. Wow, that's quite a domineering name. I made note of it. In the next second, Sunner and I were teleported back to the exit of the ancient realm. 7 days just passed like that. Sunner and I had a tearful farewell. It was quite hard apart, but I still remembered the important matters. I directly messaged Elder Yao. Elder Yao, I have become a Do Sheng. Let's go get you a top-notch body. It must be arranged. Elder Yao was overjoyed, saying that he finally didn't misjudge me this time. When I heard that, I thought, is there more to it? There must be a story here. Seeing my strength, Elder Yao felt it was time to tell me a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. The protagonist was him, and that poisonous snake was his ungrateful disciple, Han Feng, whom he had kindly taken in. I tell you, Han Feng is simply a beast among beasts. Elder Yao raised him and taught him skills. But he ended up teaming up with those scoundrels from the Soul Palace to ambush Elder Yao just to snatch the burning decision. I was so furious that I immediately declared that if I ever encountered Han Feng, I would scatter his ashes. Elder Yao advised me to stay calm, saying that the continent is so vast, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and I should focus on my career and seek different fire. All right, I'll listen to advice and eat my fill. Then I started my journey to catch different fire. First stop, the Dan Tower. I directly won the Alchemy Championship and got the reward of 3,000 yin fire, all mine. During the competition, I encountered a troublemaker from the Soul Palace, trying to snatch the championship from me. I wiped him out. The Haishin flame on him is also mine. The main theme is what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Next stop, the Burning Flame Valley. Their fire is a bit special. Marked by their ancestors, outsiders cannot take it away. Forget it, considering my ancestor Shen and their ancestor were good buddies. I casually helped their valley master refine a pill and save his daughter, just doing a good deed. After that, I was like a headless fly running around the world. Wherever there was news of different fire, I would dive in. Although I only managed to obtain 3 different fire, ranked outside the top 10. I stuffed several rings full of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The most exciting part? In a relic of a half-saint expert, I found a perfectly preserved half-saint body. Family who understands. The materials to help Elder Yao rebuild his body are complete. Without saying a word, I set up camp in that relic and started refining right there. Elder Yao was so excited he couldn't even speak. We divided the labor, and a few months later, a living Elder Yao stood before me. During this time, relying on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I had previously scavenged along with a few different fire, my strength also skyrocketed to 4-star Do Sheng. With a surge of confidence, I wanted to do something big. The next target, the 3rd on the different fire, ranking the pure Lotus Demon Fire. You wouldn't believe it, my tactic of striking regardless of whether I had the means really worked. A few months later, I actually found the lair of the pure Lotus Demon Fire in a desert. I smashed through their spatial barrier with 1 punch and swaggered in. The Demon Fire transformed into a young man, pretty arrogant, a 5-star Do Sheng, seeing that I was only 4 stars. He looked down on me and said I was seeking death. What happened next? I pressed him to the ground and rubbed him vigorously. In the end, he directly cowered, crying and begging me not to erase his consciousness, saying he wanted to exchange it for a shocking secret about the Do Emperor. As soon as I heard this, I was surprised and asked, "Oh, is there such a good thing?" He said that there is a cave of the ancient Tua Shi in the underground of Canaan Academy, where there is a semi-finished imperial-grade elixir. Whoever obtains it will be able to become the first Do Di in 10,000 years. As soon as I heard it, my heart began to race. After refining the pure Lotus Demon Fire, my strength surged to the 7-star Do Saint level, and I rushed to the Jia Nan Academy without stopping. But this Demon Fire advised me, saying that the imperial-grade elixir is extremely dangerous, and without the strength of a 9-star Do Saint, entering would be like delivering oneself as food. I thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Suddenly, I realized that this is the cave they have been trying to open for thousands of years with the key fragments from the ancient A clans. Turns out, while you have been searching for so long, I already knew the location. I was just about to find a place to hide and cultivate to the 9-star Do Saint level before making my move, when my wife's sonorous urgent call came in. Something big happened. The evil demon clan is making a comeback. In just 3 days, all 4 regions outside of Zhongzhou have been occupied. What's even more outrageous is that the Soul Clan has turned traitor, joining the evil demon camp, launching surprise attacks on all the ancient imperial clans, and stealing all the fragments of the key to open the Do Emperor's cave. Not even the 2 pieces in my father-in-law's hands from the ancient clan were spared. Fortunately, my family and friends were brought to the ancient realm by my father-in-law in advance, safe and sound. What are we waiting for? It's time to save the world. In 10 days, I will lead the remaining allies from the ancient clan and the Thunder clan directly to the underground of Canaan Academy. My father-in-law, Gu Yuan, looks at me with a mix of emotion and pride, saying I am the destined child of this world, here to save it. Then he boldly declares in front of everyone that the opportunity to become an emperor must be given to me. The other clan leaders also understand. They know their strength is insufficient, and forcing it would be suicide, so they simply did me a favor. Then I went into seclusion, starting to absorb that imperial-grade pill. Outside, my father-in-law and the coalition were battling the evil demons and the Soul Clan fiercely, with injuries occurring daily. Suner and the others were anxiously waiting for me in the cave. After a month of this, just as our defense was about to collapse, a king-level evil demon, a super boss at the Do Emperor level, descended. With a loud boom, he instantly obliterated our final defense with one move. Just as he raised his hand to unleash a second attack, to clear the field, and everyone was closing their eyes in despair. A gigantic fiery hand emerged from my secluded stone chamber, firmly catching that world-destroying strike. I tell you, at that moment, the whole place exploded. Not only did I successfully break through and become a Do Emperor, but the Do Emperor bloodline awakened in me instantly resonated with the entire Shen family. Everyone in my Shen family, regardless of what they were doing before, had their strength skyrocketed to Do Zun and above. What does it mean to have one person attain the Tao and the whole family ascends to heaven? This wave of momentum was simply overwhelming. In the sky, that king-level alien demon saw that I became a Do Emperor at such a young age and wanted to recruit me. I couldn't be bothered to respond and went straight into battle. The battle of Do Emperors shook the heavens and the earth, with the sun and moon losing their light. We fought from day to night and from night until dawn. In the end, despite being heavily injured, I managed to predict and backstab him, severely wounding him. Did he want to escape? Too late. I had already left a backup plan, and an energy burst erupted within him, instantly turning him into cosmic dust. After this battle, another 10 years passed. The world was peaceful. I wiped out that bunch of scoundrels from the Soul Clan, and that ungrateful wretch Han Feng was dragged out from some corner and handed over to the medicine elder, alive and kicking. What a relief. As for me, I established the heavenly court and then gloriously retired, becoming a hands-off manager, basking in the sun and drinking tea in the back garden every day. However, my cousin Shen Yu, the family manager, couldn't stand it any longer. She came to me and gave me a lecture, calling me lazy. I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids and casually urge her to hurry up and find a partner to marry, instead of worrying about me all the time. Guess what happened? She was taken aback by my retort, and when I opened my eyes, I just happened to see the look in her eyes. Oh my, family, it was so complicated. There was something going on here. This situation seemed to be quite interesting. I was pondering this matter when suddenly I felt a chill run down my spine, sensing that something was wrong. I suddenly sat up from Shen Yu's lap, staring intently at the horizon. Shen Yu was startled and asked what was wrong. Let me tell you, my face at that moment was definitely darker than the bottom of a pot, and I said to her, "We have a big problem, and it's a huge one." She thought it was just another oblivious Do Emperor showing up. I shook my head. Come on, ISNT that thinking too small. I told her, "Sister, I'm already at the peak of a 9-star Do Emperor. If another Do Emperor shows up, I could slap him back to his hometown with one hand. There's no way I would feel this kind of heart-pounding fear. What's coming this time is something even more outrageous." Shen Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Just think about it. She must still be in shock that this lazy fish who lies flat every day has secretly leveled up to a top-tier expert, only to be silenced by an existence that surpasses the Do Emperor. No, I can't let that guy come over. If he really charges into our continent, even if I win in the end, my home will probably be destroyed. I made a quick decision and rushed straight towards the source of that power. Just as I was about to break through the world's barrier, I glanced back at Shen Yu, and I don't know what got into me, but I directly transmitted a message to her. Wait for me to come back, and I'll give you a football team. After saying that, I slipped away. Hey, what a thrill. I have to tell you, this trick actually seems to work. Later, I saw the comments from the onlookers saying that Shen was blushing like a monkey's, but surprisingly, he actually nodded. Family, I totally won this extreme tug of war. In the next second, I had crossed the barriers of the world and arrived in a completely new place. Wow, there stood a guy with a strange appearance, looking at me with a smile that was just so sarcastic. That unsettling power was emanating from him. I'll get straight to the point. Are you the one causing trouble? He didn't take me seriously at all and sneered dismissively. It's me, what about it? That look in his eyes was as if he was staring at an ant he could crush with a flick of his finger. I sneered inwardly and thought, fine, keep pretending. I just needed to extract some information. So I asked him, who are you? What's your relationship with those otherworldly demons? Guess what he said? He replied, otherworldly demons? Oh, they're just a bunch of useless trash under my command. However, no matter how useless my people are, it's not your place to slap my face. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and continued to fan the flames. Oh, so the Emperor-level experts are all trash in your mouth? You must be really amazing then. What realm are you in? Tell me, so I can open my eyes. This guy loved to show off, and hearing my question got him excited. He immediately started to intensify his bragging, explaining in detail. He said that the Emperor-level experts here could only be considered the lowest level of the Supreme Realm, and above the Supreme Realm, there were Earth Supreme and Heaven Supreme, with each major realm further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, along with a bunch of classifications like spiritual, immortal, and saint. He bragged for a long time and finally concluded, I am just a lower Earth Supreme, and you are merely a 9th grade Supreme. There is a world of difference between us. I was almost yawning after listening to him, and looking at him, I sincerely asked, oh, after all this, aren't you just on a higher level than me? In that moment, I clearly saw his expression change from smug satisfaction to a fierce, menacing look. He was triggered by my words and let out a roar as he lunged at me. And what happened next? Let me tell you, it was absolutely laughable. He looked intimidating, but once he made his move, family, who understands? He was as fragile as paper. In just a few moves, I sent him flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I crossed my arms and mocked him with a smile. Hey, is this the huge difference you were talking about? Just this? Just this? Then, the most ridiculous scene in history unfolded. That guy, who was already half dead from my beating after hearing my words, couldn't catch his breath, spat out another mouthful of blood, and with his head tilting. He was literally so enraged that he died right there. I was completely stunned. My mental fortitude was really lacking. After taking down this boastful king, I realized this new world was a treasure trove, filled with rare resources we considered treasures back home. Then, my life felt like it was on cheat mode, completely following the template of a pure electronic ibuprofen. The days that followed felt like I was fast-forwarding through a movie. I leveled up by defeating monsters and got to know a bunch of beautiful confidants like Luo Li, Wenqing Xian, Ying Huan Huan, and Ling Qingzhu, quickly rising to the pinnacle of this world as the supreme heavenly being. I brought people from the heavenly court over, only to have some outer evil clan emerge. I went into seclusion and came out with a move that took them down in an instant. Over 100 years later, my child with Shen Yu was born, and suddenly I was pulled by a mysterious force into an even higher world. The plot intensified further, exterminating the 7 gods, cutting down the disciples of the immortal hall, unilaterally dominating the ages. Basically, it was all about slashing my way through, and it was truly exhilarating. In the end, I encountered the ultimate boss, 10 indestructible dark ancestors. To find a way to completely eliminate them, I spent countless millennia battling them, getting injured all over. Until one day, my old comrades from the heavenly court were almost overwhelmed by the dark army, desperately calling out my name. At that moment, dragging my wounded body, I reflected the heavens and appeared before everyone, simply saying, I'm here. I've always been here. The 10 old monsters appeared as well, mocking me for not being able to protect those I wanted to save. I coldly smiled and said, do you think that after all these years of repeatedly cutting you down, I was just bored? Then I declared, come with me to destruction. After that, I burned everything I had, using an ultimate move they couldn't comprehend, taking all the dark powers down with me. The video cut to black at this point. I sat in the chair, feeling completely numb. Damn it, my so-called past life was just acting out the scripts of those blockbuster novel protagonists, right? Is this some kind of world-building crossover? Lu Erlong was teasing me beside me, saying I had quite a few beautiful confidants in my past life. I awkwardly smiled and quickly pointed at the screen for her to see. Look, the past life of that kid Tang, San has started. Let me tell you, after watching my epic blockbuster, Watching his is like a public execution. It starts with a small village being slaughtered, and Tang San is the only survivor, picked up and raised by the elder of the Tang sect. It seems quite pitiful, right? But then the camera shifts, and I almost threw up. He has a senior brother named Tang Lian, who is genuinely devoted to him, but Tang San, on the surface, calls him Big Brother, while his inner monologue is, "What a joke, with your trash talent, you think you can ride on my coattails? Don't you look in the mirror? Do you really think I'm an idiot? When I become the sect master in the future, I definitely won't lend you a hand, lest you lower the standards of the Tang sect." Folks, this guy's all about being two-faced. It's disgusting. Later, out of jealousy for someone with lesser talent who advanced to the inner sect, his mentality completely broke down. In the middle of the night, he changed into a night outfit and sneakily headed to the Tang sect's hidden skills pavilion. What does he want to do? Steal the sect's highest secret manual, the Cangqiong treasure record. I was dumbfounded at that moment. After he sneaked in, he went straight to the top floor, picked up that book, didn't even take a good look at the contents, and just stuffed it into his coat and ran away. Dude, couldn't you at least take some time to copy it down? You just swiped the original rare book directly. Are you afraid others want to know you're the thief? The comments exploded at that moment, all cursing him as an ungrateful wolf, both stupid and wicked. And guess what? The Tang San from two different worlds actually sent a comment at the same time. Just 5 words. I have no regrets. Oh my goodness. Having such thick skin is truly a talent. Immediately after, the scene cuts to a cliff where he's surrounded by a group of Tang sect elders. Facing the wind, with a solemn expression, he slowly begins to speak. I know, stealing the sect's ultimate skills is an unforgivable crime, and it is not permitted by the sect's rules. But Tang San can swear to the heavens that he has never leaked any of the ultimate skills he learned secretly to the outside world. I say this not in hopes of receiving the elders' mercy. I just want to tell the elders that I, Tang San, have never forgotten my roots. I didn't before, and I will never do so in the future. Seeing the elders within the sect standing silently not far from him, Tang San spoke to himself. At this moment, Tang San is very calm, even to say it is the calmest moment of his life. Everything Tang San has is given by the Tang sect. Whether it is life or the various abilities he possesses, they are all bestowed by the Tang sect. Therefore, no matter when I, Tang San, live as a member of the Tang sect and die as a ghost of the Tang sect, I know the elders will not allow an outer sect disciple who has violated the sect rules to remain in the Tang sect. If so, let me die among the mountains and nature. After speaking, Tang San activated his Cangqiong gong, and with a loud bang, he shattered all his clothes, coming in bare and leaving bare. This Buddha's Wrath Lotus is perhaps the last gift Tang San leaves to the sect. Now, aside from myself, I have taken nothing from the Tang sect. The Cangqiong treasure record is hidden under the first brick inside my room's door. Tang San now returns everything to the Tang sect. Ha ha! At this moment, Tang San looked up to the sky and laughed, suddenly stepping back and lunging towards the front where the ghostly sight of sorrow awaits. Thus, Tang San's past and present come to an end, and the comparison video gradually fades away. Variant Dual World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer, Tang San. Be honest. Are you out of your mind? I'm asking you. Did a donkey kick your brain? Why are you stripping for no reason? It's simply an eyesore. What a disgrace. How unlucky. Variant Dual World, Lamba Academy. Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rong Rong. Sigh. I'm not pure anymore. Wasn't there always a ball of white light blocking it before? Why is there not only no white light blocking the screen this time, but we even get a close-up? Variant Dual World. The Min Family Clan's young clan leader by Cangqiong. Disgusting. Variant Dual World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Wu. It seems that in the future, when watching Tang San's comparison video, I not only have to be careful not to be angered by his style of behavior, but also be wary that this guy might strip and show off his muscles if he gets the least bit unhappy. Chapter 103. Continue to confront Tang San. Variant Dual World, Lamba Shrek. Tang San. A bunch of boring people. You only saw me stripping. Didn't you see the reason why I did it? Also, the words I said in the comparison video should be enough to prove my loyalty to the Tang sect, right? Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and others, shouldn't you apologize to me? Variant Dual World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Apologize? Apologize for what? Aren't you just afraid of being punished by the Tang sect's rules, which is why you wanted to jump off and end it? After all, any sect would be absolutely ruthless towards someone like you who disregards the sect rules and steals the sect's ultimate skills. It can even be said that they would make the punished suffer worse than death. Variant Dual World, Chihua Academy, Huowu, Shui Yuer is right. Tang San, do you really think that just because you said a few nice words on that cliff, you can turn wrong into right? Stealing the sect's ultimate skills, regardless of the reason, is no different from betraying the sect. I can tell you this. If the elders of the Tang sect, because of your talent, not only do not punish you for stealing the sect's ultimate skills, but instead promote you, everyone in the sect will follow suit. The end result will be that in less than 10 years, the Tang sect will be destroyed from internal strife. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. To be honest, Tang San, if you had chosen not to jump into the ghostly sorrow, but had followed the elders back to face your punishment, I might have thought better of you. But what happened? You don't even have the courage to face punishment. And you still want me to apologize to you? I'll say it again. Do you deserve it? Variant Doluo World, Lamba Shrek Tang San. Can't you see that I was jumping off the cliff to make a statement? Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. A statement? What statement? What do you even have left to declare? Is it your unchanging heart for the Tang sect? Or is it that even though you disregard the sect rules, you still love the Tang sect? Don't joke around. How could a truly loving member of their sect take the lead in ignoring the sect's rules? Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger. And that's not all. You keep saying that everything you have is given by the Tang sect. That naturally includes your life. In this case, what qualification do you have to end your own life? Variant Doluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Dugian. There's no need for everyone to say so much to Tang San. Tang San simply cannot understand. You can tell from his various actions that his thought process is different from that of normal people. In fact, the first time I saw Tang San in the comparison video, I felt a strange sensation, thinking that this person is not someone I can associate with. Variant Doluo World, Lamba Shrek Tang San. You all don't understand anything. Variant Doluo World, Original Doluo World, Shrek Academy, Tang San. Forget it. What's the point of talking to a bunch of people who have prejudices against us? After all, we won't have any interactions with these people. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Truly, a person without shame is invincible in the world. Just as everyone was speaking, the sound of the comparison video slowly began to play. The third comparison video ended, based on the inner recognition of all beings watching the comparison video in both worlds. The final winner of the third comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. The following are the data of the recognition votes received by the two protagonists. The number of recognition votes received by Shen Cangqiong in Variant Doluo World, 431, 241, 0, 18 votes. The number of recognition votes received by Tang San in Original Doluo World, 3 votes. Next, we will begin awarding the rewards for the two main characters in the comparison video. The winner of the comparison video, Variant 1 from the Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong, will now receive his rewards. Reward 1, 10 cross-boundary symbol fragments. Reward 2, 100,000 year optional soul ring. Reward 3, the first 5 volumes of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points for the comparison video. The rewards for the winner. Variant 1 from the Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong, have been distributed. Now we will award the rewards for the loser, Tang San, from the comparison video. Reward 1, 1 cross-boundary symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 10-year optional soul ring. Reward 3, 1 copy of the True Method of the Sunflower Manual. Reward 4, 10 points for the comparison video. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been distributed. We will now draw 10 lucky spots. All lucky spot winners will receive 100,000 points for the comparison video. Here is the list of lucky winners. Variant 1 Doluo World, Shui Binger. Variant 1 Doluo World, Shui Yuer. Variant 1 Doluo World, Laina. Variant 1 Doluo World by Cangqiong. Variant 1 Doluo World, Ning Rongrong. Variant 1 Doluo World, Foam Xiaodian. Variant 1 Doluo World, Mingda. Variant 1 Doluo World, Lu Huangshu. Variant 1 Doluo World, Dianwei. Variant 1 Doluo World, Pan Inlian. This comparison video has come to an end. Variant 1 Doluo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. Did you see that? Last time, Tang San got 4 votes. This time, he only got 3. I wonder which one of the 4 supporters has defected. Variant 1 Doluo World, Chihua Academy, Huowu. This is already good. I thought Tang San would have at most 2 votes left. After all, from the content shown in this comparison video, whether Tang San is really the child of his parents from this world is debatable. Variant 1 Doluo World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. Could it be that the missing vote was from one of Tang San's father's supporters from another world? Variant 1 Doluo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. Who cares? Anyway, someone like Tang San will eventually be abandoned by everyone. Variant 1 Doluo World, Min Clan's young clan leader by Cangqiong, Dean Lu, Erlong. Is your Lamba Academy Still accepting students? Variant 1 Doal World, Lamba Academy Dean, Lu Erlong, yes. Variant 1 Doal World, Min Clan's Young Clan Leader. By Cangqiong. If I join Lamba Academy, can I practice the original true solution? Variant 1 Doal World, Lamba Academy Dean, Lu Erlong. Wait a moment. Let me ask Shen Cangqiong's opinion. Chapter 104. By Cangqiong's decision, the Broken Titan. Lamba Academy. Cangqiong. What do you think about by Cangqiong's question? Lu Erlong turned to Shen Cangqiong, who was flipping through the original true solution, and asked, "Let me answer." Shen Cangqiong closed the original true solution. Variant 1 Doal World. Shen Cangqiong by Cangqiong. If you want to practice the original true solution, you have two choices. The first choice is to become a main team member of my Lamba Academy's elite competition. But with this choice, you can only obtain the cultivation methods for the first 3 volumes of the original true solution. The second choice is to become an inner disciple of my Lamba Academy. This choice has no restrictions, and even if I later obtain the contents of the later volumes of the original true solution, they will be open to all inner court members. Variant 1 Doal World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer Wow. The treatment for becoming a main team member of Lamba Academy is too good. Suddenly, I feel like my 100,000-year optional soul bone isn't as appealing anymore. Variant 1 Doal World, Qihua Academy, Huowu, Shui Yuer. You just flaunt your soul bone. But then again, being a main team member of Lamba Academy to get the first 3 volumes of the original true solution is indeed a great deal. Not to mention, as long as you can complete the cultivation of these first 3 volumes, those so-called gods on the Doluo continent won't mean anything. Variant 1 Luo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Dugian. Actually, you don't even need to cultivate to the 3rd volume. Just mastering the first volume to perfection is enough to walk freely on the Doluo continent. For example, my grandfather, titled Doluo, has a maximum strength of just over 1,000 gene. But the limit strength of the blood-moving realm in the first volume of the original true solution is 100,000 gene. I think, with a punch of 100,000 gene coming at you, even those semi-divine level experts at the pinnacle of the soul master profession would be unrecognizable. Variant 1 Doluo World, Poison Doluo, Dugabo, that's about right. Anyway, if the chrysanthemum Doluo from the Spirit Hall gets hit with this punch of 100,000 gene, his pretty little face will definitely be ruined. Variant 1 Doluo World, Chrysanthemum Doluo, Yuguan. Do you think I'm stupid? Instead of thinking about how to dodge the attack, I'm going to take on the face. Variant 1 Doluo World, Min Clan Leader by He, Young Master Shun. I wonder if you have any stipulations regarding these 2 choices? Bai naturally knew his granddaughter's long-held dream, so he took the initiative to speak up. Variant 1 Doal World, Shen Cangqiong. If you just become a main team member of my Lamba Academy's elite competition, you can leave Lamba Academy anytime after graduation. But one thing must be guaranteed, which is that you absolutely cannot teach the original true solution or any other true methods to others. Otherwise, I will personally intervene and completely erase the families of both the giver and receiver, as well as any families of those who fail to report. As for the other choice, as I mentioned before, joining my Lamba Academy's inner court is like joining a sect. The joiner can receive unlimited resources for cultivation, but will forever only be a member of the inner court of Lamba Academy. Variant 1 Dual World, Min Clan Leader. By He. So, if Cangqiong chooses to join the inner court of Lamba Academy, once she inherits the Min Clan, does that mean the Min Clan will also belong to Lamba Academy? Variant 1 Dual World, Shen Cangqiong, if that day really comes. Then by Cangqiong will be the head of the Min Hall in the inner court of Lamba Academy. Of course, the inner court will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Min Hall, but must obey the inner court. To put it simply, it is like the relationship between your single attribute 4 clans and the previous Haoqian sect. Variant 1 Dual World, Min Clan Leader. By He. Then, can the members of the Min Hall practice the original true solution or other true methods? Variant 1 Dual World. Shen Cangqiong. Once officially part of the Min Hall, all members except for the head will be able to obtain the cultivation methods for the first 3 volumes of the original true solution. However, this is just a temporary rule. In the future, if I can obtain the chapters following the original true solution, I may make some adjustments. But the rule that guarantees access to the first 3 chapters of the original true solution will never change. Variant Dual World 1. Leader of the Minji family. By He. We the Minji family need to consider this. Variant Dual World 1. Shen Cangqiong. It's fine. Variant Dual World 1. Young leader of the Minji family. By Cangqiong. Grandpa, there's no need to consider it. I have already set off. I will first join the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy to see if that inner court is really suitable for our Minji family. Then it wouldn't hurt for us to join. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Minji family. By you girl. Sigh. Forget it. Anyway, the Minji family will have to be managed by you in the future, since you have decided this. Then I will go along with you. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Lazy family, Titan, old by bird. How can this be? Although Titan's grandson is studying at the Blue Tyrant Academy, he still leans more towards Tang Hao, believing that their single attribute 4 clans are subordinate forces of Tang Hao. Seeing Bai showing signs of rebellion, he naturally was unwilling. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Minji family, by he. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Cangqiong is the future leader of the Minji family, so she is naturally qualified to make her own choices. Bai he only knows that Titan admires Tang Hao and has never blamed Tang Hao for the harm brought to their single attribute 4 clans. But Bai he does not know that Titan has always regarded their single attribute 4 clans as Tang Hao's people. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Lazy family. Titan, our single attribute 4 clans have always shared weal and woe together. How can you make such an important decision alone? In the end, Titan did not dare to mention Tang Hao in front of everyone and could only find another excuse. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the P family. Yang Wudi, it's fine, I support Old by Bird. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Yu family, Niu Gao. I also support Old by Bird. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Lazy family, Titan. You guys. Seeing that even the other 2 old brothers supported Old by Bird's decision, Titan was very upset. However, before Titan could think of a better excuse to refute the other 3, his grandson Tai Long gave him a critical hit. Variant Dual World 1, Blue Tyrant Academy. Tai Long, Grandpa. I also think joining the Blue Tyrant Academy is pretty good. After watching the comparison of Shen Cangqiong and Tang San's past and present, Tai Long's mindset has truly changed completely. Variant Dual World 1, leader of the Lazy family, Titan. Little monkey, shut up. Chapter 105 Discussion within various forces. It's getting late. Let's disband. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong ignored Titan, who was still chatting in the bullet screen area, waved his hand, and dismissed the team. Hee. Senior Shen, can I join the inner court? At this time, Tai Long approached Shen Cangqiong with a flattering face. Wait until you convince your grandpa first. Shen Cangqiong did not refuse. As long as the Lazy family can pull back from the cliff and not get involved with Tang San, Shen Cangqiong is willing to give them a chance. Promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Tai Long clapped his mouth and then quickly walked towards the school gate. Senior Cangqiong, when can I get the original true solution? As soon as Tai Long left, Ning Rongrong approached Shen Cangqiong with a face full of desire, hugging one of his arms and asking, after dinner, come to the cabin on the back mountain and memorize it slowly. Shen Cangqiong thought for a moment and said, I still have to memorize it. Can I just copy it down? Hearing that Shen Cangqiong wanted her to memorize it, Ning Rongrong pouted her lips, looking very reluctant. You can copy it down if you want, but you have to do it yourself. I won't help you. Anyway, with the protection of the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong is not worried that anyone will come to snatch the original true solution manuscript from Ning Rongrong. All right, I'll copy it. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and still felt that copying it down was much simpler than memorizing it, so she agreed. By the way, Zhu Qing, tonight you and Rongrong come to the cabin on the back mountain, and I will give you the first 3 chapters of the original true solution. Of course, if you also want to copy it down, remember to bring your own paper and pen. After settling Ning Rongrong, Shen Cangqiong reminded Zhu Qing a few times. Thank you, Zhu Qing said gratefully. No need to thank me. This is what you earned through your own efforts. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. This is not a favor. But Shen Cangqiong can't stand the Xinglua royal family and the Xinglua Zhu family, and wants to give Zhu Qing a chance to resist. Of course, if there are no other reasons to mention, Shen Cangqiong would just smile and remain silent. Meanwhile, Variant Dual World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fengji. It seems that our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is really quite lucky. Rongrong just joined the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy and can already gain such great benefits. In the conference hall, Sword Doloa Chan Xin said excitedly. This is mainly because Shen Cangqiong is generous. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't take out this original true solution. Bon Doloa Gu Rong said frankly. Although this original true solution may not be the best cultivation method in Shen Cangqiong's hands, through analogy, others may still be able to use the original true solution to research more powerful cultivation methods. At that time, no one knows if it will affect Shen Cangqiong's current unique status. Since Shen Cangqiong is willing to take out the original true solution, it shows that he is confident that things will not get out of his control. I think we should actually discuss whether we should completely join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Fengji has a broader perspective and thinks more. I don't care. You decide this matter, Fengji. Swat Daolu Jian Xin Stut and Bon Doa Gu Rong had the same opinion. Variant Doloa World Spirit Hall. What are you here for? In the Pope's Hall. Looking at the group of worshippers coming in one after another, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with displeasure. After such a big incident, are you not planning to do anything as the Pope? The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Delaw, said unceremoniously. He didn't care about the displeasure in Bibi Dong's eyes at all. Are you trying to make a move on that original true solution? Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Bibi Dong's face. She felt that these old guys had a problem with their brains due to cultivation. Even if she had never fought against Shen Cangqiong, she could tell from Shen Cangqiong's ability to take down a 100,000-year soul beast with one move that Shen Cangqiong was extraordinarily strong. These people, however, plan to find trouble with Shen Cangqiong. We're not stupid. Even if we can defeat Shen Cangqiong, there is still the protection of the comparison video, and we still can't obtain that original true solution. What we mean is to send a team to negotiate with Shen Cangqiong to try to exchange the original true solution. Don't forget, Shen Cangqiong has quite a good impression of our spirit hall, and as long as the benefits are sufficient, he might not refuse. The second elder, Golden Crocodile, paused here. Also, I heard that Yuegwan is currently with Tang San. I hope you can give the order for Yuegwan to bring Tang San back. This way, even if we don't obtain the original true solution from Shen Cangqiong, we can still get the sunflower scripture from Tang San. After saying this, Golden Crocodile Doa stared at Bibi Dong, wanting her to provide an answer. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong was not interested in how other forces were doing. After throwing the original true solution to the two women, he walked into the next room. Thus, a night of toil passed. In the morning, when Shen Cangqiong was still immersed in a beautiful dream, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Senior Cangqiong, are you awake? Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. I am awake. What's the matter? Awoken, Shen Cangqiong quickly got dressed and opened the door to ask. The girl named Bai Chunxiang has arrived. Dean Erlong sent me to call you. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Cangqiong with a somewhat strange expression. That was fast. Let's go take a look together. She might be like you in the future, both being core disciples of my Blue Tyrant Academy's inner court. You can get to know each other now. Shen Cangqiong ignored Ning Rongrong's strange gaze, nodded, and spoke while walking. In the Blue Tyrant Academy's president's office. Have you made your decision? You should know that once you choose to join the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy, there will be no chance for regrets. Shen Cangqiong confirmed again. I've made my decision. If the inner court is not suitable for our Min family, then I can simply step down as the clan leader. At that time, it won't affect the Min family at all. Bai Chenxiang said seriously. You are very honest. I like straightforward people like you. All right. Since you have confirmed that you want to join the inner court of my Blue Tyrant Academy, I will approve your application to join the inner court. Shen Cangqiong trusted Bai Chenxiang's character more. Although she was related to Tang Hao and Tang San, her style was completely different from those two. So when can I get the original true solution? Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree to her joining the inner court, Bai Chenxiang didn't want to wait even a second longer. Wait until tonight. Bring your pen and paper to the small courtyard at the back mountain to copy it down. Right now is the training time for the elite competition teams. Shen Cangqiong said. All right. Bai Chenxiang nodded helplessly and agreed. Chapter 106. Tang San returns to seek immortal grassback mountain training ground of Blue Tyrant Academy. All right, Xiang, you can come down now. After checking on the general situation of Bai Chenxiang's martial soul and soul skills, Shen Cangqiong stopped her from flapping her wings in the air. Your martial soul, the sharp-tailed swift, is very fast. This is your advantage. But I want to ask, since your Min family's martial souls do not have attack-type soul skills, why don't you think of a way to make up for the shortcomings of the sharp-tailed swift? Seeing Bai Chenxiang looking at him somewhat nervously, Shen Cangqiong directly pointed out the issues he observed. Our Min family is very poor. We can't afford high-year soul bones, and we can't even buy low-year soul bones. So even if we want to use soul bones to improve the shortcomings of our martial soul, we can't do it. Bai Chenxiang said frankly, despite feeling a bit inferior. You can't have thought of this method of using soul bones to make up for martial soul deficiencies all these years, right? Such a luxurious method would probably be something even the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wouldn't dare to think of. Shen Cangqiong covered his forehead, feeling speechless. Senior Cangqiong is right. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has money. But if we were to equip every member with a Seven Treasure Glazed Tile with a set of soul bones, that would definitely be impossible. At this time, Ning Rongrong beside them nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's statement. So if we don't use soul bones, what else can we use? Bai Cangqiong wasn't questioning. She truly didn't know what other methods could be used to make up for the deficiencies of their Min family martial souls before the appearance of true methods. At this moment, not only Bai Cangqiong looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion, but even the others in the team were curiously watching him to see what good solutions he could come up with. It's not that complicated. You Min family have always had a good relationship with the Li family, right? Just let the Li family help you forge a batch of better quality daggers. Then, you can use the speed advantage of the sharp-tailed swift to directly slit your opponent's throat with the daggers. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. From the original work, it can be seen that Tang San's hidden weapons could break through divine defenses. And the fact that weapons couldn't be brought to the Continental Elite competition indicates that soul power cannot defend against the attacks of ordinary iron weapons. Moreover, Tang San's use of hidden weapons and their inherent enhancements were just for plot purposes to forcefully give the Spirit Hall strong ones a handicap. Otherwise, all of Tang San's side would be wiped out by the Spirit Hall's strong ones. Can be done like this? Upon hearing this, Bai Cangqiong was first taken aback, then immediately wore an incredulous expression. Why can't it be done? Who says you must use soul ring skills or soul bone skills to defeat your opponent? Shen Cangqiong was now able to confirm that everyone on the Duo continent had, in some ways, been manipulated by the gods from the divine realm. Otherwise, with so many people in the Min family, it would be impossible for them not to think of such a simple method. Well, it seems like no one has ever made such a rule. On the other side, Bai Cangqiong scratched her head and frowned for a while before hesitantly saying, Xiang, leave the dagger matter to me. At this time, Talon, who had been listening and increasingly felt that Shen Cangqiong's words made sense, suddenly volunteered to take on the task of forging daggers for Bai Cangqiong. If you lack any rare materials when forging the daggers, just let me know. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has everything you need. Ning Rongrong also kindly offered. Thank you. Seeing this scene, Bai Cangqiong was almost moved to tears. Although she looked down on the Li family for wanting to follow Tang Hao, that didn't prevent her from feeling grateful for Talon's initiative to help her. Moreover, beside him was Ning Rongrong, who was willing to use precious metals from her family to help him forge a dagger despite it being their first meeting. Cangqiong, Tang San is back. Can you, for my sake, give Tang San another chance to join the team? He doesn't need to enter the main team right now. Just training with Mu Bai and the others is enough. Just as the atmosphere on site was getting better, Flinder brought Tang San to Shen Cangqiong and awkwardly asked, wasn't he training with Yu Xiaojiang? Is it possible that Yu Xiaojiang is willing to let him go? Shen Cangqiong neither agreed nor disagreed. During the team's training, Tang San will train with you. When the team disbands for free activity, Xiaojiang will start teaching Tang San. Flinder said, whatever. It's fine for Tang San to train with the team. However, I must say this up front. If Tang San doesn't behave, I will take action to teach him a lesson. Shen Cangqiong could guess that Tang San must have some scheme with Yu Xiaojiang, but having Tang San by his side made it more convenient for Shen Cangqiong, who had always wanted to pit Tang San. Otherwise, for someone who couldn't see Tang San every day, even if Shen Cangqiong had countless ways to set traps for Tang San, he wouldn't have a chance to execute them. Don't worry, Tang San has always been obedient. After saying that, Flinder suddenly realized that Tang San's true identity had already been exposed repeatedly through comparison videos. And he wasn't the obedient little boy he pretended to be before, which made him feel awkward. Tang San, I have seen the martial souls and combat styles of the others. Now that you want to join the team training, it's your turn to showcase your martial soul and combat style. Shen Cangqiong ignored Flinder's awkwardness and turned to Tang San. Seeing this, Flinder had no intention of staying longer. After saying goodbye to the original Shrek group, he left the training ground. In the evening, Boss Dai, do you know how Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? After a day of training, Tang San quietly pulled Dai Mubai to a secluded place to inquire about Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution. This is a long story. Dai Mubai looked around and, after confirming there was no one else, recounted in detail what happened in the Sunset Forest when Shen Cangqiong took them there. Really? Although Tang San asked this, he already completely believed it in his heart. After all, he couldn't believe Dai Mubai understood something like fairy herbs. The only explanation was that Dai Mubai had truly seen it with his own eyes. Chapter 107. Tang San gets caught and Dai Mubai. This can't be false. If you don't believe it, you can ask Fatty and Xiao Ao. If it weren't for Tang San still having some use, Dai Mubai would have wanted to turn against him. He wasn't exactly a good person either, but at least he had some bottom line, unlike Tang San, who was completely a selfish ingrate without any bottom line. Boss Dai, don't be angry. I was just too shocked and wanted to confirm if I heard it wrong. How about this? Take me to the place in Sunset Forest where the fairy herbs grow. Once I get the fairy herbs, I will give you the one that is most suitable for you. How about that? Since the comparison videos had already exposed his true identity, Tang San naturally didn't bother to pretend anymore. One herb is too few. I remember Shen Cangqiong left many fairy herbs at that place. Dai Mubai shook his head. A person can only consume one fairy herb in their lifetime. Even if I give you a few more, it won't be useful. Besides, I don't plan to take many fairy herbs. I will only take one that is useful to me and one that is useful to my teacher. And then I will stop. Tang San was furious at Dai Mubai's greed, but he maintained a calm facade as he tried to deceive Dai Mubai. Do you believe what you're saying? Dai Mubai scoffed. Those fairy herbs are Shen Cangqiong's after all. If I take too many, he might start searching everywhere to find out who did it. But if I only take 3, not to mention whether Shen Cangqiong would notice 3 fairy herbs were missing when he wasn't paying attention, even if he did find out, I estimate he wouldn't choose to make a big fuss about it. Tang San's reasoning was sound. All right then. Dai Mubai seemed to believe Tang San's words. But in his heart, he was secretly thinking that he was just a guide. Even if Shen Cangqiong found out later, he could always push the blame onto Tang San. Then let's set off now. Seeing that Dai Mubai finally agreed, to prevent any prolonged issues, Tang San directly urged Dai Mubai to head outside the school. Meanwhile, Blue Tyrant Academy principal's office. Lu Erlong, where did you just go? Why did you take so long to come back? I've been waiting until now. Sitting on the sofa, when he saw Lu Erlong walk in, Yu Xiaojiang frowned and said unhappily, "Do you have something to say?" Noticing Yu Xiaojiang in his office, Lu Erlong didn't close the door or walk in. He just crossed his arms and stood at the door, speaking coldly. "Can you come in and close the door?" Yu Xiaojiang still didn't realize that Lu Erlong had changed and sat there like a grandpa, giving Lu Erlong orders. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang had never thought that Lu Erlong would not want him anymore. The last incident that caused an unpleasant situation between them was why he had taken Tang San away for a while. The first reason was that Zhu Doluo happened to be in Heaven Do City, and with a free tool, it was naturally best not to miss the opportunity. The second reason was that Yu Xiaojiang intended to give Lu Erlong a warning, wanting to tell her that if she made him unhappy, he could always go to the Spirit Hall or even a BB Dong. He believed that as long as Lu Erlong wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out that he and Tang San had swaggered into the Spirit Hall branch in Heaven Do City. Just say what you need to say. I'm very busy. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong did not soften as Yu Xiaojiang had expected. Instead, she spoke in a flat tone. What kind of attitude is this? Can anything be more important than my matters? Yu Xiaojiang slammed the table. This time, Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely angry. He felt that Lu Erlong needed some lessons. He had already stopped blaming her for her previous rebellious actions against him, and it was one thing not to show gratitude. But now she was getting more and more out of line. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang daring to slam the table in front of her, Lu Erlong directly stepped forward, grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the collar while he was still sitting on the sofa, and tossed him out of the office like a piece of trash. Staring at the abruptly closed door of the dean's office, Yu Xiaojiang stood there in a daze for several minutes before regaining his senses. Lu Erlong, you will definitely regret what happened today. After making a harsh vow in his heart, Yu Xiaojiang endured the intense pain throughout his body and stood up, limping towards his room. It was only now that he truly realized that Lu Erlong had really changed to the point where he no longer recognized her. On the other side, several hours later, Tang San and Dai Mubai, riding fast horses, finally arrived outside the poisonous mist circle at the center of the Sunset Forest. Is this the place? Looking at the swirling gray mist in front of him, a hint of uncontrollable greed flashed in Tang San's eyes. Yes, this is it. But how do you plan to get in? You should know that this poisonous mist was set up by the Poison Daw, a tidal daw. If you barge in recklessly, you might end up losing your life. What Dai Mubai didn't know was that although the shape and color of the poisonous mist were exactly the same as what he saw the first time he came here, Shen Cangqiong had already done some interesting tricks in the mist when he took them away last time. You don't need to worry about that. Since I dared to come, I naturally have my methods. All right, I'm going in. You just wait here. Once I'm out, we'll rush back overnight. This way, it will be harder for Shen Cangqiong to notice anything unusual. Saying this, Tang San took the detox powder he prepared himself, activated his Xiantian Gong to protect his body, and confidently entered the poisonous mist. Hee, if you don't let me in, that's even better. Dai Mubai originally thought that the less he was involved in this matter, the better, so Tang San's actions were to his liking. However, before Dai Mubai could find a place to sit down, a nimble figure suddenly sprang out from the poisonous mist and pounced directly at him before he could react. Following that, Dai Mubai's angry curses and the screams of Xiao Wu filled the air. Finally, amidst Dai Mubai's earth-shattering howl, the sound of movement echoed in the scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. How tragic. It seems Dai Mubai will have a shadow over this for the rest of his life. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong, who had been secretly following Tang, San, and Dai Mubai, watched the unbearable scene below, took out a crystal stone for recording, and began to film, all the while gloating over their misfortune. Chapter 108. Tang San shattered 3 hours later. Dai Mubai, having awakened from unconsciousness, saw Tang San, who was also unconscious not far away. Gritting his teeth and enduring his discomfort, he kicked Tang San away. Hiss. However, this kick also tugged at Dai Mubai's wound, causing him to take a sharp breath in pain, and it took a long while for the pain to subside somewhat. About half an hour later, Dai Mubai finally felt much better than before, so he forced himself to stand up and walk step by step towards Tang San, whom he had kicked away. At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes were red. When he reached Tang San's side again, without saying a word, he began to punch and kick Tang San, who was still in a deep sleep. Soon, Tang San, still unconscious, was beaten to a pulp by Dai Mubai. Didn't you say you had a way to get in? Didn't you say that as long as I lead the way, everything else would be up to you? Didn't you have a lot of confidence in yourself? After a while, Dai Mubai also got tired of beating him, standing aside panting and gritting his teeth as he spoke. Tang San, as the third prince of the Star, Luo Empire, I have never suffered such a huge loss or endured such humiliation. You are the first person to dare to treat me like this. Haha, but don't worry. I want to take advantage of you while you're unconscious. That would be too cheap for you. I want you to live in pain for the rest of your life. After saying this, Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold, and he used all his strength to kick Tang San in a vital area. Instantly, a scream that was countless times more tragic than Dai Mubai's previous one echoed through the forest. Damn! Seeing this unexpected scene, Shen Cangqiong, who had been watching the exciting performance below, widened his eyes in shock. In fact, Shen Cangqiong had only wanted to discuss Tang San, letting him taste what it was like to fight with animals. He didn't expect that Dai Mubai, this unlucky guy, would intercept the whole show. Even more unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was ruthless enough to send Tang San into the palace. Dai Mubai, what are you and Tang San doing here? And what is going on? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong knew it was time for him to show up. So, as Dai Mubai was about to flee, he pretended to be surprised and descended from the sky. Shen. Senior Shen. We. Seeing Shen Cangqiong actually come over, Dai Mubai immediately panicked. How could he explain this? Whether it was about him being touched by Tang San or the purpose of him and Tang San coming here, he absolutely could not reveal it. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble for the former, and for the latter, Shen Cangqiong would kill him. How did Tang San get such serious injuries? Was it you who did it? Otherwise, why were you so panicked when I asked you earlier, and you couldn't even answer my question? Shen Cangqiong, with a concerned expression, approached Tang San and examined him, frowning as he asked. No, it wasn't me. Everyone in Shrek Academy knows that although my soul power level is higher than Tang San's, if we really fought, I wouldn't be Tang San's opponent. At this point, Dai Mubai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of regret. It was all his fault for not practicing hard in the past. If he were stronger than Tang San, this time he wouldn't have been outsmarted by him. Really not you? Shen Cangqiong looked skeptical. Really not. Dai Mubai shook his head. He understood the effects of that kind of drug. Once someone was affected, they wouldn't know who had done it to them. So as long as he refused to admit it, no one would have evidence to prove that it was him, Dai Mubai. Forget it. Tang San is seriously injured. Let us take him back for treatment first. As for who did it, we'll find out once Tang San wakes up and asks. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong had Dai Mubai and Tang San share a horse while he mounted another horse, urging it to gallop towards Lamba Academy. As for Dai Mubai, although he was extremely unwilling, in order not to reveal any flaws, he endured the pain and nausea, holding on to Tang San as he climbed onto the other horse and followed Shen Cangqiong. Blue Tyrant Academy's infirmary. The other injuries on this student are not serious. As long as he lies down for a few days, he can recover. The key issue now is that his private part is damaged, and if not treated immediately, it could lead to complications throughout his body. The physician at the academy, after examining Tang San's injuries, made his judgment. Doctor, is there really no way to help this child? After all, he is only 13 years old. If he loses that part, how will he live in the future? Flinder glanced at the stunned Yu Xiaojing and could only step forward to speak. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I really have no way. The doctor shook his head, indicating that he was powerless to assist. It's a joke. Even the yolk is almost gone. What can she do? Cangqiong, do you have any way? Flinder turned to the side to look at Shen Cangqiong. He knew that with Shen Cangqiong's abilities, if he was really willing to help, there might still be a chance. No, right now, I'm just a title de law. Not that Cangqiong Tiandi from the comparison video. Shen Cangqiong shook his head expressionlessly. Sigh. Hearing that even Shen Cangqiong couldn't help, Flinder sighed and fell silent. After all, Shen Cangqiong was Flinder's last hope. If even he couldn't think of a way to treat Tang San, then Flinder really couldn't think of anyone else who could help. You all should decide quickly whether to treat the student's private part. If it's delayed, this student might be in danger. At this time, the physician from Blue Tyrant Academy saw that everyone present had fallen silent and couldn't help but remind them out of responsibility for the injured. We're just his teachers and don't have the authority to make such a decision for him. How about we call Xiao Wu in and let her decide? After all, Xiao Wu is Tang San's sister and can be considered a relative. The doctor's words put Flinder and the others in a difficult position, and in the end, Flinder came up with a not-so-good solution. What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Can you let a little girl make a decision on something like this? Flinder, I think you're really regressing. Unfortunately, as soon as Flinder's suggestion was voiced, he was shot a fierce glare by Lu Erlong, who retorted back. Chapter 109, Tang How Appears. Shen Cangqiong, what happened? Why has Tang San become like this? Just when the crowd fell silent again, due to Lu Erlong's dissatisfaction, Yu Xiaojing seemed to suddenly regain his senses and turned angrily to Shen Cangqiong, who was sitting there drinking tea. How would I know? When I encountered Tang San and Dai Mubai in the Sunset Forest, Tang San was already like this. Shen Cangqiong gestured for Lu Erlong to be quiet, and then said lightly, Dai Mubai, come in. I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing turned his attention to Dai Mubai again. Master, do you need something from me? Yu Xiaojing's voice was loud, naturally attracting the attention of Dai Mubai and the others waiting outside. At this point, everyone from the entire team, eager to know what had happened, followed him behind Dai Mubai. I ask you, why did Tang San get injured there? Yu Xiaojing stared coldly at Dai Mubai. It's like this. Yesterday evening, Tang San suddenly came to ask me why Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. At that time, I thought it wasn't a secret, so I told Tang San that Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved after consuming the fairy herb. I didn't expect that after hearing the reason. Tang San wanted to go and pick those fairy herbs. He even promised me that if I was willing to lead the way, he would give me a fairy herb once he succeeded. I couldn't control my greed and agreed. After that, Tang San and I went to the poisonous mist, and he asked me to wait outside while he went in alone. At that time, I didn't think much of it, so I just sat down to wait for him. As a result, before I could even sit down, a shadow attacked. After that, I didn't know anything. The highest realm of lying is undoubtedly that 99 parts are true, and the most crucial one part is false, which is not difficult for Dai Mubai, who is best at sweet-talking. Moreover, since so much time has passed, Dai Mubai had long since calmed down and thought of a series of countermeasures. So that's how it is. No wonder you and Tang San were in the center area of the Sunset Forest. Shen Cangqiong suddenly understood. Senior Shen, I'm sorry. Dai Mubai pretended to look very ashamed. Forget it. It's normal to have greed in the face of fairy herbs. However, I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, two sins will be punished together. Considering what Dai Mubai had done to Tang San, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and generously said to let it go this time. Thank you, Senior Shen. I absolutely won't dare to have any thoughts about those fairy herbs again in the future. Dai Mubai again pretended to be deeply grateful. Did you do this to Tang San? At this time, Yu Xiaojing redirected his attention to Shen Cangqiong. This was not because Yu Xiaojing believed Dai Mubai, but because he knew that Dai Mubai was not Tang San's opponent at all. If the two really fought, the one lying on the bed as a waste would be Dai Mubai. If it really were me, what could you do about it? Shen Cangqiong said disdainfully. This. Yu Xiaojing was left speechless. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, if it really were Shen Cangqiong's doing, what could Yu Xiaojing do? If it were anyone else, even other title Dua powerhouses, he would dare to use the power of the Spirit Hall to make the other party pay the price. But if it were Shen Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojing still clearly remembered what Zhu Thuoyuan said when he left. Don't provoke Shen Cangqiong, otherwise, the Spirit Hall may not be able to protect you. All right, now let's talk about how to deal with Tang San's issue. The physician is still waiting. Seeing you, Xiaojiang quiet down. Shen Cangqiong no longer paid attention to him. Senior Shen, what happened to Tang San? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words, it seemed that Tang San had encountered a major problem. The expressionless Xiao Wu, who had been standing beside Tang San since entering, eventually spoke up, recalling their past feelings. You guys should leave first. We can handle this matter. With a glance at Shen Cangqiong, who intended to speak frankly, Lu Erlong directly drove out all the other team members except for Tang San and Shen Cangqiong. Meanwhile, after Shen Cangqiong and the team left the infirmary, Yu Xiaojiang also stopped the discussions among everyone and began sending messages in the barrage area. Variant Dolual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. Is His Holiness the Pope present? In front of outsiders. Yu Xiaojiang was quite self-aware and didn't dare to directly call Bibi Dong by her name. Variant Do World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. What is it, Elder Yu? Variant Do World Blue Tyrant Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. My disciple is injured, and it's quite serious. I wonder if His Holiness could send a few high-level healing soul masters to Blue Tyrant Academy to treat my disciple. Seeing Bibi Dong reply immediately, Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of pride, shaking off his earlier dejection. Variant Dolual World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Your disciple is injured? Who did it? Variant Dolual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. I don't know yet. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang wanted to say it was Shen Cangqiong, but he thought better of it. After all, he didn't know if the Spirit Hall could defeat Shen Cangqiong, but he was sure that if he said that, Shen Cangqiong would definitely treat him well. Variant Dolual World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Where was your disciple injured? The Spirit Hall will definitely give you an explanation. Variant Dolual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. In the Sunset Forest. Let's not discuss this for now. Please send a few high-level healing soul masters over. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit annoyed, thinking that Bibi Dong didn't prioritize properly. Variant World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Understood. The high-level healing soul masters will arrive at Blue Tyrant Academy by tonight at the latest. Variant Dolual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Yu Xiaojiang. Thank you, Your Holiness. Yu Xiaojiang breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone was unaware that when Tang Hao saw the conversation between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong in the barrage area, he immediately dropped everything he was doing and quickly headed towards Blue Tyrant Academy. In just 1 hour, he appeared at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. Chapter 110. Xiao Wu's odd behavior. Tang Hao's anger senior Cangqiong. Has Tang San's battle sister artifact broken? On the way to the training ground at the back mountain, Ning Rongrong broke the silence in the team. It's hard to say right now. Haven't you seen Yu Xiaojiang still trying to figure things out in the barrage area? Shen Cangqiong pointed to the barrage area on the large screen in the sky. To be fair, Ning Rongrong truly lived up to her nickname as the Little Witch. Sometimes her words were overwhelming even for Shen Cangqiong. If he didn't know that Ning Rongrong was just speaking casually, he wouldn't have gotten close to her. With Yu Xiaojiang's level, he still dares to call himself a master. When it comes to healing, the number one has always been the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family. Yet he has the nerve to turn to the Spirit Hall. It's uncertain whether they have any high-level healing soul masters who could surpass our 7-treasure glazed tile school. It seemed that with Yu Xiaojiang's help, Tang San was really going to be finished. Ning Rongrong didn't hide her glee. Ning Rongrong, since you know to look for that so-called Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family to treat Tang San, why didn't you say anything earlier when you were in the room? Oscar couldn't help but speak up. Why should I say anything? What does it matter to me what happens to Tang San? Besides, it's common knowledge in the entire Dual Continent S Soul Master community that for serious injuries, one should find a Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly family. If Yu Xiaojiang doesn't know this, who can he blame? Previously, Ning Rongrong had quite an interest in Tang San's hidden weapons, often giving him face just to buy them. But now that she had obtained the first 5 volumes of the original truth from Shen Cangqiong, Tang San's hidden weapons were no longer of any use to her. Under these circumstances, she naturally wouldn't follow her original plan to compromise for the sake of her sect members having the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul for self-protection. Ning Rongrong's change of heart was something Oscar was unaware of. At this moment, seeing Ning Rongrong's reckless behavior without any team spirit, Oscar frowned and said, regardless, Tang San is still our teammate. TCH. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Oscar, which dealt a heavy blow to his already fragile self-esteem. Senior Shun, what are you doing in the Sunset Forest at this hour? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly asked. I was going to pick a suitable fairy herb for Xiangxiang. However, with this incident, I didn't have time to go in and pick it. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong glanced at Xiao Wu, puzzled by her current state. Logically speaking, now that Tang San had become useless, This big white rabbit should have gone berserk. But for some reason, since seeing Tang San's miserable state in the room, she had been unusually calm along the way. Oh, hearing Shen Sanqiong's words, Xiao Wu frowned slightly and nodded flatly. Xiao Wu, given that Tang San is like this, shouldn't you have some reaction? Isn't he your brother? This time, Shen Sanqiong became even more curious. Xiao Wu's current demeanor was completely inconsistent with her character. Or rather, it wasn't Xiao Wu at all. He remembered that in the original work, when Xiao Wu and Tang San were fighting against the two brothers at the blacksmith shop, she had planned to take drastic action just because those two brothers nearly hurt Tang San. My martial soul is just a rabbit. Even if I worry about Tang San, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Wu remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Boom! Just as Shen Sanqiong was about to say something else, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the direction of the infirmary behind them. You all go to the training ground at the back mountain and hide for a bit. At this moment, Shen Sanqiong's expression darkened. He had already scanned with his spiritual sense and found that it was Tang Hao causing trouble, which was a clear disregard for him. Shen Sanqiong. Yes, the team members nodded in agreement, as they also sensed the overwhelming aura and naturally didn't dare to linger nearby. Why aren't you leaving? Seeing that everyone was leaving quickly, but Xiao Wu not only refused to leave, but also nervously moved closer to him. Shen Sanqiong was somewhat confused. I feel safer having a title de loi around, especially by your side, Xiao Wu said. Didn't I give you a necklace that can conceal your soul, beast's aura? Don't worry with this necklace. Even if you jump around in front of Bibi Dong, she won't discover your true identity. Shen Sanqiong thought something was wrong with Xiao Wu, but turned out to be just this. I'll stick with you. I won't cause you any trouble, as long as that title de loi isn't after her. Xiao Wu still has some confidence. After all, there's so many ordinary students there. If something happened to them and not to her, Xiao Wu would start to doubt her luck. As you wish. Since Xiao Wu insisted, Shen Sanqiong didn't say much more. After all, he was originally there to protect so many students from harm, so he naturally didn't mind protecting Xiao Wu a bit more. Of course, the main reason was that the closer Xiao Wu got to him, the more damage she could inflict on Tang San, which was what Shen Sanqiong liked to see the most. At that moment, in the infirmary of Lamba Academy, under the Haotian crown, please don't be angry. I've already had the Spirit Hall send high-level healing soul masters over. I'm sure they'll have a way to treat Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang was being supported by Flander and Zhao Wujia, yet he was still overwhelmed by Tang Hao's aura. This is how you take care of Tang San after I entrusted him to you? If he were just seriously injured, I wouldn't say much. But just look at Tang San now. Tang Hao's anger grew. If it weren't for the hope that Tang San could still be healed, and the fact that Yu Xiaojiang had the Spirit Hall and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family as backing, he would have wanted to smash him with one blow. We will do our utmost to heal Tang San. Please believe me. I want him to recover even more than you do. This was Yu Xiaojiang's honest statement. No need. I know where to go to treat Xiao San. Now, bring out Dai Mubai and that Shen Sanqiong. I have questions for them. Tang Hao knew he couldn't come to Tiando City often, so he wanted to resolve everything in one go. Oh, then I wonder what you want to ask me. Just as Shen Sanqiong and Xiao Wu arrived at the infirmary door, they heard Tang Hao shamelessly wanting to ask him questions, and he immediately sneered. Chapter 111. Tang Hao defeated and fainted. Shen Sanqiong's malicious interest more than 10 minutes later. How is this possible? You're clearly still a 94th level title de law. How can you be this strong? In the sky above Lamba Academy, Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly weak. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you are too weak. Shen Sanqiong was disgusted by this self-righteous Tang Hao, and in his anger, he directly struck Tang Hao from the infirmary into the sky above Lamba Academy. I am weak. Tang Hao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. You don't think that the people from the Spirit Hall haven't caught you yet, because you are so capable, do you? Shen Sanqiong rolled his eyes. Haha. It seems that after not showing up for years, people are almost forgetting my past achievements. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll let you see the true strength of my Haotian de law. Ninth Spirit Ring, explode for me. Tang Hao had no idea that Bibi Dong had been secretly helping him. And seeing Shen Sanqiong look down on him like this only infuriated him further. He truly didn't believe that the reincarnated Shen Sanqiong, who had nothing left, could be his opponent, a Haotian de law who could defeat a 95th level title de law with one blow. Truly overestimating himself. Watching Tang Hao charge at him with the explosive energy from the Ninth Spirit Ring, Shen Sanqiong shook his head nonchalantly. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone nearby Lamba Academy, he extended a finger and easily blocked Tang Hao's strike, which looked utterly devastating to others. Tang Hao spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he could no longer maintain his levitating state and fell straight down towards Lamba Academy. Cangqiong, are you okay? With a name like that, Tang Hao's reputation was so great that Lu Erlong naturally worried if Shen Cangqiong would be hurt. Although Shen Cangqiong looked very relaxed, what if? I'm fine. If you don't believe me, look. Saying that, Shen Cangqiong extended his index finger in front of Lu Erlong and wiggled it. Ugh. Lu Erlong's face turned slightly red for some unknown reason, and she spat. Under the Cangqiong crown, I wonder if you could kindly allow me to take my second brother back for treatment. Rest assured, I will compensate for all the losses caused to your academy. Just as Shen Cangqiong was wondering what Lu Erlong was thinking, a gentle yet elegant voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of Lamba Academy. Dan Zuhu! Interrupted by the voice from behind, Shen Cangqiong turned around to see a palace-dressed woman who looked ageless standing there. Is indeed me. Tang Yuehua bowed to Shen Cangqiong. If you want to take Tang Hao away, just compensation won't do. Besides, it was just one infirmary that got damaged. Our Lamba Academy isn't lacking in money. We definitely can't let Tang Hao be punished right now. After all, Shen Cangqiong still wanted to offend Tang Hao in front of him in the future. If Tang Hao were to die now, then wouldn't he be unable to play this game? What does crowned Cangqiong want as compensation? Yu Xian, will do my utmost to find it for you. As long as we can talk, that's fine. In fact, Tang Yuehua also knew that just relying on ordinary material compensation, Shen Cangqiong would definitely not let them go. If I say I want you, Shen Cangqiong's malicious interest came up again. Okay, but only for one night. Tang Yuehua clenched her fist in her sleeve, but she couldn't just abandon her second brother. As for asking Hao Sect for help, she didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention that the people from Hao Sect were not Shen Cangqiong's opponents. Just the hatred those elders had for her second brother would probably mean that Shen Cangqiong wouldn't even need to act. Those elders would tear Tang Hao apart first. Is this true? The fact that Tang Yuehua was willing to go this far made Shen Cangqiong recall some statement from the original world that Tang Yuehua had different feelings for Tang Hao. Originally, he wasn't too sure, but now it seemed like it was almost certain. Indeed, Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and said, then it settled. Tang Hao, you can take him away now. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Right now, Shen Cangqiong was mainly dealing with Tang San. So as long as Tang San was here waiting to become a waste, that was enough. Thank you, Your Highness Cangqiong. Hearing that Shen Cangqiong had relented, Tang Yuehua felt a mix of joy and sorrow in her heart. But in the end, she managed to squeeze out a smile, thanked him, and had someone take the unconscious Tang Hao away from the Blue Tyrant Academy. You're not really planning to find Tang Yuehua to do something bad tonight, are you? At this moment, Lu Erlong saw that the matter had been resolved and couldn't help but ask. She was wondering if Shen Cangqiong had some special hobby. Otherwise, why would he always pay so much attention to mature women like them? No way. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong chatted a few more sentences with Lu Erlong and then walked toward the training ground in the back mountain with Xiao Wu, who looked shocked. Meanwhile, not long after the battle between Shen Cangqiong and Tang Hao ended, everyone in Heavendo City who witnessed the fight vented their excitement through the barrage area on the big screen. Variant Delua World Anonymous. Brothers, I'm stunned. The Cangqiong Emperor actually used just one fingertip to effortlessly block the attack of the Haotian Delua. You guys didn't see that scene? It was truly shocking. Variant Delua World Anonymous. I saw it too. I can only say that Tang Hao, who is invincible in front of the Wuhuan Hall, is no different from an ant in front of Lord Cangqiong. Variant Delua World Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Did Cangqiong brother fight with Tang Hao? What did they fight? Why didn't I see it? Variant Delua World Anonymous. They fought in the sky above the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City. Of course, you couldn't see it from Tinshui Academy. Variant Delua World Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer I see. By the way, Cangqiong brother, you weren't hurt, right? Variant Delua World Shen Cangqiong. No. Variant Delua World Tinshui Academy Shui Yuer. That's good. Variant Delua World Chihua Academy Huo Wu. Shui Yuer, are you silly? Didn't you see what those people said? That Shen Cangqiong used just one fingertip to block Tang Hao's attack? Variant Delua World Tinshui Academy Shui Yuer, I saw it. That's why I asked if Cangqiong brother's finger was hurt. Otherwise, what do you think I was asking about? Chapter 112, the positive list of Wuhuan rankings arrives in the following days. Due to Shen Cangqiong's astonishing performance in his battle against Tang Hao, ordinary people from both worlds had a lot of gossip, and all forces once again clearly recognized Shen Cangqiong's true strength. Some were merely spectators, such as various small and medium-sized forces, Soul Master Academies, and a vast ordinary crowd. Some regarded Shen Cangqiong as a dangerous factor and began to guard against him, like Haotian sect and Xingluo Empire. Similarly, there were also some forces that were both vigilant and eager to befriend him, caught in a dilemma, such as the Wuhuan Hall, the Heavendo Empire, and various large advanced soul master academies. However, among them, the most entangled and frustrated was undoubtedly Tang Yuehua from the Moon Pavilion. That night, she had prepared everything and was waiting for Shen Cangqiong to come. As a result, she waited eagerly until dawn and didn't see even a shadow of Shen Cangqiong. This made her so angry that she couldn't eat all day. Moreover, the most critical thing was that she couldn't use this as an excuse to confront Shen Cangqiong about why he didn't come last night, making her wait in vain. After all, if she went to question Shen Cangqiong for something like this, and it got out, who knows how others would view her. Forget it, there's no need to think about it anymore. He probably just said it casually. It makes sense to think about it. How old is he? And how old am I? How could he possibly be interested in an old woman like me? At this point, Tang Yuehua withdrew her gaze from the direction of the Blue Tyrant Academy. At that moment, while she sighed in relief, she also felt a bit lost. Of course, this was not because Tang Yuehua had feelings for Shen Cangqiong, but rather lamenting her already past youthful years. And so, the peaceful days passed day by day. One morning, Shen Cangqiong was training the team members in the back mountain training ground, as usual, when the comparison video, which had been silent for more than a month, finally had new developments. Today, 2 lists will be announced, namely the positive list of Wuhuan rankings and the negative list of Scum rankings. Note, those on the positive list will receive rewards, while those on the negative list will allow those who punish them to receive corresponding rewards. Variant Delual World Anonymous. Another negative list has appeared this time. Moreover, those who punish those on the negative list can also receive corresponding rewards. Now, it's truly a participation of the whole populace. This comparison video is really like my reborn parents. Variant Delual World Anonymous. You're thinking too simply. We still don't know the specifics. What if the rewards for punishing those on the negative list are very good? Then it's very likely that all those on the negative list will be captured and locked up by those big powers, and then used as experienced babies. By that time, we ordinary people will basically only be able to envy and resent from the sidelines. Variant Delual World Anonymous. Let us not talk about the negative list for now. This Wuhuan list that is about to be announced. I feel it's similar to the previous talent list, right? After all, the quality of the Wuhuan represents the level of talent. Variant Delual World Anonymous. That is a good point. Wuhuan is Wuhuan. Talent is talent. They are related, but not completely the same. If Wuhuan could fully represent a person as talent, then on the entire Delual continent, all those with the same Wuhuan should have similar final achievements. But in reality, take the Blue Tyrannosaurus family as an example. In 100 years, their whole family has only produced 1 title Daw, while the rest were at most Soul Daw. Just as everyone in the barrage area was talking, the sound of the comparison video rang out again. The list of those who made it to the positive list of Wuhuan rankings was about to be announced. Rank 100, Zhang Fei from the 2 Worlds. Wuhuan, Shadowcat. Identity, Principal of Terry Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Current location, Terry Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Reward, 1,000-year self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift pack. Rank 80, Bai Baoshan from the 2 Worlds. Wuhuan, Heavenly Star Furnace. Identity, Vice Chairman of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Current location, Tiando Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 21,000 years. Rank 60, Oscar from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Sausage. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 41,000 years. Rank 40, Mahong Jun from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 61,000 years. Rank 20, Yao Zi from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Thorn. Identity, young lady of the Yao family in Yao City. Current location, Plan Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 81,000 years. Rank 19, Zhu Zhuyan from 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Identity, young lady of the Zhu family in Xingluo. Current location, Xingluo Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 82,000 years. Variant Dolo All-World Zhu Zhantian. Head of the Zhu family in Xinglua. Strange, there are several people in our Zhu family. Why is it that only Zhu Yun received a reward? Comparison video. Even with the same martial soul, the quality can vary. Zhu Zhiyun's martial soul is currently the highest quality in the entire Zhu family. Variant Dolo All-World Zhu Zhantian. So that's how it is. Rank 18, Davis from Two Worlds. Martial soul, White Tiger. Identity, Crown Prince of the Xinglua Empire. Current location, Xinglua Royal Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 83,000 years. Variant All-World Emperor Dai, Xianfeng of Xinglua. What a pity, our family's inherited martial soul is only ranked 18th. Variant All-World Crown Prince Davis. Father, that's already quite good. The inherited martial soul of the neighboring Tiando royal family, the Great White Goose, is only ranked 99th. Variant Dolo World Emperor Dai Xianfeng of Xinglua. Haha, that's true. Dai Xianfeng laughed maliciously. Chapter 113. Tang Zhao's dissatisfaction with the ranking of the Haotian Hammer. Variant Dolo World Emperor Shui Yi of Tiando. What are you so proud of? With so few people in your Xinglua royal family. Don't say you're ranked 18th in martial souls. Even if you were ranked first, what good would it do? When our million swans come together, no matter how strong your tiger is, it will only fall. Variant Dolo World Unknown. What Emperor Shui Yi said is right. With a million swans coming together, even if we can't win, we can still overwhelm your few little tigers. Variant Dolo World Prince Shui Xing of Tiando. This sounds like support for our Tiando Empire. But why does it sound so twisted? Rank 15. Shui Yi Wearer from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Azure Wave Dolphin. Identity, Young Lady of the Shui family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 86,000 years. Rank 14, Duga Yin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Phosphor Snake. Identity, Young Lady of the Duga family. Current location, Soto City Great Soul Arena. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 87,000 years. Rank 13, Feng Xiaodian from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Two-Headed Demon Wolf. Identity, eldest son of the Feng family in Cangqiong City. Current location, Cangqiong Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 88,000 years. Rank 12, Hu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Identity, second young lady of the Hua family in Qihua City. Current location, Qihua Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 89,000 years. Variant Dolo World Unknown. It feels like the rankings on the martial soul list and the talent list vary greatly from many characters who appear on both lists. Variant Dolo World Hua Wu from Qihua Academy. I don't know about others. But Shui Yi Wearer is definitely ranked low on the previous talent list because she is lazy. Variant Dolo World Shui Yi Wearer from Tianshui Academy. I don't have much ambition, so why work so hard? Moreover, my parents are managing family affairs now, and when they retire, I can hand over the family management to my younger sister, Shui Binger. Variant Dolo World Hua Wu from Qihua Academy. Shui Binger is truly fortunate to have such a good sister like you. Rank 10, Xiao Wu from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Hulaina from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Identity, Saintess of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spear Hall. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Gu Rong from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Bone Dragon. Identity, Elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Yu Guan from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Strange Mushroom Chrysanthemum. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected four-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 91,000 years. Tied for rank 10, Gue Mei from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Deception. Identity, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, a self-selected 4-limbed soul bone gift package with a lifespan of 91,000 years. Rank 9. Ning Fengji from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Identity, Sect Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Current location, 7 Treasures Lioli Sect. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, Tang San from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Tied for 9th place, Yuan Jun from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. Identity, leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect. Current location, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect. Reward, receive a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 92,000 years. Variant Dolo World Haotian Sect Leader Tang Xiao. Impossible. The Haotian Hammer is known as the #1 weapon Martial Soul. How could it only be ranked 9th? Variant Dolo World Spirit Hall, 2nd Elder Golden Crocodile Dolo. #1 weapon Martial Soul? What huge joke. If you have the ability, use your Haotian Hammer to compete with the 7 Kill Sword and see who is stronger. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. Grandfather's 7 Kill Sword Martial Soul is known as the #1 in attack. Comparison video. The reason the Haotian Hammer is called the #1 weapon Martial Soul is not because the Haotian Hammer is powerful, but simply because there are many people who possess the Haotian Hammer. If one day, the number of people who possess the Haotian Hammer is as rare as the current 7 Kill Sword or 9 Heart Sea Pearl, then at that time, the reputation of the Haotian Hammer may not even surpass that of the Broken One Clan's Broken Soul Gun Martial Soul. Variant Doloal World Leader of the Broken One Clan Yang Wudi. Thank you for the comparison video's acknowledgement. However, this is also a fact. If the soul power levels are the same, I am fully confident in defeating an opponent with a Haotian Hammer. Variant Doloal World Haotian Sect Leader Tang Xiao Sai. Since the comparison video says so, I can only accept it. 8th place, Golden Crocodile from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Identity, 2nd Elder of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spear Hall. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Chun Xin from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 7 Kill Sword. Identity, Elder of the 7 Treasures Lioli Sect. Current location, 7 Treasures Lioli Sect. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. Tied for 8th place, Dugabo from Variant Doloa World. Martial Soul, 3 Clawed Flood Dragon. Ranked 8th due to incomplete evolution. Identity, head of the Dugo family. Current location, Dugo family. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 93,000 years. Chapter 114. The crowd's doubts about the Martial Soul rankings 7th place. Ain from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor. Identity, Blue Silver Emperor. Current location, a cave somewhere. Reward, receive a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 94,000 years. 6th place, BB Dong from Two Worlds. 1st Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. 2nd Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Identity, Pope of the Spear Hall. Current location, Spirit Hall. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 95,000 years. Because it is a twin Martial Soul, the reward is doubled. 5th place, Ning Rongrong from Variant Doloa World. Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Identity, Core Disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, received a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place, Yi Lingling from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Sea Pearl. Identity, Young Lady of the 9 Heart Sea Pearl family. Current location, Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Reward, receive a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. Tied for 5th place, by Cangqiong from Variant Doloa World. Martial Soul, Emperor Luan. Identity, Core Disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, receive a self-selected limb soul bone package with a limit of 96,000 years. Variant, the all-world leader of the Agile clan by He, Xiang, has a martial soul evolved? Variant, the all-world core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy by Cangqiong. Yes. This is the reward for joining the Inner Academy. Grandpa, I have now become a soul master with strong attack and agility. No longer the awkward soul master who only had speed and no other means. Variant, all-world leader of the Agile clan by He, Awkward soul master? Variant, the all-world core disciple of Blue Tyrant Academy by Cangqiong. This is a special category of soul master that our Inner Academy's dean created specifically for our Agile clan. I think it fits quite well. Variant, the all-world leader of the Agile clan by He, You Girl. Variant, the all-world leader of the Broken One Cangqiong Woody, Old by Bird, congratulations. In the future, when it comes to fighting, your Agile clan will no longer be just there for show. The relationship between both sides is very good. So Yang Woody spoke without any reservations. Variant, the all-world leader of the Imperial clan Yo Gao. Old by Bird, you should treat us this time. Don't be like before and cry poor. Niu Gao also took the opportunity to joke, and then Titan also stepped up to tease by He. Fourth place, Qian Rinxue from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Heaven Dose City. Reward, receive a self-selected Limb Soul Bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. Tied for fourth place, Poseidon from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sea God. Identity, High Priest of Sea God Island. Current location, Sea God Island. Reward, receive a self-selected Limb Soul Bone package with a limit of 97,000 years. Variant Doluo World, Sea God Island Sea Dragon Doluo Hailong. The last talent ranking focused on comprehensive qualifications. So it's understandable that the High Priest didn't make it to the top 3. But this time the Martial Soul ranking is announced. Why can't a God-level Martial Soul even make it to the top 3? Variant Doluo World Spirit Hall, second, Elder Golden Crocodile Doluo, I want to know that too. Comparison video. A God-level Martial Soul does not mean it is strong. It only indicates that the owner of the God-level Martial Soul has once become a god. For example, Tang Chun, whose Martial Soul is the Haotian Hammer, could defeat Qian Daolu, who possesses the Six-Winged Angel Martial Soul, as well as Poseidon, who has the Sea God Martial Soul. Water Moon from the Water Academy in Variant Doluo World No. 1. Since the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul is stronger than the Six-Winged Angel and Sea God Martial Souls, why is its ranking lower than these two Divine-level Martial Souls? Comparison video. Because the quality of these two Divine-level Martial Souls is indeed higher than that of the Haotian Hammer. Qian Daolu and Poseidon lost to Tang Chun because they are both useless. If it were Shen Qiong or Bibi Dong or Shui Bing, each possessing any one of these two Divine-level Martial Souls, they could easily defeat Tang Chun of the same level with one hand. In fact, Shen Qiong could make Tang Chun call for help within 3 moves. The explanation in the comparison video left everyone in the Sea God Island and Spear Hall in both worlds speechless. Suddenly, the barrage expressing dissatisfaction from the 4 forces in both worlds disappeared without a trace. Rank 3. Shui Binger from the Variant Doluo World. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Identity, second miss of the Shui family in Tianshui City. Current location, Tianshui Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 98,000 years. Water Moon from Tianshui Academy in Variant Doluo World No. 1. Wow. I was still wondering why my sister didn't make the list. Turns out she was waiting here to shock me. Davis, the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire in Variant Doluo World No. 1. Is the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul really that powerful? I remember that in the previous talent rankings, Shui Binger ranked second based on her acquired overall aptitude. But this time, without any other bonuses, how could she still achieve such a high ranking? Davis's question mirrored the curiosity of everyone in both worlds. In fact, even Shui Binger herself was quite puzzled as to how her Martial Soul could rank third. Comparison video. The reason you think the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul isn't strong is that Shui Binger has cultivated in the wrong direction. The Ice Phoenix Martial Soul should focus primarily on strong attack and agility, with secondary emphasis on control, defense, and healing. To clarify, the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul is versatile and can cultivate in all systems, but Shui Binger has only focused on the control aspect among the secondary paths. In this case, the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul naturally appears weak. To put it in a less fitting analogy, if you insist on using a strong attack Martial Soul, like the 7-kill sword, as a defensive Martial Soul, the result would be worse than that of even the most ordinary defensive Martial Soul. Water Binger from Tianshui Academy in Variant Doloa World No. 1. So that's how it is. It seems that everyone in my maternal clan has chosen the wrong path. Wu from the Blaze Academy in Variant Doloa World No. 1. Is this what they mean by choice is more important than effort? Choosing the wrong path means that the harder you try, the farther you may drift from your goal. Chapter 115. The announcement of the trash rankings begins. Rank 2. Lu Erlong from Variant Doloa World No. 1. Martial Soul, 4-clawed Silver Dragon. Identity, Dean of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 99,000 years. Yu Luomian, Vice Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect in Variant Doloa World No. 1. Good. Cangqiong, I really didn't misjudge you. Shen Cangqiong from Variant Doloa World No. 1. No matter how you look at it, this is what I should do. Yu Luomian, Vice Master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect in Variant Doloa World No. 1. Ha, good. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong from Variant Doloa World No. 1. Martial Soul, True Dragon. Identity, Dean of the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reward, a self-selected 4-limb soul bone package with a limit of 100,000 years. The Martial Soul rankings have been announced, and rewards are being distributed. The rewards for the Martial Soul rankings have been sent out. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. The Martial Soul rankings have finally concluded. This negative ranking list is about to begin, and I could wait until the flowers wilt. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. I've already formed a team of 20 with friends. Right now, I'm standing next to the worst person in our city. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. Wow. The first place in the Martial Soul rankings has no face. There aren't even any discussions about it. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. It's not that the first place in the Martial Soul rankings has no face. It's that everyone knows Shen Cangqiong will definitely be first, so there's no anticipation left. Therefore, when the result matches what they expected, they mostly just smile and let it go. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. That's true. If the first place in this Martial Soul ranking wasn't Shen Cangqiong, there would be more discussions. Anonymous from Variant Doloa World No. 1. Alright, everyone stop talking. The list of the trash rankings is about to be announced. Now, we will announce the list of those who made it onto the trash rankings. Rank 100, Tianya from the Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Green Knife. Soul Ring Ratio, White, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple. Soul Power Level, Level 54 Strong Attack System, Weapon Soul King. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Firework Street in Soto City. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Tianya will receive a reward, whose value depends on the severity of the lesson and the rank of the taught person on the trash list. No harm should come to the life of the taught individual. Otherwise, no reward will be given. Note, each person can only teach the same trash-ranked individual once every 7 days. Watermoon from Tianshui Academy in Variant Doloa World No. 1. This information is too comprehensive. It even includes the type of Martial Soul, Soul Ring Ratio, and Soul Power Level. This is completely providing a reference for those who want to teach lessons to the trash-ranked individuals, so they don't end up being taught a lesson by the trash-ranked individuals instead. Forget it. I won't think about that. Although I don't know what the rewards are. The Tianshui battle team is coming to Soto City. Watermoon's thought process is quite erratic. One moment, she was thinking about how comprehensive the information from the comparison video was, and the next she jumped to wanting to go to Soto City to catch the trash-ranked individuals. Yu Qianheng from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do in Variant Do World No. 1. Yu Tianshui Academy should go somewhere else. Our royal fighting team happens to be in Soto City. By the time you arrive, the people will have long been captured by us. Wu from the Blaze Academy in Variant Do World No. 1. Shuei Binger. Should our 2 battle teams join forces to catch a few higher-ranked trash-ranked individuals? Shuei Binger from Tianshui Academy in Variant Doloa World No. 1. That's fine. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Shen Cangqiong at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Let's just team up with the 4 Elements Academy. This way we have a better chance. Feng Xiaotian is preparing to achieve his goal of teaming up with Huo Wu through a curve. Otherwise, Huo Wu would definitely refuse his request to team up. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Although I know you have ulterior motives, our Thunder Academy agrees. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Blazing Fire Academy, Huo Wushuang. Then let's set off now and gather together in Heavendo City. Huo Wushuang doesn't care about Feng Xiaotian's little schemes. He thinks Feng Xiaotian is fine, and if his sister agrees in the future, he, as her brother, wouldn't oppose it. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Water Academy, Shuei Binger. Sure. Rank 99, the Goose Exam of 2 Worlds. Martial Soul, Swan. Soul ring ratio, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Soul power level, level 53 healing system battle soul king. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Soto City Fireworks Street. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to the Goose Examiner will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Rank 98, the unhappiness of 2 worlds. Martial soul, double covers of heaven and earth. Soul ring ratio, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Soul power level, level 53 control system weapon soul king. Identity, one of the 3 swordsmen of Soto City. Current location, Soto City Fireworks Street. Reason for ranking, persecuting good families. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to the unhappy will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Rank 70, Zhang Yin of 2 worlds. Martial soul, iron beak. Soul ring ratio white. Soul power level, level 11 control system weapon soul master. Identity, instructor at Soto low-level Soul Master Academy. Current location, office of the principal of Soto low-level Soul Master Academy. Reason for ranking, likes to invert black and white. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Zhang Yin will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Variant, one of the Doloa World Water Academy, Shui Yue. What's going on in Soto City? They just announced 31 slots on the disgrace list, and 11 of them are actually from Soto City. Variant, one of the Doloa World, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, Stellari. Is this how you govern the Soul Masters of Soto City? When this matter is over, you will return to the Spirit Hall headquarters and give me an explanation. Chapter 116 Shen Cangqiong's ranking causes a sensation. Rank 50. Wu Siguai of 2 worlds. Martial soul, warhorse. Soul ring ratio, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul power level, level 55 agile attack system battle soul king. Identity, City Lord of Shilin City. Current location, City Lord's mansion of Shilin City. Reason for ranking, using his concubine as an excuse to sell the secrets of the Heaven Do Empire. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Wu Siguai will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Rank 11, Li Tai Min of 2 worlds. Martial soul, heaven strategy spear. Soul ring ratio, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul power level, level 59 strong attack system weapon soul king. Identity, City Lord of Tang City. Current location, City Lord's mansion of Tang City. Reason for ranking, to become the City Lord of Tang City. He is willing to harm his brother's nephew. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Li Tai Min will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Rank 10. Shen Cangqiong of Variant 1 of the Doluo World. Martial soul, true dragon. Soul ring ratio, raid, 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 raid. Soul power level, level 95 all system title Doloa. Identity, principal of the Inner Academy of Blue Tyrant Academy. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, good husband, your wife, I will support her. Evaluation, this is a true pomegranate. Special reward, anyone who successfully teaches a lesson to Shen Cangqiong will receive a reward, the rarity of which depends on the level of the lesson taught and the ranking of the person receiving the lesson. It cannot endanger the life of the person receiving the lesson, or there will be no reward. Variant 1 of the Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Back Mountain Training Ground. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was drinking water, and when he caught a glimpse of himself on the disgrace list, and with such a ridiculous reason, he immediately sprayed all the tea in his mouth. Hee, your reason for being on the list is really interesting. By the way, you didn't go looking for Tang Yuehua that night. Was it because she was still a girl? Lu Erlong said with a strange smile. What Lu Erlong didn't know was that as she asked this question, the same thought appeared in the heart of Tang Yuehua, the head of the Moon Pavilion not far from Blue Tyrant Academy. Well, Shen Cangqiong awkwardly scratched his head. How could he explain this? Although the reason he didn't go looking for Tang Yuehua that night was not because of what Lu Erlong said. He indeed had a taste for that. At this moment, not to mention Shen Cangqiong and Lu Erlong, down at the training ground, the team members were also watching Shen Cangqiong's every move while whispering. He, Senior Shen really understands more. Ma Hongjun said with a wink. What are you thinking? Recently, Senior Cangqiong has been with us all the time. Have you ever seen him go out alone? Unlike you, who can't wait to rush to the beautiful world every night after the soul fighting training at the Great Soul Arena. Ningronggrong retorted. Rong. That's where you're wrong. Among our team, it's not just me who goes out to have fun. Look at Tang-san. Hasn't he often gone out to have fun after his injuries healed? On the contrary, Boss Dai has been acting strange lately, and hasn't he gone out to have fun for a long time? Since not long ago, after Ma Hongjun sold his soul bone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he and Ning Rongrong have surprisingly become good friends. I was there to test, not to play, Tang-san said coldly. What a joke. How could that kind of place be worthy of him? If it weren't for Xiao Wu's unwillingness and giving him a slap to the ear, how could he possibly lower himself to go to such a place for testing? Even though his father and Anne helped him find a high-end place, no matter how high-end it couldn't change its essence. Testing? What did you test out? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. Playing is just playing, yet you call it testing, truly hypocritical. He suddenly felt that with someone like Tang-san. If there were a negative list like the false gentleman list in the comparison video, Tang-san would definitely be on it. Does this have anything to do with you? Tang-san's expression changed from cold to dark. In fact, some time ago, after Bibi Dong's operations, they finally sought help from the Jiuxin Haidang family. But Tang-san's injuries were too severe, and time had dragged on for too long. Even with Yi Linglong's help, Tang-san had only barely recovered some functions. Right now, with the aid of a pill, Tang-san could probably last about 10 seconds. Without the pill, he could basically only stare blankly without entering. Tisich, seeing Tang-san's attitude, Ma Hongjun was too lazy to continue talking to him and turned to chat in the bullet screen area. Meanwhile, in the bullet screen area, Variant Doluo World Number 1. Cangqiong Brothers' hobby isn't a big deal. Why is he on the trash list? Variant Doluo World Unknown. The important thing isn't how Shen Cangqiong's hobby is, but who can teach him a lesson. Even Tang Hao, one of the twin stars of the Hao Yin sect decades ago, only got beaten up, let alone others. Variant Doluo World Unknown. What's so difficult about this? Don't you all think? Shen Grandpa has such a hobby, right? You can go look for suitable sister-in-law or younger siblings at home. Then bring them to negotiate terms with Shen Grandpa. For example, if Shen Grandpa doesn't resist getting taught a lesson, then it can be, hey, Variant Doluo World Unknown, good guy. You actually thought of such a method. You're really a little crafty. Variant Doluo World Unknown. This method is good. I just happen to have someone at home who meets the conditions, and I plan to try at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Everyone, wait for my good news. Variant Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Intercourt Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. Stop talking nonsense. Senior Cangqiong is not that kind of person. Variant Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Intercourt Core Disciple by Cangqiong. Exactly. With Senior Cangqiong's strength, if he were really the kind of person who could escape his palm. But has anyone heard any black material about Senior Cangqiong in this regard? Chapter 117. Tang-san directly attacked Oscar No. 9. Jiang Zishang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Chessboard. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Soul Power Level. Level 59 Control System Tool Soul King. Identity, Lord of Cangqiong. Current location, Cangqiong Lord's Mansion. Reason for ranking, fooling the masses. Evaluation, this is a real trash. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Jiang Zishang a lesson will receive a reward. The rarity of the reward depends on the degree of the lesson and the ranking of the taught on the trash list. It cannot harm the life of the taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Number 8. Oscar from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Sausage. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, yellow, purple. Soul Power Level. Level 32 Food System Tool Soul Venerable. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, dark-minded. Evaluation, this is a real petty person. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Oscar a lesson will receive a reward. The rarity of the reward depends on the degree of the lesson and the ranking of the taught on the trash list. It cannot harm the life of the taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Back Mountain Training Ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oscar, you usually put on a righteous appearance. But unexpectedly, you are a dark-minded petty person. Ma Hongjun clicked his tongue, almost unable to control his fists. Oscar, I don't care if you're a petty person, but shouldn't you make some sacrifices? Ning Rongrong also clenched her small fist, eager to try. Smack! At this moment, Tang San was the most direct, without saying a word. He directly gave Oscar a slap to the ear. Tang San, aren't you going too far? Oscar is our classmate. How can you do this? Seeing Oscar being slapped away by Tang San, Dai Mubai, who already hated Tang San, stepped forward and glared at him. Variant Doll World Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Comparison video. I have already lightly taught Oscar a lesson. Why didn't I receive a reward? Tang San ignored Dai Mubai and some other dissatisfied members of the team, and instead asked the comparison video. Comparison video. You have to wait until all the trash list members are announced before it officially begins. Variant Doll World Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Alright. Hearing this, Tang San nodded. Anyway, Oscar was right in front of him, couldn't run away, and at most he would just give the other party another slap later. As for Dai Mubai's obstruction, Tang San didn't take it seriously at all. When their relationship was still good, he would give Dai Mubai some face. But ever since returning from the Sunset Forest, Dai Mubai's attitude towards him had been very cold, so naturally, he wouldn't continue to stick his warm face to Dai Mubai's cold butt. Number 7. Dai Mubai from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power Level. Level 38 Assault System, Soul Venerable. Identity. Substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, flirtatious, irresponsible. Evaluation, chasing one after seeing another, throwing away the previous one. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Dai Mubai a lesson will receive a reward. The rarity of the reward depends on the degree of the lesson and the ranking of the taught on the trash list. It cannot harm the life of the taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Number 6. Hulaina from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black. Soul Power Level. Level 54 Control System Battle Soul King. Identity. Saintess of the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. Current location, Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking. Will betray the Spirit Hall that raised her in the future. Evaluation. This is a pitiful, white-eyed wolf. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Hulaina a lesson will receive a reward. The preciousness of which depends on the degree of the lesson and the low ranking of the taught individual on the scum list. No harm to the life of the taught individual is allowed, otherwise there will be no reward. Variant Dolo All World Spirit Hall Pope Hall. Teacher I. At this moment, Hulaina was trembling and kneeling in the main hall, not even daring to lift her head. Get up, Bibi Don said. She was thinking about how to destroy the Spirit Hall in the future and naturally did not mind her disciple betraying the Spirit Hall. In fact, the choice of betrayal by her own disciple in the future only further demonstrated how correct her plans and ideas were. Teacher. Seeing her teacher's attitude, Hulaina became even more frightened. Because, in the past, when Bibi Dong wanted to eliminate someone, she used this same tone and attitude. Sai, come here. Bibi Dong's tone suddenly softened. She had always treated Hulaina like her own daughter, so how could she possibly harm her? At this moment, seeing Hulaina's fearful and helpless appearance, she naturally felt heartbroken. Rank 5, Bibi Dong from Two Worlds. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. First Martial Soul Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow, Purple, 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 Black, 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 Red. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Second Martial Soul Soul Ring Ratio, Black, 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 Red. Soul Power Level. Level 99 Control System Supreme de Loi. Soul Power Level is sealed. Can currently use a maximum of level 97 Super de Loi Soul Power Level. Identity. Pope of the Spirit Hall. Current location. Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking. Appears to be affectionate and righteous, but is actually heartless and ungrateful. Evaluation. This is a brainless white-eyed wolf. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Bibi Dong a lesson will receive a reward. The preciousness of which depends on the degree of the lesson and the low ranking of the taught individual on the scum list. No harm to the life of the taught individual is allowed, otherwise there will be no reward. Variant O World Spirit Hall, Pope Hall. Teacher. How did you make the list too? At this moment, Hulaina nestled in Bibi Dong's arms, asking in a daze. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong's face was terrifyingly dark, showing no intention of answering her. Why? In that past incident, clearly I was the one who was harmed. But why did it end up being my fault? Bibi Dong roared in her heart. She naturally guessed which incident the comparison video referred to, but precisely because she guessed the reason, her anger surged rapidly. Chapter 118 Tang Shun and Tang Hao both on the scum list. No one knew the anger in BB Dong's heart, and the comparison video showed no signs either. After a customary pause of several seconds, a new list of ranked individuals was announced. Rank 4, Tang Shun from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Hao Tian Hammer. Soul Ring Ratio, black, red. Soul Power Level, Demigod, under control, can exert a maximum of level 91 soul power. Identity, previous generation Hao Tian Doloa, current location, City of Slaughter. Reason for ranking. In his youth, in order to become stronger, he did not hesitate to use the lives of innocent people to accelerate his cultivation speed, creating a blurred concept and cultivation system of evil soul masters, laying the foundation for the future proliferation of evil soul masters. Evaluation, the first generation ancestor of evil soul masters. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang Shun a lesson will receive a reward, the preciousness of which depends on the degree of the lesson and the low ranking of the taught individual on the scum list. No harm to the life of the taught individual is allowed, otherwise there will be no reward. Variant below all world Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Tang Shun is actually in the City of Slaughter? Wait, who's controlled Tang Shun? Poseidon's eyebrows stood upright, but she ultimately did not dare to leave Sea God Island to rescue Tang Shun. Variant the world Hao Hian sect Master Tang Xiao. I don't care who is controlling my grandfather in the City of Slaughter. You better release him immediately. Otherwise, my Hao Hian sect and your City of Slaughter will have a death feud. Variant below all world Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You Hao Hian sect wait a few days. I will send a few titled Doloa to help you. Xian Daolu. I know the conflict between your Spirit Hall and Hao Hian sect, but I hope you Spirit Hall one team medal in this matter. Variant below world Spirit Hall Grand offering Xian Daolu. Should I just watch you rescue Tang Shun and then let him come to trouble my Spirit Hall? Variant below world Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. I will persuade him to let it go. After all, both you Spirit Hall and Hao Hian sect were at fault in that past incident. Variant below all world Spirit Hall Grand offering Qian Daolu Sai. Variant below all world unknown. It's really laughable, knowing full well that Tang Shun is the first generation ancestor of evil soul masters. You still plan to send someone to rescue him? It seems that what Old Man Shen said is correct. Sea God Island is indeed not a good place. Variant below all world unknown. You also missed one point. Since Tang Shun is the ancestor of evil soul masters, then isn't Hao Hian sect the nest of evil soul masters? Hiss. Thinking deeply is horrifying. Perhaps this is the reason why the talent list excluded all title Doloa from Hao Hian sect. After all, using harmful methods to cultivate. Even if the cultivation speed is fast, it has nothing to do with cultivation talent. Variant Doloa world Hao Hian sect blazed Doloa Tang Lai. This is simply nonsense. My Hao Hian sect has always acted righteously and will absolutely not allow anyone to slander us. Such matters Hao Hian sect will never admit, otherwise things will really get serious. Variant Doloa world unknown. The fact that Tang Shun is the ancestor of evil soul masters was stated in the comparison video. Anyway, compared to your Hao Hian sect, I definitely believe the comparison video more. Variant Doloa world Hao Hian sect Master Tang Xiao. Think what you want. In any case, my Hao Hian sect is blameless. Tang Xiao knows that compared to the authority of the comparison video, the Hao Hian sect is nothing. Moreover, in matters like this, explanations often make things worse and cannot be clarified at all. Therefore, he decisively ended the topic. Variant Doloa World Anonymous. Rank 3. Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Martial Spirit. Hao Hian Hammer. Soul Ring Ratio. Yellow, purple, black, red. Soul Power Level. Rank 95 title Doloa. Identity. Hao Tian. Current location. Yuexian. Reason for ranking. 1 to win over a yin. He resorted to various means, just to deceive a yin's true heart. Reason for ranking. 2 after successfully deceiving a yin's true heart for fame and power. And to become stronger, Tang Hao did not take a yin to a safe place during her pregnancy, but instead repeatedly brought her to places frequented by Cangqiong Sunji. He even shamelessly told a yin, I want to show you all the beautiful sights of the world. In reality, it was to let Cangqiong Sunji discover a yin's true identity, forcing a yin to choose to sacrifice herself to him, Tang Hao, in a desperate attempt to protect him and their newborn child. Reason for ranking. 3 acting selfishly after obtaining the 100,000-year soul ring from a yin sacrifice. He completely disregarded the safety of the Hao Yin sect, attacking Cangqiong Sunji and his group, resulting in heavy losses for the Haotian sect, ultimately leading them to choose to live in seclusion. After this battle, Tang Hao got the 100,000-year soul ring he desired, gained sympathy and praise from some uninformed people, rid himself of the reputation of harming his wife, and successfully shifted the blame onto the Spirit Hall. Reason for ranking: 4. To appear more like a victim. Tang Hao frequently retaliated against the Spirit Hall after making a comeback. However, he did not dare to cause trouble in Spirit City, only daring to destroy the Spirit Hall's branches and sub-branches in some small cities. He showed no concern for whether the staff in those branches and sub-branches were innocent. Evaluation: a true villain, but with exceptional acting skills, fooling countless fools with his superb performance. Special reward: anyone who successfully teaches Tang Hao a lesson will receive a reward, the value of which depends on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the person being taught, without causing harm to the life of the person being taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. I'm crying. I'm one of the fools here. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Same here. I also compared myself to the fools in the video. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Add me to the list. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. What's there to cry about? We're just ordinary people. Isn't it normal not to know the truth? Those big powers should be the ones crying. After all, it was those big powers that spread the events of the past, and the praises for Tang Hao also came from those big powers first. Chapter 119: Reason for Ranking. Yu Xiaojing Variant Doluo World Yuexian. Second brother Yu. Tang Yuehua looked incredulously at the reasons for Tang Hao's ranking in the comparison video, then turned to see Tang Hao's pale face, and for a moment her mind went blank. Yuehua, it seems I have to leave here. Otherwise, not just me, but even you might be in danger. Tang Hao said solemnly. Where are you going? Tang Yuehua also knew the situation was urgent, and upon hearing this, quickly suppressed her complex emotions. I don't know. Anyway, I need to leave the range of Tiando City first. The place he was currently in was exposed in the comparison video. If he didn't leave immediately, this Hao Tiandoa might be besieged. Previously, when Tang Hao was not on this so-called fool ranking, no one would be foolish enough to trouble him, the Hao Tiandoa. But now it was different. With the benefits given by the comparison video, not to mention Shen Cangqiong, even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School might disregard their agreement as branches of the same tree and make a move against him. Moreover, those he usually looked down upon, such as the Tiando royal family and the decision-makers of the high-level Soul Master Academies near Tiando City, might unite to come and share a piece of the pie. Then fine, come with me. At the bottom level of Yuexian, there was a secret passage leading to the dense forest outside the city. In fact, this was prepared by Tang Yuehua for herself, so that when one day the Haotian sect could no longer be her backing, she would have a safe escape route before those who coveted her beauty came to capture her. Oh, Yuexian actually has a secret passage? Originally, Tang Hao was still thinking about where to run to avoid Shen Sanqiong's pursuit. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuehua gave him such a big surprise. Second brother, sister-in-law hasn't sent a single message questioning you until now. She must really be angry. If possible, you should apologize to her. Tang Yuehua did not explain much about the function of this secret passage, only quickly leading the way while reminding him. I know, Tang Hao know that, then hesitated for a moment and sent a message in the comment section. Variant Dolo World Haotian Dolo Tang Hao. I'm sorry. Tang Hao didn't elaborate. It was already too late to say anything now. Variant Dolo World 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. What are you sorry for? Why not just say it plainly? Variant Dolo World Haotian Dolo Tang Hao. I just want to tell you, if everything could start over, I would definitely take you to a safe place to live in seclusion. It would be impossible for Tang Hao not to have any regrets about the events of the past. Variant Below All World 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor Ain. Unfortunately, everything cannot be redone. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Mom, please forgive Father. You should know that Father has been depressed for 6 whole years over this. I believe that back then, Father was just momentarily confused and regretted it afterward. Variant Dual World 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor 18. I told you. Don't call me Mom. You are Tang San of the Tang sect, not my son Tang San. Ain said coldly. At first, she had hesitated, but in the end, she still could not accept the fact that her son possessed the memories of another person. Variant Overworld Tang Hao. Ain. Why must it be like this? Regardless, Tang San is still your child whom you carried for 10 months. Even if he has the memories of the previous Tang sect, can that deny the fact that he was born from you? For Tang Hao, as long as Tang San possessed the Haotian hammer as the family legacy martial spirit, and Ain had not secretly had any relations with other Haotian sect disciples, then Tang San was undoubtedly his son. Variant 1 of the Doluo world, the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Ain. You can recognize yourself if you want. Anyway, I won't. After saying that, Ain ignored whatever Tang Hao and Tang San continued to say. Without any more gossip to enjoy, everyone shifted their attention back to the comparison video. At this moment, the comparison video also conveniently released a new list of entrants. Rank 2, Yu Xiaojiang from Two Worlds. Martial Soul, Dog Pig. Soul Ring Ratio, Yellow Yellow. Soul Power Level, Level 29 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Identity, Honorary Elder of the Martial Soul Hall. Current location, Lamba Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 in his youth, to break through the shackles of Level 29 Soul Power. Yu Xiaojiang wandered among various forces and eventually arrived at the Martial Soul Hall. When Yu Xiaojiang discovered that the Martial Soul Hall's holy maiden Bibi Dong had a rather unique taste and was somewhat silly, he employed some means to successfully win over the then Navi Bibi Dong, and then began to secretly learn the knowledge of the Martial Soul Hall using her connections. Next, when Yu Xiaojiang found that the ordinary confidential knowledge from the Martial Soul Hall could not help him break through the shackles of Level 29 Soul Power, he chose to organize these theoretical knowledge he had stolen from the Martial Soul Hall and publish them under his own name. Reason for ranking, 2. He sowed discord between Bibi Dong and her teacher Qian Xuanji, leading to the greatest disaster in Dou continent's history in 10,000 years. Reason for ranking, 3. Clearly, it was Yu Xiaojiang's own fault, yet he insisted on blaming everything on the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Xuanji, and Bibi Dong. Clearly, Bibi Dong suffered some things that nearly drove her to collapse to protect him. But Yu Xiaojiang acted every day as if he was a useless person who could never break through to level 30 and was despised by Bibi Dong, thus presenting himself as a melancholic man who was heartbroken after being rejected. Reason for ranking, for the Martial Soul Hall helped Yu Xiaojiang so much, providing him with countless research resources, and Bibi Dong even used her influence in the Martial Soul Hall to help him publish the knowledge he plagiarized from the Martial Soul Hall under Yu Xiaojiang's name. However, regardless of who he encountered, Yu Xiaojiang completely ignored the benefits given to him by the Martial Soul Hall and Bibi Dong, instead speaking ill of the Martial Soul Hall at every turn. Reason for ranking, 5. He publicly claimed that he was dumped by Bibi Dong, suffering from a heavy emotional injury that required a long time to heal, yet within about a month, he developed a good relationship with another woman. Chapter 120, Bibi Dong's Breakdown. Reason for ranking, 6. Clearly seeing the token representing the core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family on another woman, Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang deliberately did not inform Lu Erlong of his own identity as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He accepted Lu Erlong's affection based on romantic feelings without any guilt, watching Lu Erlong fall deeper and deeper without any remorse. Reason for ranking, 7. Using Lu Erlong's feelings for him, Yu Xiaojiang gradually seized leadership of the team from his elder brother Flander, turning the entire team into his personal research servants. Reason for ranking, 8. He gladly accepted the wedding that Flander organized for him and Lu Erlong. But after hearing that Bibi Dong succeeded the papacy, he quietly left for several days, and when he returned, he acted as if nothing had happened and chose to marry Lu Erlong. Poor Lu Erlong did not know that during Yu Xiaojiang's disappearance, he first inquired about what happened in the Martial Soul Hall, and when he learned of Qian Xuanji's fall and Bibi Dong's succession to the papacy, he immediately sent word back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family about the marriage with Lu Erlong. As a result, on the night of the wedding, Lu Erlong's father came to stop the marriage, and Yu Xiaojiang took the opportunity to escape without bearing any blame, using the excuse that he could not accept the love between siblings. In the end, Lu Erlong waited for him for a full 20 years. Reason for ranking, 9. When Yu Xiaojiang discovered that Bibi Dong, after taking the papacy, did not invite him back to the Martial Soul Hall as he had expected, he rekindled his interest in Lu Erlong. With Flander's help, Yu Xiaojiang made a pact with Lu Erlong, agreeing to be spiritual partners rather than actual partners. However, perhaps due to his habitual dishonesty, as Bibi Dong fell and the Martial Soul Hall was destroyed, with the entire Dou continent under the control of the Tiandou and Xinglua and the 3 upper sects, Yu Xiaojiang, having gained absolute power, disregarded the previous pact and truly got together with Lu Erlong. Evaluation. This is a person who does not care for family, does not love anyone else, and only has himself in mind. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Yu Xiaojiang a lesson will receive a reward. the value of which corresponds to the severity of the lesson and the rank of the lesson recipient on the scum list, without endangering the recipient's life. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant 1 of the Doal world, Grand Priest Poseidon of Sea God Island. So, this is what you said about saving Cangqiong and then persuading him to let go? Variant 1 of the Doal world, Grand Priest Qiandaolu of the Martial Soul Hall. Do you believe that yourself? If it weren't for you and Cangqiong teaming up against my Martial Soul Hall, do the forces of Tiando and Xingluo and the three upper sects even have the right to be enemies with my Martial Soul Hall? Variant 1 of the Doal world, Grand Priest Poseidon of Sea God Island. This, Poseidon fell silent. She had to admit that Qiandaolu was right. If it weren't for her and Cangqiong joining forces, Qiandaolu alone could resolve all those from Tiando and Xingluo and the three upper sections. Moreover, most importantly, she could not deny that if Cangqiong truly refused to let go of the grievances with the Martial Soul Hall, she would surely support and help him. Variant 1 of the Doal world, Grand Priest Qiandaolu of the Martial Soul Hall. Let's stop this matter of saving Cangqiong here. If your people from Sea God Island dare to come to the City of Slaughter, don't blame me for being merciless and personally taking action against them. He indeed liked Poseidon, and he had hesitated about whether to stop Poseidon from sending someone to save Cangqiong. But if pleasing Poseidon would lead to the destruction of the Martial Soul Hall's foundation, Qiandaolu, was clear about how to choose. Just as Poseidon was still entangled with Qiandaolu over Cangqiong's matter, on the other side, the atmosphere in the Pope's palace had dropped to freezing point. Crack! At a certain moment, when the staff in Bibi Dong's hand finally could not withstand the pressure and broke in two, the awakened Bibi Dong slightly reigned in some of the cold aura emanating from her. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Hulaina and a group of titled law who were sweating profusely, Bibi Dong pointed at the door of the papal hall and said in a completely emotionless tone, "Get out. Outside the papal hall. What kind of story lies between Elder Yueguan and that Yu Shaojiang? I have never seen such a terrifying expression on the teacher's face before." Gently closing the hall door, Hulaina turned around and quietly asked the tulip Yueguan beside her, "Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't say." As he spoke, Yueguan secretly glanced at the tightly closed hall door, seemingly afraid of being heard by Bibi Dong inside. However, Yueguan was clearly overthinking. At this moment, after all the people inside the hall obediently exited, Bibi Dong first kicked her papal throne into scrap, then, as if going mad, began to smash everything she could find. Soon, the entire papal hall was reduced to ruins under Bibi Dong's overwhelming resentment. It turned out that everything you said before was a lie. It turned out that your departure from Lu Erlong was not because you still loved me, but because I succeeded the position of Pope. As long as you remained single, you could gain greater benefits from me. It turned out that the teacher did not deceive me. You were always sowing discord between me and the teacher. It turned out that Shen Cangqiong was right. I am a complete fool. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yu Shaojiang, I even helped you raise your soul power level, so you wouldn't be constrained by that level 29 soul power, risking my own reputation to acquire various pills for you. In the end, what I received, I fear, is nothing but a sneer in your heart and a comment of being foolish, without any gratitude. At this time, Bibi Dong slumped among the ruins, her eyes blankly staring at the comparison video, displaying the 9 reasons for Yu Shaojiang's ranking and the equally glaring evaluations, letting out chilling laughter. Chapter 121. The worst on the list, Tang San, rank 1. Tang San from 2 worlds. First, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Awakening unachieved. Second, Martial Soul, Hao Tian Hammer. Soul Ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Soul Power Level, Level 37 Control System Battle Soul Master. Identity, substitute member of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Battle Team. Current location, Blue Tyrant Academy. Reason for ranking, 1 extremely narrow-minded. For example, if someone accidentally provokes Tang San, he will seek relentless revenge. Reason for ranking, 2 extremely double standard. For example, in the spirit fighting arena, if someone from Tang San's side seriously injures an opponent, regardless of intent, Tang San will consider it normal. However, if the opponent accidentally, even slightly, injures someone from Tang San's side, he will think the opponent has gone too far and deserves death. Reason for ranking, 3 extremely greedy. For instance, Dugabo sincerely treated Tang San as a close friend. Not only did he give Tang San some treasures, but he also allowed Tang San to pick some herbs from his medicinal garden. As a result, Tang San completely emptied the medicinal garden, leaving nothing behind. Reason for ranking, for extremely shameless. When Dugabo returned and saw his once full medicinal garden now empty, he expressed his dissatisfaction. But Tang Xin not only did not acknowledge his mistake, but boldly countered Dugu Bo, claiming that it was Dugu Bo who allowed him to pick the herbs. So why was he regretting it now? He shamelessly turned his own mistake into someone else's fault. Reason for ranking 5. Exploiting emotions. Tang San repeatedly exploited Hulaiina's love for him, gaining countless benefits. Reason for ranking 6. Ungrateful, cold-blooded. Dugu Bo did not know the value of those herbs, but as a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San was very aware of the preciousness of the herbs in Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. Yet after emptying the garden, Tang San did not return a single herb to Dugu Bo or Dugu Yin. It should be noted that all members of the Dugu family who inherited the green scale serpent martial soul have left this world early. None of them lived to old age. However, this tragedy in the Dugu family could have been eradicated with just one herb, allowing future family members to completely escape the tragedy of short life. Instead, Tang San chose to ignore it, allowing the tragedy of the Dugu family to continue. He completely disregarded the fact that those herbs originally belonged to Dugu Bo of the Dugu family. Reason for ranking 7. Malicious intent, self-interest first. He clearly saw that his childhood sweetheart Xiao Wu, who had grown up with him since the age of 6, was transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. Yet instead of thinking about how to protect Xiao Wu, he quietly let her participate in the elite competition of high-level soul master academies filled with strong individuals. This led to Xiao Wu being discovered by the Spirit Hall for her true identity, ultimately having to sacrifice herself for her good brother Tang San. He completely forgot that back in the day, when his father Tang Hao left without a word, he couldn't accept the fact that he had become isolated and had to recognize Xiao Wu as his sister to regain a family member, promising Xiao Wu that if one day many people wanted to harm her, they would have to step over his dead body first. Reason for ranking 8. Appearing pure, but actually licentious. He usually pretended to be a gentleman, completely uninterested in beauty. Yet no matter how crafty the enemy's attacks were, he could always dodge them. However, when it came to girls trying to kiss him, Tang San never managed to dodge successfully. Reason for ranking 9. Completely disregarding relatives who show kindness. He clearly went to seek help from his aunt Tang Yuehua, but just because of a minor conflict with someone from Yuexian, he directly attacked them, completely disregarding that Yuexian was his aunt's territory, and those people were his aunt's subordinates. Reason for ranking 10. Extremely hypocritical, always blaming others. The first time he went to Haotian's sect, Tang San was still weak, so when he met several elders of Haotian's sect, he sensibly said, "That matter was my father's fault," and he even bowed to apologize on behalf of his father. The second time he went to Haotian's sect, Tang San's strength had significantly improved, but he still couldn't confront those elders, so when he met them again, he said, "That matter, my father was not at fault." However, this time, he did not take any further actions. During his third visit to the Haotian sect, Tang San's strength had already allowed him to easily suppress several elders of the sect. Therefore, when he met these elders, he bluntly and completely thoughtlessly said, "That matter was the fault of the Haotian sect." This time, Tang San took action again. However, this time it was not to apologize to the Haotian sect, but to deal with everyone in the sect, making them apologize to his father, Tang Hao. Even his uncle, who had always spoken for Tang San and Tang Hao, was not spared. Evaluation 1. It's hard to express, and there's so much to say. Evaluation 2. The true origin of the evil soul master, from Tang San onwards. The evil soul masters have completely risen. Special reward. Anyone who successfully teaches Tang San a lesson will receive a reward. The value of the reward, depending on the severity of the lesson and the ranking of the one being taught on the trash list. It is prohibited to harm the life of the one being taught. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Variant Doloa World, Anonymous. Let me take it slow. The 10 reasons for Tang San's listing have shocked me immensely. Variant Doloa World, Anonymous. Wait a minute. It's truly surprising. I didn't want to know, but now I'm shocked. The Haotian Tang family, famous across the Doa continent, actually has 3 members from the same family in the trash list among their 4 generations, and they are ranked 1st, 3rd, and 4th. What do you think? If Tang Hao's father hadn't passed away, would he also be at the top of the trash list? Then we would have a 4-generation family on the same list. Variant Doloa World, Anonymous. I had only heard of the 3 heroes of one family and the 3 dukes of 4 generations. This time, the Haotian Tang family has truly opened my eyes, showing me what it means to have 3 trash in one family, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 122. Xiao Wu's Distrust of Tang San. Variant Doloa World. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. I didn't expect that there was actually a 10,000-year transformed soul beast hidden in the Blue Tyrant Academy. In the conference hall, Sword de Law, Chun Xian suppressed his excitement and said enviously, I just wonder if there will be any reckless people who dare to go to the Blue Tyrant Academy to capture that soul beast. Hearing this, Bon de Law Gu Rong replied sarcastically, it's hard to say. This world is never short of those who forget their lives for profit. In fact, Ning Fengji was also very tempted by Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. However, he knew that it was not something he, Ning Fengji, or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could act on. After all, Ning Fengji didn't believe that Shen Cangqiong wouldn't see the true identity of that rabbit. Since Shen Cangqiong had already seen the rabbit's true identity but chose not to take action, he must have other plans. Anyway, we just need to watch the show from the sidelines. If someone really comes to the Blue Tyrant Academy to capture that rabbit, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only needs to inform Shen Cangqiong of which force made a move in secret. After a pause, Ning Fengji continued, this method is good. Although Shen Cangqiong is strong, his rise has been too short, and his ability to gather intelligence can't compare to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we can support him with intelligence, it would mean that Shen Cangqiong owes us a favor. Sword de Law, Chun Xian fully agreed with Ning Fengji's idea, and Gu Rong, who liked to go against Chun Xian, also nodded without opposing. Variant, Doluo World, Tiando Imperial Palace. Father, are we really not going to do anything about that Xiao Wu? What if Shen Cangqiong is willing to hand her over? In the study, Xuebong said somewhat unwillingly. Of course, this wasn't because he was truly foolish, but to sabotage the relationship between his older brother Xue Qinghe and Shen Cangqiong. Although since his brother visited Shen Cangqiong, they hadn't had any interactions, who knows if this is some scheme of his brother. So, just in case, it's better to create some trouble. Get out. Shui didn't know Xuebong's thoughts. Seeing Xuebong's helpless demeanor, he was immediately quite angry. Sai Qinghe, fortunately, you're not like your fourth brother. You are capable. Otherwise, I fear the Tiando Imperial family would really be in danger. Looking at the dejected Xuebong leaving, and thinking about the increasingly aggressive Spirit Hall, Shui sighed and said tiredly, Father, the fourth brother is still young. In a few years, when he matures a bit more, I believe he will be able to grow up. Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, advised, let's hope so. All right, you can go now. According to what we discussed earlier, the task of capturing those on the trash list is assigned to you. Shui waved his hand. Your son takes his leave. Meanwhile, other large, medium, and small forces across the Law continent were also urgently discussing the capture of those on the trash list, as well as the 10,000-year transformed rabbit, Xiao Wu. However, apart from a few forces that had become accustomed to being domineering in their own territories, most of them only briefly mentioned Xiao Wu and focused all their attention on capturing those on the trash list. After all, capturing those on the trash list was the real benefit in front of them, while that rabbit was being closely watched by Shen Cangqiong, and those forces did not believe they could succeed. Variant, Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy Back Mountain Training Ground. Xiao Wu, you are actually a transformed soul beast? At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than Tang San, who had grown up with Xiao Wu since he was 6 years old. That's right, I am a transformed form of the 10,000-year softbone rabbit. As she spoke, Xiao Wu secretly kept her distance from everyone present, especially from Tang San, the so-called brother, keeping her distance. There was no way. The comparison video had clearly stated that she ultimately sacrificed herself to Tang San. She didn't know what had happened between her and Tang San in the original plot, but at least now, she absolutely did not want to sacrifice herself to anyone, not even to Tang San. No wonder you have rabbit ears. I originally thought you had some problem when awakening your martial soul, which caused some characteristics of your martial soul to remain on you. At this moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward a few steps to Xiao Wu's side, looking at her rabbit ears with curiosity and realization. She had no special thoughts about Xiao Wu being a transformed soul beast. After all, Xiao Wu was her classmate, and she couldn't bring herself to harm her classmate. What is wrong with you all? Why are you all looking at Xiao Wu like that? Do you want to kill her and take her soul ring and soul bone? After Ning Rongrong was the first to express her goodwill, Bai Qinxiang also came to Xiao Wu's side, glaring at Tang San, Oscar, and Dai Mubai, who were showing unusual expressions, and questioned them. Don't forget, Xiao Wu is our classmate. Moreover, Senior Shen won't let you lay a hand on her. You don't think Senior Shen is unaware of Xiao Wu's true identity, do you? As Bai Qinxiang finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing also stood beside Xiao Wu, her support for Xiao Wu evident. Thank you all. With Jiang Zhu seemingly having made up her mind to join Xiao Wu. Feeling the goodwill radiating from the few of them, Xiao Wu was truly touched. I should be asking you what you want to do. I'm just curious about Xiao Wu because I've never seen a transformed soul beast before. On the contrary, you all are the ones who almost attacked me. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat strange, Dai Mubai stepped forward and accused the 5 girls instead. What Boss Dai said is not wrong. I'm just curious about what differences exist between someone like Xiao Wu, who is transformed from a soul beast, and a real human. The main point is, I'm just a food-type soul master. Even if I really wanted to do something, my strength doesn't allow it. With Dai Mubai starting, Oscar quickly chimed in. Xiao Wu, we've been together for so long. Do you still not trust me? How could I possibly harm you? Tang Xin did not continue to explain along with Dai Mubai and Oscar, but instead pretended to be hurt by Xiao Wu's distrust and said, Xiao Wu, are you blind or deaf? The comparison video has made it very clear. If nothing changes, then Xiao Wu's final outcome with you will be a sacrifice to you. I don't know where you get the face to blame Xiao Wu for not trusting you. What is even more disgusting is your expression of being hurt, as if Xiao Wu did something bad to you. If someone didn't know, they would think you sacrifice yourself to Xiao Wu, not the other way around. Seeing Tang San's pretentiousness, Ning Rongrong was almost sickened and immediately shot back. The comparison video did say that you would sacrifice yourself to me in the future. But a sacrifice must be voluntary, right? So, even if I owe an apology to the entire world, my concern for you must be sincere. Otherwise, how could you be willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Tang Xin ignored Ning Rongrong's accusations. His primary goal now was to regain Xiao Wu's trust. And as for the grudge against Ning Rongrong, he would have plenty of opportunities to take revenge later. Let us all calm down. Xiao Wu shook her head. She had seen Tang San's previous gaze. Though fleeting, it gave her an indescribable feeling of horror. That feeling seemed to indicate that he not only coveted her soul rings and soul bones, but also harbored a deeper, suffocating greed that was hard to articulate. You can decide. Just don't ignore me. Xiao Wu, remember, I will always be your brother. After saying this, Tang Xin stopped entangling with Xiao Wu. He knew that Xiao Wu was currently at her most alert, and no matter what he said or did, she would likely express doubt. To regain Xiao Wu's trust, he could only wait for this storm to pass, and then gradually repair their relationship. In fact, Xiao Wu's previous feelings were not wrong. For Tang San, who had lacked love since his past life, the sister he wanted was one who would never leave him, no matter what happened. But how could a living person with self-awareness possibly do that? Therefore, turning Xiao Wu into his soul ring and soul bone became the only feasible solution. Although doing so meant that Xiao Wu could no longer talk and play with him, Tang San's goal was still achieved. Because from now on, Xiao Wu would never be able to leave him, Tang San. Perhaps this idea seemed too terrifying to others, but Tang San, who had always been selfish, certainly did not see anything wrong with it. After all, he just wanted to have a relative who would never abandon him. What was wrong with that? At this moment, as the conversation with Xiao Wu ended, Tang San's attention shifted back to Oscar and Dai Mubai. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, he used a shadowy movement technique to appear in front of them and launched a full force attack at their faces. Bang! Bang! Immediately, 2 muffled sounds were heard, and Dai Mubai and Oscar were sent flying. Tang San, it seems that as the comparison video exposes you more and more, you've even become too lazy to pretend. Watching the 2 of them fall unconscious, Ma Hongjun ran over to check their injuries. When he saw that their mouths were crooked, he couldn't help but mock them. Number 1 variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Comparison video, where's my reward? Tang San directly ignored Ma Hongjun and stood in place for about a minute. Finding that the reward for teaching Dai Mubai and Oscar a lesson had not yet been issued, he frowned and asked, comparison video. Didn't I say before that rewards for teaching the top scorers in the worthless rankings would be given after the worthless rankings ended? Why the hurry? Number 1 variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Haven't the worthless rankings already been announced? Comparison video. The worthless rankings have indeed been announced, but I haven't said it's over yet. Forget it. Since you're in a hurry, I'll give you face. I originally had other rankings I planned to announce in advance. After saying this, the comparison video paused for a moment, and then a dignified voice began to sound. The negative ranking list has been completed. From now on, any being that successfully teaches a lesson to the listed individuals on the worthless rankings will receive corresponding rewards. Number 1 variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Shrek Tang San. Tang San was quite angered by the words of the comparison video, feeling that it was targeting him. However, before he could express his dissatisfaction, a voice from behind him approached. Watch out. Bang. Bang. Having cultivated the original true solution, Ning Rongrong was now far more powerful than before. With just one punch, she sent Tang San crashing into a nearby mountain wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. What are you waiting for? Let's all attack together. This is the #1 treasure on the worthless rankings. As long as he doesn't die, just beat him to death. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong took the lead and rushed in front of Tang San, who had just managed to stand up unsteadily, and gave him a series of 99 slaps. Rongrong, step aside. Watch me give this Tang San a free haircut. A burst of flames shot past, and the bruised Tang San was turned into a Mediterranean hairstyle by Ma Hongjun. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of sounds erupted as Tang San was kicked back and forth like a shuttlecock by Ning Rongrong and by Cangqiong. Let me do it. Zhu Zhuqing caught the kicked Tang San with her high heels and summoned her martial soul, starting to carve the words "the worst of the worst" onto Tang San's body. Sister Jiangzhu increased the healing intensity. I still have many methods I haven't used yet. After saying that, Ning Rongrong took out many small toys from her storage soul guide and called everyone to help, using them all on Tang San. Everyone step back, watch my methods. At this moment, Tai Long appeared with a bag from somewhere, telling everyone to step back temporarily, and directly went to Tang San's side, putting the bag over his head. Tai Long, what's in this bag? Why does it smell so bad? Ning Rongrong covered her nose and took a few steps back. Hee hee, you all can see for yourselves. Feeling that the time was about right, Tai Long ran a few meters away and used his soul power to cut open the bag. What the hell? As soon as the contents of the bag were revealed, everyone exclaimed and took several large steps back, looking speechlessly at the smug Tai Long. Chapter 124. The reward for the worst list causes an uproar on the other side. Aren't you going to manage them? On the high platform of the training ground, Lu Erlong looked at the rest of the team, except for Xiao Wu and the unconscious Dai Mubai and Oscar, all of whom had joined in the lesson for Tang San, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why should I manage them? It was that little brat Tang San who broke the rules first by sneak attacking Dai Mubai and Oscar. Besides, Rongrong and the others know what they're doing. They won't really put Tang San in danger. Otherwise, that initial hit from Rongrong could have sent Tang San straight to the sky. Jokingly, it was enough that Shen Sanxiong was not there to applaud and cheer as he watched Tang San being punished. How could he possibly stop such a satisfying scene? Do as you wish, as long as you're happy. All right, I'm leaving first. I need to get you Xiaojiang to my office, and then I'll give him a good lesson under the pretext of whether he steps with his left foot or right foot first. It will be a way to get back a bit of justice for that me in the comparison video, and by the way, I'll also get some rewards. Saying this, Lu Erlong stood up, stretched, and loosened her muscles in preparation for the upcoming action. Go ahead, but be careful when you act. You're already a super Doloa at level 98. Don't accidentally break that weakling you Xiaojiang. Shen Sanxiong nodded. Don't worry. During this time, I've been getting familiar with the new power I've obtained. Incidents like the house collapsing from carelessness won't happen again. Lu Erlong patted her own big bun, looking confident. I hope so. Shen Sanxiong watched Lu Erlong leave excitedly, his mouth twitching. Half an hour later, it should be about time. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach Tang San a lesson in the future. Shen Sanxiong glanced at the setting sun and slowly walked to the battlefield where Ning Rongrong and the others were. After this lesson, Tang San shouldn't run away, right? Ning Rongrong lowered her sleeves and tidied her appearance, and after transforming back into her obedient girl look, she asked eagerly. He has nowhere to run. Here. He can only suffer a bit, but if he runs away and gets caught by another force, he would basically have to spend the rest of his life locked away in a dark place. Moreover, he can't escape. I've marked him. As long as he's still on this Doloa continent, no matter where he runs, I can sense him. Seeing that everyone in the team had similar doubts as Ning Rongrong, Shen Sanxiong smiled and dispelled their concerns. That's good. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then the members of the team, like Tai Long, were responsible for carrying the unconscious Dai Mubai and the others back to the front yard. However, the difference was that Dai Mubai and Oscar were carried back, while Tang San was dragged back by Tai Long by 1 foot. Comparison video. Ning Rongrong successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a soul sage level replacement ring token. Note, the function of the replacement ring token is to allow the corresponding level soul ring to be replaced. For example, the soul sage level replacement ring token that Ning Rongrong obtained allows the user to have another opportunity to absorb a 7th soul ring. Comparison video by Cangqiong successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a soul sage level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Zhu Zhuqing successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a soul king level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Jiangzhu successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Ma Hongjun successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul King level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Tai Long successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Jingling successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Huang Yuan successfully teaches Tang San a lesson, now receiving a Soul Emperor level replacement ring token. Comparison video. Lu Erlong successfully teaches Yu Xiaojing a lesson, now receiving a title Dolo level replacement ring token. Variant Doloa World. Shui Wearer from Water Academy. This reward is too good. If I could get a set of 9 replacement ring tokens, wouldn't I have the chance to have all 9 soul rings be a 100,000-year red soul ring, like Brother Cangqiong in the future? Variant Doa World. Yao Zi from Plan Academy. It seems that the configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black will no longer be the standard soul ring configuration for geniuses. Variant Doa World. Huowu from Blaze Academy. Everyone move a little faster. After gathering, we will set off immediately to catch those on the worst list. Variant Doa World. Feng Xiaodian from Wind Academy. Sister Huowu, our Wind Academy is about to arrive at the agreed gathering place. Variant Doloa World. D. Tian from Beast Clan. Is our soul Beast Clan really destined to escape the fate of extinction? Comparison video. D. Tian, you're overthinking it. I treat humans and soul beasts equally. Your soul Beast Clan can also come out to catch those on the worst list to teach them a lesson. You don't have to worry about the gods coming to trouble you. I've already sealed off the Doloa continent. Those gods can see you, but they cannot enter the Doloa continent. Variant 1 of the Doloa world. The fierce beast, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. I see, he said. With such unreasonable events happening on Doloa continent, how could those gods not react at all? It turns out they were sanctioned. Just as the bullet screen area became lively due to the rewards received by Ning Rongrong and the others. Shen Cangqiong and his group also arrived at the front yard of Lamba Academy. Strange. Usually at this time, the academy is quite bustling. But why is it so quiet today? Walking along the main path in the front yard, Ning Rongrong and the others looked around for a while and only saw a few kittens surprised. Most of the students are at the main entrance. Shen Cangqiong said with a sense of helplessness. One can only say that Lu Erlong really can do anything. He actually hung the Yu Xiaojing right above the main gate of Lamba Academy and then used a fire to roast Yu Xiaojing until he was red and crispy. All at the main entrance? Did something happen at the main entrance? After speaking, Ning Rongrong and the others, without waiting for Shen Cangqiong's reply, quickly ran towards the direction of the main entrance. All right, if you want to go see, then go ahead. But remember to send these 3 useless ones back to the dormitory first before going. Otherwise, it might cause chaos. Seeing the remaining few men also eager to try, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand to dismiss them. Chapter 125, Experience, Catching the Useless on the List. Hee hee, old poison. How long are you going to hide? If you don't come out soon, I might just leave. After watching Ma Hongjun and Tai Long's group leave, Shen Cangqiong turned to a corner and smiled. I haven't hidden at all. It's just that I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. As soon as Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, a green figure stepped out from the corner. You suddenly came to see me today? You must have something to discuss, right? Could it be that Dugu Yin has returned? That doesn't seem right. I remember that Yu Qianheng mentioned in the bullet screen area that he planned to bring all the members of the Emperor fighting team to stay in Suatua City to catch those on the list. While speaking, Shen Cangqiong led Dugu Bo to his office. Let us wait until Yin comes back to talk about our matters. This can be considered as Yin helping the academy one last time before leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Actually, I came today mainly to ask about what is going on with my martial soul. Why is the evaluation of my current martial soul in the comparison video described as not fully evolved? Dugabo said, it might be because your body was severely damaged by poison before and that immortal herb consumed too much energy to help you repair the damaged body, which led to the incomplete evolution of your martial soul. This was the only answer Shen Cangqiong could think of. In fact, if it weren't for the evaluation of Dugabo's martial soul in the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong really wouldn't have known that Dugabo's martial soul was not fully evolved. Because Dugabo's current 3-clawed dragon martial soul doesn't look different from the dragon in Shen Cangqiong's mind and appearance. Is that so? Dugabo frowned and thought for a while, then nodded in agreement with Shen Cangqiong's answer. After all, it is an undeniable fact that all hidden dangers in his body were eliminated after refining that immortal herb. It's getting late. Since you're here, let us have a drink together. As for your martial soul, I'll think of a way. By the way, This is a handwritten copy of the first 5 articles of the original True Resolution. Take it and practice for now. Shen Cangqiong had said that he would not treat the Dugu family unfairly, so he naturally kept his word. All right, since I'm going back alone anyway. It's better to eat here. It's more lively. Dugu Bo took the handwritten copy of the original True Resolution from Shen Cangqiong, looked at it, and said, "The characters on this look so elegant. They don't seem like your handwriting. I had Shuangmawai copy it." Shen Cangqiong stood up and shrugged. Shuangmawai? Dugu Bo was taken aback. It's that by Cangqiong. Shen Cangqiong said with a slight sweat, having gotten used to saying it in private. He inadvertently blurted it out. Oh. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo let out a long "oh" with an ambiguous look. Although he is not young, he still understands such matters. This so-called Shuangmawai has quite a significant boost. There is nothing going on between us. Shen Cangqiong didn't expect that Dugu Bo, who usually had a cold expression, actually understood a lot. It seems that this guy wasn't a serious person when he was young either. Hee, don't worry. I understand. Men are like that. Saying this, Dugu Bo patted Shen Cangqiong on the shoulder, wearing an expression of someone who has been there. Think whatever you want. Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes and ignored Dugu Bo, who was following behind. By the way, didn't you get 5 titled Doluo pills? Why have you only increased 1 level of soul power so far? At this moment, Dugu Bo suddenly asked, "Those things aren't too useful for me. I still focus on that unnamed true law. So, I gave all 5 titled Doluo pills to Erlong." Since Lu Erlong followed him, Shen Cangqiong certainly wanted her to have enough self-protection ability. Otherwise, if something happened, no matter how much Shen Cangqiong regretted, it would be too late. This can also be considered as Lu Academy head as hard-earned rewards. Dugu Bo sighed. Early the next morning, "You Xiaojiang, we're going to capture those on the list this time. Are you sure you want to go?" At the gate of Lamba Academy, Shen Cangqiong looked at Yu Xiaojiang standing next to Tang San, who looked like a pig's head, and said lightly, "I'm sure. Moreover, I can teach them some useful knowledge on the way. This way, the team members can train and learn at the same time." Of course, these are just Yu Xiaojiang's excuses. The real reason is that he is afraid Lu Erlong will come up with new tricks to deal with him in a few days. Although his body didn't suffer any substantial harm from yesterday's scene, he felt a deep sense of shame in his heart. One could even say that Yu Xiaojiang would rather be beaten and lie in bed for a year and a half and endure such humiliation as yesterday. In fact, for someone like Yu Xiaojiang, the real blow to him was never physical harm, but rather the harm to his dignity. If you want to follow, I have no objections. However, aside from your disciple Tang San, don't meddle in the education of other students. Shen Cangqiong said speechlessly. I understand. Looking at the expressions of the people present towards him, either full of disdain or expressionless, Yu Xiaojiang could only obediently nod his head. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but miss the old Bibi Dong, who used to obey his every command. Unfortunately, ever since the video exposing his disgraceful deeds was released, Bibi Dong had not paid him any attention. For instance, last night, after he was finally let down by Flander, he tried several times to call Bibi Dong in his room, but the only response he received was a dismissive "heh." This made him think that Bibi Dong had gone mad. Then let's set off. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and took the lead. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, "Teacher, are you okay?" Hulina looked at Bibi Dong, whose eyes were red, and stepped forward timidly. "I'm fine. By the way, have you sent someone to catch those on the disgraceful list?" Bibi Dong said expressionlessly. "Yes. 2 teams are led by my brother and Yin," Hulina cautiously replied, afraid of upsetting her teacher. At least Yue Guan and the others are somewhat useful." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, Nana, you should prepare too. We'll go to Lamba Academy together later," Bibi Dong continued. "Does the teacher want to go in person? Won't that be too impactful?" Hulina hesitated. "No problem. You go prepare," Bibi Dong waved her off. At this moment, she had no mind to care about any impact. Chapter 126. Preparing to meet Yin outside Tiando City. 2 horse-drawn carriages were racing ahead, one in front of the other. "Senior Cangqiong, is it a bit late for us to set out now? I saw in the barrage that other academy's battle teams are rushing to various places overnight." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice came from the carriage in front. "It's fine. Even if we catch none, we still have 4 disgraceful list members with us." Shen Cangqiong pointed to the carriage behind him nonchalantly. "That seems right. No other power in the entire Doluo continent has 4 disgraceful list members in hand without needing to act like us at Lamba Academy." After Shen Cangqiong's reminder, Ning Rongrong quickly reacted. "Wait, it should be 5 disgraceful list members." "Dean Cangqiong, did you forget that you're also on the disgraceful list?" By Cangqiong interjected. This was by Cangqiong's small revenge. as Shen Cangqiong had previously made her transcribe the original truth 100 times under the pretext of eavesdropping. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. To be honest, he had indeed forgotten that he was also on the disgraceful list. I don't think Senior Cangqiong should be on the disgraceful list. It's just some special hobbies. He hasn't done anything bad. Ning Rongrong had a different opinion on this. Just some small hobbies. Who could say they didn't have a little something of their own in their hearts? Actually, what surprised me the most is that guy Ma Hongjun. I didn't expect that among the 4 male students of Shrek Academy, he, who usually seems the least serious, will be the only one not on the disgraceful list. Ning Rongrong said, after pausing. This probably means you can't judge a person solely by their appearance, and knowing a person's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Tang San, who always appeared to be a gentleman in front of others, and Dai Mu Bai, who looked unrefined but played more than anyone else in private, and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing didn't oppose Dai Mu Bai having other beauties, but the premise was that they must come from good families. As a result, Dai Mu Bai had countless beauties of all identities, but none were from good families. Ma Hongjun's only black mark was that kind of thing. But I heard he never forced anyone. Everything was consensual. It's probably why he didn't make it onto the disgraceful list, said Talon, who got along well with Ma Hongjun, defending him. To say it was completely consensual is not entirely accurate. When we first went to Shrek, I saw him forcing his girlfriend to break up with him. Xiao Wu spoke up. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Previously, Xiao Wu always seemed downcast, and Ning Rongrong thought it would take her at least a few months to return to her carefree self who would chat about anything. Yes, I'm fine now. Thank you all for your concern. Xiao Wu smiled at Ning Rongrong and thanked the 4 girls who had stayed with her all night. You recovered really quickly, Ning Rongrong said with a somewhat strange expression. In fact, Ning Rongrong was mistaken in one aspect. Without the opportunity of the Titan giant ape taking Xiao Wu away, Xiao Wu only had feelings for Tang San as a brother, with no romantic feelings. The recently exposed deeds of Tang San, although made Xiao Wu feel bitter and painful, did not give her a sense of the world collapsing, nor did she need to take months to slowly recover. Shen Cangqiong, can I join the inner court? Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her little tongue at Ning Rongrong and turned to ask Shen Cangqiong. You need to think carefully. Once you join the inner court, you can't withdraw, Shen Cangqiong replied. It was unclear what this rabbit was thinking, but since she wanted to join the inner court, Shen Cangqiong had no reason to refuse. I understand the rules, Xiao Wu nodded. She could now be considered a lonely person and was in a dangerous situation. Therefore, for her safety, she needed to find a support among humans. And Shen Cangqiong, who had already known her identity but had not acted against her, and was also powerful, was obviously the most suitable choice. All right, from now on, you'll be a core disciple of Lamba Academy's inner court. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong took out a handwritten copy of the original truth from his storage soul guide and handed it to Xiao Wu. Damn it, I worked so hard to transcribe this. Cangqiong pouted when she saw her handwriting on the copy handed to Xiao Wu. Who told you to eavesdrop? Shen Cangqiong shot a sideways glance at Bai Cangqiong. I didn't. It was clearly your voices that were too loud, Bai Cangqiong retorted indignantly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned slightly red, while Talon and the others maintained a composed demeanor, pretending they hadn't heard anything. It seems that 100 times is still too few. I don't know why, but Shen Cangqiong always likes to tease Bai Cangqiong. Bai Cangqiong shot Shen Cangqiong a glance and ignored him, who would bully her. In the following time, after walking and stopping, everyone finally arrived at a place called Holy Soul Village on the afternoon of the 3rd day. However, the group from Lamba Academy did not enter the village, but, under Shen Cangqiong's direction, came to the entrance of a hidden cave. What are we doing here? After getting off the cart, Ning Rongrong looked around and asked in confusion. There happens to be a ranked individual hiding nearby, ranked 39th on the trash list. It can only be said that this is a coincidence. Originally, Shen Cangqiong planned to wait until the training to catch the ranked individual was over before coming to Holy Soul Village to take away Ayin. However, when Shen Cangqiong checked the current locations of the ranked individuals on the trash list using comparison video scores, he happened to find one hiding in the forest behind Holy Soul Village. In this case, Shen Cangqiong naturally chose to come to Holy Soul Village as the first stop. Oh, there are ranked individuals here? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly, then immediately summoned her martial soul, ready for battle like the others. He's in that cave over there. Walk about 500 meters ahead, and you'll see the cave. Shen Cangqiong pointed in a direction. Then, without caring how these students would catch that trash list individual at the Soul Master level, he walked straight into the cave, not far away. Chapter 127. The villagers of Holy Soul Village confront Tang San. Inside the cave. Why are you all following me? Shen Cangqiong turned around and said helplessly. It's just to catch a level 41 Soul Master. We don't need to be involved. Bai Cangqiong said. In fact, they were just curious about what Shen Cangqiong planned to do in this cave. How about next time I take you to the Slaughter City to find Tang Shun for some practice? Although he said this, Shen Cangqiong did not drive the 5 girls away, but brought them to a blue silver grass with golden patterns. This blue silver grass is a bit different. Ning Rongrong circled around the golden patterned blue silver grass, resting her chin on her hand, offering her opinion. Do you even need to say that? Bai Cangqiong squatted down and gently stroked the distinct blue silver grass in front of her. This should be blue silver emperor, right? Xiao Wu hesitated. After all, she was a soul beast, and her understanding of soul beasts far exceeded that of Ning Rongrong and the other 4 girls. Yes, this blue silver grass is the emperor among blue silver grasses, the famous 100,000-year blue silver emperor. That's Ayin. Shen Cangqiong nodded. 100,000 years soul beast. Blue silver emperor Ayin. Isn't that Tang San's mother? Except for Xiao Wu, the other 4 girls were taken aback. Ayin, I already recognized you. How long are you going to pretend to be motionless? Do you have to wait until I also want to touch you before you react? Seeing that, Ayin showed no reaction despite the curious 4 girls continuously stroking her. Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but tease. What do I do here? Also, how did you know I was here? Perhaps afraid that Shen Cangqiong would really make a move on her. Ayin finally spoke. However, since Ayin was still just a small blue silver grass, only the 4 who had cultivated true methods could hear her voice. I'm here to take you away. As for how I knew you were here, that's none of your concern. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong didn't care whether Ayin was willing or not and directly dug her out, planting her into the flower pot he had brought. What kind of person are you? How can you do this? Ayin was quite angry. Being taken by me is much better than being taken by Tang Hao, right? Shen Cangqiong said. Where are you taking me? When Shen Cangqiong asked this, Ayin's restless branches and leaves stopped moving, and after about 10 seconds, she seemed to have resigned herself and asked, do I even need to ask? Of course, it's Lamba Academy. But don't worry. I will find a way to let you transform quickly. Shen Cangqiong made a promise. This is beneficial for both sides. After all, what is interesting about a grass? Only Ayin after transforming can make me, Shen Cangqiong, feel at ease. If you can really help me transform quickly, I'll owe you a favor. At this moment, Ayin was genuinely moved. When her husband was no longer reliable, and her son wasn't even her true son, Ayin was left with only the wish to transform. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Even so, Shen Cangqiong couldn't help but complain in his heart. A favor is nothing, a lover is more like it. Half an hour later, no wonder you insisted on bringing Flinder along. It turns out you planned to have Flinder act as a delivery man to transport the captured ranked individual back. On the small road in Holy Soul Village, Ning Rongrong thought of Flinder's wonderful expression after hearing Shen Cangqiong's words earlier and couldn't help but laugh again. Fortunately, my soul power level isn't high. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to escape. Bai Cangqiong beside her glanced at the pot of blue-silver emperor forcibly placed in her arms by Shen Cangqiong and felt a sense of sympathy with Flinder. Are you Tang San? Just as the few girls were joking, a villager from Holy Soul Village walked towards Shen Cangqiong and the others. When the person got closer and recognized Tang San's familiar face, which had already swollen a bit, he frowned and asked angrily, It's me, Uncle Parker. Recognized by the villager from Holy Soul Village, Tang San knew he could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. So he had to harden his scalp and greet him with a forced smile. Uncle? Heh, I wouldn't dare to be your uncle. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man named Parker sneered coldly. Uncle Parker, you can't hold a grudge against me just because of the exposure in the comparison video. After all, those trash incidents might happen in the future, but I haven't done them yet. Tang San said anxiously, I despise you not because you're ranked first on the trash list, but because I look down on you, a white-eyed wolf. Parker said disdainfully, How am I a white-eyed wolf? This was not Tang San pretending to be confused. In fact, he genuinely didn't understand why Parker would call him a white-eyed wolf. You really are a heartless person, Tang San. If you were just pretending to be confused, you might still have a chance of saving yourself. But I can see that you truly don't realize where you are heartless, and that really has no hope. Forget it. I'll just ask directly. You say, when you were young, was the village chief good to you? Parker almost lost his temper. The village chief was very good to me. This, Tang San could not deny. Moreover, when he returned to Holy Soul Village back then, Xiao Wu also came back with him. If he were to lie now, Xiao would likely be even more disappointed in him. All right, since you admit that the village chief was good to you, can you explain why you haven't returned to see the village chief even once in these past few years? Parker grew angrier with every word. Tang Sen was at a loss for words. How could he respond? Should he say that his father, Tang Hao, was no longer here? So what was the point of coming back? Tang San, when you were young, your father, Tang Hao, didn't care about you at all. If it weren't for the village chief's help, you might have starved to death long ago. The village chief doesn't ask for your repayment, but during your holidays, you wouldn't even want to come back to see him. Isn't that too much? What else can you be if not an ingrate? Parker's fists tightened. It's not that I don't want to come back, but my studies are very heavy. I not only have classes, but also work at the blacksmith shop during my free time. I can say that I hardly have any time to rest and do what I want to do, Tang Sen argued. Upon hearing this, Parker was so angry that he laughed. Then, without further ado, he directly copied the conversation he just had with Tang San word for word into the bullet screen area, intending to let everyone judge. Chapter 128. Tang San breaks down, wants to fight. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. No flattery or criticism. This Tang San clearly is trying to fool people. If someone truly cares about another person, how could they not return for years? If it were me, no matter how busy I was, I would still choose to rush back after work every now and then to take a look, then rush back again. Variant Doluo World. Blacksmith shop in Notting City. Boss Tai. I first want to clarify. Tang Sen was working in my shop at the time. However, our shop is not a shady place. If there are matters, he can take time off anytime. Moreover, my shop doesn't have that much business. So it's absolutely impossible for Tang San to be so busy that he can't even find time to visit home. Therefore, I can almost conclude that Tang San hasn't returned to the village for years simply because he doesn't care about that village chief and doesn't want to visit him. It's a shame he used to think Tang San was a hard-working little guy. But now he ranked first on the scumbag list and even wants to take advantage of our blacksmith shop. That's something an uncle can tolerate, but an aunt cannot. Variant Doluo World. Principal of Nodding Low-Level Soul Master Academy. Our Nodding Academy also needs to make a statement. Our studies are not busy. Basically, we only have cultural classes for half a day in the morning. The rest of the afternoon is all free time that we can allocate ourselves. During this time, whether you practice soul power or go out, the academy will not interfere. As the boss of the blacksmith shop made his statement, the principal of Nodding Low-Level Soul Master Academy followed suit with a similar statement. Both the low-level and intermediate Soul Master Academies have cultural classes in the morning and free activities in the afternoon. The principal of Nodding Low-Level Soul Master Academy does not want others to misunderstand that their academy is so unique. After all, since it is a Soul Master Academy, it must focus on cultivation, with culture as a supplement. Otherwise, one could just go to an ordinary academy to study. Variant Doluo World, Anonymous. Actually, I don't find it surprising that any scummy thing happens to Tang San. Variant Doluo World, not happy. I originally thought I was already pretty scummy. But compared to this scumbag first place, Tang San, there's still quite a gap. Variant Doluo World, Tianya. This is very normal. We are ranked so low on the scumbag list, and this Tang San is ranked so high. It's simply incomparable. Variant Doluo World. Goose Exam. Although we three brothers are not good people, at least we understand the most basic principle of gratitude. Variant Doluo World. Holy Soul Village. Parker. Tang San. Did you see? Even the academy you used to attend and the blacksmith shop you worked at have come out to make statements. It can be seen that what you said about being too busy to return and see the village chief is nothing but a deceptive lie. Stop thinking of yourself as the only smart one and everyone else is foolish. Parker looked at the sullen-faced Tang San with a smile, and the frustration in his heart finally dissipated somewhat amidst the barrage of disdainful comments about Tang San. Variant Doluo World. Holy Soul Village Chief Jack Sai. Parker, just let go. Consider it my mistaken judgment. Variant Doluo World. Holy Soul Village. Parker, Village Chief, you're just too kind-hearted. Forget it. Since you don't want to hold it against him, I won't waste any more breath on this scumbag Tang San. Otherwise, the more I talk to him, the more disgusting I feel. After saying that, Parker looked disdainfully at Tang San once more and turned to leave. Wait, Parker, I, Tang San, believe I haven't offended you. Yet you took our conversation and put it all in the bullet screen to discuss. Such aggressiveness. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, it's not going to be so easy for you to leave here. At this moment, Tang San suddenly stepped forward a few steps and blocked Parker's way. While Village Chief Jack and Parker didn't want to hold it against him, Tang San wanted to have a good argument with Parker. What? You want to repay kindness with enmity and attack me? Don't forget, you grew up eating the food from the Holy Soul Village. My family has supported you quite a bit. Parker stepped back a few steps, feeling somewhat flustered. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Even though Tang San was just a teenager, it was still very easy for him to intimidate an ordinary person. Haha, here is a gold soul coin. It should be enough to repay the kindness of those meals you had. Saying this, Tang San took out a gold soul coin from his storage soul guide and tossed it to Parker. However, whether it was intentional or accidental, the gold soul coin happened to hit Parker's tear ducts. Instantly, Parker's tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. On the other side, it seems Tang San has been completely thrown off by Parker. Ning Rongrong looked at Parker's miserable appearance, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Perhaps, after speaking, Shen Cangqiong saw Tang San preparing to attack Parker, and quickly stepped forward, slapping the back of Tang San's head before his fist could reach Parker. Immediately, Tang San, who had been cold-faced, was stunned and saw stars, feeling as if he didn't know what day it was. Senior Shun, why are you doing this? After a long time, Tang San finally recovered from the 3 questions of who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Just as he was about to get angry, he realized that the person who ambushed him was actually the notorious Shen Cangqiong, so he could only ask with frustration. Smack! Shen Cangqiong didn't speak and slapped the back of Tang San's head heavily again, then said lightly, apologize. Uncle Parker, I'm sorry. Although Tang San was furious, he had to lower his head under the roof, especially after seeing the faint cold smile at the corner of Shen Cangqiong's mouth. Tang San was even more certain that if he refused to apologize, the next outcome would definitely be miserable. Tang San, when you came to our Doluo continent, although your body was still small, your thinking was already that of an adult. I won't say inappropriate things like it's the father's fault for not teaching, but I still want to advise you. When a person acts, they should compare it with the video. If you continue to act recklessly, you might still top the negative list next time. After preaching to Tang San, Parker turned and bowed to Shen Cangqiong to express his gratitude. Chapter 129. Bibi Dong finally sees Yu Xiaojing, while Shen Cangqiong and his group were waiting in Holy Spirit Village for Flander to return after sending someone. Blue Tyrant Academy was in an uproar due to the arrival of Pope Bibi Dong. Blue Tyrant Academy student A. Wow. Is this really the Pope? I never expected to see the Pope's grandeur in my lifetime. Blue Tyrant Academy student B. I don't know why, but originally I had the same hobbies as Senior Shun. But after seeing the Pope, I couldn't even feel a hint of disrespect. Blue Tyrant Academy student C. You're tough, unlike me, who can only look at that enchanting Holiana following the Pope. Blue Tyrant Academy student D. By the way, Holiana is quite lucky. She hasn't been secretly dealt with by the Spirit Hall. In the Blue Tyrant Academy principal's office. Bibi Dong, what are you doing in my Blue Tyrant Academy? After closing the door and isolating the students' discussions from the outside, Lu Erlong finally sat back in her seat and asked. Lu Erlong didn't know what kind of emotions Bibi Dong was feeling now, but when she saw Bibi Dong, she only felt pity for her. Where's Yu Xiaojing? Bibi Dong asked in return. She hadn't sensed Yu Xiaojing's presence when she was at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. I don't know. He's gone out with Cangqiong to catch those on the negative list. Lu Erlong shook her head. Haha, with his level 29 soul power, he actually has the nerve to go catch those on the negative list? A slightly sickly smile appeared on Bibidong's face. Are you okay? Lu Erlong frowned slightly. She felt something was off about Bibidong's state. Would it be wrong with me? It's you, who would choose a younger man as your husband. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at, being called an old cow eating young grass? Bibi Dong said. What others say or think has nothing to do with me. Lu Erlong always felt this way. As long as it was something she decided, even if everyone opposed it, she would choose to ignore it. You're still the same as before. Bibi Dong recalled that even when most people on Doluo continent were laughing about Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong never avoided it. You don't want to talk about these unnutritious topics, do you? Lu Erlong said, somewhat speechlessly. I just want to understand what kind of person my rival was back then. Bibi Dong smiled. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong had sat together to chat. I'm now Cangqiong's person, not your rival. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes. To be honest, if this had been a few years ago, Bibidong's words would have made Lu Erlong secretly pleased. But now, she had willingly let Shen Cangqiong do as he pleased, and mentioning Yu Xiaojing would naturally not stir any emotional waves. Yes, we are not rivals. We never were. We are just two pitiful people who were played around by Yu Xiaojing. As she spoke, Bibidong's voice grew increasingly hollow. You can also find someone who truly loves you to marry. After all, with your age and soul power level, you have a long way to go. Rather than living in pain, it's better to let go and welcome a new life. Just like me, my love for Yu Xiaojing was definitely not less than yours. But haven't I already thrown him into a corner? Lu Erlong didn't know what to say and could only use her own experiences to advise Bibi Dong. Haha, unfortunately, I'm not like you. You can start over, but I no longer have that chance. However, I still want to thank you. I never expected that at this time. It would be you, Lu Erlong, the one I once wanted to kill, who would sincerely help me. As she said this, tears once again streamed from the corners of Bibi Dong's eyes. Seeing Bibi Dong cry, Lu Erlong felt numb, then sighed in her heart, lamenting how deeply Yu Xiaojiang had hurt Bibi Dong. All right, I'm going to find Yu Xiaojiang. I won't disturb you anymore. After a moment, Bibi Dong broke the silence in the room, wiped away her tears, and, as she opened the door, she instantly returned to her previous demeanor. I hope you can be well. Lu Erlong sent Bibi Dong out of Blue Tyrant Academy, watching her gradually fade into the distance, silently saying in her heart. On the other side, for a while after that, Shen Cangqiong continued to take the group from Blue Tyrant Academy around various places on Doluo continent. During this time, they achieved plenty. One afternoon, right after finishing lunch, as Shen Cangqiong was preparing to pack up and head to chase the next target closest to them, two figures suddenly flew down from the sky. Bibi Dong? Recognizing who it was, Shen Cangqiong instinctively exclaimed. Shen Cangqiong, we finally meet. Bibi Dong, accompanied by Juliana, slowly approached a few meters in front of Shen Cangqiong and greeted him. What brings you here? Are you here for someone? After speaking, Shen Cangqiong looked toward the not-so-far-away Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression had suddenly changed drastically. Yes, I came for Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong did not beat around the bush and admitted directly. You want to personally teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson? Shen Cangqiong guessed. He certainly did not believe that after seeing the exposure of Yu Xiaojiang's actions in the comparison video, Bibi Dong would still choose to forgive him after a few days of sadness. You guessed right. But don't worry. After everything is over, I'll compensate you. What do you think? Bibi Dong smiled. That is fine, but don't kill him. Even without the compensation, Shen Cangqiong would not refuse Bibi Dong's request. After all, it was absolutely a rare scene for someone like Bibi Dong to personally teach Yu Xiaojiang a lesson. Thank you. Bibi Dong nodded, then looked at the dazed Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, do you know what these pills are for? At this moment, Bibi Dong did not strike directly, but took out several jade bottles containing pills from her storage soul guide. Dong ya. Yu Xiaojiang trembled and called out. Do you know? These pills were all procured by me for you. For example, this bottle contains only one, but it is a pill that can help you break through from level 29 to level 30. While speaking, Bibi Dong opened one of the jade bottles and took out the pill inside. Seeing the Grandmaster pill in Bibi Dong's hand, Yu Xiaojiang momentarily forgot his unease and swallowed hard. Do you want it? Bibi Dong was very satisfied with Yu Xiaojiang's reaction. Dong or I? Looking at the Grandmaster pill in Bibi Dong's hand, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to look away, wanting to say something. Smack! However, before Yu Xiaojiang could say anything, Bibi Dong slapped him across the face, her expression suddenly turning from smile to icy cold. Shut up. Donger is not something you can call. Cough, cough. Over here. Yu Xiaojiang, who had been slapped away by Bibi Dong, turned pale, and as he coughed, he spat out a few bloodied teeth. I originally thought that as long as I could help you, then it would all be worth it. Now I think about it, this was completely my one-sided wish. Bibi Dong walked in front of the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, looking down at him, and then began to apply force with her fingers holding the Grandmaster pill. No, seeing his hope of breaking through to level 30 about to be crushed in front of him by Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang, disregarding the pain in his body, quickly got up and shouted for her to stop. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong intended for Yu Xiaojiang to witness the hope of breakthrough being destroyed right in front of him. So how could she choose to stop? What a waste. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang could not care about anything else and hurriedly crawled on the ground searching for the fragments of the Grandmaster pill. But he was destined to be disappointed. With Bibi Dong's strength, the Grandmaster pill had long been completely crushed in a powder, so how could any fragments be left? Are you feeling heartbroken? Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who was searching for the fragments of the Grandmaster pill on the ground, and a sense of indescribable pleasure surged in her heart. Bibi Dong, you are too much. After searching for a long time and finding no fragments, Yu Xiaojiang, not knowing where he found the courage, stood up and pointed at Bibi Dong, scolding her. Smack! Yu Xiaojiang was again slapped away by Bibi Dong. This is my thing. What business is it of yours? Moreover, what is my identity? And what is your identity, you waste, to dare speak to me like this? However, Bibi Dong clearly had not yet had enough fun. At this moment, she would only make Yu Xiaojiang grimace in pain, but would not seriously injure him. Bibi Dong, are you even being reasonable? Yu Xiaojiang spat out more broken teeth and angrily said, Damn it, I am really impressed by this Yu Xiaojiang. How does he manage to turn his own problems into others' problems without changing his expression? Not far away, Cangqiong said in shock as she watched all this unfold. What is so surprising about it? Cangqiong was not surprised. After all, in the original work, when Yu Xiaojiang first went to ask Bibi Dong for the dual martial soul cultivation method, Bibi Dong did not give it to him. As a result, Yu Xiaojiang did not reflect on himself, but rather boldly confronted Bibi Dong. With this foundation of Yu Xiaojiang's behavior, Cangqiong would not find any of his actions shocking. Isn't this still something? Cangqiong looked at Cangqiong, her expression even more shocked. She simply could not imagine how shameless Yu Xiaojiang could still be. In response, Cangqiong just smiled and did not say much. At this moment, not only were Cangqiong and others shocked by Yu Xiaojiang's earlier words, but even Bibi Dong was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's way of thinking, suddenly feeling puzzled about what she had seen in this man back in the day. However, Bibi Dong quickly regained her composure, looking at Yu Xiaojiang's eyes tightly fixed on the jade bottle in her hand. Without the slightest hint of embarrassment regarding her earlier shameless words, and Bibi Dong's interest in him began to wane. She felt that she had been foolish again, thinking she could provoke Yu Xiaojiang with words. But for someone like Yu Xiaojiang, in a certain sense, he was already invincible. If she wanted to make him feel any emotional turmoil, she could only attack his weaknesses, otherwise he would not take it to heart at all. Thinking of this, a cold smile flashed across Bibi Dong's lips. She raised both hands, and under Yu Xiaojiang's drastically changed expression, she brought her hands together and then apart. No. This time Yu Xiaojiang was not hit, but his mournful cry echoed through the sky, startling a small bird flying overhead, nearly causing it to fall from the sky. Ha! Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's mournful cry and seeing him trembling on the ground, like a wretched creature trying to collect the powder scattered on the grass that might belong to the jade bottle or the pill, Bibi Dong finally laughed heartily. Yu Xiaojiang, these pills were originally birthday gifts I prepared for you. Since these pills were originally prepared for you, then when you're unworthy of having them, destroying them in front of you is their best ending. Thus, it can also declare to the heavens that we are now strangers. After speaking, a glint of coldness flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. In the next moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who was still searching for the Danwan powder on the grass just a second ago, suddenly widened his eyes and with great difficulty covered his vital points with his hands before silently collapsing. On the other side, several male students from Lanba Academy shivered at the sight and instinctively protected their own vital points, especially Tang San, who had already experienced this once. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he felt a faint pain in the area that had been healed by the 9-heart begonia. Tang San, I previously found a way to heal you because of Yu Xiaojiang. Now that there is no longer any relationship between me and Yu Xiaojiang, I naturally have to collect this debt from you. After saying this, Bibi Dong made her move again. Since Bibi Dong could love those related to her, she could also hate them. A moment later, have you finished dealing with everything? Cangqiong couldn't help but marvel at Bibi Dong's ruthlessness. She truly was fierce. Yes, this is my compensation for you, Bibi Dong nodded, taking out 2 tokens engraved with the character Dong from her storage soul guide. What is this? Cangqiong took the tokens and examined them from all angles. This is my personal token. Each one allows me to do one thing for the owner of the token. Bibi Dong explained. Anything can be done? Cangqiong put away the token, feeling it was similar to a yin's favor. As long as it's something I can do, it can be done. Bibi Dong nodded. Chapter 131. Encountering the 4 Elements Academy. All right, since Bibi Dong said anything she can do is fine, then these 2 tokens, one is for Bibi Dong herself, and the other is for Qianren Xue. That seems reasonable, right? It's a pity. If only there could be one more token. This way, even Hulaina could be covered. Determined, Cangqiong thought greedily in his heart. By the way, I want to leave Nana with you at Lanba Academy for a while. Is that okay? At this moment, Bibi Dong's voice interrupted Cangqiong's thoughts. Why? Hearing this, Cangqiong glanced at the silent Hulaina beside him, guessing that Bibi Dong might have already talked to her about this matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't react at all. In the next period, I will be in seclusion. But you know, Nana's future actions will expose the spirit hall. I'm worried that during the time I'm in seclusion and unable to protect her, people from the offering hall will pose a threat to her. Bibi Dong gently stroked Hulaina's hair, a trace of affection flashing in her eyes. How about another token then? Cangqiong asked. Sure. Saying this, Bibi Dong took out another token from her storage soul guide and handed it to Cangqiong. Haha, don't worry. Hulaina will definitely be safe with me. Cangqiong assured, patting his sturdy chest as he took the token. Then I'll leave it to you. Although Bibi Dong felt something was off with Shen Sanqiong's smile, she didn't think much of it. After quietly explaining a few things to Hulaina, she soared into the air towards the spear hall. Shen Sanqiong, what should we do now? Should we return to Lanba Academy, or continue to catch those on the trash list? Bai Qinxiang quickly walked over to ask after the serious talk with Shen Sanqiong was done. Of course, we should continue to catch those on the trash list. Shen Sanqiong replied without hesitation. That's good. In fact, Bai Qinxiang didn't want to return to Lanba Academy so quickly because of Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. After all, there were only 100 people on the trash list, excluding those who couldn't be caught. The remaining ones would likely be caught before they could return Yu Xiaojing and Tang San to Lanba Academy. Tell Flander that I'll give him half an hour to bandage Tang San and Yu Xiaojing's wounds. After half an hour, we will set off to catch the next person on the trash list. To be honest, Shen Sanqiong didn't know what Flander was really thinking. Usually, he would call Yu Xiaojing little gang, as if he truly regarded him as a brother. But when something actually happened, Flander would always stay obediently aside, silently watching as his own people were taught a lesson by others. This was the case with Zhao Wujia and Tang Hao in the past. And it was the same with Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing now. Okay, Bai Qinxiang replied cheerfully. By the way, how did you find us? Once Bai Qinxiang left, Shen Sanqiong turned to Hulaina and asked, the teacher is the Pope of the Spear Hall. It's quite simple to find someone who isn't deliberately hiding. Hulaina explained, retracting her gaze from Tang San and Yu Xiaojing. Is that so? Shen Sanqiong nodded and then engaged in casual conversation with Hulaina. 5 days later, there are so many people gathered here. Outside the city of slaughter, Jiang Zhu jumped off the carriage and was taken aback to see at least tens of thousands of people gathered there. After all, this is a confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. It's normal for many people to come and watch. Ning Rongrong followed closely and jumped down from the carriage, speaking casually. I really don't know where the Haotian sect got the courage to confront the Spirit Hall now, Bai Qinxiang sneered. I really don't understand what the Spirit Hall is thinking. They have been confronting the Haotian sect here outside the city of slaughter for almost 3 days now. Yet they still haven't made a move, Tai Long said in confusion. Who knows? Maongjun shrugged. Sanqiong brother, is that you? At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly came from not far away. It's me. You are. Shui Yue, right? Upon hearing someone call his name, Shen Sanqiong turned to see a blue figure quickly running towards him, followed by a group of people from the Four Elements Academy. Am I that famous? Sanqiong brother actually recognized me. Shui Yue blushed slightly. It's probably only you who would call Shen Sanqiong brother, which is why he recognized you. Bai Qinxiang said before Shen Sanqiong could speak. That's still pretty good. At least I have my own exclusive title here with Sanqiong brother. Shui Yue was not disheartened by Bai Qinxiang's words. Instead, she was quite happy. I've met you, Your Highness Cangqiong. At this moment, the other students from the Four Elements Academy also arrived in front of Shen Sanqiong. However, because Shen Sanqiong is a title de Luo, and due to the uncertainty of his true temperament, the other students of the Four Elements Academy did not cling to him like Shui Yue did, but instead stood 3 to 4 meters away and bowed. Didn't I say in the bullet screen area that you can call me Shen Sanqiong or just Sanqiong? Shen Sanqiong rolled his eyes. I said, Brother Cangqiong must be very approachable, right? Shui Yue said proudly. Sister, don't go too far. Shui Binger looked at her sister, naturally hugging one of Shen Sanqiong's arms. Her expression slightly darkening. Brother Cangqiong, how many of the low-ranking list holders did your Blue Tyrant Academy capture? Shui Yue ignored Shui Binger's dark expression and started chatting with Shen Sanqiong. Excluding those low-ranking list holders who were originally from our academy, we captured a total of 10. Shen Sanqiong thought for a moment and said, you actually captured so many. Our Four Elements Academy, even when working together, only managed to catch 7. Shui Yue gasped, looking at Shen Sanqiong with envy, just like the other students from the Four Elements Academy. We were also lucky. This is not Shen Sanqiong lying. I think there are only 100 list holders in total, which is still too few. It hasn't been long, and aside from those who cannot be captured, those who could be caught have already been cleared out. If there is another negative list next time, it would be great if it could reach 100 million names. Shui Yue said whimsically. Shui Yue, if the negative list really reaches 100 million names, I estimate you would also be on the list. At this moment, Huo Wu teased. A girl like me, who has no schemes and is cute, how could I possibly be on the negative list? Shui Yue thought that aside from being a bit infatuated, she had no other faults and had never done anything bad, if even she made it onto the negative list. then there would be no good people left in the Doluo continent. People without shame are invincible in the world. Kuo Wu spat lightly. Shen Sanxiong, did you put those captured, low-ranking list holders into the carriage? Yu Qianxin asked, somewhat puzzled. No, when we captured those low-ranking list holders, the first thing we did was give them a good beating, then sent people to take them back to Blue Tyrant Academy to lock them up. Shen Sanxiong said. Then what is that intermittent wailing sound coming from your carriage? Yu Qianxin asked curiously. Oh, that's the voices of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. I've gotten used to it these past few days. If Yu Qianxin hadn't brought it up, Shen Sanxiong wouldn't have realized it. It seems the Pope isn't holding back. A complex expression flashed across Yu Qianxin's face. Although Yu Xiaojiang had long been removed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, there was still some strange feeling in Yu Qianxin's heart since they were relatives. Perhaps. Shen Sanxiong shrugged. What he didn't say was that if he hadn't ordered the carriage to travel at the fastest speed and specifically chosen bumpy, hard-to-navigate roads, after a few days of recovery, those two's wounds would have healed quite a bit instead of still making a racket every day like they are now. Meanwhile, as Shen Sanxiong and the others were talking to the members of the Four Elements Academy, a loud voice came from the Wuhuan Hall's headquarters. Tang Xiao, you might as well go back to your rat hole. Our Wuhuan Hall's grand offering is merciful and trustworthy, as long as your Haotian sect does not cause trouble. Our Wuhuan Hall will not wipe you out. But if your Haotian sect insists on entering the city of slaughter to rescue Cangqiong, then I can only take action to send you to meet your ancestors from the Haotian sect. After saying that, a figure appeared before everyone in the form of a Wuhuan. It was actually the second offering, Golden Crocodile Daw. Hulaina exclaimed softly. No one should come from Sea God Island. It seems that compared to the sea god, Poseidon ultimately gave up on Cangqiong, unwilling to let the high-end combat power of Sea God Island take risks to rescue him. Shen Sanxiong said, I wonder if the Haotian sect, which is alone, will know when to back off. Ning Rongrong looked at the members of the Haotian sect who walked out from the headquarters and prepared to sit down on a chair they brought from the carriage to enjoy the show. At this moment, as the Haotian sect group stood not far from Golden Crocodile Daw, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became strange. And many people who had come specifically to see this grand spectacle unconsciously took several steps back. How has your Haotian sect considered this? Golden Crocodile Daw impatiently stared at the silent members of the Haotian sect. You Wuhuan Hall are truly too overbearing. We Haotian sect came here only to rescue our sect's ancestor. What does this have to do with your Wuhuan Hall? After Golden Crocodile Doloa's words fell, the most hot-tempered of the Haotian sect, the seventh elder, Li Yang Doloa Tang Lai, couldn't control his anger and shouted. Then it seems there's nothing to talk about. Upon hearing this, Golden Crocodile Doloa's tone turned bland, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Having been at a standoff with the Haotian sect for so long, he had long lost patience with these people. If it weren't for the grand offering telling him not to act unless necessary before he came out, he would have sent them to the heavens the moment he saw the Haotian sect's people. You Wuhuan Hall only have one Super Doloa, while we Haotian sect have so many people here. If it really comes to a fight, who wins and who loses is hard to say. After Tang Lai finished speaking, the Haotian sect, including Tang Xiao, a Super Daw, 2 titled Doluos, and over 20 soul Doluos and Soul Saints, all simultaneously unleashed their Wuhuan true forms and, as if they had agreed upon it beforehand, directly attacked Golden Crocodile Doloa. In Tang Xiao and others' view, they could completely take advantage of the Wuhuan Hall's negligence and unexpectedly eliminate Golden Crocodile Doloa, then quickly smash the entire city of slaughter outside and rescue Cangqiong. As for the troubles afterward, they were nothing at all. As long as they successfully rescued their ancestor Cangqiong, it would be the Haotian sect looking for trouble with the Wuhuan Hall, not the other way around. Good courage. Golden Crocodile was almost furious upon seeing this scene. He had already tolerated these people from the Haotian sect several times. However, instead of being grateful, they took the initiative to attack him. Immediately, Golden Crocodile no longer held back, completely disregarding the numerical difference between the two sides, and leaped forward to fight with more than 20 members of the Haotian sect. On the other side, Brother Cangqiong, who do you think will win? Shui Yuer took the melon seeds that Ning Rongrong handed over, peeled one, and passed it to Shen Cangqiong, blinking her eyes and asking. Of course, Golden Crocodile Doloa will win. Shen Cangqiong ate some sunflower seeds and said, but I heard that the Haotian sect has divine skills like the Haotian 9 Extremes and the Exploding Ring, which can completely allow them to fight beyond their level. Shui Yue expressed her doubts. Divine skills? Hee. These are just deceptive words meant to fool people. How could someone who isn't even a god possibly research so-called divine skills? Moreover, what is a divine skill? That is a skill of the gods. How could a mortal dare to use divine skills? First, let's not mention whether a mortal's power can even drive divine skills. Even if they could, after using such skills, that person would likely be drained dry by the divine skill itself. Back in the original world, every time I heard someone say the Haotian sect had divine skills that could easily allow them to fight beyond their level, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Not to mention anything else. Just using games as an analogy. With only 1,000 mana, how could you use a skill that requires 1,000,000 mana? This is simply to flatter the protagonist, disregarding their own intelligence. And let's not talk about the claim that the two divine skills of the Haotian sect might require very little mana. If those two so-called divine skills of the Haotian sect were truly both powerful and not very mana-consuming, what would that mean for the Spirit Hall? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the two empires of Heaven Do and Star Luo? At that point, it would likely not even require Tang San to become a god before gradually transforming the entire Dua continent into Tang's territory. Instead, the Haotian sect would have already swept across the entire Dua continent even before Tang San was born. Chapter 133. Only Tang San and Yu Xiaojang will suffer. I also don't believe that the so-called Haotian 9 extremes and Exploding Ring are that strong. Moreover, although our Dua continent is quite weak, over the past 10,000 years, countless exceptional talents have emerged. Which of those people could be weaker than Tang Shen? Yet none of them, without exception, have created even a single divine skill. So why should Tang Shen be able to create both the Haotian 9 extremes and the Exploding Ring at the age of 40 or 50? Therefore, I fully support Shen Sanqiong's statement that the Haotian 9 extremes and the Exploding Ring are just exaggerated claims made by people with ulterior motives or by the Haotian sect itself. Wu said, that's a fair point. If you say the Haotian 9 extremes and the Exploding Ring can slightly increase combat power, I believe that. But if you claim that the Haotian 9 extremes and the Exploding Ring are truly as powerful as the rumors suggest, I absolutely cannot believe that. For example, even if the Exploding Ring skill blew up the 9th Spirit Ring, and that 9th Spirit Ring was a 100,000-year Spirit Ring, at most it could only increase the battle power of a 100,000-year Spirit Beast. This might be useful in an evenly matched battle, but in a crushing defeat, it would be completely useless. Shui Binger also said, but back when Tang Hao had just become a title Daw, he defeated 3 title Duluos from the Spear Hall. How do you explain that? Shui Yuer asked in confusion. There's a lot of depth to this situation. Shen Sanqiong shook his head, not saying it outright. Of course, the reason why Tang Hao was able to defeat Qin Xuanji, Yu Guan, and Gai Mei right after becoming a title Duluo is quite simple. It was because the Shura god intervened secretly. You could say that since Tang Chen's generation, the Shura god has been secretly helping the Haotian Tang family until Tang San defeated Bibi Dong. Even the angel god was secretly dealt with by the Shura god. Otherwise, Qian Rinchue's divine test wouldn't have been so absurd, nor would it have been so disgusting. Look, the Haotian sect is about to be defeated. At this moment, Bai Qinshan pointed at the battlefield and said, it's really speechless. My grandfather said the Haotian hammer was so strong, and this is the result. Not to mention how Tang Xiao and those 2 title Duluos are doing. Just these so-called soul Duluos from the Haotian sect, who are said to be able to fight against title Duluos, are being easily knocked away by the golden crocodile Duluo with a single move, like children. Tai Long scoffed. Today, with so many people from the Haotian sect, are they all going to fall here? Jiangzhu was somewhat dumbfounded. In the past, she rarely saw soul saints. And now seeing so many strong individuals, at least at the soul saint level, possibly falling before her, made her feel somewhat unreal. It shouldn't happen. At this moment, Shen Sanqiong suddenly sensed a holy aura coming from afar and speculated. Sigh, golden crocodile. Just let them have a lesson. Sure enough, as Shen Sanqiong guessed, when the golden crocodile's soul skill was about to hit Tang Zhao's mouth, that figure with a holy aura spoke. All right, Qian Doliu's words, the golden crocodile cannot ignore. After directing the soul skill in his hand towards the empty ground, he could only unwillingly stop the attack. Tang Xiao, I said before, don't think about saving Tang Chun. Don't think about bargaining. My patience is limited. Now, you can leave. After stopping the golden crocodile, Qian Daolu did not reveal himself, leaving only a few cold warnings before returning to Spirit City. Phew, let's go. Tang Xiao knew the situation was untenable, covering his injured arm, panting heavily, and reluctantly ordered a retreat. Half an hour later, Shen Sanqiong, I didn't expect you to come too. At this moment, the grand performance between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect had completely ended. just as Shen Sanxiong was about to lead the group from Lamba Academy to leave. The familiar voice of Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, suddenly came. After all the scum listed on the list that could be captured have been caught. And there is nothing else to do, of course. I came to watch the show. Shen Sanxiong smiled. He thought that after their last meeting, he had truly offended this first beauty, and she would never take the initiative to talk to him again. How many scum listed on the list did you catch? As she spoke, Xue Qinghe's gaze turned to Dai Mubai and Oscar in Shen Sanxiong's team. Not counting those already in Lamba Academy, we caught 10 in total. Shen Sanxiong replied to Xue Qinghe. That's impressive. We sent over 1,000 people from the Heaven Do Imperial family and only caught 5. Xue Qinghe said with a wry smile. By the way, can we negotiate something? After a pause, Xue Qinghe seemed to think of something and her eyes lit up. Negotiate what? Shen Sanxiong asked. The scum we captured from the Heaven Do Imperial family could be taught a lesson by your Lamba Academy people. Similarly, our Heaven Do Imperial family people can also teach your Lamba Academy's scum a lesson. How about that? Xue Qinghe said. That would be quite unfair for us. Shen Sanxiong made a difficult expression. How about this? I can arrange for you to pick 5 treasures from our Heaven Do Imperial Palace's treasury. How does that sound? Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, thought for a moment and then decided to give Shen Sanxiong some benefits. Any treasure will do? Shen Sanxiong thought of the Han Hai Cangqiong cover. Although it was of no use to him, it was a true priceless treasure for Tang San. To prevent this item from falling into Tang San's hands by chance, Shen Sanxiong felt it would be more appropriate to keep it with himself. Any treasure will do. Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, nodded indifferently. After all, a son selling his father's land doesn't hurt his feelings. All right, but we need to clarify things first. The only people from the Tiando royal family you can teach a lesson to are those 10 scum listed on the rankings that we caught. Shen Sanxiong said. What conditions are needed to include Tang San and the others? Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, was mainly interested in the several top-rank scum on the list. And if they weren't included, it wouldn't make much sense. How about you owe me 4 favors? Conveniently, Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, and Oscar would each count as 1 favor. Shen Sanxiong gave his opinion without malice. It must be something I can do. If you wanted to give up the Tiando throne, that's impossible. Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, hesitated for a moment and said, Don't worry. It will definitely be something you can do. Shen Sanxiong smiled and nodded. It can only be a bit hard on Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. After all, they won't be killed, just face some hardships. Chapter 134. Power Ranking Brother Cangqiong. Can I and my sister also join in? But I don't have any treasures to give you. How about I become your wife? If that's not enough, I can also add my sister Xue Binger. Woo-woo. Xue Yiwerer hadn't finished speaking when Xue Binger, who looked like she wanted to eat her, covered her mouth. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. My sister often speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Suppressing Xue Yiwerer, Xue Binger explained somewhat embarrassedly. It's fine. Actually, I quite like Xue Yiwerer's personality. Having someone like her around makes life less boring. But seriously, you and Xue Yiwerer really don't look like sisters. You look more like the older sister, while Xue Yiwerer looks more like the younger sister. Faced with a bright and lively girl like Xue Yiwerer, who doesn't play tricks, it's rare for anyone to feel disgust. And Shen Sanxiong certainly wouldn't be one of those few. Many who don't know me and my sister well think the same way. That's something Xue Binger often hears. It might be because of your looks. Unlike Xue Yiwerer, who has a baby face. Huo Wu said from the side, Brother Cangqiong, do you prefer my baby face or my sister's mature look? At that moment, Xue Yiwerer, who had just escaped Xue Binger's control, ran to Shen Sanxiong's side to ask. I like both. Haven't you seen the comparison video about me? I'm a true ripe mango. Shen Sanxiong joked with a smile. As soon as the words were out, everyone present remembered that Shen Sanxiong was ranked 10th on the scum list and had made it to the rankings based on being a good wife and the evaluation of ripe mango. The initiator, Xue Yiwerer, was now staring blankly at Shen Sanxiong, unsure of how to respond. All right, let's leave here first. More and more people are coming towards us. They must have seen Shen Sanxiong and want to get close. After a while, it was still Xue Qinghe, Qianren Xue, who first came back to her senses, looked at the people approaching, and reminded them. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. On this day at noon, Xue Yiwerer was complaining in the restaurant about how the comparison video hadn't released the new rankings yet when, as if it had heard her murmuring, the comparison video suddenly burst into brilliant light. Today, the power ranking list and public activities will be announced, along with new character comparisons. First-ranked variant All World Tianxue Academy, Xue Yiwerer. Could it be that the comparison video heard my voice? First ranked variant Dual World Chihua Academy Huowu. It's clearly a coincidence. After all, you're not anyone in the comparison video. Second ranked original Dolual World Anonymous. Public activities? It won't be like the scum list, where we ordinary people can only watch and eat melon seeds, right? First ranked variant World Anonymous. Doesn't your second ranked World Spirit Hall have an order that allows ordinary people to spend 1 silver soul coin to choose to teach a lesson to a listed scum captured by the Spirit Hall? Second ranked original Dolual World Anonymous. No. Wow. Is your first ranked world that nice? Second ranked original Dolual World Anonymous. If only I could go to your first ranked world. By then, don't say 1 silver soul coin to teach a listed scum once, even if it's 10 or even 100 gold soul coins. I would still want to bring my child along. Now, let's announce the list of those on the power ranking. Note, challengers are allowed to challenge those on the power ranking. If the challenger wins, they can obtain the ranking of the challenged. If the challenger loses, they cannot challenge anyone on the power ranking for 7 days. 1000th, Li Wanner from 2 worlds. Innate power 100. Acquired power 19,000. Support power 0. Reward. The listed individual at this rank can earn a point of comparison video credits every day. 901st. Mo Xiaoyu from 2 worlds. Innate power 110. Acquired power 20,500. Support power 0. Reward. The listed individual at this rank can earn 100 points of comparison video credits every day. 801st. Oscar from 2 worlds. Innate power 100. Acquired power 100. Support power 30,000. Reward. The listed individual at this rank can earn 200 points of comparison video credits every day. First ranked variant Dolual World Anonymous. What does this support power mean? Second ranked original Dolual World Anonymous. It should be specifically for support type, healing type, and food type soul masters. I remember that Oscar's martial soul is dumplings. First ranked variant Dolual World Anonymous. By the way, isn't it the case that those without combat martial souls on the list can also be challenged by low-level assault type soul masters like us? Comparison video. During challenges, both parties will enter a designated challenge arena. At that time, auxiliary combat power can also exert corresponding strength, leaving no loopholes. Variant number 1. Dolual World Unknown. That's a pity. Rank 501. Li Lang from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 120. Acquired combat power 50,000. Auxiliary combat power 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 500 comparison video points daily. Rank 101. Ning Fengji from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 120. Acquired combat power 100. Auxiliary combat power 80,000. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 900 comparison video points daily. Rank 61. Yi Ling Long from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 100. Acquired combat power 100. Auxiliary combat power 115,000. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 940 comparison video points daily. Rank 51. Tang Lai from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 150. Acquired combat power 130,000. Auxiliary combat power 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 950 comparison video points daily. Rank 19. Emerald Swan by G from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 160. Acquired combat power 75,000. Auxiliary combat power 150,000. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 982 comparison video points daily. Chapter 135. Top 3 on the combat power ranking variant number 1. Dolual World Unknown. It's starting to rank fierce beasts. This combat power ranking can help us see who is stronger between humans and soul beasts. Variant number 2. Primitive Dolual World Unknown. Although our second world doesn't have Shen Cangqiong, I still believe Shen Cangqiong is the strongest. Variant number 2. Primitive Dolual World Unknown. I also think Shen Cangqiong is the strongest. After all, according to rumors, Tang Hao could fight a 100,000-year Titan giant ape even before becoming a title Doluo. And the Titan giant ape is said to be able to fight with ordinary soul beasts of 10,000 years without falling behind after just 100 years. This shows Tang Hao's strength. However, when Tang Hao fought Shen Cangqiong, he couldn't even break through Shen Cangqiong's finger defense. All of this indicates Shen Cangqiong's invincibility. Variant number 1, Dolual World Unknown. There are more and more people who are humble towards Shen. Variant number 2, Primitive Dolual World Unknown. Hey, I'm just stating the facts. How to become being humble towards Shen? It seems that acknowledging others' excellence is indeed too hard for some people. Tied for rank 19. Yu Engine from 2 worlds. Innate combat power 160. Acquired combat power 225,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 982 comparison video points daily. Tied for rank 19, Tang Hao from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 160. Acquired combat power, 225,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 982 comparison video points daily. Rank 17. Chun Xin from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 242,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 984 comparison video points daily. Rank 14. Hell Dragon King ZG from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 260,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 987 comparison video points daily. Rank 13. Three-headed red demon hound Chi Wong from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 268,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 988 comparison video points daily. Rank 12. Ice Emperor Scorpion from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 190. Acquired combat power, 273,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 989 comparison video points daily. Rank 11. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 200. Acquired combat power, 280,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 990 comparison video points daily. Rank 10. Demon Eye Tree King from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 285,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 991 comparison video points daily. Variant number 1. Dolual World Unknown. Why are all the ranked individuals fierce beasts? Variant number 1. Dolual World Unknown. Don't worry. It should soon be the turn of our human side strong ones. Moreover, always have confidence in Shen Cangqiong. Rank 9. Dugabo from variant number 1 Dolual World. Innate combat power, 140. Acquired combat power, 300,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. True Law combat power, 3,000. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 992 comparison video points daily. Tied for rank 9. Golden Crocodile from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 190. Acquired combat power, 300,295. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 992 comparison video points daily. Rank 8. Qian Daolu from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired combat power, 392,000. Auxiliary combat power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 993 comparison video points daily. Rank 7. Poseidon from Two Worlds. Innate combat power, 180. Acquired battle power, 395,000. Innate battle power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 994 comparison video points daily. Rank 6. Tang Shun from Two Worlds. Innate battle power, 180. Acquired battle power, 400,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 995 comparison video points daily. Note: currently controlled, unable to exert full strength, but still calculated at their maximum strength. Variant Below World number 1, Juthu Yuewan. Old Poison, you actually rank this high. Variant Below World number 1. Poison to Bow. Hee. All thanks to my young friend Cangqiong. From now on, you won't be able to bully me anymore. Instead, I can have some fun with you. Variant Below World number 1, Juthu Yuewan. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think I'm foolish? I won't meet you alone anymore. Variant Below World number 1, Poison to Bow. Damn, are you still shameless? Rank 5. Lu Erlong from Variant Below World number 1. Innate battle power, 150. Acquired battle power, 400,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. True Law battle power, 50,000. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 996 comparison video points daily. Rank 4. BB Dong from Two Worlds. Innate battle power, 1,000. Acquired battle power, 498,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Note: currently unable to exert full strength, but still calculated at their maximum strength. Rank 3. Ice Emperor Shue Di from Two Worlds. Innate battle power, 200. Acquired battle power, 500,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Chapter 136. Shen Cangqiong not on the battle power list. Variant de Law World Number 1. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hee. If this battle power list had been announced 2 days earlier, the Li family wouldn't have taken the opportunity to ambush Lu Erlong while Shen Cangqiong was away from Lamba Academy. In the conference hall, Sword de Loi, Chan Xin shook his head, gleefully mourning for the Li family. This can only be said to be the misfortune of the Li family. After all, no one would expect Lu Erlong to become a super de Loi from Soul Saint in such a short time. The speed at which she increased her soul power level is simply more outrageous than Shen Cangqiong's. You don't know. When I rushed to save Lu Erlong and saw her just blowing a breath, sending the Li family's old ancestor, an 81st level soul de Loi, flying, I was so shocked at that moment. Bon de Loi Gurong, although not as gleeful as Chun Xen, also teased the Li family, but when he spoke of Lu Erlong, his expression turned unusually serious. The people of the Li family are just fools. They thought that having a younger generation in the family as the consort of the Avalanche Prince meant they could act recklessly. Well, now it's good. After hearing this news, the Snow Knight Emperor was furious. Not only did he ignore Avalanche's pleas, but he also ordered the arrest of everyone in the Li family from top to bottom to the Celestial Prison. Ning Fengji said indifferently, "It's obvious that the Snow Knight Emperor intends to hand over all the Li family members to Shen Cangqiong for handling once he returns. This is something that anyone with eyes can see, and Sword de Law Chen Xian naturally wouldn't miss it. It's just a pity for Avalanche." Clearly, he did nothing but plead for the Li family without knowing the truth, and as a result, he was severely punished by the Snow Knight Emperor. The more Bon de Loi Gu Rong spoke, the more he smiled, and even Ning Fengji and Chen Xian beside him couldn't help but laugh. They, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, support the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, so seeing Avalanche in trouble is naturally a happy thing. Variant de Law World Number 1. Spirit Hall. I really didn't expect that this woman, Bibi Dong, was hiding so deeply. If it weren't for the exposure of the comparison video, we would have always been kept in the dark. Inside the offering hall, the 3 offerings felt a bit scared. Usually, they often anger Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong holds a grudge, she might find an excuse to trouble them one day. Should we take the opportunity to eliminate her while she can't use her full strength? At this time, second offering Jean, he looked at Qian Daolu and made a gesture to eliminate Bibi Dong. No way. Regardless of anything, she is Shui's mother. At most, let her do whatever she wants in the future, and we won't interfere with the offering hall. Seeing Jean Yi's actions, Qian Daolu, sitting in the highest position, shook his head. In fact, Qian Daolu was also very shocked by Bibi Dong's true strength. He had always thought that he could suppress Bibi Dong whenever he wanted, but from the current situation, it was clear that he was overthinking. Right? How could I forget this? Although Shui doesn't have a good relationship with Bibi Dong, ultimately, Bibi Dong is Shui's biological mother. If we really hurt Bibi Dong, Shui would probably be furious. Reminded by Qian Daolu, Jean Yi slapped his head and smiled wryly. All right, everyone pay attention in the future. Don't provoke Bibi Dong like before, and she won't make things difficult for you. After all, you are all the backbone of our spirit hall, and Bibi Dong won't be foolish enough to destroy her own foundation. Qian Daolu made a decisive statement. Yes. A uniform response echoed in the offering hall. Variant Rule Number 1, Wind Whisper Tower. Hiss. According to the current ranking, the Pope should be the strongest among female soul masters. But she is too low-key. I used to often hear about the great names of the Hao Qian Daw, as well as Sword Daw, Bone Daw, Poison Daw, Ju Daw, and Ghost Daw, and their various exciting deeds, but I have never heard any rumors about the Pope. Shui Ware looked at Bibi Dong's name on the comparison video, full of admiration. What's the use of fame? Shui Binger beside her said lightly. She herself is a low-key person, so she understands Bibi Dong's low-key approach very well. TCH. Although we are sisters, we can't really be compared. Shui Ware rolled her eyes dramatically at Shui Binger and then shifted her gaze to Shen Cangqiong's face. Brother Cangqiong, if nothing unexpected happens, you must be the first on the battle power ranking. Maybe, Shen Cangqiong said with a smile, glancing at the slightly displeased Shui Qinghe, Qianren Shui, beside him, and didn't seem to care. It's not maybe, it's definitely. Shui Ware huffed and waved her small pink fist, refocusing her attention on the comparison video. Rank 2. The Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, from 2 worlds. Innate battle power, 300. Acquired battle power, 515,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 999 comparison video points daily. Tied for rank 2. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Lon D, from Two Worlds. Innate battle power, 300. Acquired battle power, 515,000. Auxiliary battle power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 999 comparison video points daily. Rank 1. The Silver Dragon King, Guyena, from Two Worlds. Innate battle power, 500. Acquired battle power, 1,000,000. Auxiliary battle power, 200,000. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 1,000 comparison video points daily. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shueiyuer, what's going on? It's fine that I'm not on the list, but why isn't brother Cangqiong on it either? Variant Doluo World, unknown, yeah. Even Tang Hao, this defeated opponent, is ranked 19th. Why is Shen Dage not on the list? Comparison video, did you make a mistake? Or is there a 0 rank? Variant Doluo World, unknown. Doesn't this just indicate that Shen Cangqiong's battle power is something you Shen fanatics have inflated? Variant Doluo World, unknown. Damn it. Are you stupid? Don't you see the current situation? If there are no strong individuals among us humans to suppress the Soul Beast clan, who knows? You might sleep one day and never wake up again. Chapter 137. The Talented Battle Power Ranking Comparison Video. The current list being announced belongs to the older generation. Those under the age of 26 will not be included in the list. The next list to be announced will belong to the younger generation's Talented Battle Power ranking under the age of 26. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shueiyuer. So that's how it is. That's fine then. I was really scared just now. Variant Doluo World, Thunder Academy. Yu Qianxin. Doesn't this mean I also have a chance to enter the Battle Power ranking? Oh no, I mean the Talented Battle Power ranking. Variant Doluo World, Blazing Fire Academy. Huwu. I don't have high demands. As long as I can rank around 100, that's enough. This way, in about 120 days, I can exchange for a 10,000-year soul bone. Variant Doluo World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. Huwu. This doesn't seem like your character. I remember you were very competitive. Variant Do World, Blazing Fire Academy. Huwu. If the rank is too high, I'll always be challenged. And then I won't have time to cultivate. It's not worth it, just earn a few more comparison video points each day. Variant Doluo World, Wind Academy. Feng Xiaodian. From now on, I will be Huowu's protector. Anyone who wants to challenge her must first defeat me. Otherwise, I'll find 100 people to challenge daily, leaving the opponent no time to sleep. Variant Doluo World, Blazing Fire Academy. Huowu. Stop talking nonsense. I can handle everything myself. I don't need you messing things up. While everyone was talking in the bullet comment section, the voice from the comparison video sounded again. The list of individuals entering the Talented Battle Power ranking is about to be announced. Note 1. The rules for the Talented Battle Power ranking are exactly the same as those for the Battle Power ranking. Note 2. Individuals ranked on the Talented Battle Power ranking may choose to challenge individuals ranked on the Battle Power ranking, while those on the Battle Power ranking cannot challenge those on the Talented Battle Power ranking. Note 3. Individuals ranked on both the Talented Battle Power ranking and the Battle Power ranking will receive 2 sets of comparison video points corresponding to their rankings on both lists. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shueiyuer Wow. 2 sets of comparison video points. This can greatly reduce the time needed to exchange for a 10,000-year soul bone. Variant Doluo World, Blazing Fire Academy. Huowu. But you need to have that ability to do so. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shueiyuer. Brother Cangqiong will definitely succeed. When the time comes, I want to see brother Cangqiong fight against the first on the Battle Power ranking, Guyena. Variant Doluo World, Silver Dragon King, Guyena. Rank 1000. The Jade Tianhe from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 110. Acquired Battle Power, 1,000. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 1 comparison video point daily. Rank 501. Ling Yang from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 110. Acquire Battle Power, 200. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 500 comparison video points daily. Rank 101. By Ling from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 120. Acquired Battle Power, 700. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 999 comparison video points daily. Rank 100. Oscar from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 100. Acquired Battle Power, 100. Auxiliary Battle Power, 800. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 900. 1 comparison video points daily. Rank 90. Ma Hongjun from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 110. Acquired Battle Power, 4, 100. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 911 comparison video points daily. Rank 80. Dai Mubai from Two Worlds. Innate Battle Power, 120. Acquired Battle Power, 4, 400. Auxiliary Battle Power, 0. Reward. The ranked individual can earn 921 comparison video points daily. Rank 70. Shui Yuerer from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 4,800. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 931 comparison video points daily. Variant Bull World Shui Yuerer from Tian Shui Academy. Rank 70. Not bad. Variant Bull World Huowu from Chi Hua Academy. You lazy bum. You should work harder in your training. Otherwise, those who want to take your ranking will surpass you with their own efforts, and then you'll be in trouble. Variant Bull World Shui Yuerer from Tian Shui Academy. I still have my sister. She is definitely at the top of the Tianjiao combat power rankings. In the future, if anyone dares to take my ranking, I'll have my sister Shui Binger deal with them. Variant Bull World Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy. I won't help you with such things. Variant Bull World Shui Yuerer from Tian Shui Academy. If you don't help me, I'll marry you off as the young clan leader of the Shui family. Variant Bull World Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy. Variant Bull World Huowu from Chi Hua Academy. Is there a candidate? It can't just be anyone, right? How about I use my brother, Huo Wushuang? Variant Bull World Huo Wushuang from Chi Hua Academy. I'm a person, not a piece of merchandise. What do you mean by using me? Variant Bull World Huo Wu from Chi Hua Academy. TCH. Shui Binger is so beautiful and almost crushes his peers in every way. If she really followed you, that would be your fortune for several lifetimes. I'm willing to help you with the arrangement, and you should just hide aside and enjoy it. But you actually dare to argue. Truly oblivious to your own blessings. Variant Bull World Shui Yuerer from Tian Shui Academy. Huowu, you don't need to worry about my sister's matters. I already have the best candidate in mind. That is, before Shui Yuerer could finish her sentence, Shui Binger, unable to bear it any longer, sealed her with a soul technique. Rank 60. Shui Wu from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 110. Acquired Combat Power, 100. Auxiliary Combat Power, 5,500. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 941 comparison video points daily. Chapter 138. Tang Yuehua's Request, Rank 50. Yao Zi from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 5,800. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 951 comparison video points daily. Rank 40. Huo Wushuang from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 130. Acquired Combat Power, 6,000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 961 comparison video points daily. Rank 30. Du Guyan from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 4,200. Auxiliary Combat Power, 2,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 971 comparison video points daily. Rank 20. Yu Tianxin from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 130. Acquired Combat Power, 6,400. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 981 comparison video points daily. Rank 17. Huo Wu from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 130. Acquired Combat Power, 6,500. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 984 comparison video points daily. Rank 16. Yu Qianheng from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 6,600. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 985 comparison video points daily. Variant Ball World Unknown. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is really not doing well. The two were praised as the twin stars, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin. Can't even make it into the top 15 of the Tianjiao combat power rankings. Variant Ball World Du Guyan from the Tiando Royal Academy. So what rank are you? It's really funny. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted by the wind? Variant Ball World Unknown. No flattery, no criticism. There are at least 50 million young people on the entire Doluo continent. For these two brothers to rank 16th and 20th among so many people is really quite good. Rank 15. Zhu Zhuyan from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 130. Acquired Combat Power, 6,700. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 986 comparison video points daily. Rank 14, Xiao Wu from Variant Doluo World. Innate Combat Power, 130. Acquired Combat Power, 6,000. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 800. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 987 comparison video points daily. Note, the age of the transformed soul beast is counted from the time it becomes human. Rank 13, Davis from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 6,900. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 988 comparison video points daily. Rank 12, Feng Xiaotian from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 150. Acquired Combat Power, 7,100. Auxiliary Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 989 comparison video points daily. Variant The All World Huo Wu from Chi Hua Academy. Feng Xiaotian. You are actually stronger than me? Variant The All World Huo Wu Shuang from Chi Hua Academy. Sister. Can't you see? Every time I fought you before. Feng Xiaotian was always holding back. Variant The All World Feng Xiaotian from Shen Feng Academy. Hehe. Mainly because Sister Huo Wu is also very strong. Otherwise, even if I wanted to hold back, I couldn't do it without leaving traces. Variant Dolo All World Shui Yuer from Tian Shui Academy. Feng Xiaotian. You're truly a good man. It's a pity that being moved cannot turn into love. Moreover, with Huo Wu's personality, she is destined not to like you pursuing her in this way. Variant 1 Dolo All World, Feng Xiaotian. I believe that sincerity can open even the most unyielding stones. Variant 1 Dolo All World, Shui Yuer. Then do as you wish. With her understanding of Huo Wu, she naturally knows Huo Wu's requirements for a partner. It is obvious that Feng Xiaotian does not meet Huo Wu's standards from any perspective. If it weren't for treating Feng Xiaotian as a friend, Shui Yuer wouldn't even bother to remind him. Rank 11, Yi Lingling from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power 100. Acquired Combat Power 100. Support Combat Power 7,150. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 990 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 10, Tang San from Two Worlds. Innate Combat Power 150. Acquired Combat Power 3,300. Support Combat Power 0. True Law Combat Power 4,000. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 991 points of comparison video credits daily. Variant 1 Dolo World, unknown, haha. Although Tang San's ranking is high, he definitely cannot maintain it. Just thinking about it makes me feel comfortable. Variant 1 Dolo World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. Shen Cangqiong. Can I use gold soul coins to maintain Tang San's ranking? Variant 1 Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. You should discuss this with a comparison video. What use is it to talk to me? Can I stop others from challenging Tang San? Variant 1 Dolo World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. As long as you say a word, who would refuse you this face? Variant 1 Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. You think too highly of me. Variant 1 Dolo World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. You underestimate yourself too much. Variant 1 Dolo World, core disciple of Blue Bada Academy Ning Rongrong, Aunt Yuehua. Does your Moon Xian have so much money to hire Senior Cangqiong? You should know that Tang San is currently ranked 10th, earning 991 points of comparison video credits daily. And 100,000 points of comparison video credits can be exchanged for a soul bone with a 100,000-year limit. A 100,000-year soul bone is worth 100 million gold soul coins. This means you need to give Senior Cangqiong at least 1 million gold soul coins every day. Variant 1 Dolo World, Blue Bada, Shrek Ma Hongjun. A 100,000-year soul bone selling for 100 million gold soul coins is already the lowest price. My 100,000-year soul bone was sold to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for 130 million gold soul coins. Chapter 139 Ranking of Qian Rinchua's Talent Combat Power List Variant 1 Dual World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. This. Just now, Tang Yuehua was only thinking about using Shen Cangqiong to maintain Tang San's ranking and hadn't considered so much. Now, hearing Ning Rongrong's analysis, Tang Yuehua realized and was completely shocked. Variant 1 Dolo World, Princess of the Heaven Do Empire Shui Ku, Teacher Yuehua. Tang San is so bad. Why do you care about him? You have this money. Why not let young Master Shen help you think of a way to see if your martial soul can evolve? Shui Ku didn't understand. Clearly, the comparison video had exposed Tang San's future disregard for his aunt, so why was Tang Yuehua still helping him? Variant 1 Dolo World, Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. Sigh. You don't understand. The specific reason, Tang Yuehua naturally cannot reveal. Variant 1 Dolo World, Core disciple of Blue Bada Academy, Ning Rongrong. Hee. Actually, I really want to see what Aunt Yuehua looks like when she swings a hammer. Variant, 1 Dual World. Moon Xian Master Tang Yuehua. It must be very ungraceful. Tang Yuehua imagined herself swinging the Haotian hammer and shivered. However, she quickly thought of Tang San again and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I really can't help Tang San." Rank 9, Yin from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 7,700. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 992 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 8, Xiaoyu from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 140. Acquired Combat Power, 7,900. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 993 points of comparison video credits daily. Rank 7, Shui Binger from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 1,000. Acquired Combat Power, 7,500. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 994 points of comparison video credits daily. Variant, 1 Dual World. Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. If my sister didn't choose the wrong cultivation path, I wonder if she would rank higher. Variant, 1 Dual World. Chihua Academy Hua Wu. That is for sure. Variant, 1 Dual World. Tian Shui Academy Shui Binger. Things cannot be changed now, so why think too much about it? Rank 6. Zhu Zhuqing from Variant 1 Doluo World. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 6,000. Support Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 3,000. Reward. Those ranked in this list can earn 995 points of comparison video credits daily. Variant, 1 Doluo World. Xing Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyan. Sister. Congratulations. Others think Zhu Zhuyan is being hypocritical, and even Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's parents think so in their hearts. But only Zhu Zhuyan knows that she is genuinely happy for her sister Zhu Zhuqing. Variant, 1 Dual World, Blue Bada Shrek Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing is quite indifferent. Variant, 1 Dual World, Xing Luo Royal Academy Zhu Zhuyan. It seems that your decision to run out first was correct. It's just a pity. Dai Mubai is not a good match. No matter how strong you are, with that guy Dai Mubai dragging you down, your outcome will ultimately not change. Variant, 1 Dual World, Blue Bada Shrek Zhu Zhuqing. You don't need to worry about that. After this period of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing has already given up on Dai Mubai. Her current thought is to diligently cultivate the original true solution, and once she reaches great success, she will return to the Zhu family alone, using absolute force to suppress everyone in the Zhu family and completely abolish their cold-blooded rules. After that, she will truly leave the Zhu family, severing all ties with them. Variant, Dual World Number 1, Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyan. Since you don't want to hear it, then I won't say it. However, let me kindly remind you in the end, take care of yourself. Rank 5, by Cangqiong from Variant Doluo World Number 1. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 7,000. Support Combat Power, 0. True Law Combat Power, 2,900. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 996 comparison video points daily. Core Disciple by Cangqiong from Blue Ba Academy in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Haha, Grandpa. You didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, Bai Cangqiong is very grateful to Shen Cangqiong. Although Shen Cangqiong often bullies her, he has privately given her many precious resources. Otherwise, her progress wouldn't be so fast. Clan leader by he of the Min family in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Indeed, I never expected that one day a true genius would appear among my Min family members. Clan leader Yang Wudi of the Pa family in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Old by Bird. You're treating again. Clan leader Niu Gao of the Yu family in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Let us go to the same place as last time. The price is just right. Otherwise, if we end up making Old by Bird go broke, it will be him treating us while we pay. Talon from Blue Ba Academy in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Grandpa, did you see? This is the benefit of joining the Inner Academy. Titan. Clan leader of the Li family in Variant Doluo World Number 1. I see it. Titan was about to say something to Bai He when he saw his own descendant bringing up old matters again, and couldn't help but let out a sigh, saying unkindly, Talon from Blue Ba Academy in Variant Doluo World Number 1. So what do you think? Titan, clan leader of the Li family in Variant Doluo World No. 1. I'll just sit and watch. Talon from Blue Ba Academy in Variant Doluo World Number 1. Rank 4. Hulaina from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power, 120. Acquired Combat Power, 11,000. Support Combat Power, 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 997 comparison video points daily. Rank 3. Ning Rong Rong from Variant Dolo All World Number 1. Innate Combat Power 100. Acquired Combat Power 100. Support Combat Power 9,000. True Law Combat Power 2,500. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 998 comparison video points daily. Rank 2. Qian Rinxue from 2 Worlds. Innate Combat Power 150. Acquired Combat Power 25,000. Support Combat Power 0. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 999 comparison video points daily. Chapter 140. Sea God Island plans to give Shao by Shen Cangqiong. Variant Doluo World Number 1. Infeng Tower. My combat power is indeed not on par with Sister Shue's. Even though I've been diligently trained by my teacher, I can only eat dust behind Sister Shue. While saying this, Hulaina secretly glanced at Shue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, beside her. Unfortunately, no matter how high Qian Rinxue's combat power is, it cannot change the fact that she is not focused on her work. Shen Cangqiong seemed to hint at something. What does that mean? Hulaina again secretly looked at the slightly changed expression of Shue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, knowing that Qian Rinxue was worried about something. So she spoke up to ask for her. Qian Rinxue's innate soul power level is level 20. If she had devoted herself to cultivation, her soul power level should at least be above level 80 now. How could she have such a little combat power? Therefore, when I said she's not focused on her work, I'm not wrong, right? Shen Cangqiong's reasoning momentarily eased the tension in Shue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, who was gripping her fists tightly. Perhaps Sister Shue is busy with something important. On the other side, hearing Shen Cangqiong's explanation, Hulaina also let out a big sigh of relief. However, she still ambiguously explained. What important thing can be more important than improving one's own strength? After the comparison video appeared, I won't comment. But before this, given Qian Rinxue's talent, aside from eating, sleeping, using the restroom, spending time with close ones, and relaxing, doing anything else would be a waste of time. Sometimes Shen Cangqiong really doesn't understand why Qian Rinxue came to the Heaven Do Empire as an undercover. Whether it's because her mind isn't sharp or because she insists on being contrary to Bibi Dong, joking with her own future. As for what she is busy with, I don't know. However, Sister Shue is a smart person. Whatever she does, she must have her own reasons. Hulaina shook her head, perhaps fearing that saying too much would lead to more mistakes. After finishing her words, Hulaina shifted her attention to the comparison video, which just then announced a new ranking. Rank 1. Shen Cangqiong for Variant Dolo All World Number 1. Innate Combat Power, Unknown. Acquired Combat Power, 550. 000. Support Combat Power, 550. 000. True Law Combat Power, 1,000,000. Reward. Those on this ranking can earn 1,000 comparison video points daily. The Combat Power Ranking and the Genius Combat Power Ranking have been announced. The reward of comparison video points will be distributed every 24 hours. Note, if a ranked individual is successfully challenged within 24 hours, even if they regain their original ranking the next second, the calculation time will be reset. Variant Doloa World Number 1, Anonymous, Black Fans. At this moment, I say Master Cangqiong is the number 1 person in the entire Doloa continent, and no one opposes it, right? Variant World Number 1, Anonymous. I finally understand why Tang Hao, the renowned Hao Yin Da, seems like a little chick in front of Shen Cangqiong. Just looking at the combat power values between the two, there's an almost 10-fold difference. In the core area of Stark Do Great Forest in Variant Doloa World Number 1. My lord, if this Shen Cangqiong challenges you, what should we do? Ditian asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? If he comes to challenge me, just let him have it. Compared to befriending a human powerhouse who doesn't oppose our Spirit Beast clan, what does a few comparison video points matter? Guina said lightly this is still the Lord's brilliance. Upon realizing the situation, Ditian quickly flattered her. In the Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island. High Priestess. How should we treat Shen Cangqiong in the future? The Sea Girl Doloa felt that some matters could no longer be delayed. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Poseidon did not answer, but looked at the others. In fact, when it comes down to it, we don't have any major grievances with Shen Cangqiong aside from a few trivial arguments. Now that the sea god cannot descend to the lower realm, I think it is necessary to befriend Shen Cangqiong to preserve the sea god's foundation on Doloa continent. The sea dragon Doloa thought for a few seconds and said, then what should we use to resolve the misunderstanding with Shen Cangqiong? We can't go empty-handed. The sea star Doloa agreed with the sea dragon's statement. But aside from a few large pearls, Sea God Island had no treasures to offer. This time, they claimed to be resolving misunderstandings with Shen Cangqiong, but in reality, it was Sea God Island admitting fault to him. If they went empty-handed, wouldn't that be a joke? The whole Sea God Island would be embarrassed. But we don't have any treasures to present. It can't be. At this point, Hai Huan glanced at Poseidon, sitting in the main seat, not daring to continue, but secretly thought, we can't treat the high priestess as a treasure to give to Shen Cangqiong, right? As for gifts, that's not a problem. The seahorse Doluo seemed to have had a flash of inspiration and said, oh, does Sea God Island have treasures that we don't know about? At this moment, not only was the sea girl Doluo curious, but the others, including Poseidon, also looked at the seahorse with interest. I don't know if you remember why Shen Cangqiong made it onto the trash list. Seeing everyone looking at him, the seahorse Doluo said mysteriously, it seems to be because of his good wife. The sea demoness replied without thinking. So, don't you understand? The seahorse's eyes sparkled. But where can we find someone who would catch Shen Cangqiong's eye as a little wife? The sea spear Doluo quickly went through potential candidates in his mind, only to find there were no suitable choices. That's simple. Isn't Xiao Bai just perfect? When it came to Xiao Bai, the seahorse showed no emotion. Xiao Bai's our island's guardian beast. It wouldn't be appropriate to just send her out. The sea demoness did not oppose the seahorse's idea, but had some objections to the candidate he proposed. Do you think, after the last incident where Shen Cangqiong confronted the sea god and us, that Xiao Bai would still be 100 loyal to us? I'm just being cautious. The seahorse's words were not only directed at the sea demoness, but also meant for everyone present. Chapter 141 fourth comparison video begins. This seems reasonable, but will Xiao Bai agree? And aren't you afraid that after Xiao Bai connects with Shen Cangqiong, she might whisper sweet nothings in his ear? The sea dragon tentatively agreed with the seahorse's suggestion, but still had some doubts. We certainly can't tell Xiao Bai the truth. We can tell her that we had no choice but to make this decision, and to prevent her from turning against us. We can keep all her relatives here. Of course, we can't let Xiao Bai feel like we're holding hostages. We should let her know that this is her family home, and her family should live here. However, we need to pay special attention to the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan in the future, ensuring that the evil demon Orca clan does not harm them as before. The seahorse offered his suggestion again. Seahorse, I didn't realize you were so clever. Seeing that the seahorse had thought of all the issues. The sea spear Doluo gave him a thumbs up. TCH. The seahorse rolled his eyes and then shifted his gaze to Poseidon. Let's proceed as the seahorse suggested. Sea dragon, this matter will be entrusted to you. Seeing everyone turn their gaze towards her, Poseidon said expressionlessly before getting up and leaving the conference hall. Just as many factions gathered once again in their conference halls to discuss Shen Cangqiong's matters, the comparison video began to play again. Next, we will conduct the fourth character comparison. The theme of this comparison is Shen Cangqiong entering Sea God Island versus Tang San entering Sea God Island. In variant Doluo world, Anonymous, it's Shen Cangqiong and Tang San again. In original Doluo world, Anonymous, can't we compare someone else with Shen Cangqiong? I think even picking a random pig from the pig pen to compare with Shen Cangqiong would likely get more votes than that little loser Tang San. In original Doluo world, Anonymous, there's no need to think. The fact is as such. While pigs won't do anything impressive, at least they won't do evil. Unlike Tang San, who is either doing evil or on the way to doing evil. In original Doluo world, Anonymous, the footage is up. Everyone, watch closely. I'll give Tang San one last chance. If he still acts the same way this time, I'll scold him 1,000 times every day. Meanwhile, the comparison video gradually became clearer. Is that Sea God Island ahead? On a large ship, Huo Wu came to the bow, looking at an island faintly visible in the distance, and asked, yes, that is Sea God Island. The nearby, Zi Jinju nodded. Cangqiong, what do you plan to do about the people of Sea God Island? Getting the answer, Huo Wu turned to Shen Cangqiong. That depends on whether the people of Sea God Island can withstand our heavenly court's attack like they did against the Spirit Hall decades ago. Shen Cangqiong said lightly. Then Sea God Island is finished. With your current strength, who can withstand even one of your moves? However, that Poseidon is a great beauty. Don't you have any thoughts, you big wolf? The nearby Shui Yuer interjected. I never force anyone. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong had a completely serious expression. You guess, do we believe it? Bai Cangqiong walked over from behind, looking disdainful. Why don't you believe it? Have I ever forced you to do something you didn't want to do? Shen Cangqiong tugged at Bai Cangqiong's twin ponytails, causing her to pout playfully. How shameless. If you haven't made things difficult for us, then what am I doing here? At this moment, De Guyen spoke sarcastically with disdain. That was your own initiative, okay? Even if you're angry, you should blame your grandfather instead. Shen Cangqiong said nonchalantly. You didn't get the spring poison. You could have refused. Du Guyan's face darkened. Why should I refuse? If a beautiful girl comes to me, would I still be a man if I refused? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes so much that he almost couldn't see his eyeballs. You. All right, Yin Yin. It's been years since this happened. What's the point of bringing it up now? Du Guyan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Lingling beside her. Lingling is still good. Shen Cangqiong gently stroked Yi Lingling's hair. Variant Doll World Unknown. Why do I feel that the dialogue in those comparison videos sounds stranger the more I listen to it? Original Doll World Unknown. You're not the only one who feels that way. Variant Doll World Tinshui Academy Shui Yuer Huowu. In the comparison video, when you're talking to Brother Cangqiong, what did that look of yours mean? Variant Doll World Chiwa Academy Huowu. What do you mean by look? I just had a bit of admiration in my expression, not what you said. Variant Doll World Tiendo Royal Academy Du Guyan Grandpa. What did you do in the comparison video? Variant Doll World Poison Doll Bo. How would I know? Dugubo wiped his sweat. He indeed had that kind of thought in his heart, but it hadn't even been executed when it was exposed in the comparison video. Variant Doll World Tindo Royal Academy Du Guyan. Just wait for me. When I come back, I will definitely give you a good beating. Du Guyan was really quite angry. The comparison video exposed everything, and her grandfather was still pretending he knew nothing. Variant Doll World Lamba Academy Core Disciple Xiao Wu. I just want to know, why does the version of me in the comparison video have such a big belly? Variant Doll World Lamba Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. What's there to ask? She must be having little rabbits. Variant Doll World Lamba Academy Core Disciple by Cangqiong. Just don't know who the father of these little rabbits is. Variant Doll World Tinshui Academy Shui Yuer. It must be Brother Cangqiong's. Could it be Tang San's? But speaking of which, Xiao Wu, when she grows up, wearing that silver pink dress, paired with her stunning beauty, looks dozens of times better than her current appearance. Chapter 142 Tang. San was so angry he spat blood. Variant Doll World Infong Building. At this moment, everyone in Infong Building was joking and teasing each other in the barrage area, but the atmosphere on site was quite strange. Xiao Wu, how could you do this? However, just then, Tang San, who had been resting in a room, suddenly ran out and shouted at Xiao Wu. What's wrong? Xiao Wu, with a shocked expression, asked back somewhat unhappily. What do you think? Tang San's face darkened. He didn't believe that Xiao Wu would not understand his meaning. If you're talking about what happened in the comparison video, then my answer is I don't know either. Xiao Wu thought Tang San was simply crazy. The version of her in the comparison video had already grown up, obviously something that happened years later. So how could she know what happened? Cool me. Go back to my room with me. After saying that, Tang San reached out to pull Xiao Wu back to his room. Tang San, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao Wu sidestepped to avoid Tang San's hand and said angrily. Xiao Wu, no matter how you feel in my heart, you will always be my sister. Everything I do is for your own good. Be good and come back to my room. Seeing Xiao Wu dodge, Tang San frowned, then said earnestly, Tang San, if you really see me as your brother, then you should bless me. Look, saying this, Xiao Wu pointed to her version in the comparison video. Look how happy and joyful I am. Xiao Wu was really fed up with Tang San. He was simply unreasonable. But Tang San opened his mouth, speechless. It must be said that the smile of Xiao Wu in the comparison video was clearly heartfelt, especially that affectionate gaze, which he had never enjoyed even when he and Xiao Wu were closest. There's nothing to say. Since you see me as your sister, then bless me. I believe that since I can smile so happily and joyfully in the future, I must really love my future husband. And my future husband must love me just as much. Xiao Wu directly struck at the heart. She was too lazy to waste words with Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. However, this resentful gaze was not directed at Xiao Wu, but at Shen Cangqiong, who was watching the show beside him. No, I didn't say anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that your feelings for Xiao Wu are not those of a brother to a sister, but romantic feelings? But you can't do it now. Even if Xiao Wu is willing, would you really let her live in torment for the rest of her life? Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang San innocently, but the words he spoke made Tang San's mouth twitch. Ta! As soon as Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter, with Dai Mubai laughing the most exaggeratedly, and the previously silent and awkward atmosphere was completely dissipated in this laughter. A moment later, hey, Shen Cangqiong, the husband I mentioned just now is not you, so don't think too much. After watching Tang San being laughed at, and turning expressionless as he went back to his room. Xiaowu suddenly remembered that what she just said seemed a bit ambiguous. So she hurriedly explained. Enough, Xiaowu. You didn't even take a look. Comparing yourself in the video, it seems like brother Cangqiong is about to become infatuated. Shui Yueger teased first. Comparing yourself in the video, it doesn't seem much better. No one should say anything about anyone. Xiaowu said angrily. Hee. If you want to say something, just say it. I'm fine with it. After all, I've never denied anything. Unlike you, with evidence right in front of you. Still refusing to admit it. Shui Yueger said nonchalantly. You. Xiaowu felt quite embarrassed. Allericht, Shui Yueger. If you keep talking without restraint, I'll have to freeze you again. At this moment, seeing that the topic was about to be led into a corner by Shui Yueger again, Shui Binger finally couldn't help but speak up to stop it. There's no way. She knows her sister too well. Although she looks petite and cute, she's actually a seasoned tease. If she doesn't stop it now, it's likely that in less than 10 minutes, the conversation would turn to something awkward. All right. I won't say anything anymore. I don't even know who is the sister and who is the younger sister. When Shui Yueger nervously turned her gaze back to the comparison video, she couldn't help but say the line she's been saying since childhood. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Who are you? Why did you intrude on my sea god island? While the people on the ship were talking, the ship had already arrived at a place just a few thousand meters from Sea God Island. At this moment, a sudden female voice interrupted everyone's conversation. Are you the magic soul, great white shark Xiaobai? In fact, Shen Cangqiong had already discovered her long ago. However, if Xiaobai didn't come out to stop them from landing, Shen Cangqiong didn't want to put her in a difficult position. You know me? Being called out by her name by Shen Cangqiong, Xiaobai's tone showed great surprise, and she immediately transformed into human form, jumping onto the ship where Shen Cangqiong was. Not only do I know you, but I also know your Sea God Island's High Priest Poseidon, as well as one of the Holy Pillars. Shen Cangqiong was very satisfied with Xiaobai's human form. She looked much better than in the original anime world. Why do you only know about girls? Xiaobai was a bit confused. What's so memorable about the guys? They can love whoever they want. Shen Cangqiong said it quite naturally, causing the few girls beside him to cover their mouths and chuckle, while casting reproachful glances at him. So, why did you come to our Sea God Island this time? Xiaobai also realized that Shen Cangqiong was a big troublemaker, so she directly returned to the main topic. I don't like the Sea God, so I plan to teach him a lesson. By the way, to take Sea God Island for my own use. Shen Cangqiong said frankly, you are being presumptuous. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's outrageous words, Xiaobai was furious and immediately released a warning signal to the people of Sea God Island. Xiaobai, while those holy pillars haven't arrived yet, can we talk first? Shen Cangqiong didn't stop Xiaobai from releasing the signal. Instead, he smiled and said, Chapter 143. Everyone's speculation about the Golden Soul Ring. I have nothing to discuss with those who disrespect Lord Sea God. Xiaobai watched Shen Cangqiong warily. Oh, is that so? You don't even want to talk about avenging your brother? Shen Cangqiong said playfully. What? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai trembled all over and after a while said, what good intentions could you possibly have? Don't worry about whether I have good intentions or not. Just tell me, do you want to avenge your brother or not? Shen Cangqiong knew that the matter of Xiaobai's brother was a forever painful spot in her heart, and she couldn't resist the bait. I do, but I don't think you have that capability. Even the High Priest Poseidon of Sea God Island couldn't help her avenge her brother. So Xiaobai didn't believe this unknown guy in front of her could have such ability. If I help you catch all the evil spirit Orcus, will you follow me? Catching the evil spirit Orcus is no big deal for Shen Cangqiong now. If you can really catch all the evil spirit Orcus and hand them over to me for disposal, then I will remember you for a lifetime. Xiaobai didn't say whether she agreed or disagreed. After all, one was her master, and the other was the benefactor who would avenge her brother. She didn't know how to choose. Sir, is it a bit too much to dig into our Sea God Island's corner in front of me? At this moment, several powerful figures, who were immensely strong to ordinary people, were flying quickly from a distance, and one of them, a woman in red flying at the front, spoke with dissatisfaction. Am I being excessive? You haven't seen anything more excessive. Do you want to take a look? Sensing the demigod-level soul power fluctuation from the speaking woman, Shen Cangqiong smiled a bit recklessly. Who exactly are you? I don't recall that we have offended you, my lady. Clearly sensing the malice in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Poseidon recalled her recent memories and found that no one had gone out from Sea God Island lately, meaning it was impossible to offend anyone, and she immediately asked in confusion. The warning that Xiaobai gave, although it was of the highest level, could only be used to alert the people on Sea God Island about the strength of the enemy and couldn't convey any other information. Therefore, Poseidon, who was unaware of Shen Cangqiong's previous disrespect towards the sea god, did not want to inexplicably pit Sea God Island against Shen Cangqiong after sensing his equally unfathomable strength. Is it you who speaks, or me? Shen Cangqiong did not answer Poseidon's question, but looked at Xiaobai like an old friend. Xiaobai, do you know the reason? While speaking, Poseidon had already landed beside Xiaobai, and upon hearing Shen Cangqiong's question, she also looked at Xiaobai. He said. Xiaobai glared at Shen Cangqiong and repeated what he had said earlier. In fact, after the conversation with Shen Cangqiong just now, Xiaobai initially planned to hide his previous disrespectful words about the sea god. As a result, Shen Cangqiong's fearless demeanor made Xiaobai realize that even if she didn't say it, this guy would say it himself. Truly audacious. At this moment, the other 7 titled law of Sea God Island had also arrived at the scene, and upon hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Haimadaw was the first to jump out and angrily reprimand Shen Cangqiong. It seems that Sea God Island has not displayed its strength to the outside world for too long, leading people to dare to challenge us. Haimadaw followed closely behind, also coldly saying, "That's right. High Priest, I think we must give this kid a lesson he will never forget, so that everyone can see that we, Sea God Island, are still powerful." After Hai Long finished speaking, the remaining few silent pillars immediately nodded in agreement. "Young man, you should not disrespect the sea god. Remember, take care of your mouth in your next life." At this moment, Poseidon didn't even call him Your Excellency anymore and directly summoned her martial soul along with 8 black and 1 red soul rings. As a guardian, she knew very well that without inheriting a divine position, even the most outstanding genius could only reach level 99 at most. And Poseidon did not sense any other divine aura from the person in front of her, although the strength of the person in front was also incredibly terrifying. With the sea god's divine power backing her, Poseidon did not believe Shen Cangqiong could turn the tide against her at sea. "What? Do you want to make a move against me? It seems you still haven't figured out the current situation. Well then, let me wake you up properly." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong also summoned his true dragon martial soul, and then 9 golden soul rings brought immense pressure, causing everyone from Sea God Island present to turn pale as paper. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Can someone tell me what this golden soul ring is? Isn't the color of soul rings supposed to be white, yellow, purple, black, and red from low to high? Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Since the golden soul ring is not one of these 5 colors and cannot be a year-limited soul ring, is there a possibility that this golden soul ring is a million-year soul ring? Original Dolo World Anonymous. Stop talking nonsense. How could there be a million-year soul ring in this world? Don't forget, the highest year-limited soul beast on the entire Dolo continent is probably only that silver dragon Cangqiong. But she's just one. Even if Shen Cangqiong defeated her, he could only obtain 1 million-year soul ring. But compared to the Shen Cangqiong in the video, he has a total of 9 golden soul rings. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Didn't Shen Cangqiong invent a method to enhance soul bones and such? Maybe he used this method to turn all his soul rings into million-year ones. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. I think it's impossible. In the video, there is no comparison video, so naturally, there are no soul ring rewards. If Shen Cangqiong really relied on enhancing soul bones to turn all 9 of his soul rings into million-year soul rings, how many high-year soul beasts would he have to hunt? Chapter 144 Poseidon's Conditions Variant Dolo World Spirit Hall. Great offering. Do you know what this golden soul ring represents? Is it really, as the people in the barrage area guessed, a million-year level soul ring? Second offering Golden Crocodile asked. I don't know. However, the probability of it being a million-year level soul ring is very high. Qian Daolu shook his head and then expressed his thoughts. In fact, Qian Daolu had asked the angel god about soul rings above 100,000 years a long time ago, but the angel god did not answer his question. Over the years, through various research and observations, he vaguely discovered that it seems that all information related to soul beasts above 100,000 years is a secret that cannot be spoken. Since even the Great Offering believes that the golden soul rings possessed by Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video are million-year level soul rings, then it must be correct. After Golden Crocodile finished speaking, the other few offerings also nodded in agreement. Let's continue watching. For what I know about Poseidon, she will definitely ask. At that time, we will know whether these golden soul rings are indeed million-year level soul rings. Qian Daolu did not care about the flattery of a few people, casually waved his hand, and looked back at the comparison video. At this moment, not only Qian Daolu, but also the leaders of other large, medium, and small factions in the 2 Dolo worlds, after a heated discussion within their own families, also refocused their attention on the comparison video. What is the year limit of this golden soul ring? This was Poseidon's first time feeling that things were out of her control. And this feeling, even when facing Qian Daolu and Cangqiong, she had never felt before. A million-year level soul ring. What? Didn't that kid from Sea God tell you about this knowledge? Shen Cangqiong said casually. It really is a million-year level soul ring. Poseidon murmured, although she had a rough guess from the pressure of these soul rings. A guess is ultimately just a guess and cannot be taken seriously. Poseidon, do you still plan to resist? It's okay if you're really unconvinced. I can let you make the first move. Otherwise, once I make a move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to strike. This is not Shen Cangqiong being arrogant. With his current strength, even if Poseidon summoned the sea god, he would have to obediently lie down and call him Baba. Hee. Can we resist Sea God Island? If you hadn't hidden your true strength from the beginning, perhaps our meeting wouldn't have been as tense as just now. Poseidon let out a bitter laugh. To say that Poseidon was not frustrated would definitely be a lie. After all, she wasn't stupid. When facing an opponent she could never defeat, even if the other party disrespected the sea god, she would choose to pretend she didn't hear it. I haven't hidden my true strength. It's just that my strength has reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Shen Cangqiong came to recruit or destroy Sea God Island this time. How could he possibly hide his true strength? Whether there was hidden strength or not was no longer important. Speak. What exactly do you want? While speaking, Poseidon also withdrew her martial soul and soul rings, giving up resistance. Very simple. You have only one request. From now on, Sea God Island will become a subordinate force of my heavenly court. Of course, to prevent you from secretly plotting against me, I want everyone on Sea God Island to face the sea goddess Phantom and humiliate it for 10 minutes. Shen Cangqiong said, This is impossible. Poseidon's face looked terrifyingly pale. Then it seems that we can only destroy your Sea God Island. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong's true dragon martial soul flew into the sky above Sea God Island, and energy began to gather around him. As a deity, why do you have to make things difficult for us mortals? Besides, don't you worry that after destroying our Sea God Island, you won't be able to explain it to the God realm? Feeling the destructive aura coming from the sky, Poseidon could only bring up the God realm, hoping to instill some fear in the person before her. You say I am a deity? Shen Cangqiong looked at Poseidon with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Mortals could never possess soul rings at the level of a million years. Although I don't know what method you use to hide the aura of your divine status. The age of your soul rings has already betrayed your true identity. Poseidon was confident that the person before her was definitely a deity. Otherwise, the opponent couldn't possibly be strong enough to make her have no thoughts of resistance. Although Cangqiong was also stronger than her, the difference between the two was actually negligible. Seeing Poseidon speaking so seriously, Shen Cangqiong finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior, as long as you retreat now, I absolutely want to report what happened today to Lord Sea God. Poseidon didn't understand why Shen Cangqiong was laughing and wasn't interested in knowing. She just wanted to stop the attack from the sky. It seems that your Sea God Island hasn't interacted with anyone from Doluwa continent for too long. You actually take me for a deity. All right, my patience is limited. I will count to 10, and if your answer this time is still a refusal, then there's no need for Sea God Island to exist. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong retracted his smile and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Wait, if you want a Sea God Island to join your force, that's not impossible. But I have a condition as well. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to shout 10, Poseidon stepped forward with gritted teeth. What condition? Let us hear it. As long as it's not excessive, I can agree. Shen Cangqiong's face broke into a smile again. Although I am the high priest of Sea God Island, all the truly important matters on Sea God Island are decided by the Phantom of Lord Sea God. As long as you can defeat the Phantom of Lord Sea God, I will lead the entire Sea God Island to join your force. This was Poseidon's last resort. If even the Phantom of Lord Sea God is not a match for the person before her, then changing allegiances wouldn't be out of the question. Chapter 145. The Awakening of the Sea God's Phantom. Is it that simple? Fine. I agree. Shen Cangqiong said. He thought Poseidon would take the opportunity to propose some extremely troublesome conditions. But is it really just this? Isn't this too simple? Although that phantom is just a wisp of divine thought left by Lord Sea God on Doluwa continent. The combat power it can exert is no less than that of the true Lord Sea God. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong agreed to her condition, Poseidon let out a huge sigh of relief. The outcome now depends on the Phantom of Lord Sea God. Lead the way. Shen Cangqiong felt that Poseidon was a bit too clever for her own good. You must know that what Shen Cangqiong initially said was that all the people on Sea God Island must harshly humiliate the Sea Goddess Phantom for 10 minutes in front of it. If Shen Cangqiong didn't have the confidence to capture the Sea Goddess Phantom alive, how could he have made such a request? Follow me. After saying that, Poseidon didn't waste any time and led Shen Cangqiong straight towards the Sea Goddess Phantom. Variant Doloa World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu, CC. Have you really softened up like this? Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. How would I know? This matter hasn't happened yet. Variant Doloa World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. I don't understand. Since you gave up on the Sea God so easily, why did you call for war against my Spirit Hall back then? Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You can't even defeat me. Why should I let Sea God Island submit to your Spirit Hall? Variant Doloa World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. But my Spirit Hall is indeed stronger than your Sea God Island. Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You are weaker than me. Variant Doloa World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. Can't you give me some face? Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. You are weaker than me. Variant Doloa World, Spirit Hall Grand Priest Qian Daolu. Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Shen Cangqiong. Can you tell me, what exactly did our Sea God Island do to offend you? If Shen Cangqiong came to her in reality, Poseidon would speculate that it might be due to the previous conflict between them that led Shen Cangqiong to dislike Sea God Island. But compared to the video, Sea God Island had never had any conflict with Shen Cangqiong. As a result, they were still approached by Shen Cangqiong. This was clearly unreasonable. Variant Doloa World, Shen Cangqiong. Supporting the Sea God is the greatest sin of all the people on Sea God Island. Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Why? You haven't even seen Lord Sea God, right? Why do you have such great hostility towards Lord Sea God? Variant Doloa World, Shen Cangqiong. If I say it's for the sake of all beings, that seems a bit hypocritical. Just consider it as me purely disliking the Sea God. Variant Doloa World, Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon. Is there no room for reconciliation? In the absence of video comparison, Poseidon couldn't imagine how high Shen Cangqiong would achieve in the future. Therefore, if she could ease the conflict between Shen Cangqiong and the Sea God, even at a great cost, Poseidon would be willing to do so. In fact, at the moment of speaking these words, Poseidon had subtly turned his gaze towards the sea, which sitting in the lower position, wondering whether he should send her and Xiao Bai to Shen Cangqiong together. Variant Doloa World Shen Cangqiong. This is a matter between me and the Sea God. As long as you distance yourselves from the Sea God, I will not do anything bad to you. You have also seen it. Compared to the video of me, I really did not want to exterminate all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you so many chances. Variant Doloa World Sea God Island High Priestess Poseidon Sai. It is clear that Shen Cangqiong is determined to cause trouble for the Sea God. This leaves Poseidon and the people of Sea God Island feeling helpless, while also having some other thoughts. After all, the world is bustling for profit, and if the Sea God is stronger, they would certainly be willing to fight for him. But if the outcome of failure is already predetermined, then aside from a few zealots, others will naturally think about their own and their family's safety and choose to protect themselves. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. If you want to leave now, it's still not too late. In front of a statue of the Sea God, Poseidon said solemnly, "Hurry and summon. Just a small shadow of the Sea God. I don't take it seriously." Shen Cangqiong scoffed. All right. Poseidon glanced at Shen Cangqiong with a complicated expression and began her summoning ritual. Variant Doloa World Unknown. Finally able to see the legendary deity? By the way, what level of deity is this Sea God? Variant Doloa World Tinshui Academy Shui Yuer. I just asked. That Sea God is a level 1 deity. This means he is not a nobody in the divine realm. Variant Doloa World Chihua Academy Huowu. I wonder if we can snatch the Sea Goddess divine position. Huowu is very interested in Shen Cangqiong's earlier statement that having a divine position equals gaining a ticket to immortality. Variant Doloa World Plan Academy Yao Zi. Even if we can snatch it, it's a water attribute. What does it have to do with you? A fire attribute, Soul Master? Variant Doloa World Chihua Academy Huowu. Shen Cangqiong said that even fire attribute Soul Masters can inherit the Sea Goddess divine position. Variant Doloa World Plant Academy Yao Zi. No way. Shouldn't a Soul Master inherit the divine position of the same attribute? Variant Doloa World Chihua Academy Huowu. That's what Shen Cangqiong said. Anyway, I believe it. Variant Dual World Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer Wow. Is this the sea god? But why all the metal decorations? ISN T it heavy? At this moment, under Poseidon's summoning, the shadow of the sea god also awakened from its slumber. Poseidon. Who are they? Why did you bring them to the core area of my sea god island? The awakened shadow of the sea god said with authority. Chapter 146. Teaching the sea god shadow, great sea god. Hear us the thing. Hearing the sea god shadow's inquiry, Poseidon first bowed to the sea god shadow, then recounted the entire incident in detail. Exceptional talent. What a pity. After listening to Poseidon's account, the sea god shadow calmly looked at Shen Cangqiong and shook his head. He was not angry at Shen Cangqiong's disrespectful words. In his eyes, the person before him was merely a small ant. Thinking that with a few million-year soul rings, he could be an enemy of a true deity like him. One could only say he was completely unaware of his insignificance. Smack! However, just as the sea god shadow arrogantly looked at Shen Cangqiong, Shen Cangqiong had no intention of being polite and raised his hand to slap a big ear slap on the sea god shadow's self-satisfied face. Variant Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Magic Whale King Londi. Haha. Shen Cangqiong's slap was well-deserved. Variant Dual World Original Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Magic Whale King Londi. Exactly. I've long wanted to give that hypocritical face of the sea god a slap. Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priestess Poseidon. Deep Sea Magic Whale King. You gone too far. Variant Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Magic Whale King Londi. I've gone too far? What can you do about it? Do you dare to come to my territory and cause me trouble? I'm not bragging. Besides the Sea God Shadow, who can't leave Sea God Island. Even if all the other people from Sea God Island came over, they could only feed me half full. Although Londi's words made everyone on Sea God Island in both Dolawa continents quite angry, they had to admit that Londi was right. Variant Dolawa World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. At this point, I bet the Sea God Shadow must be confused. Just look at his silly expression. It's completely different from the pretentious look he had when he first appeared. In fact, just as Shui Yuer said, since becoming the sea god, everyone he encountered had shown him deep reverence. He had never seen someone like Shen Cangqiong, who came up without saying a word and slapped him. As a result, the sea god Shadow stared at Shen Cangqiong in confusion for over a minute, until he received another big ear slap on the other side of his face, before he finally became furious and snapped back to reality. Looking for death, the sea god Shadow had no more unnecessary words and attacked directly. At this moment, his face no longer held the calmness of having everything under control, but instead revealed a fierce expression. Foolish. Seeing the sea god Shadow attacking, Shen Cangqiong scoffed, then swiftly moved behind the sea god Shadow and kicked him down to the ground. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Falling to the ground in a very undignified manner, and being seen by his own subordinates, the sea god was almost driven to madness. A bang! Another kick sent the rushing sea god Shadow flying several meters away. Shen Cangqiong took a few steps forward and stepped on the sea god Shadow. You should be grateful. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have that yellow-brown, disc-like object on me, I would have dealt with you with that kick earlier. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong took out a leather rope from his storage soul guide and began to whip the sea god Shadow as skin drum. For a time, the entire core hall was filled only with the sea god Shadow as cries of pain and curses. Variant 1 Dual World Anonymous. No way. Is the sea god that weak? I feel like when Shen Cangqiong fights the sea god, it's like a father beating his son, with the sea god as the son, not even able to resist at all. Variant 2 Original Dual World Anonymous. Clearly, it's not that the sea god is weak, but that Shen Cangqiong is too strong. Didn't you see that even the great priest of Sea God Island, as a peerless Delaw, didn't even have the courage to engage Shen Cangqiong? Variant 1 Dual World Anonymous. Sigh. The sea god is quite pitiful. Seeing the suffering he is enduring now reminds me of the time I got into trouble as a kid, and my father treated me to stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. Perhaps in this regard, it is indeed as that previous friend said. Comparing the scene in the video now, it's completely Shen Cangqiong, the father, teaching a lesson to the unfortunate son, the sea god. Variant 1 Dual World Anonymous. Haha, we are the same. I also ate a lot of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat that my father prepared for me when I was a child. Variant 2 Original Dual World Anonymous. It should be said that a childhood without stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat is an incomplete childhood. While the crowd in the bullet screen area joked and chatted, the sea goddess Phantom in the comparison video made new movements. You bastard. Daring to humiliate me like this. If that's the case, then let us perish together. Angry seas rage. At this moment, the sea goddess Phantom no longer cared about his own people on Sea God Island. Or rather, destroying everything on Sea God Island was his true intention at this moment. After all, his current disgrace must not be known to a second person. Otherwise, like Poseidon, even if they still appear to respect him on the surface, they would definitely mock him internally. You are ruthless. To deal with me? You are even willing to not spare your own people. Shen Sangtian, feeling the towering waves formed by the sea from all directions rushing towards Sea God Island, could not help but find it amusing. Sea God? Why? Compared to Shen Sangtian, who had to sense the situation outside, Poseidon, as the great priest, was very clear in her heart about the power of the raging sea. She couldn't understand. Since Sea God still possessed so much energy, why couldn't he use a powerful single-target attack, but instead chose this indiscriminate area attack? Because all of you have seen what you shouldn't have seen. Perhaps thinking that everyone present would definitely perish, the sea goddess Phantom stopped pretending and spoke the truth directly. Is that so? I understand now. After hearing the explanation from the sea goddess Phantom, Poseidon was first stunned, then calmed down instead. She knew that the higher a person's status, the more they valued their own face. This is human nature, and she could understand why the sea god would do this. Chapter 147 Poseidon personally destroyed the sea god S Phantom variant 1 Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Demon Whale King Blue Emperor. Hehe. People of Sea God Island. Did you see? This is the true face of the sea god. Aren't you surprised? Variant 1 Dual World Fierce Beast Black Dragon King Emperor Tion. It's not just the sea god. All gods are like this. On the surface, they appear grand and righteous. But in secret, they are worse than trash. Variant 1 Dual World Fierce Beast Dark Gold Terror Claw Bearlord. Emperor Tion, I feel you are insulting trash. Trash still has recycling value. But those gods, haha. Variant 1 Dual World Fierce Beast Emerald Swan BG. After this incident, if the people of Sea God Island can survive, they should turn from supporters of the sea god to opponents of the sea god. Finally, they have a chance to confront those gods. And any wise soul beast cannot help but start mocking. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. That is for sure. The sea god is about to destroy them. If they continue to support the sea god, they would truly be foolish. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple by Cangqiong. One can only say, no wonder Shen Sangtian looks down on this sea god so much. It turns out that the true face of this sea god is even more disgusting than Shen Sangtian previously said. Variant 1 Dual World Blazing Fire Academy Huowu. I wonder what choice that Poseidon in the comparison video will make. Variant 1 Dual World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yue. What is there to guess? Just keep watching and you'll know. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Do you have a way to save Sea God Island? At this moment, Poseidon in the video turned to Shen Sangtian after a few seconds of silence and asked, Of course I do. Hearing this, Shen Sangtian said, That's good. As long as you can save Sea God Island, I, Poseidon, can guarantee that I will definitely lead all the powerful people on Sea God Island to join your forces. In fact, Poseidon really understood the sea god's actions. But understanding is one thing. Getting her to truly agree is impossible. In fact, Poseidon's loyalty to the sea god was not as high as she portrayed. Otherwise, in the original work, she wouldn't have developed murderous intent towards Tang San, who obtained the sea god's divine position inheritance. Wise choice. Upon receiving Poseidon's promise, Shen Sangtian smiled slightly. Then he used the seventh soul skill of the true dragon martial spirit, true dragon god, directly taking control of the entire ocean, causing the towering waves sweeping towards Sea God Island to vanish without a trace. What followed was simple. The sea god's Phantom, having lost control over the ocean, saw its battle power drop by more than half, and then was restrained by Shen Sangtian's divine power, ultimately dissipating completely under the siege of everyone on Sea God Island. Variant 1 Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Demon Whale King Blue Emperor. Goodness. Poseidon, I really didn't expect this. It turns out you are the real, ruthless person. Did you see that? The look in the sea god's Phantom's eyes when it was about to be shattered by you was so wonderful. I guess the sea god probably never thought that he would ultimately fall at the hands of you, the great priest of the sea god. Variant 2 Original Dual World Half-Divine Beast Deep Sea Demon Whale King Blue Emperor. Truly, the green bamboo snake's mouth and the yellow jacket's tail needle. Both are not poisonous. What was the last sentence again? Variant 1 Dual World Sea God Island Great Priest Poseidon. I was just acting in self-defense. Original Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon 2. Sigh. You have Shen Sangqiong's presence there. so you can rest easy. At worst, you can just join Shen Cangqiong's faction like in the comparison video. But what about me? Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon I don't know. Original Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon 2. I shouldn't have asked you. Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon what you said makes sense. You are the same person from two worlds. What the other party is thinking is quite clear. Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon 2. Perhaps you can lead the people of Sea God Island to leave first. Didn't the comparison video say that? The gods in the divine realm can't descend to the mortal realm. As long as you can avoid the sea god phantasm, there won't be any danger for now. Original Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon 2. It seems there is no other way. Can't you just let Shen Cangqiong block the sea god phantasm? Now I'm in such a passive position. Poseidon 2 from the second world is really feeling very frustrated. It can be said that she is suffering from an undeserved disaster. Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon If this happened in your world, would you care about me? Original Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon 2. No. Variant Dual World Sea God Island High Priest Poseidon Then what else is there to say? The comparison video continues. 3 days later. Cangqiong, are you really at ease letting Poseidon continue to lead the people of the original Sea God Island? On the deck of the big ship, Wu frowned and asked, It can't be said that all are led by Poseidon. Xiaobai and the sea which left with us, right? Shen Cangqiong said nonchalantly. Just 2 people, although they both have level strength. Compared to so many people from the original Sea God Island, it's simply not enough. Wu shot a glance at Shen Cangqiong and handed him the peeled sunflower seeds. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm strong enough, Poseidon won't dare to have any other intentions. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong threw all the sunflower seeds into his mouth. I still feel uneasy. Poseidon can act against her former employer, which shows she's very unreliable. Why not let Sister Shui or Sister Dong help Poseidon manage this newly established dragon palace? Wu suggested. She always feels that Poseidon is too ruthless. Absolutely not. Let Qianren Shui and BB Dong manage various affairs. That's a no-go. Shen Cangqiong knows that although these two have a lot of management experience, they are not cut out for management. Chapter 148, Shen Cangqiong's 4th comparison video ends. Variant Dual World Unknown. If I haven't misheard or misremembered, BB Dong seems to be the name of the Pope, right? Variant Dual World Unknown. Could it be that they are people with the same name? Variant Dual World Unknown. What do you think? Who else besides the Pope himself would have the qualifications to be sent to monitor Poseidon? This peerless Dual. Variant Dual World Unknown. That's true. But this news is too explosive. Does it mean that the Pope will withdraw from the Spirit Hall and join the faction created by Shen Cangqiong in the future? Variant Dual World Unknown. Let's say, is there a possibility that not only the Pope chooses to join Shen Cangqiong's faction in the future, but even the entire Spirit Hall falls into Shen Cangqiong's hands? Variant Dual World Unknown is. That doesn't seem impossible. Meanwhile, at the Singing Wind Tower, Shen Cangqiong, it's fine for you to be with Sister Shui. After all, you two are somewhat matched. But is it too outrageous for you to get involved with my teacher? Hulaina is very dissatisfied. Nothing has happened yet. Besides, if BB Dong doesn't agree, can I force it? Shen Cangqiong said speechlessly. BB Dong is so old, and you can still lay a hand on her. I really admire you. Shuechinghe, Qianren Shui, is very angry now, sarcastically speaking to Shen Cangqiong, while also unable to stop cursing BB Dong for being shameless in her heart. Age doesn't matter. The key is that BB Dong is beautiful. As the saying goes, 3 views follow the appearance. As long as someone is good-looking, why bother with other unimportant matters? Don't say that BB Dong is still relatively young. Even if it's the older Poseidon, Shen Cangqiong is still very interested. Hee. If there weren't so many people here, Shuechinghe, Qianren Shui, really wants to reveal her true form and let Shen Cangqiong, who can't tell the difference between the two, see who is prettier, BB Dong or her. The number 1 beauty of the Dolua continent, Qianren Shui. On the other side, Variant Dual World Sea God Island. High Priest. Xiaobai has already agreed to my previous plan. But should we still proceed according to the original plan? In the conference hall, the Seahorse Delua said bitterly, Let's go according to the original plan. Poseidon listened to the uproar outside and fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. See which? Do you want to go to Shen Cangqiong's side too? After a while, Poseidon saw that after discussing Xiaobai's matter, the 7 people in the conference room were frowning and silent. So she took the initiative to ask, I'll go take a look. If Shen Cangqiong is a decent person, I'll stay there. Hearing Poseidon's inquiry, the sea, which looked up at her own image beside Shen Cangqiong in the comparison video, hesitated for a moment, but then became resolute. All right, Xiao Bai's matter will be handled by you. The rest of us will withdraw from this island as quickly as possible in batches. Upon hearing this, Poseidon nodded and then issued the latest orders to everyone. At this moment, the comparison video continues. Hee, I see you must have taken a liking to Poseidon, which is why you treat her so well. You already have water and fire, namely Shui Yuer and me. You surely want a north and south as well. Now that Sister Dong Bibi Dong has been won over by you, you're just missing Poseidon. Wu, who knows Shen Cangqiong well, immediately saw through his true intentions. You're not giving your husband any face. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you tonight. Wu said this, and Shen Cangqiong's face turned awkward, immediately responding fiercely. As if you don't usually deal with me. Wu's face turned slightly red as she glared at Shen Cangqiong. Double the punishment today. No, triple it. I also want Rong to assist me with her martial soul to help increase my speed. Shen Cangqiong continued to speak fiercely. You want my life? Just say it directly. Wu said unkindly. All right, stop pretending. Be honest. What exactly do you plan to do about Poseidon? Seeing Shen Cangqiong's gaze was a bit off, Wu hurriedly asked to prevent him from doing something in broad daylight. Poseidon is not easy to deal with. She has always had feelings for Tang Chun, so it's probably hard to change her mind. Understanding Wu's meaning, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and shared his thoughts. At that time, didn't Sister Dong also have feelings for Yu Xiaojiang? In the end, didn't you win her over? Wu was somewhat unconvinced by this. You have a point. Shen Cangqiong nodded. By the way, I remember you said that when Poseidon was still the high priest under the sea god, she couldn't leave Sea God Island. But now that she has joined our heavenly court, she is already free. Aren't you afraid she will go to Doluo continent to find Tang Chun? At this moment, Wu suddenly recalled what Shen Cangqiong had said before and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Don't worry, I've already set up restrictions outside that place. Any powerhouse who reaches the title Doluo level cannot enter. Shen Cangqiong smiled. Do you know where Tang Chun is? Wu was surprised. The king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. After Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, the comparison video began to slowly zoom out, eventually fading away. Variant Doluo World, City of Slaughter, Anonymous. What? The king of slaughter is actually Tang Chun? Variant Doluo World, City of Slaughter, Anonymous. Although it's unbelievable, it makes sense. After all, a peerless Doluo hiding in our city of slaughter, while everyone is searching for him, would be impossible to miss. But if we replace this peerless Doluo with the king of slaughter, an existence we rarely see, everything seems so reasonable. Variant Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall. Grand Priest Qian Daolu. What a mistake. I didn't realize the king of slaughter was Tang Chun. Variant Doluo World, Peerless Doluo Poseidon, Tang Chun. Variant Doluo World. City of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. I am now the king of slaughter, not Tang Chun. I have merely occupied Tang Chun's body. Chapter 149. Getting pushed back from the start. Yingfeng Tower. Rong. I didn't expect your 9-treasure glazed tile, martial soul, could be used like this. Shui Yuer looked at the blushing Wu, then at the awkward Shen Cangqiong, and finally cast a suggestive glance at Ning Rongrong. I didn't expect it could be used like this either. Ning Rongrong also broke out in a slight sweat. Whether it was the previous 7-treasure glazed tile or the current 9-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong had used it to crack walnuts as a lighting glazed lamp, and invented many other uses, but she had never thought her martial soul had such a function. Why do you say everything out loud? Now I'm going to socially die. Wu, already blushing, immediately blamed Shen Cangqiong when she heard Shui Yuer gloating. In contrast, Shen Cangqiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say that this method was something he saw in other Doluo fan novel from his original world. Could he? Shen Cangqiong, the Grand Priest is calling for you. Just as everyone except Hu Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian was bursting into laughter, Hulaina suddenly spoke up. Variant Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Does Grand Priest Qian Daolu have something to say? Qian Daolu temporarily saved Shen Cangqiong from the situation. And since Shen Cangqiong had also dealt with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue in the comparison video, he was quite polite when speaking to Qian Daolu. Variant Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall. Grand Priest Qian Daolu. You can only choose one between Bibi Dong and my granddaughter Qian Rinxue. Variant Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall, Saintess Qian Rinxue. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Who wants to be with him? Shueqinghe, Qian Rinxue, was so angry her face turned green. Variant Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall, Grand Priest Qian Daolu. I'm just being cautious. Shen Cangqiong, what's your answer? Variant Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong. This is the only question I cannot answer or agree to. Variant, Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall. Grand Priest Qian Daolu. Kid, you're going too far. Do you know who BB Dong is? Variant, Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong. Who she is doesn't matter. What matters is how she thinks. I can only say that I will never force anyone on such matters. But as long as the other party is willing, no matter what stands in front of her, I will stand in front of her and block all the swords and rumors. Variant, Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall. Grand Priest Qian Daolu Sai. Unable to argue or fight back, Qian Daolu was extremely frustrated. Original, Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall. Hope BB Dong. It's a pity you showed up too late. Original, Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall, Saintis Qian Renshua. He is from another Doluo continent. Even if he had shown up earlier, you wouldn't have met him. Original, Doluo World, Wuhuan Hall, Pope BB Dong. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. After Bibidong's words, the anger of both Qian Rengshus from the two worlds instantly soared to the peak, just like before. However, before the two could team up again to push back at BB Dong, the sound from the comparison video suddenly started playing. Now, starting to play the character comparison of Tang San. Purple Pearl Island. What a pity. You all are not good people. Otherwise, I could have taken you to that ruin to try it out. Purple Pearl stood by the shore, watching the gradually receding boats, thinking to herself. In the variant Dual World, core disciple Ning Rongrong of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Sister Purple Pearl, even though I can be a bit mischievous at times. I don't think I'm a bad person, right? Core disciple Xiao Wu. I'm not a bad person either. Purple Pearl from the variant Dual World. I don't know. You'd have to ask me from another world. Purple Pearl, the island master from the original Dual World. I don't know either. But I can tell people well. Since the me in the comparison video said that in my heart, the problem must lie with you. Ning Rongrong from the original Doluo World. What kind of problem could we have? Purple Pearl, the island master from the original Doluo World. That's something you need to ask yourselves. Zhu Qing, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. It must be because you are following Tang San. After all, everyone knows Tang San's character, and if you hang out with him, you will inevitably be influenced by him without realizing it. You know, birds of a feather flock together. If two parties have completely different worldviews, either one side is willing to change their worldview to accommodate the other, or they can't possibly get along. By Cangqiong, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Qing makes a good point. Ning Rongrong from the original Doluo World. Well, I changed and held back my little temper just to fit in the academy. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But if that's not the reason, then I really can't think of any other possibilities. Ning Rongrong from the variant Doluo World. I think that's the reason. Don't forget in Shrek, it's entirely decided by you, Xiao Jiang and Tang San. But everyone knows what kind of people they are now. If you change yourself based on their opinions, what can you learn? Ning Rongrong from the original Doluo World. Wow, it does seem that way. No, this time, no matter who advises me, I must leave Shrek. I don't want to become a person that everyone hates like Tang San and Xiao Jiang. By Cangqiong, core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Why did the me from another world also end up with Tang San in them? By Cangqiong, the young clan leader of the Min family from the original Doluo World. I don't know. But I can be sure that even without the comparison video, I never intended to go to that so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, if it weren't for the comparison video, I wouldn't even know who Tang San is or where Shrek Academy is. By Cangqiong from the variant Doluo World, I thought of a possibility. Could it be because of the Li family? Among our 4 clans with single attributes, only the Li family still cares about Tang Hao. Chapter 150. The test the comparison video continues. A few days later, Tang San and his group, after going through a series of difficulties, finally reached Sea God Island. However, before they could take a few steps forward, a group of guard from Sea God Island stopped them. We admire the reputation of Sea God Island and hope to join through the test. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai took a step forward and said loudly, "You are Land Soul Masters?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man at the head of the guard frowned and asked, "Can you tell just by looking?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. "You Land Soul Masters obviously can't feel it, but we Sea Soul Masters can tell. All right, you should leave this place quickly. We at Sea God Island do not welcome you." The middle-aged man spoke with a very cold tone. "Isn't Sea God Island a place where you can join through a test? Why are you rejecting us outright?" At this time, Tang San came to Dai Mubai's side, frowning slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat displeased. In a variant Doluo world, an unnamed person, this world is indeed one where strength speaks. When Shen Cangqiong came to Sea God Island, he was welcomed warmly by the people there. Yet Tang San and his group were directly stopped outside, denied entry to Sea God Island. Unnamed person in the variant Doluo world. You spoke too soon. Did you see? The middle-aged man from Sea God Island is actually kind-hearted. Unnamed person in the variant Doluo world. Come on. If he were truly kind-hearted, couldn't he speak nicely? Why does he have to be so cold? To put it bluntly, I find this so-called good person more detestable than those who are outright bad. Unnamed person in the variant Doluo world. Well said. To me, such people are not kind-hearted. They're just looking down on others. When you appear weak, they act strong. And when you appear strong, they act weak. Unnamed person in the variant Doluo world. You people really have too much time on your hands. He's just a small gatekeeper. What's there to discuss? Let's continue watching. I still want to know what benefits this legendary divine test of Sea God Island has. At this moment, the scene in the comparison video shifted, and Tang San's group had already arrived in front of a man in black, led by the middle-aged man. I am one of the sacred pillars of Sea God Island, Seahorse Dawn. It's not impossible for you to participate in the divine test, but you must first pass my test. The man in black said, don't think that Lord Seahorse is deliberately targeting you. All Land Soul Masters who want to come to Sea God Island to participate in the divine test must first pass the test of the sacred pillar de law. The middle-aged man, seeing that Tang San and the others looked a bit unhappy, explained, since this is the rule, then please guide us, senior. Hearing that this is the rule, Tang San thought for a moment, stepped forward, clasped his fists at Seahorse Daw, and said confidently, all right, follow me. After saying that, Seahorse Daw began to lead the way. Senior, what is this? Very quickly, Tang San and his group followed Seahorse Daw to the shore. Sensing the vast number of sea soul beasts in the water, Tang San asked in confusion, my test is very simple. As long as you can break through this sea of seas, then you will have passed my test. Seahorse Doloa did not explain much to Tang San. All right. Upon hearing what the Seahorse Doloa said, Tang San hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This trial, for others, might be an impossible task. But for them, the Shrek 7 Devils, the difficulty of this trial was not too high. He was completely confident that they could all pass. I'm the leader of the Shrek 7 Devils, so I'll go first, said Dai Mubai as he stepped forward. All right. Tang San nodded and then walked to the center, looking at Dai Mubai, who had already begun the trial. In the number 1 variant Doloa world, Blue Tyrant Shrek Dai Mubai said, Zhu Qing, it seems that in comparison to the future shown in the video, you should have forgiven me by now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have worried about me when I tried to cross that so-called sea within the sea. In the number 1 variant Doloa world, Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Qing replied, that was another world, Esme, not the me from this world. In the number 2 original Doluo world, Shrek Academy Dai Mubai said, no matter which world you are from, you ultimately forgave us. Moreover, based on our ages in the comparison video, we should have won the final royal battle. Number 2 original Doluo world, Xingluo's Royal Prince Davis said, that's impossible. Number 2 original Doluo world, Xingluo Royal Academy Zhu Zhiyun said, a loss is a loss. What's impossible about that? Based on the ages of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing in the comparison video, if they lost, their best outcome would be house arrest. How could they possibly qualify to go to Sea God Island? In the number 1 variant Doluo world, Xingluo's Royal Prince Davis said, the Zhu Yun from another world is right. This is not the time to discuss possibilities. Number 2 original Doluo world, Xingluo Royal Academy Zhu Yun said, Zhu Qing, it seems I underestimated you before. You passed the trial of the sea within the sea so easily. In the number 1 variant Doluo world, Blue Tyrant Shrek Oscar asked, is it my turn next? But why am I so close to Ning Rongrong? Could it be that according to the original development, I really ended up with Ning Rongrong? In the number 1 variant Doluo world, Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong replied, get lost. Do you think that's possible? In the number 2 original Doluo world, Shrek Academy Oscar said, why is it impossible? If we weren't a couple, would we be this close? Number 2 original Doluo world, Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong replied, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has a rule that core family members cannot be with non-combat soul masters. Not to mention anything else. Just this rule alone excludes you completely. I said this before. Did you forget? Number 2 original Doluo world, Shrek Academy Oscar said, then how do you explain that scene in the comparison video? If we weren't together, would you let me carry you? At this point, the 2 Oscars from different worlds gradually became more animated. Chapter 151. Tang San, you really disappoint me. Number 2 original Doluo world, Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong said, of course not. If I had to explain, it would be quite simple. First possibility, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was destroyed, and I was the only one left. In that case, with no family left, the family rules would naturally be gone. Second possibility, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, including my father and the 2 grandpas, turned into sand sculptures, which is why they would collectively ignore the family rules and risk the collapse of the family by allowing me to marry a food-type soul master. After all, if the sect leader, the young sect master, and the elders all lead in violating the rules, the people below will definitely follow suit and disregard the sect's regulations. At that point, without external pressure, our 7 treasures glazed tile school would head towards destruction. Third possibility. The Ning Rongrong in the comparison video, who also possesses the 9 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul, is not me, but a puppet with the same martial soul, appearance, and even memories as mine. Otherwise, not only would I have no feelings for you, but even if I did, I wouldn't selfishly allow my family to face the risk of destruction just to be with you. I am a young sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. I can be playful and mischievous, but on major issues, I will not be swayed by personal feelings because that is my responsibility as the young sect master. Someone like you, an ordinary person, or those selfish family decision makers, will never understand. Number 2, Original Doloa World, Shrek Academy Oscar said. I understand. Who says I don't understand? You've said so much and taken so many detours. You just want to tell me not to daydream. Number 1, Variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong said. You summarized it very well. Number 1, Variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Shrek Oscar chuckled. Number 1, Variant Doloa World. 7 treasures glazed tile school's master Ning Fengji said. It seems Rongrong has grown up. Number 2, Original Doloa World. 7 treasures glazed tile school's master Ning Fengji said. Yes. I used to worry about her little witch temper affecting her future. It turns out her little witch is so sensible. Now I am truly relieved. Number 2, Original Doloa World. Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong said. Humph. I have always been sensible, okay? You all just have a bias against me. Number 1, Variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple Ning Rongrong said. Exactly. Number 1, Variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Shrek Mahongjun said. Haha, it's finally my turn. Wait, oh no. Could it be that I'm also a pair with Cangqiong? Number 1, Variant Doloa World. Blue Tyrant Academy's core disciple by Cangqiong said. Using Rongrong's words, Yuma, fatty. Get lost. Number 2, Original Doloa World. Min Family S Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong said. The comparison video. Did you get it wrong? How could I possibly be with this Mahongjun? Comparison video. The specific reason will be revealed later. Number 2, Original Doloa World. Shrek Academy Mahongjun said. Cangqiong. Although we haven't met in this world yet, since we are together in the comparison video, doesn't that at least indicate we are fated? Why don't we give it a try? Number 2, Original Doloa World. Min Family S Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong said. Didn't I tell you to get lost? What fate? Don't I know myself? The one in the comparison video. Looking at her eyes, I can tell she clearly isn't willing to be with you. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy Mahongjun. Is there? How come I didn't notice? Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. A fat guy from another world. Stop pretending. I don't believe that you usually play so well and can't tell that the fragrant one in the comparison video has no feelings for you at all. Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Shrek Mahongjun sigh. Rongrong. It's better not to speak out the truth. We're still good friends. Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu. Stop talking nonsense. Look at me. Why does the me in the comparison video look silly? Like just a shell? Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Qing. Could it be because you have already been sacrificed? Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu no. If I had been sacrificed, there shouldn't be anything left. Variant Doloa World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. You've never been sacrificed before. How do you know that there would be nothing left after the sacrifice? Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. Yes. Didn't Ain also sacrifice herself? Isn't she back to being a blue silvergrass now? Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu. According to what you said, Rongrong, I should have turned into a little rabbit. But the me in the comparison video is completely a person. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy Xiao Wu. Why say so much? Just ask about the comparison video directly. Comparison video. Why did I become like this? Comparison video. After you sacrifice yourself to Tang San, for some reason, you did not completely dissipate but turned back into a rabbit, and then Tang San used some methods to turn you back into human form. However, your spirit is still in Tang San's soul ring. So, the you in the video is just a moving shell. Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy Shrek Tang San. Xiao Wu. Did you hear that? No matter what happens, I will never give up on you. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy Tang San. Yes, Xiao Wu. I admit, I did not protect you well, but I will do my best to save you. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu. But my sacrifice was precisely caused by you. Even if you really saved me in the end, that would still be something you owe me. But why does it sound like you want me to be grateful to you? Original Dual World Shrek Academy Xiao Wu. Tang-san. You really disappoint me. Original Dual World Shrek Academy Tang-san. No, Xiao Wu. I didn't mean that. Chapter 152. The level of the divine test. While the people from the Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in both worlds were watching the comparison video themselves, continuously shocked and commenting, the 8 people in the comparison video had already safely passed the Seahorse de Loire's test in the sea using their respective means. Your performance really surprised me. No, to be precise, it should be that I am very shocked. Looking at the 8 people in front with unusual eyes, Seahorse de Loire exclaimed, Senior Seahorse, I wonder if we have already qualified to participate in the divine test? Tang-san had a calm expression and did not show any signs of discomfort. Since you have passed my test, you naturally have qualified to participate in the divine test. But for you Land Soul Masters, participating in our Sea God Island's divine test is very dangerous. There is no such thing as failure. There is only success or falling. I will give you one last chance now. I hope you can think it over. Will you participate in the divine test at the risk of 9 deaths? Or will you turn back now and go back where you came from? Seahorse de Loire said, No need to think it over. We already decided before coming to Sea God Island. Tang-san and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and stepped forward firmly. In that case, let's begin. As he spoke, Seahorse de Loire summoned a blue light from the holy pillar and pointed it towards Dai Mubai. Senior Seahorse, what is this for? Tang-san asked in confusion. This is to determine his level for the divine test. Our Sea God Island's divine test is also divided into levels. From low to high, there are white level test, yellow level test, purple level test, black level test, and the red top level test. Seahorse de Loire explained. So that's how it is. Tang-san nodded, then looked again at Dai Mubai, who was surrounded by the blue light column. At this moment, the blue light column surrounding Dai Mubai had changed from blue to white, then quickly shifted from white to yellow, from yellow to purple, and finally fixed on black. It's actually the black level 6 test. That's 2 more tests than I had initially. Lord Sea God, could it be that this person in front of us is a sinner? Seahorse de Loire looked at the fading black light column, murmuring with a complicated expression. Senior Seahorse, why do you say Dai Lao Da is a sinner? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask. I already told you about the 5 levels of our Sea God Island's divine test. Among them, the white level test and yellow level test will only have 1 test. As long as you pass, it's considered a success. When it comes to the purple level test, distinctions will begin to appear. For example, in the purple level test, there can be up to 3 tests. That means, at most, you need to complete 3 tests to be considered successful. In the black level test, there will be at least 4 tests and at most 6 tests. The black level 6 test can be said to be the highest difficulty within the black level test. I can tell you that in the past century, the black level test has only appeared 31 times, of which 24 times failed. And the remaining 7 successful ones are the current 7 guardians of the Sea God Island's 7 holy pillars. Even so, among our Sea God Island's 7 holy pillars, only the strongest Sea Dragon de Loire has undergone the black level 6 test. Moreover, the main point is that you are all Land Soul Masters. So the original time for each test, which was 10 years for Sea Soul Masters, will be changed to 1 year, specifically for Land Soul Masters. That's why I said he is a sinner. Otherwise, how could the kind Lord Sea God possibly impose the black level 6 test, which is nearly a death sentence? The explanation of the Seahorse de Loire is very detailed. Variant de Loire, world number 1 unnamed. Haha, let me tell you a joke. The Sea God is very kind. Haha, it really makes me laugh to death. Original de Loire, world number 2 unnamed. Seahorse de Loire. Can you tell us how you feel right now? Variant de Loire, world number 1 unnamed. You're too bad. How can you expect Seahorse de Loire to answer that? Variant de World Sea Dragon de Loire. I am puzzled by this character comparison of Tang-san. One point Seahorse didn't make clear is that the level of the divine examination completely depends on the individual's cultivation talent. But according to Dai Mubai's talent, he could never have obtained the black level 6th examination. Otherwise, wouldn't there be dozens of unmatched geniuses surpassing the black level 6th examination appearing all at once on Doloa continent? Variant Whole World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. If I'm guessing correctly, the Dai Mubai in the comparison video must have consumed an immortal herb, greatly enhancing his talent. After all, didn't it say in the previous rankings that Tang-san wiped out the poison Doloa's herb garden? Regarding the immortal herb, Shen Sanqiong did not ask Ning Rongrong to keep it a secret, so she naturally spoke without any psychological burden. Variant Dalaw World Blue Tyrant Academy Core disciple by Cangqiong. I agree with Rongrong's statement. My swift tail, swallow martial soul, also became the current Emperor Luan martial soul because of consuming an immortal herb. Variant Dalaw World Sea Dragon Dalaw. If that's the case, then it's reasonable. Original Dalaw World unnamed. So it seems, in this regard, Tang San did well. At least he shared the immortal herbs with his partners. Variant Dalaw World unnamed. Hee, how naive. While speaking, the comparison video continued. Senior Seahorse. Is it my turn now? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had returned to her senses from Seahorse Dalaw's words, took a step forward and asked, I just said so much. Aren't you going to reconsider? Seahorse Dalaw frowned slightly. We came here to accept the test. If the test is too simple, wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Moreover, we have created too many miracles, and I believe we can still create miracles this time. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said calmly, All right, you really have a lot of drive. Very few people possess the courage you have. After saying this, Seahorse Dalaw showed a look of approval and pointed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 153 Tang San is really not a good person. Variant Dalaw World Blue Tyrant Academy Core disciple Ning Rongrong. Wow. Zhuqing, the you in the comparison video looks so calm and confident. By the way, I think this is the first time I've seen you look so calm and confident. Variant Dalaw World Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yuer indeed. I wonder what happened in the future that made this ice-cold beauty seem like a different person. Is it just because she defeated her sister and brother-in-law in the fateful battle? Variant Dalaw World Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhu Zhuqing. It's a strange feeling. Perhaps the Zhu Zhuqing in the comparison video really experienced some earth-shattering events in the future that forced her to change. Otherwise, I would never become the person in the comparison video. It could also be, as Rongrong jokingly said, that the Zhu Zhuqing who looks exactly like me in the comparison video is just a puppet. Variant Dalaw World Plant Academy, Yao Zi. Maybe it's because of love? After all, love can change everything and embrace everything. Variant Dalaw World Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhu Zhuqing. I have no love for Dai Mubai. If it weren't for being born into the Zhu family, destined to bear the fate of internal strife, there would be no intersection between Dai Mubai and me at all. Original Dalaw World Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing. This is what I wanted to say. Variant Dalaw World Fiery Fire Academy, Huo Wu. What is going on? Both Zookings said they would never become like the one in the comparison video. And Rongrong also said that the one in the comparison video is not her. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Variant Dalaw World Silver Dragon King Guyuena. I have a rough guess, but I can't be sure yet. Original Dalaw World Silver Dragon King Guyuena. I think it's pretty close to the truth. Original Dalaw World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. What do you mean? Did my joking remark come true? Is there really someone who has laid a hand on me in Zhuqing? Variant Dalaw World Silver Dragon King Guyuena. Let's keep watching. If any of you ate in the comparison video past the divine examination, then the answer will be revealed. Just as the Ning Rongrong from the two worlds felt a bit uneasy about Guyuena's words, Zhu Zhuqing's divine examination level in the comparison video was also determined. Black level 5th examination. Seahorse Dalaw was once again surprised. Senior Seahorse. Next, it's my turn. Oscar reminded. Okay. Seahorse instinctively replied, retracting his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing. It turns out to be black level 6th examination too. Originally, Seahorse thought that Oscar, as a food-type soul master, would have a lower divine examination than the first two, but it completely exceeded his expectations. Surpassing the 6th examination. At this moment, before Seahorse could react, Ning Rongrong walked up to him, chanting something. It turned out to be top level 7th examination. After a moment, when Seahorse saw Ning Rongrong's divine examination level, he immediately exclaimed, almost echoing through the skies, Mississippi, may I ask for your full name? After a long time, Seahorse Dalaw slightly bowed and saluted Ning Rongrong. My name is Ning Rongrong. Senior, what is this about? Seahorse Dalaw's sudden change not only left Ning Rongrong puzzled, but the other 7 were also equally confused. Miss Ning Rongrong, I am honored to be your examiner. In the future, if you need anything on the island, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you solve it. Seahorse said respectfully. Senior Seahorse, I'm only one examination behind Rongrong. Is the difference really that big? Oscar blinked and couldn't help but ask. The top-level assessment is different from the black-level assessment. Since the top-level assessment first appeared, there has never been a record of failure. The last top-level assessment on Sea God Island was conducted by the island's high priest. As long as Miss Ning Rongrong passes the top-level assessment, she will become the high priest's heir and thus the future manager of Sea God Island. While explaining Oscar's question, Haima's eyes never left Ning Rongrong. Is the top-level 7 assessment easier than the black level 6 assessment? Tang Sen asked. Of course not. The overall difficulty of the top-level 7 assessment is much higher than that of the black level 6 assessment. However, every time the top-level assessment appears, it symbolizes the emergence of a new generation of high priests. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is, it will definitely succeed. Haima Doluo shook his head and said, I see. Senior Haima, let's continue. Xiang, it's your turn. Tang San nodded and gestured to Bai Cangqiong beside him. All right. Bai Cangqiong didn't hesitate and stepped forward to stand in front of Haima. Yellow level 1 assessment. Just as Haima Doluo was ready for another black level assessment, Bai Cangqiong's divine assessment level nearly threw his old back out. In the first variant Doluo world by Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, is my talent really that poor? Shen Sangtian, am I not qualified to join the inner court of the Blue Tyrant Academy? Did you open a back door for me? In the first variant Doluo world, Shen Sangtian, at the Blue Tyrant Academy's inner court, we never look at the other's talent, only at their character. Even someone without a martial soul can cultivate in my inner court for 10 years as long as their character is good, and can still beat demigods like a father beats his son. Moreover, you should have been deliberately targeted by that sea god. I have seen your original talent. It is indeed slightly worse than Rongrong's, but there is no way it could only be yellow level 1 assessment. Based on my comparison with Rongrong's current talent, she is at top level 7 assessments, so before you consumed the celestial herb, you should have been around purple level 3 assessments. In the first variant Doluo world, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiang, I think you only have a yellow level 1 assessment, partly because the sea god is deliberately targeting you, and also because Tang San didn't give you a celestial herb, which should be one of the reasons. I can only say that in this matter, Tang San is really not a good person, even unwilling to give his own cousin a celestial herb. Chapter 154, Guyuna's terrifying inference in the first variant Dole world, Tai Long from the Blue Tyrant Academy. You should be content. I think Tang San has already been quite righteous in dealing with Xiang in this matter. Although he didn't give Xiang a celestial herb, at least he brought her to Sea God Island to participate in the divine assessment. Look at me. I don't even have the qualification to be brought to Sea God Island to participate in the divine assessment. I don't know if Tang San really considers our family. In the end, Tai Long seemed to hint that he wanted his grandfather to completely give up the idea of mingling with the Tang San family. In the second original Doluo world, Tang San from Shrek Academy, is there a possibility that, compared to the video, I don't even know you? In the first variant Doluo world, Tai Long from the Blue Tyrant Academy, get lost. Since you know Xiang, how could you not know me, the only direct descendant of the Li family? Don't forget, whenever we single attribute 4 clans make any important decisions, all 4 families sit down together to discuss. Especially when it comes to reuniting with your Hao Yi and Tang family over such a major issue concerning the survival of the family, we will be extra cautious in our discussions. It can be said that as long as one of us from the single attribute 4 clans is by your side, it represents that all of us from the single attribute 4 clans are already on your side. In the first variant Doluo world, Ning Rongrong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tai Long. Be careful, Tang San might give you a line, and you already have a path to death. In the first variant Doluo world, Tai Long from the Blue Tyrant Academy. That is true. It seems I need to be a bit more low-key in front of Tang San from now on. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video suddenly came to her senses, blushing, and made a move that left everyone inside and outside the comparison video dumbfounded. In the video, Bai Cangqiong, after an initial hesitation, seemed to have made a decision, showing a determined expression on her face, and like a whirlwind, she rushed into Ma Hongjuan's arms and wall-donged him. In the second original Doluo world, Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy. What the hell? What is going on? Why did Xiang suddenly wall-dong me? In the second original Doluo world, by Cangqiong, the young master of the Li family. Don't call me Xiang. To borrow Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's words, the person in the comparison video is not me at all. In the first variant Doluo world, by Cangqiong, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. It's not me either. In the first variant Doluo world, Ma Hongjun from Shrek. Goodness, are you guys playing with me? The same excuse, Rongrong used it up, Zhuqing used it, and now Xiang, you're using it too. Is Xiao Wu going to use this excuse later? In the first variant dual world, Xiao Wu, a core disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Let us see the situation. If needed, it's not impossible to use it. In the first variant dual world, Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. Actually, this may not be their excuse. At this moment, Guyuna suddenly said, in the first variant Doluo world, Ma Hongjun from Shrek. What is going on? Ma Hongjun was stunned, not understanding what Guyuna meant. In the second original Doluo world, Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. It's obvious that the reason this human girl named by Cangqiong Waldongyu is that this is the task of the divine assessment. However, the real divine assessment task definitely would not have such assessment content. In the first variant Doluo world, Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. I was right. I didn't dare to be sure of the trickery before, but now I am certain. The Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in the comparison video have either had their original intelligence erased by those deities or have had their original thoughts completely rewritten by those deities. In fact, when Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video chose to Wall Dongyu, Ma Hongjun, it was also when she began to be controlled by the sea god. I can guarantee that by the end of the comparison video, Bai Cangqiong will definitely accept you, Ma Hongjun, sincerely. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple by Cangqiong. What? Fatima, I can introduce my cousin to you, but stay away from me in the future. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy Ma Hongjun. Hee. You're really going to introduce your cousin to me? Ma Hongjun knows that there's no chance between him and Bai Cangqiong, but relying on this scene from the comparison video to potentially gain a wife, he certainly won't refuse. As for what Guyuna just said, he doesn't dare to think much about it, or does he want to? Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple by Cangqiong. Really? Original Dual World Shrek Academy Ma Hongjun. I 1 and 2. Original Dual World Min Clan Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. As long as you don't have designs on me, I can let my cousin who is willing to be with you come and find you. This isn't by Cangqiong trying to set up her cousin. Although Ma Hongjun doesn't look good, his talent is indeed quite impressive. In this world where strength is revered, there are plenty of people willing to marry a promising soul master like Ma Hongjun. Original Dual World Shrek Academy Ma Hongjun. Deal. Variant Dual World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Ning Fengji. Miss Guyuna. What evidence do you have to prove that what you just said is true? On the other side, Ning Fengji said anxiously. Original Dual World Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Isn't it your own daughter who said herself? The one in the comparison video isn't the real her? Why are you asking me for evidence now? Besides, even if I provide you with evidence, what can you do? Just look at the scenes in the comparison video. Those high and mighty deities only need a thought to deal with ordinary people like you on Doluo continent. They don't even need to lift a finger. And you, aside from being toyed with by those deities, can do nothing else. Oh, by the way, be careful of the angel god's lineage in the spirit hall. Didn't the comparison video say that your spirit hall was ultimately destroyed? I don't think that was done by Tang Shun, but rather by the sea god using Tang San and his group. Guyuna, who understands the filth of the divine realm, basically knew the sea god's intentions when she saw by Cangqiong's divine test content to discuss the divine realm a bit. She naturally wouldn't mind giving those deities a little eye medicine. Chapter 155, a request from another Dual World, original Dual World Spirit Hall, Grand Priest Qian Daolu. I understand. Qian Daolu isn't a fool. When he saw how simple the sea god's divine test was, he immediately sensed the conspiracy. After all, he participated in the divine test back in the day and knows the difficulty of it best. If the divine test were really this simple, why would each task take 10 years to complete? Variant Dual World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Master Ning Fengji. Cangqiong, I've entrusted my daughter to you. You must not let her be harmed. Although Guyuna's words are very harsh, Ning Fengji cannot refute them. Even if the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against a 99th level ultimate Doluo, let alone those real gods. Helpless, Ning Fengji had no choice but to seek help from Shen Cangqiong. Variant Doluo World Shen Cangqiong. Don't worry. I can't say I can deal with the God King, but minor tricks won't escape me. In fact, Shen Cangqiong, who knows the plot well, knows more than Guyuna. Guyuna confirmed the sea god's conspiracy after seeing by Cangqiong's divine test task. But Shen Cangqiong had already noticed the issues long before in the original world. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed secretly influenced in their thoughts and ideas. But this was not done by the sea god, but by the Shura god. It can be said that the depths of this situation are far greater than what Guyuna imagined. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong, Senior Cangqiong. Is there anything wrong with me, Zhu Qing, Xiaowu, and Cangqiong right now? Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. I've already resolved it for you. It was just a trace of divine thought, and before the power cultivated by Shen Cangqiong using the nameless true method, it had no power to resist. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. Then why didn't you tell us? Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. It's not a big deal. There's no need to inform you. Moreover, even if I told you, you might not believe me. Like Gu Yuna. Shen Cangqiong also wants to give the divine realm a bit of my medicine, so he naturally enjoys saying more in the barrage area, allowing everyone from both worlds to subconsciously despise the divine realm. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. How could that be? As long as it's what Senior Cangqiong says, I believe it. However, Senior Cangqiong, you must keep a close eye on me in the future. Don't let me accidentally fall into a trap again. Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong, I won't. You all have cultivated the original true solution. Those dark hands can no longer reach you. Original Dolo World Shrek Academy Ning Rongrong. What about me? The Ning Rongrong of the second world looked at Shen Cangqiong and another version of herself chatting seriously, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in her heart. Original Dolo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Master Ning Fengji. Young Master Shen, please save my daughter. Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. We're not in the same world. That might be difficult. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Core Disciple Ning Rongrong. Senior Cangqiong. Don't you have fragments of the cross-border talisman? Once you collect 100, you can form a complete cross-border talisman and then go over, right? Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. But right now, I only have 30 fragments of the cross-border talisman. I don't know how long it will take to get to 100. In fact, Shen Cangqiong has 50 fragments. But the other 20 fragments were given before the golden finger ran away, and he can't explain their origin. Variant Dolo World Heavenly Water Academy, Shui, Binger. I have a fragment of the cross-border talisman here. It was a reward from when I taught a loser on the list of lesson. Here you go. Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. That's still 69 short. Original Dolo World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Master Ning Fengji. I'll find a way for the rest. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School lacks everything but gold soul coins. I don't believe that 1,000,000 gold soul coins for a cross-border talisman, which has no effect on ordinary people, won't be able to buy. Ning Fengji isn't foolish. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in their second world has no relation to Shen Cangqiong. The fact that the other party is willing to help is already great news. How could it be possible to let them handle the collection of cross-border symbol fragments? Variant Dolo World, Sec Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji. I will also be synchronously purchasing here. It's the same price, 1,000,000 gold soul coins for each piece. After all, that is his daughter from another world, and he certainly wouldn't refuse to help. Variant Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. All right, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong didn't show any unusual expression, but in his heart, thinking about having 2 Ning Rongrong by his side made his heart race with excitement. Original Dolo World, Shrek Academy, Zhu Qing. Young Master Shen. If it's convenient, could you help me too? Although asking for help from a completely unfamiliar person was not Zhu Qing's personality, she still made a decision that went against her nature, biting her teeth and asking. Variant Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. No problem. And Xiangxiang. If you're worried about being targeted in the future, feel free to let me know as well. Double the happiness is certainly better, especially with Zhu Qing's ample bosom that could completely engulf someone, and by Cangqiong's special dual ponytails, it was simply the favorite of an old lecher. Original Dolo World, Zhu Qing. Thank you. Original Dolo World, Minji Clan Young Clan Leader by Cangqiong. Then I'll be waiting for you in the Minji Clan. Variant Dolo World, Lamba Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong. What about me and the other me from another world? Why don't you mention us at all? Variant Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. You are willing, unlike the 3 of them who are not voluntary. Why should I bring you up? Variant Dolo World, Lamba Academy Inner Court Core Disciple Xiao Wu. Who said I was willing? I always regarded Tang San as my brother. There were no other feelings at all, okay? Variant Dolo World, Shen Cangqiong. What about the other Xiao Wu? Is it the same? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat confused. Chapter 156, See God in 9 Tests. While speaking, Bai Cangqiong in the comparison video had already completed the task of wall-sitting with Ma Hongjun for a stick of incense this time. At this moment, Bai Cangqiong's soul power level also increased by 1 level with the completion of the Divine Test task. Variant Dolo World, Unknown, no way. It only took this long to increase one level of soul power. Original Doloa world, unknown, by the way. Completing the yellow level first test can increase one level of soul power. So what if we complete the 6 tasks of the black level 6 test? Wouldn't it directly increase by dozens of levels? Variant Dolua world, unknown. Is anyone planning to team up to go to Sea God Island for the divine test? I'm not asking for the black level assessment, just to get the purple level first test assessment. Once completed, it should increase soul power by around 2 to 3 levels. Isn't that much faster than our own hard training? Variant Doa world, Sea God Island unknown. Don't think about it. We are already planning to leave Sea God Island in batches. By then, even if you find the location of Sea God Island, it won't be of any use. Variant Do world, unknown. That's too bad. Infeng Tower. Little Fox, have you participated in the Angel God's divine test of the Spirit Hall? Shen, Cangqiong asked. No. In fact, I didn't even know what the divine test was before the comparison video appeared. Hulaina shook her head. The depths of this situation are indeed profound. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded, thinking to himself. At this moment, he overturned the idea that the Shura God acted before the Sea God. According to the Sea God's actions of making the divine test at Sea God Island accessible to everyone, it seems that even the Shura God is just a pawn of the Sea God. This also explains why the Shura God, as a God King, agreed to let Tang San inherit both his and the Sea God's divine status at the same time. Perhaps at that time, the Shura God had already been fooled by the Sea God to the point of losing his sense of direction. After all, it is more accurate to say that the Sea God became a god through deceiving Sea Soul Masters and Sea Soul Beasts rather than through strength. And since the Sea God has such deceptive abilities, it would be too easy to fool an arrogant Shura God. Unfortunately, the people of Sea God Island have already run away. Otherwise, we could have teamed up to go to Sea God Island for a divine test. By the time we completed the divine test and returned to Duluwa continent, we would at least be at the Soul King level. At this moment, Shui Yuer said with some longing, "Don't get involved with things like the divine test. Do you think those gods are so generous? Once you accept the divine test, you default to being a subordinate of that deity, and then that god can do anything to you justifiably. At that time, even if other so-called benevolent deities want to help you, they won't have a suitable and reasonable excuse to intervene." Shen Sanxiong said speechlessly. Then finding a benevolent deity to participate in this benevolent deity's divine test shouldn't be a problem, right? With a simple and quick way to increase soul power levels. Shui Yuer, this little lazy bug, really didn't want to give up. But you have to find those truly benevolent gods first. Shen Sanxiong rolled his eyes at Shui Yuer. Anyway, based on Shen Sanxiong's understanding, there isn't a single truly benevolent deity in the entire divine realm. Or rather, truly good people cannot become deities. It's the same principle that in a force, those who can climb to the position of decision-maker must be either hypocrites or true villains. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Sigh, I can't believe I'm also at the black level 6 test. After clowning around in front of everyone. Once the test level for the divine test was completed, Ma Hongjun looked somewhat dejected. Rong, please take care of Xiao Wu for me. At this moment, Tang San ignored Ma Hongjun, and after handing Xiao Wu to Ning Rong beside him, he slowly walked up to Seahorse Delaw and said, "Senior, let's begin." Good. Among the 8 people, Seahorse Delaw was most interested in Tang San. Upon hearing this, he naturally didn't waste any time and directly pointed at Tang San. However, strangely, this time the blue light enveloping Tang San's body did not change color quickly like it did for others. It remained blue, but the blue light became increasingly dazzling. Just as everyone was puzzled, the brilliant blue light suddenly split in two, one continuing to envelop Tang San, and the other enveloping Xiao Wu not far away. Then, the blue light on Xiao Wu flashed, and amidst the drastic change in expression from Tang San and the others, Xiao Wu was teleported to Tang San's side. At the same time that Xiao Wu was teleported by the blue light to Tang San's side, the blue light on both Xiao Wu and Tang San began to change colors at an unprecedented speed. In just a few seconds, a red mark representing the top level 7 trials appeared on their foreheads. However, before Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the people from Sea God Island, could react, the red mark on Tang San's forehead shone brightly and then, to everyone's astonishment, changed from its original crimson color to brilliant gold. In an instant, the entire Sea God Island and its surrounding area were enveloped in a layer of special golden light. Even Dai Mubai and the others, who were closest to Tang San, entered a state of enlightenment due to this golden light. Variant World Number 1, Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Sea God 9 Trials. If I had 100% confidence before, now I have 1,000% confidence. Original Doloa, World Number 2. Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. The divine realm cannot interfere with the mortal realm. This sea god is clearly breaking the rules. I find it hard to believe that Shura doesn't know about this. Variant Doloa, World Number 1. Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lon D. The sea god can bestow the sea god 9 trials upon someone like Tang San. It's evident that in the future, Shen Cangqiong's destruction of Sea God Island is truly a way to rid Doloa continent of a threat. Original Doloa World Number 2. Deep Sea Demon Whale King Lon D. The sea god can pass on the divine position to Tang San, which indirectly shows what kind of entity the sea god really is. Ridiculous. Aside from my Deep Sea Demon Whale clan, all other Sea Soul Masters and Sea Soul Beasts treat that hypocritical sea god as a good person. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Plant Academy Yao Zi. A hammer martial soul and a grass martial soul can actually inherit a divine position that is obviously water attribute. Now I'm really convinced. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Blaze Academy Huo Wu. You should have been convinced long ago. Shen Cangqiong said long ago that inheriting a divine position does not require the attributes of the divine position and the inheritor to match. Chapter 157 Meng Iran Variant Doloa World Number 1. Plant Academy Yao Zi. That's just nonsense. This is clearly the sea god opening a backdoor for Tang San. If Tang San really inherits the divine position, then is he the sea god, the hammer god, or the grass god? The people from Sea God Island are indeed both bad and foolish. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Sea God Island Anonymous. What do you mean? Did our ordinary soul masters provoke you? Variant Doloa World Number 1. Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Is what Yao Zi said wrong? I think Yao Zi has already shown mercy. Your sea god is so shameless. How could you subordinates be anything good? Everyone, pay attention. Be extra careful when interacting with people from Sea God Island in the future. Don't let them fool you. After all, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It's always good to be cautious when facing people from Sea God Island. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Sea God Island Anonymous. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Ning Rong Rong. Yuer is right. Hee. You Sea God Island people probably don't know, but it feels really good to teach your future Sea God Tang San a lesson. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Academy Tai Long. How about we record the whole process the next time we teach Tang San a lesson and send it to the people of Sea God Island. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Ning Rong Rong. This idea is good. Variant Doloa World Number 1. Sea God Island Anonymous. Just as the people from Sea God Island were left speechless, a new scene appeared in the comparison video. Senior Seahorse. Red belongs to the top level assessment. Then what level does this gold color belong to? I sense that the number of assessments I have to undergo is not 7 times, but 9 times. Could it be that I'm facing the top level 9 trials? Moments later, Tang San, who had just awakened from his enlightenment, asked, "Don't make it difficult for Seahorse, though. This is the first time such a situation has occurred since we appeared on Sea God Island. This is not a top level 9 trials. It is the Sea God 9 trials." Upon hearing this, Seahorse Law was about to say that he also didn't know what level this assessment belonged to when a voice like heavenly music came from afar. Salute to the high priest. Seeing someone arrive, Seahorse Doluo quickly bowed. Beside him, Tang San and the others were taken aback when they saw even Seahorse. A title Doluo showing respect to the woman in red, and they also prepared to salute. "Young man, I have waited for over 100 years, and finally, in my old age, I have waited for you. Can you tell me about your background?" The visitor did not accept Tang San and the other salutation, but instead moved aside and asked, "My name is Tang San. I come from the Haotian sect. My ancestor's name is a single character, Chun." Although Tang San found the comment about being old quite baffling, he still replied respectfully, "So you are his great-grandson. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, his great-grandson has grown up." Hearing Tang San introduce himself, a hint of nostalgia appeared in the visitor's eyes. "My name is Poseidon. I am the High Priest of Sea God Island. Tang San, you remember. For now on Sea God Island, you do not need to and cannot salute anyone, including me. Do you understand?" However, Poseidon did not stay in a daze for too long and quickly regained her senses. "Why is that?" Tang San asked in confusion. "I already said, your divine trial is the Sea God 9 trials. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be the next Sea God." At this moment, with Poseidon's arrival, the other 6 Holy Column Doluo also rushed over. When they heard Poseidon's explanation, they all looked at Tang San, who was standing in front of Poseidon. with shock on their faces. Variant Dolo World Anonymous, not to blow or blacken. Although the people from Sea God Island are not great, the High Priest is really beautiful. Every time I see her, I get completely captivated. But when she says she is old, I just can't accept it. Variant Dolo World Dragon Lord Meng Shu. It does sound a bit like talking nonsense with eyes wide open. I don't know how Poseidon maintains herself. She is older than me, but looks like a girl around 18. Variant Dolo World Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. Are you implying that I'm old? Variant Dolo World Dragon Lord Meng Shu. No. I just feel a bit emotional. Variant Dolo World Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. Hee. Guess what? Do you think I believe it? Variant Dolo World Exotic Beast Academy Meng Iran. Grandma. Don't overthink it. Poseidon has clearly been reserved by Shen Cangqiong. No matter how bold Grandpa is, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Poseidon. Variant Dolo World Peerless Doa Poseidon. Little girl, what are you talking about? Variant Dolo World Exotic Beast Academy Meng Iran. In the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong said it himself. We all heard it. Variant Dolo World Peerless Doa Poseidon. Shen Cangqiong, look at the good things you've done. Originally, Poseidon didn't take what Shen Cangqiong said in the comparison video to heart. But now, it has been brought up by someone, making Poseidon very frustrated. Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. Variant Dolo World Exotic Beast Academy student. Haha, my Captain Meng, it seems you've offended both young Master Shen and Poseidon at once. Variant Dolo World Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Young Master Shen, I'm sorry. I think Iran didn't mean it. Variant Dolo World Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. I hope young Master Shen can forgive Iran's unintentional mistake. My Meng family is willing to compensate. Variant Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. It's okay. I'm a very kind person, as long as it's not a deliberate slander against me. You don't have to worry about what I would do. In fact, Meng Iran didn't say anything wrong. Although those words weren't said by me now, they were indeed said by me in the comparison video. Shen Cangqiong has never been someone unreasonable. He only doesn't make sense to those he dislikes. Variant Dolo World Exotic Beast Academy Meng Iran. Thank you, young Master Shen. At this moment, Meng Iran's fondness for Shen Cangqiong increased significantly. Chapter 158, the end of Tang San's fourth comparison. The comparison video continues. In the following days, due to Tang San's influence, several people received the most prestigious hospitality on Sea God Island, and they continued their respective divine assessments day by day in this extremely friendly environment. Years later, High Priest, is this the Sea God's Trident? Tang San asked. That's right, this is the Sea God's Trident. It is the divine weapon used by the Sea God. Poseidon, who was standing next to Tang San, confirmed. Divine weapon? This was the first time Tang San heard this term on the Doloa continent. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. A divine weapon, as the name suggests, is an existence that transcends the mundane. Such supreme existences are rare even in the divine realm, let alone on the Doloa continent. At this point, Poseidon looked somewhat proud. An existence that transcends the mundane. Doesn't that mean that as long as one can obtain it, they could be invincible on the Doloa continent? A glimmer of unusual light flashed in Tang San's eyes. That's about the meaning. However, obtaining the recognition of the Sea God's Trident is not a simple matter. Even I, the High Priest of the Sea God, find it extremely difficult to wield the Sea God's Trident. Poseidon nodded and then shook her head. Even you, High Priest, find it difficult to use? This surprised Tang San a bit, mainly because the Sea God's Trident is simply too heavy. It weighs a full 100,000 and 8,000 pounds. Even I have to use all my strength along with soul power to barely wield it. Poseidon said, What? The Sea God's Trident actually weighs 100,000 and 8,000 pounds. This truly shocked Tang San, who felt that this place truly deserved to be a miraculous world with martial souls, far stronger than the world he came from in his previous life. Tang San, you should give it a try. Seeing Tang San's shock, Poseidon smiled with satisfaction, no longer explaining further, but pointed at the Sea God's Trident on the high platform. All right. The weight of 100,000 and 8,000 pounds of the Sea God's Trident did not scare Tang San away. Instead, it ignited a sense of competitiveness in him. He thought that if Poseidon, the High Priest, could lift it, there was no reason he, the next Sea God, couldn't do it. Variant Dolo World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. If it were in the past, I would definitely be dumbfounded by the 100,000 and 8,000 pounds of the Sea God's Trident. But after going through Brother Cangqiong's past life and present life chapters, I suddenly feel that 100,000 and 8,000 pounds is just like that. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Ning Rong Rong. Indeed, it's just like that. I have only cultivated the original true interpretation for a short time, and with my current strength, lifting something around 1,000 pounds is not difficult at all. Variant 1 World Blazing Fire Academy Huowu. That's impressive. With my soul power now, it's quite tough to lift something around 200 pounds. Variant 2 Original Dual World Unknown. Having great strength doesn't seem to have much use, right? We are soul masters. Not those ordinary brutes who rely on strength to survive. Variant 1 World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy by Cangqiong. It doesn't have much effect. However, if you can't dodge my punch with 1,000 pounds of strength, you would probably end up with broken bones. Variant 1 Dual World Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yuer, Cangqiong. I heard that the initial weight of the Haotian hammer is 500 pounds, and when cultivated to the extreme, it can reach over 10,000 pounds. Is that true? Variant 1 World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy by Cangqiong. Haha. I often hear such rumors too, but it's just a joke. If you take it seriously, then you've lost. Variant 1 World Blazing Fire Academy Huowu, but the outside world spreads it this way. Could it be false? Variant 1 World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy by Cangqiong. Of course, it's false, and it's quite absurdly false. Let us put it this way. The Haotian hammer martial soul, just awakened, should weigh around 10 pounds, and only when cultivated to the extreme can it weigh 500 pounds. Variant 1 Dual World Spirit Hall Evil Moon. That weight is reasonable. After all, how could a 6-year-old child who just awakened their martial soul possibly lift a 500-pound Haotian hammer? Variant 1 Dual World Shrek Academy Zhao Wuji. After hearing Xiangxiang's explanation, my doubts have finally been resolved. I just said that when I tested Tang San at the enrollment ceremony, he secretly hit me in the face with the Haotian hammer. Why didn't this so-called Haotian hammer, which weighs at least 500 pounds, cause me any harm? It turns out the rumors were wrong. Unknown from Variant Dual World 1. No, you all believe it just because Bai Cangqiong said so? Bai Cangqiong from Variant Dual World 1. How much does the Haotian hammer martial soul weigh? Our single attribute for clans wouldn't know that. Unknown from Original Dual World 2. Nonsense. If your eyes don't work well, I suggest you find a healing-type soul master to treat them properly. Didn't you see how much commotion Tang San caused in the comparison video when he pulled out the Sea God's trident? Not only was the entire Sea God Island shaking, but even the surrounding sea areas were shaking. If the Haotian hammer, when cultivated to its extreme, really weighs over 10,000 pounds, then who could withstand a strike from the Haotian sect using the Haotian hammer combined with soul skills? Can we assume that if 10 Haotian hammers, cultivated to their extreme, simultaneously hit the ground, the entire province would shake? After all, according to that rumor, the combined weight of 10 Haotian hammers cultivated to their extreme is roughly the same as the 108,000 pounds of the Sea God's trident, and the size of Sea God Island is similar to that of a province on our Doloa continent. Unknown from Original Doloa World 2. The analysis is very thorough. I think so too. Unknown from Variant Doloa World 1. Wait a minute, what is going on? Why did the comparison video suddenly zoom out and freeze? Is this how the comparison with Tang San ends? Unknown from Variant Doloa World 1. It should be. Every time the character comparison ends, don't they first zoom out, then freeze the frame, and finally dim the screen? In fact, as everyone guessed, when the screen completely darkened, the sound of the comparison video also began to play. Chapter 159, Shui Yu S Little Movements. Otherworldly Task card. The 4th comparison video has ended. Based on the inner recognition of all beings from both worlds watching the comparison video, the final winner of the 4th comparison video is Shen Cangqiong. Here are the recognition vote counts for the 2 protagonists. Recognition votes for Shen Cangqiong from Variant Dual World 1. 431, 241, 0, 18 votes. Recognition votes for Tang San from Original Dual World 2. 3 votes. Next, we will award the rewards for the 2 protagonists in the comparison video. Now awarding the rewards for the winner of the comparison video, Shen Cangqiong from Variant Dual World 1. Reward 1, 10 pieces of cross-boundary symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 piece of Qinglian Heartfire. Reward 3, Volume 6 of the Original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 points of comparison video points. The rewards for the winner, Shen Cangqiong from Variant Dual World 1, have been distributed. Now, beginning to award the rewards for the loser, Tang San. Reward 1, 1 piece of cross-boundary symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 piece of ordinary beast fire. Reward 3, a set of silver needles for cultivating the sunflower manual. Reward 4, 10 points of comparison video points. The rewards for the loser, Tang San, have been distributed. Now we will draw 10 lucky spots. Anyone who wins a lucky spot will receive 100,000 comparison video points. Here, is the list of lucky spots. Shen Cangqiong from variant Doluo World 1. Qianren Xue from variant Doluo World 1. Blue Emperor, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King from variant Doluo World 1. Gu Yina, the Silver Dragon King from variant Doluo World 1. Wei Xianzhong from variant Doluo World 1. Chao Gonggong from variant Doluo World 1. Li Feiyu from variant Doluo World 1. Zhu Zhuqing from variant Doluo World 1. Zhu Zhongba from variant Doluo World 1. Zhu Zhuqing from original Doluo World 2. The list of lucky spots has been announced. To further enhance everyone's participation, starting from midnight tonight, the Tower of Heaven challenge mode will be opened. At that time, anyone can enter the Tower of Heaven for a challenge. As long as you defeat the guarding puppets on each level of the Tower of Heaven, you can enter the next level. Note 1. The difficulty of the challenge for all individuals at the same level is the same. Note 2. Each challenge can earn corresponding comparison video points based on the final score. Note 3. The same level can be challenged an unlimited number of times, but each person can challenge the same level a maximum of 3 times per day. Note 4. Falling during the challenge will not cause any harm in reality. The Tower of Heaven challenge mode has been announced. From now on, the types of items that can be exchanged for comparison video points will be increased. This comparison video has ended. Unknown from variant Doluo World 1. Finally, a truly participatory activity has come out in the comparison video. I can't sleep tonight. I must be the first to participate in the Tower of Heaven challenge. Unknown from original Doluo World 2. I just don't know how strong that guarding puppet is. Let us hope we ordinary people who can't cultivate can at least get through the first level. Unknown from original Doluo World 2. Even if we can't get through it first, it doesn't matter. As long as we participate in the 3 challenges every day and give it our all to earn more points through accumulation, we will eventually succeed in the challenge. Unknown from original Doluo World 2. That's true. Unknown from variant Doluo World 1. Why are you still discussing the challenges here? Something big has happened. Quickly check the comparison video points exchange mall. Meanwhile, at the Singing Wind Tower. Sister, look. This otherworldly task card that requires 100 million points to exchange can actually take us to other worlds to complete tasks. Moreover, according to the explanation above, this task can be completed in teams. The most important thing is that the task rewards are ridiculously good. Shui, you are looked at the million-year soul rings, soul bones, and other rewards that were so good they were hard to refuse and almost got wet. What is the use of such good rewards? Do you have 100 million comparison video points? Even if you have that many points, can you guarantee you can complete the task? Shui Binger wasn't as excited as Shui Yu were. After the initial shock, she had calmed down. Completing the task shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, we can team up with brother Cangqiong to go, right, brother Cangqiong? At the end, Shui Yu threw a flirtatious glance at Shen Cangqiong, and her delicate little foot under the table directly rested on Shen Cangqiong's body. It should be right. Feeling the smoothness of Shui Yu's foot, Shen Cangqiong instantly felt the urge to lift his head. Hee, Cangqiong Gij is still the best. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu playfully winked at Shen Cangqiong, and her delicate foot made new movements. Shui Yu, you really don't plan to exchange for this otherworldly task card, do you? At this moment, Wu looked at Shui Yu's expression and couldn't help but ask hesitantly. From her understanding of Shui Yu, she could sense that Shui Yu really had the idea of exchanging for the otherworldly task card. Aren't you stating the obvious? Of course I'm interested. The question now is, where do we get the points? Wu was interested in anything that could enhance her strength. Anyway, the maximum number of people for the otherworldly task card is 100. If all the people from our 4 Elements Academy who want to participate put their points together on one person, we should be able to gather 100 million points in no time, Shui Yu said. Then who do we put the points on? You should know that compared to the video points, these are not ordinary things. It's not safe to put them on anyone, Wu said, naturally coming up with the same idea. The problem is, no matter who the points are placed on, others might not feel at ease. After all, points represent strength. The comparison video only guarantees that the rewards given won't be snatched, but if someone gets fooled, that wouldn't be within the protection range. What if the person who gets the points turns against us later? Do we even need to say? Of course, we put them on Cangqiong Gij, Shui Yu said matter-of-factly. As soon as this was said, everyone in the Infeng building turned their gaze toward Shen Cangqiong, who was trying to calm his anger. And then they all fell into deep thought. I think my sister's idea is feasible. A few seconds later, Shui Binger spoke up, breaking the silence. I have no objections, Wu said as she glanced at Shen Cangqiong with a different expression. Whatever, after all, Shen Cangqiong is considered one of us from the Blue Electro-Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Tianxin said with a smile, seeing that both Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy had agreed. I agree too. Finally, Feng Xiaotian sighed and nodded with some disappointment. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's calculate it based on 50 people. Each person will contribute 2 million points. Is that okay? No problem. That's fair, Hu Wu and the others said. Your Highness, will the Tiando royal family participate? Seeing that the Four Elements Academy had reached a consensus, Shui Yuer turned her attention to Xue Qinghe, Qian Renshu. Sure, I'll sign up with Xue Ku, Xue Qinghe said. With the Tiando royal family's points, how could Qian Renshu refuse to enhance her strength? Now with the 2 from the Tiando royal family, plus our 28 from the Four Elements Academy, that's a total of 30 people. Cangqiong Gij, how many from your Blue Tyrant Academy are participating? Shui Yuer calculated the numbers and then turned to Shen Sanqiong. Dean Erlong, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Xiangxiang, and Jiangzhu. These 6 are definitely going. As for the others, it depends on their own thoughts, Shen Sanqiong said, looking at Ma Hongjun and the others, waiting for their responses. We can't come up with that many points, so we're not going. Huang Yuan and Jingling exchanged glances and shook their heads. They were already very grateful for the opportunity Shen Sanqiong gave them to teach Tang San and the others a lesson. But they couldn't ask him to pay for the 2 million points. We're not going either, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun shook their heads. Among them, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were genuinely poor, while Dai Mubai knew he couldn't get 2 million points from his family. I need to go back and ask my grandfather before I can decide. Tai Long hesitated. If that's the case, then Blue Tyrant Academy is tentatively 8 people. Now we still need 12 more to reach 50. Cangqiong Gij, can I find some people in the barrage area? Shui Yueka said. Sure, as long as they're not Tang San, Tang Hao, or Yu Xiaojiang. I don't care who we bring, Shen Sanqiong replied. Number 1 variant, Do All World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer, Yao Zi. Do your Plan Academy battle team members want to participate in the otherworldly task? Each participant contributes 2 million points, and the team will be led by Cangqiong Gij, with points also handed over to him. Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Plan Academy Yaozi. Is there a time limit for submitting points? Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. It shouldn't exceed 3 months. After all, with the Tower of Heaven Challenge event, there will be many points appearing on the Dolua continent in a short time. 90 days, buying about 30,000 points of comparison video points daily shouldn't be too difficult. Number 1 variant, Dolo World Plan Academy Yaozi. No problem. All 7 of our main team members can come. Among the Advanced Soul Master Academies, except for the Wuhuan Temple Comprehensive Soul Master Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, and Tianshui Academy, the other advanced academies only accept descendants of noble families or wealthy families. For these people, as long as it can be solved with gold soul coins, it is not a problem. Number 1 variant, Do All World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. Now adding the 7 from the Plan Academy, we still need 5 more people. Who else plans to come? Number 1 variant, Do All World Poison Do All Bo. My granddaughter Dugian will also go. Number 1 variant, Do All World Jiuxin Haidang Family Head Yi Ling Long. My daughter Yi Lingling will also go. Number 1 variant, Do All World Tiando Royal Academy Yu Tianheng. I will also go. Number 2 original Do All World Wuhuan Temple Pope Bibi Dong. My otherworldly disciple Hulaina will also go. I'll cover the points. Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Shen Sanqiong. Okay. Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Xingluo Royal Academy Zhu Zhuyan. Can I go? Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. Cangqiong Gij, are we accepting people from Xinglua? Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Shen Sanqiong. How many from Xinglua are planning to come? Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Xinglua Crown Prince Davis. Our Xinglua royal team has 7 members. Number 1 variant, Dolo All World Shen Sanqiong. That's fine. You are considered an external team member, and you have a package price of 50 million points. Variant, Dolo All World Crown Prince of Xinglua Davis. Variant, Dolo All World Emperor of Xinglua Dai Xianfeng. We Xinglua agree. Although this 50 million points is clearly a trap set by Shen Sanqiong for them. As long as they think about the rewards they can obtain after completing the task, Dai Xianfeng still believes this deal is a big win for them. Moreover, the otherworld task involves real people going, and if they die, it would truly be the end. So, letting the strongest Shen Sanqiong on the entire Dua continent lead the team to test the difficulty of the otherworld task can also provide enough information support for his upcoming plans, which is a win-win situation. Variant, All World Blue Tyrant Academy Dai Mubai. Father, ISNT this too unfair? Why can Davis go but I can't? Variant, All World Crown Prince of Xinglua Davis. Dai Mubai, have I not disciplined you for too long, and you're getting a bit too arrogant? How do you call my brother by his name directly? Variant, Dolo All World Shen Sanqiong. Their S1 last official spot. Mengyuran, are you coming? Shen Cangqiong ignored the bickering between the Dai family and directly invited her. His purpose was simple. He wanted to taste the flavor of the snake and stage a performance of dragon and snake. Variant Doloa World, Beast Academy, Meng Yiran, can I come too? Meng Yiran was very surprised. She was not familiar with Shen Cangqiong and was still hesitating about whether to sign up, but unexpectedly, Shen Cangqiong would actively invite her. Variant Doloa World, Shen Cangqiong, of course. We know each other, don't we? Variant Doloa World, Beast Academy, Meng Yiran, yes. We do know each other. Variant Doloa World, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, Young Master Shen. How about this? Let us have Iran come to study at Blue Tyrant Academy. What do you think? After all, the Beast Academy is run by their family. Whether Meng Yiran stays or leaves is just a matter of a word. Chapter 161. Shen Cangqiong and Shui Yuer Variant Doloa World, Shen Cangqiong. Then I will wait for you at Blue Tyrant Academy. Variant Doloa World, Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Good. Variant Doloa World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Now the personnel is full. Hee. I really want to know what kind of other world we will be going for the task. Variant Doloa World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. You can ask the comparison video and see if it will answer you. Variant Doloa World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuerite. I'm so excited that I didn't even think about it. Comparison video. Can you tell me what kind of otherworld the otherworld task R will take us to? Comparison video. I don't know either. It's random. Variant Doloa World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer, is that so? It seems we can only rely on luck. However, I still hope to go to another world where we can also contribute. Otherwise, if everything is left to Brother Cangqiong to handle while we can only watch from the sidelines, that would be too hard for Brother Cangqiong. Variant Doloa World, Chihua Academy. Huowu. Given the overall strength of our Dolua continent, there are probably very few worlds weaker than us. Moreover, we're not strong right now, basically around the Soul King level. Calculating this way, there are even fewer worlds weaker than us. Variant Doloa World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. If you ask me, it's better to hope to go to the world where Shen Cangqiong was in his previous life. At least he had the number 1 power there. If we go, we might not have to do anything, and the task will be completed directly. With 50 people already exceeding the limit, Shui Yuer and the others started chatting aimlessly. Night. At this time, Shen Cangqiong was sitting alone in a chair, drinking a little wine, waiting for Shui Yuer. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the room was knocked on. Young Master Shen, can I come in? However, before Shen Cangqiong could express his joy, Shui Binger's voice came from outside the door. Guomin, the door is not closed. Although he was puzzled as to why Shui Binger would come to find him so late, since Shui Binger was Shen Cangqiong's favorite female character, he certainly would not refuse her. Am I interrupting you? As soon as she entered the door, Shui Binger looked at the table full of dishes and felt a bit awkward. No, sit down. Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't tell Shui Binger that her sister Shui Yuer had written the words, "I will come to find you tonight," on his body with her delicate feet while in the Yinfeng Tower. Young Master Shen, I wonder if I can use points to exchange for some replacement rings here? Clever as Shui Binger was, she wouldn't take Shen Cangqiong's polite words seriously. So to avoid bothering him, she chose to be brief and get straight to the point. In the past, when there was no Tower of Heaven Challenge event, Shui Binger didn't have many points and felt embarrassed to bring up the matter of exchanging for replacement rings with Shen Cangqiong. But now it was different. With the appearance of the Tower of Heaven Challenge event, Shui Binger certainly didn't want to continue going further down the wrong path. Oh, there are no replacement rings available for exchange in the Points Mall? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong finally understood why Shui Binger came to find him so late at night. No, Shui Binger shook her head. Then it's fine. I just happen to have replacement rings of Soul Master level, Great Soul Master level, Soul Respect level, Soul Zone level, and Soul King level, one of each. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out 5 replacement rings of various shapes that he had obtained from Bai Qinxiang and the others from his storage soul guide and handed them to Shui Bing. Thank you, young Master Shen. Name your price. I promise not to haggle. After receiving the 5 replacement rings, Shui Binger said excitedly, I don't know the price. You could take them first. For Shen Cangqiong, gold soul coins and points are far less useful than Shui Binger's favor. After all, there's a saying that when one owes too many favors and cannot repay them, the only option left is to offer oneself in return. This. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Cangqiong, I'm here. Just as Shui Binger was hesitating whether to accept the 5 replacement rings, Shui Yuer's voice suddenly came from the doorway. I can't let Shui Yuer find out I'm here. Otherwise, the entire Shui family and all the teachers and students of Tianshui Academy will know about this. I'll hide in the wardrobe. Hearing Shui Yuer knock on the door, Shui Binger panicked and said as she ran towards the wardrobe in the room. At this moment, she had no mind to think about why Shui Yuer would come to find Shen Cangqiong so late, only focused on the need to hide quickly and absolutely not let Shui Yuer, this troublesome person, see her. What the? Shen Cangqiong stared blankly as Shui Binger dashed into the wardrobe with a speed rivaling that of a sensitive attack-type soul master, opened his mouth, and ultimately could only swallow back the words he wanted to say. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Why does it seem like there's a scent of my sister, Shui Binger, in your room? On the other side, perhaps due to familiarity, Shui Yuer asked suspiciously as soon as she entered. Maybe it's because I sat not far from your sister, Shui Binger, all day today, and I picked up her scent. Shen Cangqiong broke out in a slight sweat, finding a relatively plausible excuse. That could be it. Mainly, my sister's natural fragrance is too strong. Shui Yuer pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about your sister anymore. Let's have some late-night snacks first. Hearing Shui Yuer reveal the secret of her sister, Shui Binger's natural fragrance, in just a couple of sentences, Shen Cangqiong instantly felt extremely awkward and could only divert the topic elsewhere. Fine, let's eat something first then. Otherwise, if we get hungry halfway through, it would spoil the mood. Shui Yuer nodded, sat down, and poured herself a glass of drink. Heh, hee. Shen Cangqiong broke out in sweat again, chuckling dryly, unsure how to respond. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and sit down to eat, then we can get down to business. Shui Yuer said. Oh, all right. Shen Cangqiong glanced ambiguously at the wardrobe behind Shui Yuer, feeling quite conflicted as he sat down. Half an hour later. Yuer, have you really thought this through? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong was once again infuriated by Shui Yuer's unabashedness, completely unable to care about Shui Binger still hiding in the wardrobe. If I hadn't thought it through, how could I be like this? Shui Yuer's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Shen Cangqiong a glare. Seeing this, Shen Cangqiong fell silent. Soon, a beautiful singing voice echoed in the room. Chapter 162. Effect of the True Soul Pill and Ascension Ring Pill the next morning. Brother Cangqiong, I'm going back to my own room now. By the way, don't mention this matter to anyone yet. Shui Yuer said. Okay, whenever you want to talk about it, you can anytime. Shen Cangqiong nodded. I understand. Then I'll leave first. Shui Yuer opened the door and sneakily glanced outside, then stealthily made her way back to her room. I hope you won't let my sister down. As Shui Yuer left, Shui Binger walked out of the wardrobe with a complex expression and said, Don't worry. I'm not the kind of scoundrel who would turn my back on someone. Actually, I thought you would be unable to help yourself and come out to stop me. Shen Cangqiong was indeed quite curious about this. As long as it's something my sister decides, she will definitely do it. Even if I came out to stop her this time, she would still find other opportunities to meet you. Shui Binger was very clear about her sister's temper. So that's how it is. Thinking back to how Shui Yuer was last night, Shen Cangqiong's understanding of her deepened a little more. I'm leaving now. I'll take those alternative ring symbols for now. Since Shen Cangqiong had already become family, Shui Binger no longer hesitated about whether to accept the alternative ring symbols. But she also remembered this favor. All right. Shen Cangqiong noticed the shyness and awkwardness hidden beneath Shui Binger's calm exterior and immediately did not try to keep her. After a moment, what is this? After Shen Cangqiong finished washing up, opened the wardrobe, and prepared to change clothes while putting other items into the storage soul guide, a familiar scent rushed into his nostrils. It seems that Shui Binger had a tough time last night as well. Shen Cangqiong felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Cangqiong, are you up yet? At that moment, a knocking sound rang out, followed by Bai Chenxiang's tired voice. Why do you look so listless? Opening the door and seeing Bai Chenxiang in a state of near collapse, Shen Cangqiong was startled and quickly helped her sit down in a chair. It's not my fault you made me copy the 6th article of the original true explanation 100 times. That's why I'm this exhausted. Bai Chenxiang said with an annoyed huff. I didn't ask you to finish it in one night. Shen Cangqiong replied, speechlessly. Who were you secretly having a feast with in your room last night? Bai Chenxiang ignored Shen Cangqiong's sarcasm, glanced at the barely touched feast on the table, and asked, No one. I was bored and just had a bit to drink by myself. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. TCH, you're lying. If you were just having a bit to drink by yourself, why do you have 2 cups? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. By the way, what is that smell in your room? Bai Chenxiang casually asked, and since Shen Cangqiong didn't want to answer, she wouldn't press further. Just as she was about to hand over the copied 6th article of the original true explanation to Shen Cangqiong, she caught a whiff of a somewhat familiar scent. It must be the smell of fish. All right, you should go back to your own room and tidy up first. We'll be heading back to Lanba Academy soon. After saying that, Shen Sanxiong didn't give Bai Chunxiang a chance to speak and directly pushed her out of the room. An hour later, Brother Cangqiong, now that you have this, you should try refining pills, right? In the carriage, Shui Yuer observed the blue flame dancing at Shen Sanxiong's fingertips and asked, I have 2 pill recipes, right? In the next period, I will refine the pills from those 2 recipes. Shen Sanxiong was naturally referring to the True Soul pill and Ascension Ring pill recipes obtained at the end of the first and second comparison videos. What effects do the pills refined from these 2 recipes have? In Shui Yuer's view, since they were all familiar faces in the carriage, there was naturally no fear of others leaking the effects of the pills. The effect of the True Soul pill is to increase one's own soul power. That is to say, you can completely avoid the hard work of cultivation. As long as you take enough True Soul pills, you can raise your soul power level. Shen Sanxiong said, isn't that similar to the effects of the Great Soul Master pill and Soul Respect pill? Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer exclaimed, and the other girls also looked astonished. It really is quite similar. The Great Soul Master Dan can increase one's soul power level by 1 level with just 1 pill, while the True Soul Dan requires many pills to potentially achieve the same effect. Of course, the True Soul Dan has its advantages. For instance, pills like the Great Soul Master Dan are only effective for Soul Masters of the corresponding level, but the True Soul Dan can be used by any level of Soul Master, regardless of their soul power rank, Shen Sanxiong explained. Senior Sanxiong, is it easy to refine the True Soul Dan? Are the required herbs rare? Ning Rongrong asked, breathing a bit heavily, clearly unsettled. It's not particularly difficult to refine, and the required herbs are not too rare. At least there are plenty of them on the Doluo continent. In fact, I've already had Lu Erlong secretly acquire a lot of the necessary herbs. Shen Sanxiong replied. That's good. By the way, does this mean we can treat the True Soul Dan like candy and eat one whenever we want? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. You few have that privilege. But it won't be the same for those who join the Inner Academy in the future. First, you're the first batch to join my Inner Academy, so your treatment is definitely different from those who join later. Second, the number of people in the Inner Academy will surely increase, and I can't possibly supply dozens or even hundreds of people just by refining pills myself. Shen Sanxiong nodded. We already know the effects of the True Soul Dan. What about the effects of the Ascending Ring Dan? Bai Chunxiang initially wanted to suggest that if they lacked refinery personnel, they could ask the Yang family from the Pajie clan for help, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Take a guess. I'll give you a hint. Think about the name of the pill, Shen Sanxiong said mysteriously, looking at the girls. Could it be a pill that can extend the lifespan of Soul Ring? After saying this, Shui Binger shook her head with a wry smile, feeling she was being a bit unrealistic. You guessed very accurately. Without mentioning how Shui Binger felt, Shen Sanxiong gave her a thumbs up. What? Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions changed dramatically almost simultaneously. If they didn't already have some understanding of Shen Sanxiong, they would have thought he was planning to silence them by revealing the secret before they were eliminated. According to the records on the Ascending Ring Dan's formula, each pill can roughly increase a soul ring's lifespan by about a year. Shen Sanxiong did not continue to keep them in suspense. Brother Cangqiong, I feel like the comparison video is trying to set you up. They even gave you the formula for the Ascending Ring Dan, which could cause great chaos. Aren't you afraid everyone will have their eyes on you? After a while, Shui Yuer, the first to react, expressed her surprise, but also her deep concern. It should be that the comparison video knows that no one can pose a threat to me on the Doluo continent, so they gave it to me. Shen Sanxiong reassured her. Don't worry, I didn't know my ranking on the Doluo continent before, which is why I haven't revealed these 2 formulas. Shen Sanxiong also didn't know what the runaway golden finger meant, but it should be harmless. That's true. Previously, our 7-treasure glazed tile school only knew that the Blue Tyrant Academy was buying various herbs in large quantities. But even with our information network, we couldn't gather any useful information, only barely finding out that these herbs were being secretly acquired by Lu Erlong, the director of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong said. At this point, Ning Rongrong stuck out her little tongue and said in a somewhat coquettish tone, Brother Cangqiong, you won't blame our 7-treasure glazed tile school, right? We didn't mean to pry. It's just that all those herb shops are run by our 7-treasure glazed tile school. No worries. To keep it a secret, I had Lu Erlong buy up all the useful and useless herbs. Shen Sanxiong naturally knew that once a large quantity of herbs was acquired, it couldn't be hidden from those with ulterior motives. That's good. Ning Rongrong let out a secret sigh of relief. I have a question. How big is the Ascending Ring Dan when it's refined? Bai Cangqiong asked. About this big. Shen Cangqiong pointed to the smallest gem on Ning Rongrong's clothes. That's not small at all. I'm thinking, if we want to turn a soul ring into one that is over 1,000,000 years old, taking an initial soul ring of 10,000 years as an example, wouldn't we need to consume at least 900,000 ascending ring dawn? Does that mean we won't need to eat anymore and can just use the ascending ring dan as our staple food? Bai Cangqiong said, sweating a bit at the end. Haha, I wonder if eating ascending ring dawn as a staple would make us gain weight, she joked. By the way, brother Cangqiong, how long does it take to refine an ascending ring dan? Ning Rongrong's greatest fear was that refining one would take a long time. If so, the ascending ring dan would seem like a priceless treasure, but would actually be tasteless and regrettable to discard. According to the explanation given in the formula, the ascending ring dan dissolves immediately upon ingestion, so there's no need to refine it. However, the formula also suggests that if conditions allow, it's better not to take them one by one, as it wastes time. Fortunately, the formula also mentioned that as long as the pill furnace is large enough, refining hundreds or thousands of pills in one go is not difficult. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong might have given up directly. If that's the case, consuming 900,000 ascending ring dawn doesn't seem too difficult. Ning Rongrong was very pleased. Shen Cangqiong, come out for a moment. There's a messenger from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School looking for you, suddenly called Hulaina from outside the carriage. A messenger from a Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Are you sure that messenger is looking for me and not for Rongrong? Shen Cangqiong paused and stepped down from the carriage to ask. The person said they were looking for young Master Shen. Hulaina glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had come down with him, and said, since they're looking for you, brother Cangqiong, then I want to go, Ning Rongrong said, returning to the carriage. Let's go see what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wants from me, Shen Cangqiong said, already spotting the messenger's location. You go ahead. I want to follow. Ning Rongrong had already shown good sense in returning to the carriage, so Hulaina would not be so inconsiderate as to go and cause trouble. Suit yourself. Shen Cangqiong shrugged. Young Master Shen. On the other side, the messenger from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School saw Shen Cangqiong approaching and quickly stepped forward to bow. There's no need for formalities. Did Sect Master Ning send you to find me for something? Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Yes, it's like this. The Li family ambushed Director Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy a few days ago. The entire Li family has now been captured by the Snow Knight Emperor's men. The Sect Master asked whether we, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, should also capture those accomplices who acted against them. The messenger respectfully said, The Li family? Forget it. Tell Sect Master Ning that I despise accomplices even more than the mastermind. After thinking for a long time, Shen Cangqiong really couldn't figure out what kind of power the so-called Li family belonged to. Yes. Does young Master Shen have any other orders? The messenger felt a chill in his heart, but didn't show any signs of discomfort. None. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. A Li family without even a name doesn't even qualify to make him angry. As for Lu Erlong, a level 98 Super Doloa is not something the unknowns from the Tiando Empire can provoke. That little man will take his leave first. The messenger bowed again, turned, and mounted his steed to leave. A moment later, brother Cangqiong, what did the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect want with you? At this time, Shui Yuer, who was chatting with a few girls, saw Shen Cangqiong lift the curtain of the carriage and came up, looking at him with concern. That messenger told me that there is a Leaf family in Tiando City that ambushed Erlong a few days ago, Shen Cangqiong said. What? Shui Yuer exclaimed. And the other girls also looked somewhat grim. It's fine. Erlong is now a level 98 Super Doloa. That Li family looking for trouble with her won't result in anything good for them, Shen Cangqiong reassured them. That's good. Shui Yuer patted her chest and sighed in relief. After all, Lu Erlong would also be her sister in the future, and she certainly didn't want to see anything happen to her. Money can move hearts. Right now, the effects of the True Soul Pill and the Ascension Pill have not been leaked, and already there are forces willing to take risks against Shen Cangqiong. If the effects of the True Soul Pill and the Ascension Pill accidentally leak in the future, there will likely be even more forces unable to control their greed and choose to act. Therefore, I believe that only a few of us should know the effects of the True Soul Pill and the Ascension Pill, and even within our own family, we shouldn't tell anyone. At least, we absolutely cannot speak of it in the short term. Shui Binger had a serious expression. Yes, my sister is right. I think the same way, Shui Yuer also said. We won't speak of it to the outside world. The other girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 164, Discussing Countermeasures Against Tang San. By the way, brother Cangqiong, Who do you plan to give Tang San's ranking on the Heavenly Pride Battle Power list to? After a moment of silence, Shui Yuer asked, "There were many matters yesterday, and I didn't have time to think about this. However, now that you all have your own rankings on the Heavenly Pride Battle Power list, it puts me in a bit of a dilemma." Shen Cangqiong stroked his chin, glancing over the several girls in the carriage, his brow slightly furrowing. This is indeed a bit troublesome. Shui Yuer nodded. Whether it's Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, by Cangqiong, Jiang Zhu, or herself and her sister Shui Binger, they all have their names on the list. It's not that those on the list can't challenge others. However, even if they win, it would waste a spot, and there are just too few real allies. How about we give Tang San's spot to Jiang Zhu? Right now, she's the only one with a relatively low ranking on the Heavenly Pride Battle Power list. Shen Cangqiong said, "Jiang Zhu has already joined the Inner Academy of Lamba Academy yesterday, and is considered one of us, so Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't mistreat her. But I'm not Tang San's opponent. After all, I've already owed Shen Cangqiong a lot." Jiang Zhu had a kind of let it be attitude, and now as long as Shen Cangqiong gives her something, she would accept it directly. This is simple. Later, I'll seal all of Tang San's Xiantian Gong and Guijing Mitzi and temporarily confiscate all those miscellaneous hidden weapons on him, and I'll give you some powerful items. With this three-pronged approach, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with that little brat Tang San. Before that, the Golden Finger hadn't run away, and it did give him some battle items, but Shen Cangqiong was too strong to need them. Can this work? What if your seals don't work on that special arena? What will we do then? After all, from the previous challenges, once on that special arena, everything about the body returns to its optimal state. Bai Cangqiong was somewhat worried. This is also true. Let's do this. Just in case, I'll prepare a few more pieces of equipment that can enhance combat power for you. Bai Cangqiong's concern was indeed valid. To be foolproof, Shen Cangqiong gritted his teeth and decided to take out some rather revealing equipment. Equipment that enhances combat power? The girls all looked at Shen Cangqiong in confusion. Just these. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out some almost transparent gear. In fact, rather than saying these clothes are equipment that enhances combat power, it would be more accurate to say they're a kind of indecent outfit from the original world. This. Looking at the few pieces of equipment placed on the table, the girls simultaneously looked at Shen Cangqiong with strange expressions, especially Jiang Zhu, who was about to wear these outfits, whose face turned red as she stammered, unable to find the words to express her current feelings. Brother Cangqiong, will these so-called outfits really increase combat power when worn? Shui Yuer said with a half-smile. They can indeed increase combat power. However, once the formation on them is activated, it can only last for an hour. After that, these outfits will be no different from ordinary clothes. Sometimes, Shen Cangqiong even suspected that this was the Golden Finger's wicked humor. Otherwise, why would a piece of combat-enhancing equipment be made almost transparent? After all, they are worn underneath, and outsiders can't see them, but once activated, they can only be used for an hour. What kind of trick is that? I knew you were a super pervert. A perfectly good piece of equipment made to look like this. I see. You must have some evil thoughts in your heart, wanting us to wear it for your enjoyment. Bai Cangqiong's face was also flushed, full of disdain. Once these words were spoken, the other girls in the carriage looked at Shen Cangqiong with even stranger expressions. In response, Shen Cangqiong could only respond with a bitter smile. There was nothing he could do. Bai Cangqiong was indeed right. Although these outfits looking like this was not his intention, Shen Cangqiong certainly wanted his women to wear them. And then, For example, Lu Erlong had previously been forced by Shen Cangqiong to wear these several times. Alright, these outfits do look a bit unseemly, but as long as they really can increase combat power, it's not something unacceptable. Shen Cangqiong, can you explain what these outfits actually do? Just as the atmosphere in the carriage became increasingly awkward at a critical moment, Shui Binger forcibly brought the topic back to the main issue. This clothing can give the wearer defense type, Soul Emperor level combat power for 1 hour. This item can provide the wearer with agility type, Soul Emperor level combat power for 1 hour. This rope can grant the holder control type, Soul Emperor level combat power for 1 hour. Actually, these outfits aren't that strong. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong would have already taken them out and given each member of the inner court a few. He remembers the effects of each piece so clearly. He must have done a lot of research on them in his spare time, right? Seeing your sister Jiang Zhu, you should be careful. Who knows what unspeakable things Shen Cangqiong has done with these outfits. Bai Cangqiong looked at Shen Cangqiong's familiarity with the outfits and suddenly imagined an unthinkable scene. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhu's already red face flushed even more. You know too much. Shen Cangqiong replied irritably. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly, This is the legendary Dua continent, where everyone is young but already masters in their field. From Shen Sanqiong's observation just now, not to mention Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who are slightly older, even the youngest among them, Zhu Zhuqing, the aloof little cat, showed an indescribable fluctuation in her eyes upon hearing by Cangqiong's complaints. All right, let's continue discussing how to help senior sister Jiang Zhu win against Tang San. Seeing by Cangqiong pounce at Shen Sanqiong like a little female leopard after his words. Shui Yuer hurriedly pulled her back. Yuer is right. In a little over an hour, it will be 24 hours. If we don't take Tang San's rank during this time, he will receive the point rewards. Ning Rongrong also said. She knew that by Cangqiong and Shen Sanqiong were like a pair of bickering lovers, often arguing but never truly falling out, so she didn't bother to mediate between them. Chapter 165, Tang San's Social Death. How about I put on these outfits now? Saying this, Jiang Zhu picked up the so-called equipment on the table that made her blush and looked at Shen Sanqiong. Wait, I still have other things I haven't taken out. Shen Sanqiong naturally knew what Jiang Zhu meant. However, he was afraid these items weren't enough. So he waved his hand and took out dozens of talismans from his storage soul guide. Were these papers? Shui Yuer took one talisman, examined it, but couldn't figure it out. These are talismans. Each one seals a lightning-type spell. When we get on the platform, as long as we throw these talismans out, no matter how fast Tang San is, he won't be able to dodge. And once Tang San gets hit, Jiang Zhu can go up and teach him a lesson without worry. All right, Jiang Zhu, you should change into the equipment. I'll go outside to wait. With these preparations, Shen Sanqiong couldn't believe that the little scoundrel Tang San could still defeat Jiang Zhu. Variant, Ball World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Friends, our senior sister Jiang Zhu is about to challenge that trash Tang San. If you're interested, don't forget to prepare some snacks to watch the show. Variant, Doloa World. Unknown, Jiang Zhu, can she defeat Tang San? You have to know, although Tang San's character is lacking, his combat power is still very strong. Variant, Doloa World. Unknown, yeah. Variant, Doloa World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Don't worry. We are fully prepared. Variant, Doloa World, Qihua Academy, Huwu. Did something happen that I don't know about? Variant, Doloa World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Hee. You'll know soon. Variant, Doloa World, Qihua Academy, Huwu. Damn. I hate people who like to keep secrets the most. Variant, Doloa World, Yu Xian, Master Tang Wasai. It's almost been 24 hours. I thought Shen Sanqiong wasn't planning to take Tang San's ranking. But, Variant, Doloa World, Lamba Inner Court, Ning Rongrong. Aunt Yuehua, don't keep thinking about Tang San. People like him aren't worth it. Variant, Doloa World, Yu Xian, Master Tang Yuehua. Thank you for your concern, Rongrong. But he is the only son of my second brother. Just as Tang Yuehua felt bitter in her heart. The sound of the comparison video spread across the two Doloa worlds. The challenge between Jiang Zhu and Tang San is about to begin. Please welcome both sides to the arena. 3, 2, 1. Challenge begins. As the last word of the comparison video fell, Jiang Zhu, following the method taught by Shen Sanqiong, immediately threw all the talismans in her hand and shouted, "Release." Boom! In the next second, dozens of lightning bolts descended upon Tang San at lightning speed. On the other side, Tang San hadn't even had time to unleash his first soul skill before he became a complete explosion head, spitting out a puff of white smoke before falling straight down. Seeing this, Jiang Zhu didn't hold back. Using the power of the equipment, she instantly appeared in front of Tang San, blushing, and once again used the long-range fire attack method taught by Shen Sanqiong to strike at Tang San from all directions. Soon, Tang San appeared completely naked in front of everyone in the two Doloa worlds. Of course, the most fatal part was that Tang San's vital area was completely exposed to everyone's view. Variant primitive, Doloa world. Unknown. No way, no way. The sea god actually has no bell? Is this trying to kill me with laughter so I can inherit my debts? Variant, Doloa world. Unknown. Tang San is completely socially dead now. He probably won't have the face to see anyone again. Variant, Doloa world. Unknown. The way you use she is very clever. Variant, Doloa world. How Jian Doa, Tang Hao, impossible. Didn't Xiaosan's injury in that area already heal? Tang Hao was furious. Jiang Zhu wins. Without mentioning Tang Hao's anger upon seeing his son turn into a person without a bell again. After watching the video and seeing Tang San completely unconscious, the result of the battle was announced. 3 days later, Tiando execution ground. What's going on? Why suddenly so many people are to be executed? My goodness, there must be over 10,000, right? At this moment, outside the execution ground, a young man who had just arrived in Tiando City was astonished as he watched group after group of people being escorted in to await execution. You just got to Tindo City, right? At this time, a middle-aged man who looked quite talkative asked, Yes, I just arrived in Tindo City today, uncle. What major event has happened here? Hearing this, the young man thoughtfully handed over a silver coin. It's not a big deal. It's just that these people are a bit desperate. They dared to sneak attack Principal Lu Erlong of the Lamba Academy. And now their plan failed. Those who were killed on the spot by Principal Lu Erlong are gone, and the rest are all here. The middle-aged man smiled as he accepted the silver coin from the young man and began to vividly recount the cause and process of the incident. That's not right. There are completely over 10,000 people waiting for execution here. Could it be that they all participated in the sneak attack on Principal Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy? But if that's the case, these people must have been stopped by the guards at Tindo City before they even reached Lamba Academy, right? The young man said in confusion. Of course, not so many people participated. In fact, most of the people here are the family members of those participants. The middle-aged man had a gleeful look in his eyes. Family members? There's a saying that debts should be paid to the creditor. Isn't this a bit too much? The young man seemed a bit reluctant. What's excessive about it? Young man, you need to understand one thing. It was these people who went to trouble Principal Lu Erlong first. Just think about it. If Principal Lu Erlong had been captured by them, what would have happened next? After saying this, the middle-aged man moved away from the young man, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, not far from the Tindo execution ground, in the viewing tower, Cangqiong, the young man down there is right. Debts should be paid to the creditor. Just take care of the main culprit and the accomplices, and there's no need to trouble their family members. Lu Erlong advised again. She didn't actually pity those family members. She just didn't want this matter to affect Shen Cangqiong's originally good reputation. Chapter 166. The Fierce Tang Yuehua. It's fine. I just want to use this incident to warn those restless people. If you dare to lay a hand on my people, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. He didn't care how those irrelevant people viewed or spoke of him. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Although Lu Erlong said this, she felt very happy in her heart to be cared for by Shen Cangqiong. By the way, you just got back, and I haven't had the chance to tell you. 3 days ago, Tang Yuehua came to find me, saying she wanted to invite you to the Yuexian as a guest. After feeling sweet for a while, Lu Erlong seemed to remember something and said, She wants to invite me to Yuexian as a guest? Why? Is she trying to invite me to fulfill our previous agreement? Shen Cangqiong smirked. You're overthinking it. I heard that Tang Yuehua first went to the Yi family of Jiuxin Haidang and probably didn't get a satisfactory answer there, which is why she had to come to invite you, a Lulang. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Shen Cangqiong. She noticed that ever since the last time she was forced to agree to some things while playing games on the couch, Shen Cangqiong had become more and more unscrupulous. It seems Tang Yuehua doesn't plan to let me talk to Yi Linglong, or she eyeing the revival pill. The luck of Tang Hao and Tang San is really enviable. Shen Cangqiong said, Having such a good sister like Tang Yuehua is indeed a blessing that Tang Hao has accumulated over several lifetimes. I've seen Tang Yuehua say in the bullet screen. After all, Tang San is my second brother's son, more than once. Lu Erlong agreed with Shen Cangqiong's statement. Let us go. Since she invited you, it would be a bit rude not to go. At this moment, as the execution time approached, the cries for mercy and curses from below suddenly rose. However, Shen Cangqiong merely glanced at it lightly and then walked out the door without paying any more attention. You should go by yourself. She only invited you, not me. Don't blame me for ruining your good fortune if she really has that intention later. Lu Erlong was not someone easy to deal with either, so she naturally would not be affected by the sounds from below, and she followed Shen Cangqiong out of the viewing tower. Half an hour later, Young Master Shen, please follow me. Our master has been waiting for a long time. About 100 meters from Yuexian. A staff member inside Yuexian ran over to Shen Cangqiong with a respectful look. Tang Yuehua's news is quite well informed. I just returned to Tindo City less than 2 hours ago, and she already knows. Shen Cangqiong raised an eyebrow. Young Master Shen, don't misunderstand. Our master did not spy on your mansion, but sent some people to wait at various city gates in Tindo City 24 hours a day. The staff member leading the way quickly explained. Regarding this explanation, Shen Cangqiong smiled non-committally and said nothing more. Young Master Shen, please. Our master is inside. As they spoke, the leading attendant had already brought Shen Cangqiong to the door of a room that was completely out of place with the overall decoration of Yuexian. Shen Cangqiong nodded and stepped inside, and as he entered, the door of the room was gently closed by the attendant. You're here, inside the room. Tang Yuehua's voice was very gentle. Master Tang, you don't seem to be very sincere with that gentleness. Let us speak frankly. Shen Cangqiong couldn't stand Tang Yuehua's deliberately feigned gentleness. Moreover, Tang Yuehua's remark "you're here" could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'm here for Tang San's matter. Choked by Shen Cangqiong, Tang Yuehua paused before returning to her usual tone. I'd already guessed that. After all, you can't possibly be asking why I didn't come last time, right? Shen Cangqiong teased. I want the revival pill. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's teasing, Tang Yuehua felt both shy and angry, but dared not explode. She could only suppress her displeasure and steer the conversation back to business. The revival pill must be obtained through a task in another world. I don't have it on me right now. To be honest, if Shen Cangqiong really had the revival pill, as long as Tang Yuehua offered enough benefits, he would still be willing to sell it to her. Of course, this wasn't Shen Cangqiong helping Tang San. He planned to wait until Tang San regained his confidence, then find someone to give him a taste of that heart-wrenching despair again. I can wait. Aren't you planning to form a team to complete the task in another world after a while? This was something Tang Yuehua wasn't anxious about, since Tang San was still young. So, what do you plan to use to exchange for the revival pill? You must know that a pill that can resurrect the fallen and heal any injury is absolutely priceless, Shen Cangqiong said. With this, as she spoke, Tang Yuehua stood up, pulled at a certain part of her clothing, and a body as white as jade appeared before Shen Cangqiong. What the hell? Shen Cangqiong spat out a mouthful of tea, staring blankly at the fierce Tang Yuehua before him. As long as you agree to give me the revival pill, you could do whatever you want within a year. Tang Yuehua's eyes turned red, her body trembling slightly. Sigh, why do you have to do this? Shen Cangqiong sighed. Do you think I'm not worth a revival pill? Or are you looking down on me? Seeing Shen Cangqiong sitting still, Tang Yuehua suddenly became furious for some reason. Tang San is really lucky to have you as an aunt. Although Shen Cangqiong didn't move, his eyes didn't miss the wonderful aspects of Tang Yuehua. Stop pretending to be compassionate. Do you dare say that 3 days ago, the arena match between Jiang Zhu and Tang San wasn't you stirring up trouble behind the scenes? I checked Jiang Zhu. She's a kind girl. If you hadn't been behind the scenes, even if she could defeat Tang San, she would absolutely not let him be humiliated in front of everyone in both worlds. Just look at the barrage section of the comparison video. 3 days have passed, and people are still bringing up Tang San's situation. How can Tang San face anyone in the future? Tang Yuehua wasn't a fool. She had been speaking nicely to Shen Cangqiong to exchange for the revival pill. And now that she saw he didn't seem inclined to trade, her despair made her defenses crumble. Chapter 167. Conditions for Tang Yuehua. Do you want to tidy yourself up before speaking? Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua, whose massive emotions were jumping around in front of him, and reminded her lightly. Hypocritical. Tang Yuehua clearly saw the look in Shen Cangqiong's eyes earlier. If he were a true gentleman, he would have turned away long ago. I don't think I ever said I wouldn't trade the revival pill with you, right? Why are you making that desperate and defensive expression just now? Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. After all, who wouldn't take advantage? You mean, you agree? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua, who was tidying herself, paused, not knowing whether to continue pulling up or to let it drop. I have 2 requirements. Shen Cangqiong raised 2 fingers. I agree. Without thinking, and not even hearing Shen Cangqiong's 2 conditions, Tang Yuehua directly agreed. To her, she was willing to give up her most precious thing as a bargaining chip. So what were 2 conditions? Don't be hasty, listen to me first. First, you cannot see Tang Hao anymore. Second, during your free time in the daytime, you must come and stay by my side. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. He felt that Tang Yuehua's love for Tang Hao had gone too deep to be saved. And as a responsible man, since he had seen through Tang Yuehua, he naturally couldn't just watch her sink deeper. What? Tang Yuehua didn't expect Shen Cangqiong to make these 2 demands, and she was stunned in place. Think it over carefully. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong ignored the dazed Tang Yuehua and started eating the food on the table. After a long while, I agree. Tang Yuehua let out a soft sigh. The internal struggle she just experienced felt like it lasted for centuries. However, in the end, Tang Yuehua didn't dare to gamble. If she refused Shen Cangqiong now, and the task in the other world turned out to be extremely difficult, only Shen Cangqiong could lead the team to complete it. Then everything would be over. She didn't believe that if she refused Shen Cangqiong this time, he would still be so easy to talk to next time. You need to think this through. Once you agree, if you violate our agreement afterward, I will capture Tang Hao and slowly torture him in front of you using various methods. Shen Cangqiong put down his chopsticks and said, I made up my mind. Looking at Shen Sanqiong's extremely serious expression, Tang Yuehua felt a tremor in her heart, but did not regret it. No one knew her feelings for her second brother Tang Hao. Since she couldn't bear him any children, she would do her utmost to protect Tang San. Even if this Tang San was so unreliable, she felt it was worth it for Tang Hao. Was it really worth making so many sacrifices for a second brother who could never be with her? Just as Tang Yuehua was lost in her thoughts, Shen Sanqiong's words made her pupils shrink, and she looked up at him in horror. What? What do you mean? Tang Yuehua stammered. The biggest secret in her heart was exposed by Shen Sanqiong, leaving her with boundless fear. It's just what I just said. To be honest, Shen Sanqiong was a bit angry. Such a stunning beauty. Why did she have to fall in love with someone like Tang Hao? How did you know? Dan Jiuhu wouldn't. She had never told anyone this secret, not even her second brother Tang Hao. Perhaps only the old Ain had a slight suspicion back then. Don't worry about how I know. The comparison video has already exposed Tang Hao's actions. Why are you still so obsessed? Shen Sanqiong stood up and helped the now red-faced Tang Yuehua put on a coat. If you truly love someone, how could you be swayed by external factors? Whether he is the highly praised Hao Qianduo or a despised figure on the list of losers, his status in my heart will never change. Tang Yuehua let out a bitter laugh. This laugh was born from her sadness about being Tang Hao's sister. Do you really like Tang Hao that much? Shen Sanqiong asked. You haven't seen his charm when he was young. You will never understand. Moreover, back then, girls who liked him could line up from the spirit hall to the Haoyan sect. Even Ain, 100,000-year-old beast, fell in love with him. Perhaps reminded of the past, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Can you stop talking nonsense? What girls like Tang Hao back then could line up from the spirit hall to the Haoyan sect? Even I, who is stronger and more handsome than Tang Hao, wouldn't dare say I had that many admirers. Shen Sanqiong rolled his eyes. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Only someone as infatuated as Tang Yuehua would still consider Tang Hao a treasure. This, although Tang Yuehua had many grievances against Shen Sanqiong's comments. She couldn't refute this point. In an absolutely fair evaluation, Shen Sanqiong was indeed much stronger than the Hao Qianduo Tang Hao of the past. All right, get up. How long do you plan to sit on the ground? As Shen Sanqiong spoke halfway, he awkwardly stopped because he was standing while Tang Yuehua was sitting, putting them in an awkward position. You, step back a bit. Seeing Shen Sanqiong no longer speaking and awkwardly looking at her, Tang Yuehua realized, blushing, and quickly reached out to push Shen Sanqiong away. Unfortunately, by coincidence, she touched a certain part of Shen Sanqiong, instantly making the atmosphere even more awkward. 3 hours later. About my second brother's feelings, you don't tell anyone. At this moment, Tang Yuehua spoke a bit clumsily. I know. If I wanted to say something, I would have said it long ago. Shen Sanqiong just wanted to find trouble with Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Hao. He certainly wouldn't harm anyone he could gain support from among these three. How about this? When you go on a mission to another world, I'll go with you. Tang Yuehua suggested. You want to go? Fine. But you have no combat ability, so don't stray more than 3 meters from me. Shen Sanqiong still didn't dare to let Tang Yuehua practice the original true solution, fearing she would hand it over to the Haoyan sect and to Tang Hao and Tang San. I know. Tang Yuehua felt a bit better inside. At least, after Shen Sanqiong forcibly made her do that earlier, his attitude towards her had improved a lot. He even learned to care about her. On the verge of tears. By the way, did you help others like this before? Especially Tang Hao? Unfortunately, before Tang Yuehua could feel better for long, Shen Sanqiong's next few words nearly made her explode. What nonsense are you talking about? No matter how you look at it, you are my first. At the end, Tang Yuehua didn't continue, but glared at Shen Sanqiong with gritted teeth. Then how come you're so familiar with the blowing techniques? Shen Sanqiong looked at Tang Yuehua suspiciously. He didn't doubt that Tang Yuehua had something with others, but it was hard to say with Tang Hao. I am a master of Yuexian. Yuexian is a place where royal and noble disciples come to learn etiquette. These family disciples, except for a very few, are all skilled in various arts. As their teacher, I've seen a lot, so naturally, I learned. If it weren't for needing something from Shen Sanqiong, Tang Yuehua wouldn't have explained even half a word. Really? Then you're truly gifted, learning just by watching without practice. Shen Sanqiong showed a face of admiration. Soul damned. I'll fight you. Tang Yuehua was furious and lunged at Shen Sanqiong. Another 3 hours later. Now are you calm? Shen Sanqiong looked at the weak Tang Yuehua beside him, feeling pleased. It's already dark. You can go. I'm tired and need a rest. Now Tang Yuehua truly felt like crying without tears. She had just been overwhelmed by anger, and as a result, she had lost her last bit of dignity. Don't you need me to stay with you? Shen Cangqiong hesitated, feeling that if he just left like this, it seemed a bit unkind. No need. Tang Yuehua didn't even open her eyes, her tone very cold. All right then. Remember, you're mine. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can tell me. Seeing that Tang Yuehua truly didn't want him to stay, Shen Cangqiong was silent for a few seconds before agreeing. Then I'll leave first. Rest well. Knowing that Tang Yuehua was uncomfortable inside, Shen Cangqiong didn't insist on a reply from her, simply saying this before heading out. Sigh. Today was really a bit chaotic. On the way, Shen Cangqiong thought with a headache. This wasn't Shen Cangqiong being hypocritical. Before meeting Tang Yuehua, he indeed had no such thoughts. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the situation as soon as Tang Yuehua had shown her feelings. Forget it. Everything has already happened, so what is the point of dwelling on it? Besides, he never intended to let Tang Yuehua go. It was just that it happened earlier than he planned. Shen Cangqiong patted his head, not allowing himself to dwell on things that had already happened. Hee. However, my skills are quite impressive. That Tang Yuehua, at first, looked like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, with no reaction at all. But in the end, she was even more proactive than him. Perhaps it truly echoed the saying from the original world, at 30, one is what? After resolving the confusion in his heart, Shen Cangqiong's inherent thoughts of indulgence emerged again. Thinking this way, Tang Yuehua was indeed quite impressive. Her knowledge in that area, after just one look, was nearly mastered. She could completely host a banquet and manage a household, being a noblewoman outside and a good wife at home. Shen Cangqiong thought happily. Director Shen. Director Lu Erlong asked me to tell you that she is receiving guests in box number 1. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of Lamba Academy, and the guard at the entrance immediately stepped forward respectfully upon seeing him. I understand. Hearing this, Shen Cangqiong retracted his thoughts and nodded kindly at the guard. Calculating the time, it should be that Yi Linglong and Dugibo have brought Yi Lingling and Dugwian over. Thinking of this, Shen Cangqiong smiled and greeted the security guard before quickly heading towards the private room number 1. Meanwhile, in private room number 1 of Lamba Academy, no more waiting. Serve the dishes. Let's eat first. Who knows when that guy will be back? Sitting in the secondary host position, Lu Erlong glanced at the already dark sky and instructed the maid standing next to her. Isn't that inappropriate? Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? It's only around 7 o'clock. Yi Linglong hesitated. Lu Erlong could disregard Shen Cangqiong's feelings, but as outsiders, they couldn't afford to do the same. It's fine. Whether he comes back today is uncertain. Are we supposed to wait for him until tomorrow? Don't worry. Cangqiong has never been one to fuss over small matters. He really doesn't care about things like not waiting for meals. Lu Erlong waved her hand, reassuring Yi Linglong. Director Erlong is right. I observe that young friend Cangqiong doesn't seem like someone who would nitpick over trivial matters. Dugibo also spoke up to comfort her. He considered himself a close friend of Shen Cangqiong and had some understanding of him. Grandpa, are you really good at judging people's character? Then how do you explain this matter with Tang-san? Dugwian, who was dragged over by Dugibo, directly broke the mood like a deflated cotton coat. That was an accident. Do you understand? Who would have thought that a little guy who looks only 12 or 13 years old would actually be a middle-aged person with a hard age of around 40? Dugibo replied irritably. If your judgment is poor, it's poor. What excuse are you looking for? The first time I saw Tang-san in the comparison video, I could tell that he wasn't a good person. How do you explain this? Dugwian rolled her eyes with a cold laugh. Really? At this moment, not only was Dugibo puzzled, but the others present, except for Yi Lingling, also turned their attention to Dugwian. These people had heard Dugwian say similar things before, but at that time, they thought she was joking. It's true. During the first character comparison, when Tang-san first appeared on screen, Yin told us that this Tang-san wasn't a good character. Before Dugwian could speak, Yi Lingling, sitting next to Yi Linglong, quickly explained for Dugwian. So, my granddaughter has a special talent for judging people. There's no need to lie about this. And with Yi Lingling as a witness, everyone chose to believe it. And Dugibo jokingly said, whether I have the talent to judge people, I don't know. Anyway, the first time I saw Tang-san, I felt an indescribable extreme disgust towards him. This feeling has never appeared with anyone else. This was Dugwian's honest opinion. Chapter 169, Lu Erlong's question. Oh, everyone seems to be having a lively discussion. Just as the crowd in the private room was surprised by Dugwian's statement, Shen Cangqiong walked in through the door. Finally decided to come back. Lu Erlong glared at Shen Cangqiong. Brother Cangqiong, come and sit. Unlike Lu Erlong, Shui Yuer, upon seeing Shen Cangqiong return, immediately excitedly ran over and hugged his arm. Good. Just in time, I'm hungry too. After working hard for about 6 hours in the afternoon, Shen Cangqiong was already starving. Coldly, don't you think that Shui Yuer and Shen Cangqiong's relationship seems a bit unusual? Duguian whispered in Yi Lingling's ear, a voice only they could hear. However, what Duguian didn't know was that everyone present who had cultivated the original true solution could clearly hear every word she just said. What does that have to do with us? Yi Lingling replied in a voice only they could hear. Her character was very cold, and she had no interest in gossip. You always do this. So boring. Hearing this, Duguian glanced at Yi Lingling with dissatisfaction. Come, young friend Cangqiong, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Duguian. Ignoring the whispered conversation between Duguian and Yi Lingling, Duguibo saw Shen Cangqiong had taken a seat and immediately pointed to his granddaughter to introduce her. Miss Duguian, hello. Shen Cangqiong kindly nodded at Duguian. Hello. Duguian replied coldly. Calling me Miss Duguian sounds too distant. Seeing the two being polite and cold, Duguibo subtly frowned. Then I'll call her Yenner. Shen Cangqiong remembered that this nickname seemed to have never been used for Duguian. Her friends mostly called her Yin Yin. Sure, let's call it that. Duguibo decisively made the decision, not giving Duguian any chance to refute. Young Master Cangqiong, this is my daughter Yi Lingling. After Shen Cangqiong finished talking with Duguibo, Yi Linglong quickly smiled and introduced herself. I think Lingling must be very beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't be wearing a veil. Shen Cangqiong thought to himself, could it be that Yi Lingling, like Mu Wanqing, will marry whoever sees her true face first? Isn't that obvious? Lingling is ranked 5th on the Rouge list. How could she not be beautiful? Although there was also someone ranked 4th on the Rouge list present, Duguian, who was the only one besides Yi Lingling's parents to have seen her true appearance, felt that Yi Lingling was much more beautiful than these few who ranked 4th on the Rouge list. In fact, she believed that even the most beautiful person she had seen, Bai Dong, would not compare to the unveiled Yi Lingling. Perhaps only the number 1 on the Rouge list could compete with the unveiled Yi Lingling. Young Master Cangqiong, please forgive me. Due to certain reasons, Lingling temporarily cannot remove her veil. On the other side, Yi Linglong thought Shen Cangqiong was expressing dissatisfaction and quickly explained. The head of the Yi family is overthinking it. How one chooses to dress is a personal freedom. As long as it's not a makeup that would make people uncomfortable, I don't mind. Shen Cangqiong's few comforting words made Yi Linglong breathe a sigh of relief. I suppose you must be Meng Yiran. After finishing talking with Yi Linglong, Shen Cangqiong turned his gaze to the girl who had been staring at him and said gently, Yes, I am Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran looked a bit nervous. I'll call you Yiran from now on, okay? Shen Cangqiong asked. Okay. Meng Yiran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. By the way, where are your grandparents? Shen Cangqiong looked around when he entered and noticed the absence of Long Gong and Shi Per. He initially thought they had gone to the restroom, but since they hadn't returned for so long, it seemed he had thought wrong. My grandparents sent me to Lamba Academy and then left directly. They said they were going back to the family to help me acquire comparison video points, Meng Yiran said. I see. With that, Shen Cangqiong understood. The direct line of the Meng family now consisted of only Long Gong, Shi Per, and Meng Yiran. If the three of them did not return and instead delegated authority to their subordinates to acquire points, he wondered how many gold soul coins those subordinates would siphon off. Young Master Cangqiong, may I ask you a question? Meng Yiran looked at Shen Cangqiong with curiosity. Go ahead. Shen Cangqiong picked up a chicken leg, signaling Meng Yiran to continue. Why isn't your ranking on the Cangqiong Tower Challenge? This was something Meng Yiran couldn't understand. These days, not only the humans, but also the soul beasts had seized the opportunity to earn comparison video points, and, currently, the first rank in the Cangqiong Tower Challenge was held by Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. I've been busy these days. I haven't had time to challenge it. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong grabbed the foot of Shui Yuer, who was sitting beside him, and started to act mischievously again. Of course, that's just an excuse. In fact, I've been accompanying Shui Yuer because she will be returning to Tianshui Academy soon, and after that, we can only meet once every 7 days at most. So I naturally had to finish everything in these 7 days. Speaking of the Cangqiong Tower Challenge, I'm currently stuck at the 100th level. I have to defeat 2 Soul Kings inside. It's really difficult. After Meng Yiran brought up the Cangqiong Tower Challenge, Duguian was the first to express her dissatisfaction with the difficulty of the challenges, followed by Huo Wu, Ning Rongrong, by Cangqiong, and others who joined the conversation. 5 hours later. Confess honestly, Did something happen between you and Tang Yuehua? As soon as they returned to the exclusive courtyard, Lu Erlong's expression darkened as she questioned him. How did you know? Shen Cangqiong felt a bit awkward. How could I not know? You might want to take a look at the smell on you. I bet everyone in the box earlier noticed it, Lu Erlong sneered. About that. Shen Cangqiong was slightly sweating. Forget it, Erlong. Such things are quite normal. Besides, didn't you promise? At this moment, Shui Yue suddenly spoke up to mediate Lu Erlong. Aren't you afraid that in the future, the people around him will keep increasing? Lu Erlong said helplessly. She had agreed, but she didn't expect that just as she accepted Shui Yue's existence, Shen Cangqiong would go and win over Tang Yuehua as well. I don't mind. Brother Cangqiong is too strong. If it's just the two of us, we definitely won't be able to hold on, Shui Yue said. Chapter 170. Yi Lingling's observation, you little girl. What nonsense are you talking? Lu Erlong's serious expression instantly crumbled. What I said is also a fact. He comes over for a whole night. If he only comes once every few days, that wouldn't be a problem. But after graduation, if we live together every day and night, I fear I won't last a year, Shui Yue said, feeling a bit scared. Lu Erlong deeply resonated with this. The reason she agreed to Shen Cangqiong was not only because such things were normal among the strong, but also because she couldn't stand Shen Cangqiong's antics. Forget it. Let's just say we owed you from our past life. Finally, Lu Erlong, left speechless, sighed. How could that be? I should say, to earn your favor is my blessing from my past life. Shen Cangqiong grinned. You can leave now. Tonight, I want to share some secrets with you, wearer, so I won't keep you. Lu Erlong wasn't buying Shen Cangqiong's act, and after saying that, she directly pushed him out of the room. Wait, this is my room too. If you push me out like this, where am I supposed to sleep? Shen Cangqiong originally thought of having a cozy time later on and was naturally unwilling to be kicked out. That's your problem. If it doesn't work out, you can sleep at Tang Yuehua's place. From inside the room, Lu Erlong's voice came out, sounding annoyed. So it looks like tonight, we'll have to make do and each find our own corner to sleep. Hearing the sound of Lu Erlong putting something heavy against the door, Shen Cangqiong turned to look at the husky beside him, who was tilting its head at him and angrily ruffled its fur. Meanwhile, while Shen Cangqiong was boredly lying on the husky's back preparing to challenge the Cangqiong Tower, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and Meng Yuran were sitting together in their suite, chatting idly. Look, Senior Cangqiong has started challenging the Cangqiong Tower. Wow, his speed is incredible. Suddenly, Meng Yuran exclaimed, pointing at the large screen in the sky that couldn't be obscured by any object. No wonder he is said to be someone who can change the entire situation of the Doluo continent. I spent at least 5 minutes on each of the first 10 levels, but he only takes about 1 second for each level. After Meng Yuran's reminder, Yi Lingling looked at Shen Cangqiong's speed of almost completing a level in 1 second and also exclaimed in surprise. Putting everything else aside, in terms of combat power, Shen Cangqiong is indeed impressive. Sigh, Tianheng will probably be feeling uncomfortable for a while now. Dugu Yin wanted to go check on Yu Tianheng, but when she thought of the agreement with her grandfather, she felt deflated again. What's uncomfortable for Yu Tianheng? Meng Yuran asked in confusion. The captain has always been secretly challenging Shen Cangqiong. He believes that as long as he works hard enough, he won't fall behind Shen Cangqiong by much. Just like this Cangqiong Tower challenge. In recent days, the captain has cleared 150 levels, while Shen Cangqiong hasn't cleared even one yet. This gave the captain the illusion that he could surpass Shen Cangqiong in a certain aspect. Yi Lingling spoke with a strange tone, not caring about Dugu Yin beside her. Where does he get his confidence? Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran was immediately stunned. It must be that seeing the comparison video where Yin ultimately ends up with Shen Cangqiong stimulated him. This is also Yi Lingling's guess. After all, before the 4th character comparison came out, Yu Tianheng was somewhat unconvinced of Shen Cangqiong, but hadn't reached the point of challenging him. He is acting this way because of jealousy. Seeing her only close friend and new roommate Meng Yuran both wearing expressions that only appear when discussing something ridiculous, Dugu Yin could only tacitly agree with Yi Lingling's guess to prevent Yu Tianheng from embarrassing himself further. So that's it. Indeed, upon hearing Dugu Yin admit that it was Yu Tianheng's jealousy that led to such an unreasonable idea, Meng Yuran immediately showed an understanding expression. In Meng Yuran's view, it's normal for a man to do some irrational things when he's jealous. If a man doesn't feel jealousy, it doesn't mean he's mature and steady. It means he doesn't care about the other person at all and just wants to play around. So, in this regard, Yu Tianheng is somewhat commendable. At least he isn't the type of scumbag who treats relationships as a mere game. By the way, Lung, what are your plans for the future? At this moment, to steer the conversation away from Yu Tianheng, Yin seized the opportunity and decisively changed the topic. What plans? Yi Lingling was taken aback, not understanding what Yin meant. Don't forget, in the fourth character comparison, Shen Cangqiong not only has me by his side, but also you. Yin reminded her. I don't mind. However, my mother means for me to be with Shen Cangqiong. So, the reason I'm here this time, apart from joining the inner court of Lambo Academy, is mainly to observe what kind of person Shen Cangqiong really is. Yi Lingling, who has no beloved, had a nonchalant attitude about this. You little girl, you aren't having crush, are you? He already has other women, and you still say you don't mind and even plan to observe him. Yin teased. Yin, you don't think Yu Qianheng will only have you as a woman in the future, do you? He is a core disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and is known as one of the twin stars of this generation. Even if he fails to become the master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect in the competition for the position, becoming a core elder with real power is a sure thing. Have you ever seen a core elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who only marries one wife? Yi Lingling said. I believe Tianheng won't. Yin shook her head. Do as you wish. I'm just saying this because I don't want you to get hurt in the future. Some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. Moreover, what Yi Lingling didn't tell Yin was that Yu Tianheng had hinted to her before that he wanted her to be his girlfriend. However, Yi Lingling looked down on Yu Tianheng, who thought too highly of himself, believing he was the best among the younger generation of Doluo continent, and ignored him. Don't talk about me. Let's talk about you. Is this your reason for not minding Shen Cangqiong having other women? Yin, not wanting to discuss this anymore, redirected the topic back to Yi Lingling. However, Yi Lingling's words inevitably began to take root in Yan's heart. Chapter 171. Yu Xiaojiang's shocking operation on the other side. Inside the Tower of Heaven. This is too easy. Shen Cangqiong shattered several puppet shadows in front of him with a single palm and stepped up to the next level of the Tower of Heaven. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, lasting for more than 5 hours. Phew! Finally, it started to get a bit challenging. After shattering the puppet shadow that had been entangled with him for half an hour with another palm, Shen Cangqiong finally became somewhat interested. Congratulations to Shen Cangqiong for breaking through the 1000th level. An additional reward is now issued. One advanced martial soul card. Note 1. The martial soul card allows the user to choose a new martial soul of the same level as the card. Note 2. The newly acquired martial soul will not erase the old martial soul, but will become a twin martial soul. Note 3. There is no limit to the number of martial soul cards each person can use. Just as Shen Cangqiong began to take it seriously and planned to continue challenging higher levels of the Tower of Heaven, the sound of the comparison video suddenly resonated throughout the two Doluo worlds. Variant Doluo World Number 1. What the hell? Didn't they say that the rewards for challenging the Tower of Heaven only include comparison video points? Why are there additional rewards now? What's even more outrageous is that this additional reward is actually the so-called martial soul card. Will everyone end up with twin martial souls, or even 3, 4, or even hundreds of martial souls in the future? Original Doluo World No. 2. I think you just woke up from the sound of the comparison video and haven't fully woken up yet. If you listen carefully, this is the additional reward given for Shen Cangqiong passing the 1000th level. Do you think it's that easy? Look at your pitiful title for passing the 3rd level. I estimate you'll never pass the 1000th level in your lifetime. Variant Doluo World Number 1. Don't mind him. Some people just lack self-awareness. Variant Doluo World No. 1. By the way, when did Shen Cangqiong start challenging the levels? I remember I specifically checked Shen Cangqiong's progress on the Tower of Heaven before going to sleep and found it still at 0 levels. Variant Doluo World No. 1. Probably about 6 hours ago. I was lucky. When refreshing Shen Cangqiong's progress, I happened to see the number change from 0 to 1. Original Doluo World No. 2. This completely refreshes my worldview. To have successfully passed 1,000 levels in about 6 hours is remarkable. I spent about 5.5 hours just to pass the 10th level. Variant Doluo World Number 1. You have good stamina. Spending 5.5 hours on the 10th level is impressive. Original Doluo World Number 2. Hee, that's true. I'm quite popular around here. Original Doluo World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang. Shen Cangqiong. Are you selling that martial soul card? Variant Doluo World Number 1. Shen Cangqiong. You want it? Shen Cangqiong didn't expect that this Yu Xiaojiang from his world would stop jumping in, while another Yu Xiaojiang from another world popped up. Original Doluo World Number 2. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang. I want it. Name your price. Variant Doluo World Number 1. Shen Cangqiong. This price is not low. Are you sure you can afford it? Since there's nothing else to do, Shen Sanxiong planned to chat with Yu Xiaojiang, and it would be even better if he could take advantage of the situation to trick him. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, you can name your price. What I lack the least right now is comparison video points. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, oh, you have that many comparison video points? Shen Sanxiong was puzzled. Logically speaking, after the exposure of Yu Xiaojiang's character by the trash list, no one should be giving him points anymore, especially not Bibi Dong. Unlike this world's Bibi Dong, who wouldn't he have let Yu Xiaojiang off? She wouldn't he continue to have any dealings with him at all. But if it wasn't Bibi Dong, Shen Sanxiong really couldn't think of who else would support Yu Xiaojiang, even making him lament that he was left with nothing but points. In the original Doluo world, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, brother, Sanxiong, Yu Xiaojiang earned his points himself. After saying this, Ning Rongrong uncontrollably laughed and leaned on Zhu Zhuqing beside her. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, really? Yu Xiaojiang is that capable? He can earn points himself? Seeing the barrage from another world S. Ning Rongrong, Shen Sanxiong became even more confused. In the original Doluo world, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, it's not that Yu Xiaojiang is capable. He learned from the Spirit Hall's method, collecting points to let others come to Shrek Academy to teach him a lesson. I have taught him a lesson once. In the variant Doluo world, an unnamed person, this method is good. It can keep others from thinking about catching him, and he can also collect points. In the original Doluo world, an unnamed person, the method is indeed good. It's just that the food system soul masters of Shrek Academy are suffering. I heard they're almost exhausted. In the variant Doluo world, an unnamed person. Huh? Didn't Yu Xiaojiang say he lacks nothing but points? Why not invite a few more healing system soul masters to help him out instead of making his own academy's people suffer? In the original Doluo world, an unnamed person, he's just stingy. What else could it be? In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, Shen Sanxiong, why aren't you talking? Name your price. I promise not to haggle. Yu Xiaojiang ignored the ridicule in the barrage and said anxiously again, whether he could rise up depended on this high-level spirit soul card. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, 1 billion points. Shen Sanxiong casually named a price. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, isn't that price a bit outrageous? Yu Xiaojiang's face darkened. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, didn't you say to name a price? Didn't you say you're not lacking points? In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, I meant for you to name a price, not to make a fool of me. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, when did I make a fool of you? Ask yourself, is 1 billion points really expensive for a high-level spirit soul card? In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, this. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. To others, that was certainly expensive, even sky-high. But for him, someone who always wanted to prove himself as a powerful individual, having a chance to rise up was worth it, even if it cost 10 billion points. Chapter 172, Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of Bibi Dong in the original Doluo world. Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Can you give me some time? After coming to this realization, Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and decided to buy it, while a more crazy idea arose in his heart. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, what do you think? In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, don't worry, I will definitely buy it. It's just that I don't have enough points right now. As long as you give me some time, I can give you an extra billion points. Also, can you sell me a herb that is effective for my Luo Sanpao spirit? As he spoke, Yu Xiaojiang walked towards Flender's office. He planned to persuade Flender to let Dai Mubai and Oscar accept this method of receiving points through lessons, if possible. He also wanted Tang San to accept this method. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, oh, I originally didn't intend to sell the Spirit Soul card to Yu Xiaojiang, but when he suddenly mentioned buying herbs, I suddenly came up with a pretty good plan. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, your world should also have herbs, right? Why do you need to buy from me? With a plan in mind, Shen Sanxiong intended to gather more information to set up the plan according to the actual situation. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, as soon as the comparison video came out, our world Estigabo swept all the herbs and took his granddaughter to the Spear Hall. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Sanxiong, so that is how it is. This is indeed a good idea. After all, the only reliable force on the entire Doluo continent is the Spear Hall. Cangqiong trudi en might dugubost decisiveness. In that situation, if he hesitated for even a moment, he might have been surrounded by forces like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. In the variant Doluo world, Shen, Cangqiong, Yu Xiaojiang. The herbs you want, I have them and can sell them to you. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Name your price. Yu Xiaojiang knew he was probably going to be tricked by Shen Cangqiong again, but just thinking about soon becoming a peerless genius with twin martial souls, both of which were high level, made him indifferent to everything else. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Cangqiong, your martial soul is actually the golden sacred dragon. But because you are a waste, you lack the potential to support the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul to mutate into the golden sacred dragon, which led to the evolution failure of the golden sacred dragon martial soul, turning it into a pig dog martial soul. I can prepare 2 herbs for you to help your pig dog martial soul evolve into a golden sacred dragon, but I need you to say one thing. For the spirit soul card, Shen Cangqiong couldn't T-scheme against it, but it was easy to pull some tricks with the herbs. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang. What do you want me to say? Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat confused. In the variant Doluo world, Shen Cangqiong. Tell me your evaluation of Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong in your heart. The more he could trick Yu Xiaojiang, the better. Shen Cangqiong wouldn't be polite in this regard. In the original Doluo world, Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. What is the point of this? Isn't the comparison video already exposing everything about me? Variant Wondoa world, Shen Cangqiong. The comparison video doesn't cover everything. Anyway, you said it yourself. The comparison video has already exposed you, so you shouldn't mind saying a bit more. Variant 2, original Doluo world Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang Sai. Alright, since you want to know, I don't mind sharing. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, everything has already been exposed in the comparison video, and Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong have completely parted ways with him. Even if he reveals a few more secrets, the worst outcome wouldn't be much different from now. Variant 1 Doluo world, Shen Cangqiong. Go ahead. Variant 2, original Doluo world Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Let's start with Bibi Dong. I have quite a few opinions about her. In fact, I largely agree with the comparison video's negative evaluation of Bibi Dong and the reasons for her ranking. To put it simply, Bibi Dong is an orphan. Everything she had, including her cultivation and status, was given to her by the Spirit Hall. She enjoyed all the privileges of the next pope without thinking about how to repay the Spirit Hall. Instead, she actively suggested eloping with me. To be honest, when I saw her seriously say that to me, I was shocked. You all say I'm a scumbag, but compared to Bibi Dong, I think I'm a good person. At least if I were in her position, with a superpower willing to cultivate me at all costs, I would never abandon that power for a woman. I couldn't do something as ungrateful as that. Therefore, my evaluation of Bibi Dong is that she is an extremely selfish person who only loves herself. Anyone, including me, is just someone she loves herself through, and when she encounters someone she likes, she must grasp them tightly. Perhaps that's why Bibi Dong is an orphan. A crooked tree produces crooked timber. By reverse reasoning, we can understand what kind of people Bibi Dong's parents were, abandoning their child to pursue their own happiness. Since I've decided to speak, Yu Xiaojiang might as well be straightforward. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang has a lot of dissatisfaction with Bibi Dong. He never intended to do anything inappropriate with her before he became strong. At that time, he only wanted to use Bibi Dong to obtain what he desired, and nothing more. But this was all contingent on Bibi Dong still holding the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. As a result, everything turned to dust with Bibi Dong's inexplicable suggestion to elope. Variant 2, original Dual World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. As for Lu Erlong, I can only say that she's a silly girl. Although her temper is a bit fiery, her character is still acceptable. If it weren't for my dreams and my unwillingness to become strong, I think I would be with her. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. So, to achieve my dreams, I could only choose to hurt Lu Erlong, so that Bibi Dong, who has already become the Pope, would know that the only one I've truly loved all these years is her, Bibi Dong. After a pause, Yu Xiaojiang continued. Chapter 173. Guyu Na prepares to find Shen Cangqiong variant 1 Doluo world Shen Cangqiong. Very good. You have successfully obtained the qualification to purchase the immortal herbs. Shen Cangqiong could imagine how spectacular Bibi Dong's expression would be in another world upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's evaluation of her. Variant 2 Original Dual World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. Thank you. Variant 1 Doluo world Shen Cangqiong. No need to thank me. You have only obtained the qualification to buy the immortal herbs. Whether you can actually afford them depends on whether you have enough points. Variant 2 Original Dual World Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang. No matter what method, I will definitely earn enough points as quickly as possible. At this moment, he had already decided to make Tang San accept this method of earning points as well, so he could gather enough points and achieve his dreams sooner. Variant 1 Dolo World Shen Cangqiong. Alright. One immortal herb costs 10 billion points. Two herbs cost 20 billion points, plus the 10 billion points for the spirit card, totaling 30 billion points. I don't need the extra 100 million points you plan to give. Considering you spoke honestly, I will give you 1 year to collect 30 billion points. If you can't come up with 30 billion points after a year, then our deal will be cancelled. Variant 2 Original Dual World Shrek Academy Yu Xiaojiang this. Alright, it's a deal. Yu Xiaojiang didn't say much more. He was afraid that if he continued to chatter, he would lose this hard-won opportunity to buy the spirit card and the immortal herbs. Variant 2 Original Dual World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Ning Rongrong. Brother Cangqiong, we have already received 3 fragments of the interdimensional symbol. I will trade them to you first. After seeing Shen Cangqiong finish his business, Ning Rongrong said sweetly in a voice message. Variant 1 Doluo World Shen Cangqiong. Good. Just as Shen Cangqiong and Ning Rongrong were finishing their trade and continuing to chat, a quarrel could be heard from the core area of the Stardow Forest in Variant 1 Doluo World. Master, I disagree with your plan. It's too dangerous. The Black Dragon King Dtion rarely contradicted the decision of the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Yes, Master. Your plan is indeed too dangerous. Shen Cangqiong was able to pass the 1000th level in about half an hour, which shows how terrifying his strength is. The Dark Gold Terrorclaw Bear, June, also rarely agreed with the Black Dragon King Dtion, showing a face of agreement. Of course, he didn't dare to directly mention that Silver Dragon King Guyuna failed at the 1000th level. He only dared to subtly hint that Shen Cangqiong had already passed the 1000th level. That's the reasoning. The idea that Shen Cangqiong has no malice towards our Soul Beast clan is merely your guess, Master. What if he is just pretending? Want to lure you over and then catch you off guard? By then, Master, you might not even have a chance to escape. The Emerald Swan by G also said, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Seeing her usually obedient subordinates, now clamoring to stop her from meeting Shen Cangqiong. Silver Dragon King Guyuna wasn't angry, but transformed into human form and asked, Master is the first on the Rouge list, naturally beautiful. No, it should be said that Master absolutely possesses the grace of a celestial being. Although the Black Dragon King Dtion didn't understand why his master asked this question, he still affirmed. Then it's settled. If I really guessed wrong, I'll just give it to him. Don't forget, he is the recognized durian in the comparison video. I don't believe that this true durian would choose the latter between me and death. For such matters, Silver Dragon King Guyuna is completely indifferent. In her view, strong beings should naturally be together. As for whether they like each other, that is not important. How can this be? Upon hearing this, Black Dragon King Dtion immediately jumped up. Why not? Guyuna looked at Dtion expressionlessly. Because the other party is human. Yes, the master is a divine beast, while the other party is human. They cannot even be considered the same species. Under Guyuna's expressionless gaze, a drop of cold sweat slid down Dtion's forehead. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a somewhat suitable response. What's the big deal? The Medusa in the comparison video is not human either. In the end, didn't she live happily with Shen Cangqiong? Guyuna waved her hand. But there is no but. Black Dragon King Dtion wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Guyuna's wave. ZG and by G, you two come with me. Suppressing Black Dragon King Dtion, Guyuna turned to the one dragon and one goose, ZG and by G, and said in an unquestionable tone, yes. Facing the strong presence of Silver Dragon King Guyuna, the one dragon and one goose exchanged glances and could only smile bitterly in agreement. Seeing this, the remaining fierce beasts let out a helpless sigh, thinking to themselves that it was not enough for the master to go alone. But she even wanted to take ZG and by G along, especially Black Dragon King Dtion, who felt a sudden surge of green on his head. But this was the decision of Silver Dragon King Guyuna, and not to mention the other fierce beasts. Even Black Dragon King Dtion did not dare to express any opposition. Meanwhile, in the exclusive courtyard behind the Blue Tyrant Academy, Brother Cangqiong, you wouldn't really plan to sell the Martial Soul card and the 2 immortal herbs to the other world Su Shao gang, would you? At this time, the sky was already a bit bright, and Shui Yu Er simply decided not to sleep. Yes, I have his plan. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Why? Don't you really dislike Yu Shao gang? Shui Yu Er asked, puzzled. What else could it be? This guy probably doesn't have any good ideas up his sleeve. Before Shen Cangqiong could answer, Lu Erlong's voice came from inside the room. Shen Cangqiong had lived with her since he was little. so she knew him very well. Brother Cangqiong, is what Sister Erlong said true? Shui Yu blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Shen Cangqiong. Kind of. Shen Cangqiong smiled and said, then what do you plan to do? Seeing Shen Cangqiong acknowledge it, Shui Yu immediately became interested. Very simple. I can't tamper with a martial soul card, but those two immortal herbs, I can add a little something. For example, I can make you Xiao Gang gradually lose his abilities in that regard after consuming the two immortal herbs, and then slowly change his orientation. This knowledge was all learned from the golden finger that Shen Cangqiong had run into. Chapter 174. Zhu Zhuqing decides to join the Inner Academy. Look, I wasn't wrong. This kid usually pretends to be indifferent, but he's actually very mischievous inside. Lu Erlong's voice came out from the room again. Brother Cangqiong, you're so bad. Yu really likes it. Who would have thought that Shui Yu would not mind, but instead looked at Shen Cangqiong with admiration. I have something even worse. Do you want to try? Saying this, Shen Cangqiong didn't wait for Shui Yu to respond and pulled her towards the room, pushing Lu Erlong, who had just come out, back in. Soon, the sounds of Lu Erlong's scolding and Shui Yu's melodious singing echoed from inside the room. Behind the Blue Tyrant Academy. It's already past lunch. Why hasn't this guy come yet? Du Guyan lazily sat in the sun, constantly mumbling. What's the rush? He agreed to meet us at 1 in the afternoon, and it's only 12:30 now. Next to her, Yi Ling was reading a book. Upon hearing Du Guyan's complaints, she glanced at the time, then picked up the book again. I don't know what he wants to do with us. With so many people in the Blue Tyrant Academy, he only wants to take Jiangzhu, Xiao Wu, and the 3 of us out with him. Du Guyan squinted her eyes and said, he must be giving us immortal herbs. When Rong Rong and Xiang Xiang joined the Inner Academy, they each received an immortal herb. Xiao Wu speculated, those immortal herbs originally belonged to my Duga family. My grandpa is really foolish, giving them all to Shen Cangqiong. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. That's because Shen Cangqiong helped your grandpa detoxify. Your grandpa thanked him by giving him that treasure land. I heard Shen Cangqiong say that if he hadn't helped your grandpa would have lived at most another 10 years. Hearing Du Guyan's ungratefulness, Xiao Wu couldn't help but retort. Because of Shen Cangqiong, she no longer had to live in hiding, so she was naturally grateful to him. Therefore, in places where she could help Shen Cangqiong speak, Xiao Wu definitely wouldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. Even so, Shen Cangqiong was still too greedy. I often go to that treasure land and know very well that there are many, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside. He saved my grandpa's life, so I think giving him half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures is about right. After Xiao Wu's rebuttal, Du Guyan knew she was in the wrong, but her nature made her somewhat unwilling to back down. You're not wrong. If it's just to remove the toxins from your grandpa in you, then splitting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with me would indeed be enough. But if that's the case, then I and your Dugu family will have no future fate. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's voice suddenly sounded from behind Du Guyan and the others. You, how can you walk without making sound? You scared me. Also, who wants to have a fate with you? Perhaps because she was overheard while talking bad about Shen Cangqiong, Du Guyan felt a bit embarrassed and angry. It's not that I walk without making a sound, but rather that you were too engrossed in your complaints about me. As for having no fate with me, you might end up in tragedy. After finishing, Shen Cangqiong didn't care about Du Guyan's increasingly embarrassed expression and looked at Dai Mu Bai and the others who had gathered because of his arrival, saying, everyone disperse. Today you guys have free time. Great. Finally, I can take a day off. I'm going to drunken dream, build and have fun for a whole day and night. Ma Hongjun jumped up in excitement. Ma Hongjun, I advise you to be a bit more honest and calm. My cousin will arrive in a few days. Don't scare her away when the time comes. Seeing Ma Hongjun's lewd expression, Bai Qinxiang was quite displeased. Don't worry, Xiang. Once your cousin arrives, I definitely won't go out to play anymore. Ma Hongjun's bare paw clapped loudly. Let's go. Ignoring the excited Ma Hongjun, Shen Cangqiong waved to the few newcomers in the inner courtyard, including Du Guyan. Wait. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly blocked Shen Cangqiong's path. What's wrong? Shen Cangqiong stopped. Can I talk to you privately? Zhu Zhuqing said. Of course, follow me. You all wait here for a moment. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong took the lead and walked away. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you want to do? Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing wanted to talk to Shen Cangqiong alone, Dai Mubai suddenly had a bad feeling. Does it concern you? Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted. Then disregarding Dai Mubai's extremely unpleasant expression, she chased after Shen Cangqiong. Go ahead. What do you want to discuss with me? Stopping about 30 meters away from Yin and the others, Shen Cangqiong turned back to ask the following Zhu Zhuqing. I want to join the inner courtyard. In the past, only Ning Rongrong and Bai Chenxiang joined the inner courtyard, which didn't bother Zhu Zhuqing much. But now, as the number of female students in the team increased, and they were all members of the inner courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing felt an uneasy sense that she could be abandoned at any time. Are you really sure? Once you join my inner courtyard, you can't backtrack. Shen Cangqiong reminded. I'm sure. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. However, after I graduate, I will return to the Zhu family to handle some matters. But this could have significant repercussions. If you mind, then I'll forget about joining the inner courtyard. After pausing, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and spoke again. This was also one of the reasons Zhu Zhuqing had not chosen to join the inner courtyard of Lamba Academy. She had a cold personality, but her nature wasn't bad. She didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to the academy and her classmates because of her own reasons. If it weren't for the sudden and inexplicable sense of unease, she might never have joined the inner courtyard of Lamba Academy. How significant could it be? Even if you overturn the entire Star Luo Empire, so what? With me around, can the Star Luo Empire really turn against the heavens? Moreover, if a power can't even protect its own disciples, it might as well disband. Shen Cangqiong didn't care at all about the so-called significant repercussions that Zhu Zhuqing mentioned. A force without a title de law didn't have the right to speak. If it weren't for Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue being so foolish, taking years without successfully capturing the Tiando Empire and Star Luo Empire, if it were Shen Cangqiong, as long as he was willing, within a year, both Tiando and Star Luo would surely fall. All right, don't overthink it. Since you've decided to join the inner courtyard, you can come along now. Shen Cangqiong patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder, signaling her to follow. Chapter 175, Solving Yi Lingling's Martial Soul Problem, 2 hours later. Jiangzhu, this fairy herb is for you. Xiao Wu, this one is yours. Zhuqing, here, this is for you. Meng Yaran, come, take this, it's yours. In the eye of ice and fire, Shen Cangqiong selected the most suitable fairy herbs for Jiangzhu, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yaran based on the knowledge in his mind. What about me and Lung Long? Yin, seeing that Jiangzhu and the others had each taken their respective fairy herbs and started refining them according to Shen Cangqiong's instructions, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Don't worry, I have something else prepared for you. Let's talk about Lingling's problem first. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong looked at Yi Lingling. My problem? Is there something wrong with my martial soul? Yi Lingling asked. Your 9-heart begonia martial soul can only allow 2 people to possess it at the same time. Isn't that a problem? Shen Cangqiong retorted. This. Yi Lingling had nothing to say. Just as Shen Cangqiong said, among all the martial souls in the Doluo continent, only the Yi family's 9-heart begonia martial soul had this limitation. Since you say that, does it mean you have a way to solve the limitation of Lingling's family martial soul? Yin knew that Yi Lingling's family had experienced many tragedies because of this limitation of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Hard to say. How about this? You first summon your martial soul. I need to feel it carefully. Shen Cangqiong speculated that the 9-heart begonia martial soul was targeted by the divine realm because it was too strong. But whether this was the truth needed to be confirmed through careful examination. Okay, Yi Lingling nodded, and then a giant begonia flower appeared in her palms. That's enough. As expected, as soon as Shen Cangqiong swept his divine sense over the interior of the 9-heart begonia martial soul, he discovered a very subtle force within, constantly suppressing the essence of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. How is it? Yi Lingling looked at Shen Cangqiong with anticipation. I found the root cause. If Shen Cangqiong's perception is correct, that subtle force belongs to the Shura God. After all, Shen Cangqiong had been to the City of Slaughter and obtained the Killing God domain, so he was somewhat familiar with the power of the Shura God. Can it be resolved? Yin was even more anxious than Yi Lingling. Yes. However, it might be a bit painful. You need to endure it. It's just a small amount of Shura God's power without any follow-up strength, which isn't much for Shen Cangqiong. I can endure it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's expression became serious, her face resolute. Compared to the tragedies her Yi family had faced in the past, enduring a bit of pain was nothing. All right, I'm going to start. After saying that, Shen Cangqiong extended a finger and pointed at the 9-heart begonia martial soul still in Yi Lingling's palms. In the divine realm of the Doluo continent. Just as Shen Cangqiong was helping Yi Lingling expel the Shura God's power from her martial soul, the Shura God, far away in the divine realm, sensed that the power he left in the 9-heart begonia martial soul was rapidly dissolving. What's wrong, Shura? Noticing the fleeting anomaly from the Shura god, the life god king beside him asked suspiciously. It's nothing. The Shura god didn't dare to reveal what he had done on the Doluwa continent to the other four god kings. Otherwise, as the law enforcement deity of the divine realm, he would be breaking the law, and there is a high possibility that he would be jointly suppressed by the four guys in front of him. The reason is simple. Gods can have their own selfish motives, but they must be moderate. Otherwise, they would disrupt the rules that everyone has collectively established. If every deity acted on their own selfish desires without restraint, the entire divine realm would be thrown into chaos. Right? The life god king looked up and down at the Shura god. By the way, what have you all thought about my previous proposal to exile Doluwa Star? Seeing the life god king's obviously disbelieving gaze, the Shura god quickly recalled the topic from last time. Let's wait and see a bit longer. When it comes to serious matters, the life god king no longer scrutinized the Shura god, but instead presented the outcome of her discussion with the destruction god king. What else is there to wait for? The entire Doluwa Star has already fallen out of our control. If those soul beasts grow stronger again, it would be a catastrophe for our divine realm. And that's Shen Cangqiong. He is definitely an unstable factor. Don't forget how strong Shen Cangqiong was at his peak. I'm not underestimating myself. Facing Shen Cangqiong at his peak, even if all the deities of our divine realm attacked together, we wouldn't be able to withstand just one glance from him. Although the Shura god's proposal would ruin his own 1,000-year plan, it was still countless times better than being destroyed by others or having all his unspeakable plans exposed. From the comparative videos, it can be seen that Shen Cangqiong belongs to the lawful camp. As long as we don't offend him, he definitely won't come looking for trouble with us. Moreover, there are many beauties waiting for him in another world. I believe that once he regains some strength, he will definitely leave Doluwa continent to search for his original world. As for the soul beast issue, even the strongest dragon god at his peak was not our opponent. What can a severely injured dragon god, Avatar, stir up? Clearly, the evil god king's stance is the same as the life god king's. I hope you won't regret it in the future. After saying this, the Shura god stood up and left the conference hall. When words do not align, there is no need to say more. Since he couldn't persuade the four in front of him, he could only think of ways to prepare some backup plans for himself. On the other side, in the sunset forest, at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. All right. Shen Cangqiong withdrew his finger and said somewhat laboriously, Lingling, are you all right? Dugu Yin supported the already drenched Yi Lingling. Her eyes filled with worry. I'm Mifine. Yi Lingling closed her tired eyes and weakly shook her head. You should take Lingling to the room to rest for a while. Next, it's your turn. Shen Cangqiong pointed to a room not far away. I understand. Dugu Yin carried Yi Lingling on her back and quickly ran to her originally designated room. Brother Cangqiong, are you okay? Once Dugu Yin left with Yi Lingling, Shui Yuer, who had been standing by without speaking, looked at Shen Cangqiong with a pained expression. I'm fine. Just a bit of source energy was consumed. I will recover soon. Shen Cangqiong said. Then you should rest for a while. Shui Yuer forcibly helped Shen Cangqiong to sit down on a nearby chair, leaving Shen Cangqiong in a state of both amusement and exasperation. Chapter 176. The new martial spirits of the girls, are you all right? After a while, Dugu Yin returned after settling Yi Lingling and seeing Shen Cangqiong sitting in the chair resting, a ripple passed through her heart. No worries. Shen Cangqiong stood up and waved his hand. I now give you two choices. The first choice is, like them, I will find you the most suitable immortal herb. The second choice is to absorb the energy left behind by the Ice Dragon King. However, the energy left behind by the Ice Dragon King is too powerful, and I need to help you refine and absorb it. During this process, there will inevitably be some physical contact between us. So think carefully about how you want to choose. Shen Cangqiong continued. What is the Ice Dragon King? Also, what do you mean by physical contact? Specifically, what kind of contact? Dugu Yin knew that Shen Cangqiong asking her this question meant that refining and absorbing the so-called energy left by the Ice Dragon King would definitely yield more benefits than refining and absorbing the immortal herb. The Ice Dragon King is a divine beast. Explaining further would be too troublesome, so I won't go into it. As for the specific kind of contact you asked about, you can rest assured it won't be anything inappropriate, just holding hands tightly. If it weren't to repay the Dugu family, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't let Dugu Yin refine and absorb the Ice Dragon King's energy. A divine beast? Does that mean this Ice Dragon King is a deity? Dugu Yin's eyes widened. Exactly. It's for this reason that I said, I need to help you refine and absorb it. Shen Cangqiong said, is it really just holding hands tightly? In that moment, Dugu Yin's heart fluttered. Really? After all, I can't perform a big act in front of so many people, unless they are truly my own people. Otherwise, Shen Cangqiong has no such hobby. Yen said with a hint of annoyance. All right, I agree. Just holding hands tightly is still acceptable to Yen. Then let us get started. You should recover your state first. Once we finish with Yen, it will be your turn. Before pulling Yen away, Shen Cangqiong turned back and raised his eyebrows ambiguously at Shui Yuer. Upon seeing this, Shui Yuer's face turned slightly red, and she shyly nodded. She had been tossed around by Shen Cangqiong for the entire morning and was indeed a bit tired. Thus, after Shen Cangqiong and Yen left, she also found an empty room to sleep in. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Yuer, can you tell me what you and Shen Cangqiong were doing in that red and blue pool? Why did you make that kind of sound? At this moment, the bored Xiao Wu remembered the scene from 3 days ago. We didn't do anything, Shui Yuer said somewhat shyly. It's all that bad guy Shen Cangqiong's fault. He clearly told me not to say anything, yet he didn't say anything, but he directly showed it to others. Although Xiao Wu now seemed innocently asking what had happened that day, Shui Yuer could tell from Xiao Wu's seemingly smiling eyes that she had already seen through everything. Even Shrek's little dance isn't the only one who sees through everything. From the movements of the girls these past few days, Shui Yuer estimates that everyone present probably knows exactly what happened in the pool that day. Sigh. It's all the dirty demon king. Shui Yuer seid invatli. Really? I don't believe it. If nothing really happened, then what was that almost earth-shattering noise in the pool? Good Yuer. You should just tell us. We're all good sisters. What are you afraid of? Without mentioning how Shui Yuer wanted to complain, Xiao Wu was still persistent, shaking Shui Yuer's arm back and forth. Big White Rabbit, do you want me to pull you into the pool so you can experience that day's events firsthand? On the other side, Shen Cangqiong had just finished refining the True Soul Pill and Ascending Ring Pill when he saw Xiao Wu, the fiery rabbit, pestering Shui Yuer for those embarrassing matters, and immediately said irritably, You think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Wu let go of Shui Yuer, tightened her clothes to cover her not-so-prominent little hill. Here, this contains the True Soul Pills and Ascending Ring Pills I've refined these days. Shen Cangqiong ignored Xiao Wu and went straight to Shui Yuer, handing her 4 storage soul guides. Why 4? Shui Yuer was taken aback when she received the storage soul guides. 2 are for you, and 2 are for your sister Shui Binger. The red ones are True Soul Pills, and the blue ones are Ascending Ring Pills. Don't get them mixed up. Shen Cangqiong explained. For my sister? You don't have any thoughts about my sister, do you? But I can understand. My sister has that kind of hazy beauty. It might not seem like much at first glance, but the more you look, the more you discover her beauty. That said, if you really have a heart, I can help you ask her. Shui Yuer always liked to tease her sister. You girl. Shen Cangqiong rubbed his forehead in silence. Shen Cangqiong, help me take a look. What's the situation with my martial soul now? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered some issues with her martial soul and stepped forward to ask. Summon your martial soul so I could take a look. In fact, based on the knowledge given to Shen Cangqiong by his golden finger, he already knew what Xiao Wu's martial soul had evolved into without needing to look. Look, as she spoke, Xiao Wu twirled around. and a luminous white rabbit rushed out from a palace on the moon towards her. Your martial soul is called Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. If you fight at night, all your soul skills effects can be enhanced by 30%. Discovering that it was indeed as he thought, Shen Cangqiong recounted all the knowledge that came to his mind. Moon Palace Jade Rabbit? It can enhance all soul skills effects by 30% at night? What a pity. If only it could enhance all soul skills during the day too. Xiao Wu frowned and muttered, just right. Now that we have time, you all summon your martial souls for me to see. Ignoring Xiao Wu's whimsical thoughts, Shen Cangqiong turned to the other girls. Okay, the girls responded. Then each summoned their new martial souls. This is the reincarnation cat martial soul. It has 9 tails, each of which can help the soul master withstand 1 lethal attack. After each tail blocks a lethal attack, it will become ethereal and take 30 days to recover. At the same time, for each tail that becomes ethereal, the soul master's attributes will increase by 1% for 1 hour. Shen Cangqiong pointed to Zhu Zhuqing's new martial soul and said, Chapter 177, Return to Moon Pavilion. Zhuqing's new martial soul feels much stronger than mine, Xiao Wu said. But it can't be said that way. It mainly depends on how the individual uses it. If Zhuqing's new martial soul is used improperly, whether it's blocking lethal attacks or the ethereal tail's increasing attributes, it would be considered useless. If faced with a too strong opponent, even having 9 chances at survival won't help. If faced with a too weak opponent, it won't be used at all. Unlike your new martial soul, which can be used mindlessly at night. Shui Wearer had a different opinion. By the way, now that Zhu Qing's nether spirit cat martial soul has become the reincarnation cat martial soul, doesn't that mean she can no longer merge her martial soul with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul? At this point, Shui Wearer seemed to take pleasure in Zhu Qing's misfortune. Of course, this pleasure was not aimed at Zhu Qing, but at Dai Mubai. Even if my martial soul is still the nether spirit cat, I still won't merge my martial soul with Dai Mubai. Zhu Qing replied flatly. Clearly, Zhu Qing no longer had any emotional fluctuations because of Dai Mubai. Jiangzhu's new martial soul is called the Holy Staff. When summoned, a transparent protective shield appears within a radius of 1 meter centered on herself. This protective shield uses the Soul Master's soul power as energy and can defend against any attribute attack until the soul power is completely consumed. Shen Cangqiong did not join the conversation between Zhu Qing and Shui Wearer. After explaining the general situation of Zhu Qing's martial soul, he turned his attention to Jiangzhu. It can defend against any attribute attack. This is simply a godly skill that auxiliary soul masters dream of. Yi Lingling said with some envy. You don't need to envy Jiangzhu. Your new martial soul, the Holy Begonia, although it doesn't have a protective shield like Jiangzhu's, has significantly improved healing abilities. And the soul power consumed by using soul skills is only half that of the 9-heart Begonia martial soul. Shen Cangqiong said. Then what about my new martial soul? Du Guyan was a bit curious about the special abilities of her new martial soul. Your new martial soul is called Ice Dragon King. Shen Cangqiong thought it was reasonable to name it after the energy of the fallen Ice Dragon King. Does it have any special abilities? Du Guyan asked expectantly. It can immunize against ice attribute energy attacks. There's also a frost domain, and it emphasizes strength. This is already a god-level martial soul. In fact, Shen Cangqiong still felt a bit regretful. If Du Guyan was willing to cultivate under his protection in the Eye of Ice and Fire, her Ice Dragon King martial soul would definitely become stronger. However, to cultivate in the Eye of Ice and Fire, one must have the red fruit. And since Du Guyan was unwilling, Shen Cangqiong had no way. It's my turn. Seeing that Shen Cangqiong had introduced and explained everyone's new martial souls, Shui Wearer urged from his side. Your new martial soul is called 5 Elements Dolphin. The special ability is to be immune to energy attacks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. It has a 5-element domain. This is also a divine-level martial soul. Naturally, for his beloved, Shen Cangqiong prepares good things for them. This little thing is surprisingly strong. Shui Wearer looked at the colorful dolphins swimming beside her, occasionally coming to her front to act cute, and couldn't help but be astonished. All right, we have been out for several days. It's time to go back. After saying this, Shui Wearer finished discussing her new martial soul, and since the task was completed, under Shen Cangqiong's orders, the girls quickly retracted their new martial souls, tidied up their personal belongings, and followed Shen Cangqiong out of the ice and fire to Innate. Night Moon Xian. Didn't I ask you to come to the Blue Tyrant Academy when you had free time during the day? Why didn't you come? In a luxuriously decorated yet unconventional room, Tang Yuehua was sitting quietly and daydreaming, not even noticing when Shen Cangqiong appeared. Startled by the sudden voice, Tang Yuehua almost lost her composure on the spot. You still haven't answered my question. Shen Cangqiong ignored Tang Yuehua's angry glare and sat down on her fragrant couch. You haven't been at the Blue Tyrant Academy these days. What was I supposed to do there? Tang Yuehua said expressionlessly. Really disobedient. I even brought you a gift back. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out a jade box. I don't want it. Tang Yuehua didn't even look at the jade box in Shen Cangqiong's hand. Really don't want it? Shen Cangqiong's mouth curled into a playful smile. No. Tang Yuehua was very firm. Then forget it. I originally want to give you a fairy herb since you can't cultivate, to help your martial soul evolve into one that can be cultivated. With a sigh, Shen Cangqiong pretended to put the jade box away into his storage soul guide. Wait. Hearing that Shen Cangqiong was actually going to give her a fairy herb, Tang Yuehua immediately called to stop. What's wrong? Shen Cangqiong found it amusing, but put on a disappointed expression. Is this jade box really filled with a fairy herb that can help my martial soul evolve? Tang Yuehua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of being able to cultivate, and asked, Of course. If you don't believe it, take a look. Shen Cangqiong opened the jade box, and immediately a fragrant medicinal aroma that made Tang Yuehua feel comfortable wafted out. Are you really planning to give me this fairy herb? This is a priceless treasure worth 100 billion comparison video points. Tang Yuehua felt very unsettled inside. No, you are mistaken. To me, you are the real priceless treasure. Shen Sanxiong looked at Tang Yuehua and said seriously. You. Tang Yuehua had heard this kind of talk countless times before, but she never took it to heart. However, when it came from this young man who was young enough to be her grandson, it made her feel a moment of daze. Take it. This is specially selected for you. Shen Sanxiong handed the jade box to Tang Yuehua. On the other side, Tang Yuehua hesitated for several seconds and silently accepted the jade box that Shen Sanxiong handed over. She knew that this gift, no matter what she said, would seem pale and powerless. Yuehua. Seeing Tang Yuehua accept the jade box, Shen Sanxiong smiled and took her jade hand, pulling her onto the couch. I've accepted the gift. It's getting late. You can go now. This time, Tang Yuehua did not break free from Shen Sanxiong's grasp, but lowered her head and said, I'm not leaving tonight. The atmosphere had been built up to this point. Even if he was beaten to death, Shen Sanxiong wouldn't leave. Thus, under Tang Yuehua's half-push and half-acceptance, Shen Sanxiong once again successfully broke through. Chapter 178. Leaving the Four Elements Academy. Xiao Wu's new outfit. Again, several hundred words were deleted, but I have supplemented new content. As the moon rabbit sets in the west and the golden crow rises in the east, the sky reveals a fish belly white. Yuehua, when I return, don't forget to refine and absorb that fairy herb. I'll come tomorrow to help you hunt for soul rings. At this moment, Shen Sanxiong looked at Tang Yuehua, who was so tired she didn't even want to open her eyelids, and reminded her, I know. By the way, have you practiced in these years? Shen Sanxiong asked. At first, I didn't believe that I could never break through level 9, so I practiced every day. After practicing for a full 5 years, I realized that no matter how hard I tried, my soul power level couldn't break through level 9. In despair, I gave up and stopped practicing. If it were before, Tang Yuehua wouldn't want to talk about this at all, but now it's different. With the fairy herb that can evolve her martial soul, her hope has returned, so she naturally didn't mind reminiscing about the hardships. All right, since it's still early, let us rest for a while. Seeing the fatigue in Tang Yuehua's eyes, Shen Sanxiong ended the topic. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua felt a warmth rising in her heart and closed her eyes with a smile on her lips. At noon, in the number 1 private room of the Blue Tyrant Academy cafeteria, Brother Cangqiong, I'll return to the Heavenly Water Academy after lunch. Shui Yuek said with a gloomy face, glaring resentfully at her sister, Shui Binger, sitting opposite her. You guys from the Heavenly Water Battle Team have also been out for quite a while. It's indeed time to go back. Don't worry. We will meet every 7 days from now on. Besides, if I have time, I will also go to the Heavenly Water Academy to see you. Shen Sanxiong comforted while stroking Shui Yuer's hair. All right, it can only be like this. But we agreed that you would come to the Heavenly Water Academy to see me when you have time. Shui Yuer initially had a downcast face, but then she perked up. Truly, a girl can't stay too long. On the other side, Shui Binger saw her sister, who had been causing a fuss for a long time, was completely settled by just a few words from Shen Sanxiong, and she couldn't help but emit a sigh that only parents would make. Humph. Ignoring her sister's sentiment, Shui Yuer coldly huffed and directly ignored it. Shen Sanxiong, should we advance the plan for the otherworldly mission? So far, the whole family has helped me and my brother acquire 500,000 points. It's estimated that in about a month, the 400,000 points we need will be about enough. At this time, Huo Wu said, I don't mind. As long as you have enough points there, it's fine. No matter if it's 3 months later or 1 month later, it's the same for Shen Sanxiong. All right. Then I'll talk to Yao Zi and the others in the bullet screen area. Huo Wu nodded. I don't understand why some people are willing to sell their comparison video points. Don't they know that holding on to points means having a future? Although Bai Chunxiang is poor, she has never thought about selling her points. You are from a noble family, so your actions are naturally different from those of ordinary people. For those ordinary people who cannot cultivate, it may take decades to exchange points for something they desire. But how many decades can those ordinary people have in their lifetime? So, rather than waiting until they are gray-haired to exchange for something they admired decades ago, it's better to sell the points now to make their current days more comfortable. Jiang Zhu's mother is an ordinary person who cannot cultivate, so she understands the thoughts of ordinary people very well. You are mistaken. During the most difficult times for our Min family, we often went hungry, even worse than some beggars, let alone comparing ourselves to ordinary people. Yet, even in those times, we never thought about selling some cultivation resources. Bai Qinxiang used to be so thin because she often went hungry when she was young. It's only now that she has joined the inner academy of Lamba Academy, and with no worries about food and clothing besides cultivation, she has gained a little weight. I think it mainly comes down to different mindsets. No matter how down and out a noble family is, their internal education is completely different from that of ordinary people. Shui Binger shook her head. Perhaps. In this regard, Jiang Zhu had to admit that Shui Binger was somewhat right. Since becoming a soul master, she had come into contact with some noble children in the academy. And although they were from smaller families, their mindset was indeed completely different from that of ordinary people. As the time passed, amidst the laughter of everyone, the banquet gradually came to an end. Brother Cangqiong, remember to think of me every day. At the gate of Tiando City, Shui Yuer waved goodbye to Shen Cangqiong, turning back 3 times. Okay. Shen Cangqiong waved back, agreeing. Let us go. Don't make it feel like a farewell. Shui Binger pulled Shui Yuer and pushed her into the carriage. You're annoying. Remember, you're the younger sister, and I'm the older sister. How many times have I told you? You shouldn't be managing me. It should be me managing you. As the carriage began to move slowly, Shui Yuer's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Being young is great. Lu Erlong looked at the gradually receding carriage, listening to the laughter from inside, and sighed. You're not that old either. At this time, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't act foolishly. Hee, I'll take that as a compliment. Let us go. The carriage has already gone far. After saying that, Lu Erlong turned around and walked towards the direction of Lamba Academy. Xiaowu, that outfit of yours is nice. It looks much better than the pink outfit you wore before. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong nodded and then shifted his attention to Xiaowu. It was Rongrong and Yuer who dragged me to buy it. They paid for it too. Xiaowu felt a bit embarrassed. Money is no big deal. The key is, you look really good in it. It should be said that your current outfit truly matches your ranking on the Rouge list. Ning Rongrong said. Yes. The silver pink outfit is exactly the same as what you wore in the comparison video when you grew up. Rongrong is right. This version of you is worthy of your ranking on the Rouge list. Shen Cangqiong fully agreed. Chapter 179. Preparing to help Ain transform. Speaking of which, it seems like something is missing. I just remembered, we're missing a rabbit cloak. With that rabbit cloak, Xiao would not only be beautiful, but also very cute. After a pause, Shen Cangqiong thought of another question. That comparison video just came out not long ago. The merchants in Tiando City Haven Tea had time to replicate all the clothing styles worn by Xiaowu in the comparison video 1-to-1. However, last night, when we took Xiaowu to buy clothes, we already ordered 100 rabbit cloaks from the best merchant in Tiando City. Ningrongrong site. 100 sets is too much. I can't wear them all. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt a bit helpless. It doesn't matter. After all, they aren't expensive. Ningrongrong sruket. I wonder if we will have our own exclusive outfits in the future. I feel that the silver pink outfit Xiaowu is wearing and that light pink rabbit cloak are specially designed for her. Bai Qinxiang said with some anticipation. Who knows? That said, Ning Rongrong also had considerable expectations in her heart. Xiaowu already had a complete outfit that highlighted her beauty and cuteness, so naturally. She wanted a set that could fully showcase her own characteristics. By the way, Shen Cangqiong, when I went to water Ain today, she asked me when you plan to help her transform. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang suddenly remembered a Yin's matter. I'll talk to her later. Even if Ain didn't ask, Shen Cangqiong planned to help her transform in the next few days. All right, I want to interfere with this matter. Bai Qinxiang nodded. You brought Tang Hao's wife back. Hearing Bai Qinxiang and Shen Cangqiong discussing Ain's matters, Yin had a strange expression. She recalled the reasons and evaluations for Shen Cangqiong being on the scum list in the comparison video. Yes, it's not safe for Ain to stay there any longer. Shen Cangqiong said. Is that so? Yin's expression became even more peculiar, and she secretly thought, I think it's actually the most unsafe for Ain to stay by your side. Is there a problem with that? Seeing Yin's increasingly strange expression, Shen Cangqiong asked. No, Yin thought. Forget it. After all, Tang Hao isn't a good person, and it's fine for him to be greened by Shen Cangqiong. This could be considered as indirectly taking a breath from my Dugu family. While everyone was talking, Shen Cangqiong and his group returned to Lamba Academy. Following Lu Erlong, they went to his office to handle the academy's affairs, while Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and others returned to their dormitory to cultivate. Shen Cangqiong, feeling bored, also returned to his exclusive courtyard on the back mountain. Ian, how'd you been these days? Entering the courtyard, Shen Cangqiong kicked away the husky that was hanging around Ian and sat down to stroke Ian's leaves. Not bad. That girl named Bai Qinxiang has been very dedicated to me. Ian transmitted a wave of mental energy. She is very kind and was the only one in my team who truly took care of you. This was also why Shen Cangqiong entrusted the task of taking care of Ian to Bai Qinxiang. Because, apart from Bai Qinxiang, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were really not suitable for this job. If it were given to Ning Rongrong, who knows how Ian would be taken care of, and if given to Xiao Wu, with her carefree demeanor, it wouldn't be long before Ian was forgotten in a corner. She's kind, so you keep bullying her? Ian's tone was somewhat displeased when talking about this. What did I bully her? Who told you that? Shen Cangqiong was speechless. I saw it. You often make her do this and that. In fact, what Ian didn't say was that Bai Chenxiang often murmured when alone. And combined with what she had seen with her own eyes, she naturally stood on by Chenxiang's side. What do you know? I'm making her do things for her own benefit. Not to mention, apart from Lu Erlong and Xue Yuer, Bai Chenxiang had received the most benefits from him. It was a fact that Shen Cangqiong liked to bully Bai Chenxiang, and it was also true that he wanted to help her. If you want to help Bai Chenxiang, why not just give her the benefits directly? I was still so naive. Without merit or hard work, giving a benefit occasionally was naturally fine, but if done frequently, it might instead cause trouble for Bai Chenxiang. Shen Cangqiong educated the silly little grass in front of him, who had already fallen once due to her naivety but had not made any progress. Ian fell silent. After Shen Cangqiong's reminder, she also reacted. She put herself in the situation, thinking that if someone kept giving her benefits, over time, it would indeed become a burden. If she liked that person, it'd be fine at worst, she would give herself in return. But if she didn't like that person, she would probably always feel inferior in front of them. There's a saying that goes, great kindness can lead to great enmity. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Now, I'll help you transform, Shen Cangqiong said. Have you thought of a way? Upon hearing this, Ian's spirit was lifted. In fact, since the comparison video opened the function of exchanging points for items, it had become very simple to supplement your cultivation years, as long as you had enough comparison video points. However, your soul rings are still with Tang Hao, and cannot be retrieved, which has greatly increased the difficulty of your transformation. But there's always a way out. I have a celestial grass here, called Reincarnation. It can help you. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out a red celestial grass. Why do I feel something is off about this celestial grass? Ian excitedly sensed the celestial grass that was said to help her, but after a moment, she felt somewhat puzzled. It's a poisonous celestial grass. This is also why I got those celestial grasses from Dugabo long ago, but only now am I preparing to help you transform, Shen Cangqiong explained. Poisonous? Ian's branches and leaves, which had been shaking excitedly just now, came to a halt. Yes, Shen Cangqiong nodded. Are you confident? Ian was silent for a moment before asking. Yes, as long as this grass is used as a guide, along with other medicinal materials, we can suppress the side effects of reincarnation. Saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out another celestial grass and waved it in front of Ian. Wouldn't this be a bit wasteful? We have no relationship at all, and you're giving me 2 celestial grasses worth billions of points all at once. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in the future. Ian was somewhat excited, but also hesitant. It's fine. This is what I promised you when I brought you to Lamba Academy. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand, showing no signs of distress. So when do we start? As soon as she asked, Ian felt a bit embarrassed after all. Just a second ago, she was worried about the waste, and now she was suddenly eager. In 7 days. I haven't had time to buy the other auxiliary medicines yet. It was only when I went to the Ice and Fire Two-Eyed Eye this time and saw these 2 celestial grasses that I suddenly thought of this unconventional method. Shen Cangqiong didn't mind Ian's inconsistency and thought for a moment before giving a clear timeline. Thank you. Under the curious gaze of the husky, Ian and Shen Cangqiong gazed at each other for a long time before Ian emitted an indistinct wave. The next day at noon, Yuxian. How's the refining and absorption of the celestial grass going? Shen Cangqiong swaggered into Tang Yuehua's room, looking at Tang Yuehua, who was packing her luggage, and asked. Very smoothly. Tang Yuehua did not turn around, putting a beautiful suitcase into her storage soul guide. That's good. Do you need to prepare anything else? If not, we can leave now. Shen Cangqiong said. Let's go. I'm all ready. Yesterday, Tang Yuehua was so excited about the evolution of her martial soul that she didn't fall asleep until after 5 in the morning. Otherwise, she would have been waiting for Shen Cangqiong to arrive while still organizing her luggage. I don't know what your soul power level is now. However, if all goes well, reaching level 20 shouldn't be a problem. While going downstairs, Shen Cangqiong sensed Tang Yuehua's soul power and found that the fluctuations of her soul power far exceeded the limit of level 10. It shouldn't be that high, right? Tang Yuehua only knew that celestial grass was a good thing, but didn't fully understand what benefits refining and absorbing celestial grass brought, or what it represented. You're underestimating the effects of celestial grass. Celestial grass not only evolves your martial soul, but also has the effect of increasing soul power levels. Coupled with your original level 9 soul power, it's not impossible for your soul power to directly rise to level 20 after you absorb your first soul ring. Shen Cangqiong remembered that in the original work, the Shrek 7 monsters generally increase their soul power levels by 5 to 6 levels after absorbing those celestial grasses. Moreover, the most important thing is that at that time, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters were already over 20 to 30 levels. The soul power required to improve these two realms is much more than that needed to raise the level of a soul master by about 10 levels. If that's the case, then what I owe you is increasing. Tang Yuehua said with a complex expression. There's no need to think too much. If you really want to repay me in some way, then just perform well during the game. As she spoke, Shan Santian's gaze swept over Tang Yuehua. Pomegranate. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua glared at Shan Sangtian, hurried a few steps, and jumped onto the carriage. Young Master Shen, where are we going? At this time, the coachman of the carriage hesitated for a moment when he saw Shan Sangtian also jumping onto the carriage, and instead of asking Tang Yuehua, he directly asked Shen Sangtian. To Hanhai City. Upon hearing this, Shen Sangtian nodded in satisfaction at the very understanding coachman, feeling that this coachman had broadened his path. Aren't we supposed to hunt for soul rings? What are we going to Hanhai City for? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Sangtian, who had lifted the curtain to enter, puzzled. We're going to hunt for the soul rings of sea soul beasts. Those sea soul beasts are the beasts of the sea god, and Shen Sangtian would feel very pleased when he cuts them down. At least, before the sea soul beasts completely rebelled against the sea god. They were all regarded as hostile forces in Shen Sangtian's heart. Why go through all this trouble? Why seek the distant when the near is available? There should be suitable soul rings for me in the Stardew Forest as well. Tang Yuehua couldn't understand why Shen Sangtian chose to go to the farther Hanhai City instead of the closer Stardew Forest. I hate the sea god, and those sea soul beasts are the subordinates of the sea god. Do you understand? This is not a secret, and Shen Sangtian naturally would not hide it. I see. Tang Yuehua had seen Shen Sangtian's hatred for the sea god from the character comparisons in the video, but she did not expect that his hatred had reached the level of hating everything associated with it. By the way, you haven't seen what my new martial soul is yet, have you? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua summoned her new martial soul. This should be the 9 Heavens Xianzheng martial soul, right? It's an instrument type, control, martial soul. It matches you quite well. It's much more elegant than you wielding the Haotian hammer to smash people. Shen Sangtian had a fairy herb that could restore Tang Yuehua's martial soul to its original form, turning it back into the Haotian hammer. However, the image of such a beautiful woman using the Haotian hammer was too eye-watering, and Shen Sangtian quickly abandoned that thought after a brief imagination. Do you recognize this martial soul? Tang Yuehua had only tried out some basic abilities of her new martial soul yesterday, but she did not know much about its other basic information. I do. When I was a child, I read a book called Soul Master Encyclopedia of Doluo Continent. Of course, this is still just an excuse woven from Shan Sangtian's understanding based on the character comparisons in the video. Oh right, this was mentioned in the character comparison video. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded and didn't doubt anything. Although your new martial soul is not a god-level martial soul, it will still grant you a Xian domain. Shen Sangtian said, Xian domain? No wonder. I was wondering why every time I summoned this new martial soul, I always felt that my surroundings suddenly changed a bit. It turns out it was due to the domain. In fact, Tang Yuehua's original martial soul also had a domain, but she was well aware of how precious martial souls with innate domains were. So, she had never considered the domain aspect before. The Xian domain will expand its range slowly as your strength increases. Within the Xian domain, opponents cannot defend against any of your soul skills and can only rely on their own strength to withstand. Having the Xian domain can also be considered a special ability of your martial soul. Shen Sangtian continued. To be honest, I originally thought that as long as I could have an ordinary martial soul to cultivate, I would be very satisfied. As a result, you gave me such a huge surprise. At this moment, Tang Yuehua truly felt an impulse to perform well during the game. Chapter 181. Announcement of the team rankings. Just as Tang Yuehua was feeling restless, the voice that echoed through the 2 Doluo Continent worlds from the comparison video rang out again. Today, the positive rankings of the team rankings will be announced, along with the 5th character comparison. Inside the carriage that Shen Sangtian and Tang Yuehua were riding, the announcement of new rankings and character comparisons was starting again. This comparison video is really prolific. Shen Sangtian couldn't help but complain as he looked at the comparison video that brightened up in the sky again. I have to say, this runaway golden finger is really diligent. In the past, when reading such novels in the original world, many golden fingers would release a ranking or conduct a character comparison every 3 months, 6 months, or even a year or several years. But this one basically makes some noise every few days. At this moment, Tang Yuehua, who was entangled in her thoughts, suddenly laughed out loud upon hearing Shen Santian's complaints about the comparison video. This was the first time she had laughed so sincerely in front of anyone other than her parents, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, since failing to awaken the Haotian hammer martial soul at the age of 6. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Shen Santian rolled his eyes. Yes. You're right. Tang Yuehua covered her mouth and chuckled. This time, the positive team rankings will be based on the final rankings of the various teams in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. We will now announce the positive team rankings. 20th place, vacant. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent increase of 10 in cultivation speed. Main team members rewards. Permanent increase of 5 in cultivation speed. Substitute team members rewards. Permanent increase of 1 in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent increase of 10 in cultivation speed for all current students and faculty of the academy. Note 1. If an academy sends out multiple teams and obtains 2 or more team rankings, the academy rewards can stack. Note 2. A team can have a maximum of 10 members. Note 3. Participants in the elite competition must not be over the age of 25. The chief dream machine of the variant Do World Tian Do Royal Academy. This is bad. Our academy's first team is short 2 main players. It seems that getting a good ranking will be difficult. Variant 1 of the Doloa World. Chief of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Li Wudi. What a joke. Even if your Tiando Royal Academy team is fully staffed, there's no way you'll achieve any decent ranking. To put it bluntly, those oddities in your Tiando Royal Academy, without guaranteed spots, I estimate your so-called first team might not even pass the preliminaries. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Headmaster of the Spirit Hall Academy, Zhang Xinghe. In this elite competition, all guaranteed spots will be cancelled. Everything must be fought for with one's own strength. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Chief of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Li Wudi. Our Star Luo Royal Academy absolutely supports Headmaster Zhang's proposal. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Headmaster of Sparta Academy. Sparta. Our Sparta Academy also supports Headmaster Zhang's proposal. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Headmaster of Lingfeng Academy, Jiang Shui. Our Lingfeng Academy supports it too. Rank 15, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent 60 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 30 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 6 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 60 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. Rank 10, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent 110 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 55 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 11 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 110 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. Rank 5, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent 160 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 80 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 16 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 160 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. Rank 3, position pending. Team Captain's Reward. Permanent 200 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 100 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 20 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 200 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Anonymous. The rewards have suddenly increased. Variant 2 of the original Doloa World, Anonymous. Yeah. I thought the captain's reward would only increase by 10 for each rank. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Anonymous. That's normal. After all, the top 3 ranks and the lower ranks are completely different in meaning. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Anonymous. What I'm more concerned about now is how many teams the Lamba Academy will send and how many spots they will get on the team ranking. Variant 2 of the original Dole World, Anonymous. I think Lamba Academy will send at least 2 teams. One team will be Ning Rongrong's group. The other team will be led by Shen Cangqiong with 9 bystanders. Variant 1 of the Doloa World, Anonymous. Good idea. Just don't know if Shen Cangqiong, the strongest in the world, can compete on stage. Variant 2 of the original Doluo world, Anonymous. You said it yourself, Shen Cangqiong is the strongest in the world. If he insists on participating, who can stop him? In the past, even if he got first place, he wouldn't gain much other than some fame. Maybe if others had reasonable objections, Shen Cangqiong wouldn't participate. But now, with the rewards for the team rankings, any reasonable reason will become unreasonable. Variant 1 of the Doluo world, Anonymous. I support Shen Cangqiong participating. Honestly, if it weren't for the age limit, I want to find an academy to join and compete. Variant 2 of the original Doluo world, Anonymous. Age doesn't matter. Anyway, whichever academy has the greatest increase in cultivation speed. I'll just go to that academy to be a teacher or a student. Chapter 182. The fifth character comparison begins. Rank 2. Position pending. Team captain's reward. Permanent 260 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 130 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 26 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 260 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. Rank 1. Position pending. Team captain's reward. Permanent 350 increase in cultivation speed. Main team members reward. Permanent 175 increase in cultivation speed. Substitute team members reward. Permanent 35 increase in cultivation speed. Academy reward. Permanent 350 increase in cultivation speed for all current staff and students of the academy. The team rankings have been announced, and the rewards will be distributed in real time at the end of the elite competition of the high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. Inside Shen Cangqiong's carriage. Now that the team rankings have come out, you should choose to participate in this elite competition, right? Tang Yuehua asked, retracting her gaze from the comparison video. Of course, just as some people in the barrage said, Shen Cangqiong is now thinking about forming a team by himself, letting Ming Rongrong, Bai Chunxiang, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Jiang Zhu form Team 2, while Dong Huiyin, Yi Lingling, and Ming Yaran make up Team 3, aiming to secure the top 3 spots on the team rankings. Then it seems that the first place on the team rankings is already a certainty. Tang Yuehua said, though it might sound a bit arrogant, the first place is indeed already in my pocket. Shen Cangqiong nodded. Virtue. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes. However, the timing of this comparison video announcing the team rankings is indeed timely, allowing all forces ample time to strategize. If the comparison video were released just a few days before the elite competition started, or only announced after it ended, it would definitely drive many forces that couldn't prepare in time crazy, as Tang Yuehua guessed at this moment. Whether it was the super forces like the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex School, or the major forces like the Tiando Star Luo and the 4 lower schools, or the medium to upper-tier forces like the 4 Elements Academy. The true decision-makers within them had gathered together to begin preparations for this elite competition. Next, let's start the 5th character comparison, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Now, let's begin with the Shen Cangqiong chapter. Blue Tyrant Academy Principal's Office. I just heard the news. This time, BB Dong prepared 3 high-age soul bones for the champion team of the elite competition. I estimate that she is certain her Spirit Hall team will definitely become champions. That's why she is being so generous. I wonder what expression BB Dong will have when she sees your strength in the finals. Lu Erlong, who just returned from the Spirit Hall branch, patted Shen Cangqiong's shoulder boisterously and laughed heartily. Isn't that funny? Your grudge with BB Dong is all because of Yu Xiaojiang. But now you have nothing to do with Yu Xiaojiang at all, so why hold on to BB Dong? Shen Cangqiong said as he brushed Lu Erlong's hand away. That's true. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately laughed and said, however, it's not easy to see BB Dong's joke. Without Yu Xiaojiang, that doesn't stop me from laughing at her. Be careful not to provoke BB Dong. Otherwise, she might take you seriously. You should know, she still sees you as a rival for Yu Xiaojiang. Shen Cangqiong knows very well how infatuated BB Dong is with Yu Xiaojiang. Even if Lu Erlong doesn't laugh at BB Dong is probably thinking every second about how to deal with Lu Erlong, her perceived rival. If Lu Erlong keeps providing BB Dong with excuses to find trouble, BB Dong might wake up laughing even in her sleep. I'm already in 99th level peerless doll. If BB Dong dares to find trouble with me, I'll definitely let her know why the flowers are so red. Lu Erlong clenched his fist. BB Dong is much more terrifying than you think. Don't say you're just a 99th level peerless doll. Even half-god level powerhouses would be easily wiped out by BB Dong. Shen Cangqiong shook his head and reminded. Is she that strong? Lu Erlong asked doubtfully. Let me put it this way. At the same soul power level, The only one who can definitely win against BB Dong is me. The only one who can compete with BB Dong without clear victory or defeat is Shui Binger from Tianshui Academy. Besides them, even the older half-god level powerhouses like Poseidon, Qian Daolu, and Tang Chun would be easily handled by BB Dong. Shen Sanqiong said, since she's that strong, then why is her reputation so much lower than Tang Hao, who is from the same era? Lu Erlong was somewhat puzzled. It's about being low-key. Just like me, aside from you, very few people know about my strength. As for why Tang Hao is so famous, it's entirely because of this foolish vanity. He even schemed against his own older brother Tang, Xiao, just to become famous and satisfy his vanity. When it comes to Tang Hao, Shen Sanqiong's expression and tone were filled with disdain. Oh, Tang Hao schemed against his older brother Tang Xiao. What's the story behind that? Lu Erlong became interested. The exclusive title of Hao Yin de Law, which belongs to the Hao Yin sect, was originally supposed to belong to Tang Xiao. However, Tang Hao somehow managed to take this exclusive title of the Hao Yin sect for himself. You should know that the title of Hao Yin de Law has always belonged exclusively to the current sect master of the Hao Yin sect. Why does Tang Hao have to use this title? In the end, Shen Sanqiong couldn't help but spit. It really seems to be the case. Yes, I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. Could it be that the previous sect master of the Hao Yin sect actually wanted Tang Hao to be the next sect master, which is why he tacitly accepted this matter? Lu Erlong had a gossipy expression. Chapter 183. The role of immortal herbs fully exposed. No. One variant de Law World Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Brother Cangqiong is so smart. He can think of things that no one has ever thought of before. No. One variant de Law World Qihua Academy Huowu. What Shen Sanqiong said makes a lot of sense. It is clearly extremely unreasonable for someone else to use the exclusive title that belongs solely to the sect master. No. One variant de Law World Anonymous. Isn't it possible that Tang Hao got the title of Hao Yin de Law because he entered the title Dual Realm earlier than Tang Xiao? No. One variant de Law World Anonymous. You're just a loyal follower of Tang Hao, aren't you? It has been said that the title of Hao Yin de Law belongs to the sect master of the Hao Yin sect, and even Tang Hao has no right to use it casually. This has nothing to do with whether Tang Hao entered the title Dual Realm faster than Tang Xiao. Number one variant de Law World Anonymous. Still the same saying. Perhaps. As Shen Sanqiong said before, there are no normal people in the Hao Yin sect. Discussing this here is meaningless. Let's continue watching. The comparison video continues. Tang Xiao is not weaker than Tang Hao. Moreover, Tang Xiao is the eldest son. Unless the previous sect master of the Hao Yin sect went crazy, how could he possibly pass the position of sect master to Tang Hao? Shen Sanqiong shook his head, denying Lu Erlong's speculation. You can't say that. Just like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they have Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng competing for the position of the next sect master. The family tests them based on who is stronger to become the sect master, not based on who is older. Lu Erlong was somewhat unconvinced. That's different. Although Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng are also direct descendants of this generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they are ultimately not the direct descendants of the family head. That's why Yu Yuanjin would let Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng compete. Do you believe it? If Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianheng were direct descendants of the family head, and both had similar cultivation talents, the next family head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would definitely be the older one. The younger one wouldn't even have the qualification to compete. Shen Sanqiong said, forget it. I can't argue with you. In any case, the truth behind why Tang Hao obtained the title of Hao Yin de Law, which is exclusive to the sect master of the Hao Yin sect, is something we outsiders can hardly guess. If what you said is true, that Tang Hao plotted against Tang Xiao, then under heaven, besides Tang Hao himself, even Tang Xiao, that poor creature, probably doesn't know what the truth of the matter is. It's not that Lu Erlong suddenly lost interest in this gossip, but rather that she suddenly reacted and realized the problem. Honestly, why do you know so much about BB Dong? Do you have some unspeakable relationship with her? In the past, when I asked you, you always diverted the topic elsewhere. This time, I won't be led astray by you again. Lu Erlong glared fiercely at Shen Sanqiong, clearly indicating that if he didn't clarify things today, this matter wouldn't be over. I just want to tell you that enemies should be resolved, not deepened. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Besides, in terms of our relationship, BB Dong can't compare at all. Shen Sanqiong protested his innocence. He hadn't even met BB Dong once, and even if he had such thoughts, he couldn't act on them at this stage. Huh? Lu Erlong directly ignored Shen Sanqiong's first two sentences, but his third sentence made her believe him a bit. Lu Erlong, and Shen Sanqiong already had the closest relationship, In this regard, Bibi Dong, who only had Yu Xiaojing in her heart, couldn't compare to her at all. Cangqiong, actually, I don't oppose you having other beauties. But this kind of thing must let me know. Do you understand? Lu Erlong spoke very seriously. Don't worry. Shen Cangqiong also nodded seriously. Humph. Finally showing your true colors. Huh. Still trying to fool me. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree without thinking, Lu Erlong's expression darkened a few shades. When did you become so smart? Shen Cangqiong broke out in a sweat, feeling a bit awkward. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong is not someone to be trifled with. You should be careful not to be used by her without realizing it. This woman will do anything for Yu Xiaojing, especially if she finds out that the immortal grass can help Yu Xiaojing break the forever insurmountable limitation of level 29 soul power. She might go to great lengths to get the immortal grass. Lu Erlong understood Bibi Dong's thoughts very well, because there was a time when she was just like that, willing to do anything for Yu Xiaojing. As long as she could offer enough benefits, what would it matter to exchange a piece of immortal grass? Shen Cangqiong shrugged indifferently. You're quite generous. Didn't you say that as long as you refine and absorb any of these immortal grasses, a genius soul master will have the qualifications to become a deity? Lu Erlong said. You also said that it must be a soul master who is originally a genius. Only then can they obtain the qualifications to become a deity after refining and absorbing it. But is Yu Xiaojing a genius? Shen Cangqiong scoffed. Variant Doloal World Anonymous. Wow, this immortal grass, after refining and absorbing it, actually allows a genius soul master to have the qualifications to become a deity. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Variant Doloal World Anonymous. If someone else said this, I might express doubt. But since it came from Shen Cangqiong's mouth, I have no doubt about it. Original Doloal World Anonymous. Why didn't I find out sooner? Otherwise, I could have secretly taken a piece before Poison Doloal moved those immortal grasses. Original Doloal World Poison Doloal. Kid, you're quite brave. You actually want to steal my immortal grass. Original Doloal World Anonymous. I accidentally let my true thoughts slip out. Senior Dugabo, can you just pretend you didn't hear it? Chapter 184. Shui Yer tricking Shui Binger variant Doloal World Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. Brother Cangqiong, Yuer will always love you. I'm so moved. I didn't expect Brother Cangqiong to give me such a big benefit quietly. This is the qualification to become a deity. And Shui Yuer doesn't believe she's worth that much. Moreover, on that day, not only did Shen Cangqiong give her the immortal grass, but it seemed he also gave her some other benefits in that blue and red pool that she couldn't understand at all. Variant Doloal World Shen Cangqiong. No need to be so excited. It's just the qualification to become a deity. Even if you really become a deity in the future, there will only be one benefit worth mentioning, the infinite lifespan. Variant Doloal World Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. I don't care. Brother Cangqiong is just great. I've decided, in my capacity as the next head of the Shui family, I will betroth my sister Shui Binger to you, Brother Cangqiong. Variant Doloal World Tian Shui Academy Shui Binger. Sister, how long are you planning to trick me? You should thank Shen Cangqiong. You can just marry him yourself. Why drag me into it? Variant Doloal World Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. I've already repaid him once. But such a great kindness obviously can't be repaid by just me alone. You must also repay him properly. Variant Do World Chua Academy Huowu. The more I hear, the more I feel that repaying kindness sounds inappropriate. Variant Do World Plan Academy Yaozi. Is Shui Yuer going through something? Variant Doloal World Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. You all don't understand anything. Variant Do World Poison Doloal Ubo. Only now do I truly understand why young friend Cangqiong would say he hopes I won't regret it in the future. Variant Doloal World Lamba Academy Duyan. Grandpa. Actually, we haven't lost out. At least, Shen Cangqiong is countless times better than that extremely selfish white-eyed Wolftang San. Variant Doloal World Poison Doloal Ubo. Of course I know this. I'm just a bit emotional. But Yin Yin, it's rare for you to speak up for young friend Cangqiong. Variant Do World Lamba Academy Duyan. Grandpa, don't think too much. I'm just stating the facts. Compared to that stingy fool Tang San, Shen Cangqiong has indeed given our Dugu family enough benefits. Dugu Yin quickly explained. She knew that if she didn't clarify with her grandpa, he might directly betroth her to Shen Cangqiong just like that tricking sister Shui Yuer. Variant Do World Lamba Academy by Cangqiong Sai. I originally only knew that the fairy grass was a priceless treasure that could evolve one's martial soul. As a result, I was surprised to learn that refining and absorbing the fairy grass would grant one the qualification to become a deity. This instantly elevated the value of the fairy grass from a priceless treasure to an unparalleled rarity. How can I repay this? Variant Doloa, World Number 1, Tinshui Academy. Shui Yuera, with gratitude, of course. Variant World Number 1, Blue Tyrant Academy, by Cangqiong. If the fairy grass only had the effect of evolving martial souls, then gratitude would indeed be a small way to repay. But with the phrase qualification to become a deity, in today's world, apart from the top 2 beauties on the Rouge rankings, it seems no one else is worthy. Variant Doloa, World Number 1, Blue Tyrant Academy, Jiangzhu. From now on, just do your best to help the inner academy. Variant Doloa, World Number 1, Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhu Qing. That's right. Variant Doloa, World Number 1, Blue Tyrant Academy, Meng Yiran, Jiangzhu is right. Meanwhile, while people from both worlds were endlessly discussing the true effects of the fairy grass, the comparison video continued. Haha. The thing that Yu Xiaojing hates the most is when others call him useless. Your words are like rubbing salt in his wounds. Fortunately, he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he might really hit you with his little fists. Lu Erlong was also amused by Shen Sanqiong's repeated teasing of Yu Xiaojing. Don't disgust me. The image of Yu Xiaojing hitting Shen Sanqiong with his little fist suddenly appeared in Shen Sanqiong's mind, giving him a start. Disgusting what? Just be content. Bibi Dong wants to enjoy Yu Xiaojing's little fist, but can't even enjoy that. Lu Erlong chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid Bibi Dong will come and confront you? Shen Sanqiong rubbed his forehead. Humph. I've often heard you say Bibi Dong's combat power is strong, and just now I heard you praise her, making her sound invincible. I really don't believe she's that strong. Just wait. In the future, if I have the chance, I won't wait for Bibi Dong to confront me. I'll go confront her myself. This isn't because of Yu Xiaojing, but because Lu Erlong noticed that Shen Sanqiong seemed more interested in Bibi Dong than in her, which annoyed her. I really don't know what to say about you. At a loss for words, Shen Sanqiong stood up and pulled Lu Erlong into his arms. All right, let's not talk about those people anymore. Let's talk about the selection of participants from our Blue Tyrant Academy for the elite competition. After quietly staying in Shen Sanqiong's arms for a while, Lu Erlong suddenly remembered there were important matters to attend to. What's there to discuss? Me ningrongrong, su huking, xiaowu, yang su, dukuyan. And that little cat girl, Lu Qingqing will do. Shen Sanqiong casually replied. Isn't this inappropriate? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu are all students from Shrek Academy under Flender. Lu Erlong hesitated a bit. If Flender is unwilling, then let Rongrong and the others withdraw from Shrek first, and then join our Blue Tyrant Academy. Shen Sanqiong said somewhat deviously. You're getting worse and worse. Lu Erlong lightly hit Shen Sanqiong's mouth. I'm not being bad. I'm just saving face for Ma Hongjun and the others. Think about it. The training speed of those male students from Shrek can't keep up with the training speed of Rongrong and the other 3. If they form a team, the audience will definitely look down on Ma Hongjun and the others. Shen Sanqiong seemingly explained kindly. Chapter 185 Duguyan versus Tang San. Stop talking nonsense. Flender has had a hard time all these years. Even though I can't be with him, at least in terms of the academy, I want to help him achieve his dreams. Lu Erlong changed her previous attitude. No, you were hesitating before, and now you suddenly made a complete turnaround. Who is really talking nonsense here? Lu Erlong's change of face almost made Shen Sanqiong's back hurt. What do you think? Lu Erlong narrowed her eyes slightly, ready to take action if Shen Sanqiong said something wrong. All right, you win. Tell me, what do you plan to do? Faced with Lu Erlong, who raised him but was now being dealt with by him, Shen Sanqiong could only admit defeat. After all, Shen Sanqiong is not the type who appears domineering but is actually cold-blooded. I think, how about this? Our battle team will be called the Blue Tyrant Shrek Joint Battle Team. Main team members will be arranged as you said, and the substitute members will include Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and others. Seeing Shen Sanqiong give in, Lu Erlong felt quite satisfied, then thought for a moment and said, Can we have so many substitutes for the elite competition? Shen Sanqiong was puzzled. Yes. Generally speaking, as long as the number of substitutes in a battle team does not exceed 10, the organizers will turn a blind eye. As the academy head, Lu Erlong was well aware of this. Since that's the case, let's do it your way. Shen Sanqiong said. Variant Dual World Unknown. Wow. Can we really have so many substitute team members in the elite competition? No wonder the comparison video specifically limited a battle team to a maximum of 10 members. If there were no limit on the maximum number, Shen Sanqiong's team could probably have millions of substitutes. Variant Dolual World Unknown. Your statement is a bit exaggerated. Not everyone can get in touch with Shen Sanqiong. However, having tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of substitutes is still possible. Original Dual World Unknown. Haha. A battle team has a maximum limit of 10 members. That's what's fair. Otherwise, in the second world, without Shen Cangqiong, wouldn't we suffer a big loss? While the people in the bullet screen were chatting, the comparison video transitioned. 3 days later. Alright, above is the list of main team members and substitutes participating in the Continental Elite competition this time. Shen Cangqiong read out the list that he had discussed with Lu Erlong in front of all the teachers and students of Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy. Wait, I'm not convinced. I can accept that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing can join the main team. But why can that cat girl who was bought back from the auction house also join the main team? Seeing Shen Cangqiong finish announcing the list and about to leave, Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands behind his back and chest held high, blocked Tang San, who also wanted to say something, and stepped forward angrily. Oh, what is the matter? Do you have an opinion? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang jump out, Shen Cangqiong slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looking at the other party with a half smile. That's right. I do have an opinion. I believe that Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar can completely replace Jiangzhu, Dugian, and that cat girl. Yu Xiaojiang didn't dare to suggest kicking Shen Cangqiong out of the main team. However, when Yu Xiaojiang faced Jiangzhu, the cat girl Lu Qingqing, and the defeated Dugian from the Shrek 7 monsters, he had no intention of being polite at all. Yu Xiaojiang, what do you mean? In response to Yu Xiaojiang's provocation, Dugian did not remain silent like Jiangzhu and Lu Qingqing, but stared at him angrily with a fierce expression. What I mean is, you're just a defeated opponent of the Shrek 7 monsters. What qualifications do you have to be a member of the main team? This elite competition is Yu Xiaojiang's opportunity to prove to the world that he is not garbage, and he absolutely cannot allow anyone to ruin it. For this, he was willing to offend Shen Cangqiong and Du Gabo. Shameless. Hearing this, Du Guyin was furious. She felt that Yu Qianheng's uncle was simply the epitome of shamelessness. Back then, in the Soto Great Soul Arena, anyone with eyes could see that their royal fighting team didn't lose due to strength, but due to arrogance. If their royal fighting team had fought seriously against the Shrek team back then, they could have easily wiped out the Shrek team. Alright, since you're not convinced, then there is no point in saying more. Since everyone from the Academy is here today, let us have a soul fight match right now. As long as Tang San and his team can defeat Du Guyin, Jiangzhu, and Lu Qingqing, then giving the 3 girl spots in the main team to Tang San and his team would be no problem. Since Yu Xiaojiang insisted on making Tang San suffer a bit, how could Shen Cangqiong refuse? Are you serious? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. He doesn't believe that his prized disciple would lose to Du Guyin and the others. What he fears is that Shen Cangqiong will be stubborn and not give Tang San any chance at all. After all, this is Lamba Academy, not the Shrek Academy, where he calls the shots. In front of so many people, am I supposed to joke with you? Shen Cangqiong said disdainfully. Then fine. The first one to go on stage is Tang San. Who will you send? Over the years, Yu Xiaojiang has seen too many disdainful looks, so he naturally wouldn't take Shen Cangqiong's disdain to heart. Moreover, in his view, the fact that he could make Shen Cangqiong yield is his victory. I'll go. Du Guyin, whose heart was burning with anger from Yu Xiaojiang's words, stepped forward with a face full of determination. Okay. Yu Xiaojiang nodded indifferently. He has a lot of confidence in Tang San, believing that Tang San can easily defeat Du Guyin. In fact, when Yu Xiaojiang said that Du Guyin was a defeated opponent of the Shrek team, it was not because he was shameless, but because his strength and insight were lacking. He simply couldn't see why the royal fighting team lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to show off in front of his nephew Yu Qianheng. Chapter 186 Du Guyin teaches Tang San a lesson in public. You might as well admit defeat. If your martial soul weren't the Emerald Lizard, you might have had a slim chance of winning. Unfortunately, on the stage, Tang San's eyes initially flashed with a hint of disdain. Then he pretended to say gently, as a disciple of the Tang sect, besides hidden weapons, poison is also one of their means, and in this regard, Du Guyin is completely countered by him. Just like a few years ago in Soto City, as long as he uses a little trick, he can nullify Du Guyin's seemingly powerful poison martial technique. As expected of a master and disciple. Even the words spoken are equally annoying. Du Guyin's anger intensified. I'm just speaking the truth, Tang San said nonchalantly. Alright. Tang San, I hope you won't regret it later. Du Guyin was so angry that she laughed and immediately stopped wasting words with Tang San, summoning her new martial soul directly. What kind of martial soul is this? Wait, could it be that you also have a twin martial soul? As Du Guyin summoned her martial soul, Tang San, who had initially scoffed at Du Guyin's warning about regretting, suddenly felt a shiver, and his expression changed dramatically. Summon your martial soul. Don't make excuses when you lose later. Yin intended to publicly teach Tang San a lesson, so she naturally wouldn't attack him before he had summoned his martial soul. As for Tang San's question, Yin had no interest in answering. Variant Doluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. So it's the Ice Dragon King. Original Doluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. This martial soul does indeed look exactly like the Ice Dragon King. But how is that possible? Variant Doluo World Lamba Academy Yin. Do you know this Ice Dragon King? Variant Doluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. I know. Have you already become this martial soul? Variant Doluo World Lamba Academy Yin. Yes. Variant Doluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Can you tell me where your Ice Dragon King's martial soul came from? Variant Doluo World Lamba Academy Yin. Sorry. I can't. Variant Doluo World Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Since you're unwilling to say, then forget it. Use it well. Be sure not to tarnish its reputation. Even if Yin doesn't say, Guyu Na can guess that this must be another one of Shen Cangqiong's schemes. Variant Doluo World Lamba Academy Yin. Don't tarnish its reputation? What does this mean? Variant 1, Doluo World, Silver Dragon King Guyu Na Sai. Guyu Na sighed and then shared some of the Ice Dragon King's past deeds in the barrage section. On the other side, while Guyu Na was recounting the legend of the Ice Dragon King word by word, Tang San in the comparison video also made new moves. What if you have twin martial souls? Do you think I, Tang San, will be afraid of you? As he spoke, there was a shadow in Tang San's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't act in public, in a deserted place, he would definitely unleash all his methods to eliminate the solitary yin in front of him. No matter what, having a peerless genius with twin martial souls, Tang San alone is enough. The solitary yin before him is obviously redundant. At this moment, the solitary yin had only summoned her martial soul and had not summoned a soul ring, which made Tang San look down on her, believing that as long as he wanted, he could easily handle her. Really more arrogant than I used to be. After saying that, the solitary yin lost interest in continuing to talk to Tang San, charging directly in front of him and throwing a punch. You'll know if it's arrogance later. On Tang San's side, seeing the solitary yin's punch coming, his hands instantly turned silver white, also throwing a punch. Boom! The two fists collided and a loud noise erupted from the center of the collision. Puff! However, the next second, the Tang San who originally wanted to secretly strike at the solitary yin turned pale and was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Is this it? How could you have a nerve to say, you'll know if it's arrogance later? The solitary yin suddenly felt that dealing with someone like Tang San, who liked to show off, was more satisfying with fists. You, how could you become this strong? Tang San, with a pale face, glared at the solitary yin who was stepping closer. I said, you're more arrogant than I used to be. Last time at the Soto Great Soul Arena, if our royal battle team hadn't fallen for your Shrek trick due to arrogance, how could we have lost? At this point, you Xiaojiang is a waste. It's understandable if you can't see it. But you are a genius who reached level 29 at the age of 12. Can't you even see this? The solitary yin truly did not know whether the Tang San in front of her was really oblivious to what happened that day, or was so hypocritical that he believed his own lies. My teacher is not someone you can casually criticize. Hearing the solitary yin say her teacher is a waste, Tang San immediately struggled to get up in anger and swung a punch at her face. In fact, Tang San had long known that Yu Xiaojiang had no real ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored Yu Xiaojiang's repeated warnings and chosen to absorb those high-year soul rings. However, Tang San was a person who cared deeply about his reputation. He could not tolerate any blemish in his life. Therefore, even though he had long known that Yu Xiaojiang was a worthless teacher, to avoid being mocked for being clever yet blind, he could only walk this path to the end, desperately trying to clear Yu Xiaojiang's name. Slap. Overestimating oneself. On the other side, before Tang San's fist could reach, the solitary yin preemptively slapped him across the face. You bastard. Being slapped by the solitary yin in public. Tang San's eyes turned red, looking as if he wanted to eat her alive. He got up and took out all his hidden weapons, throwing them at her. These tricks are useless against me. Shen Cangqiong had long mentioned hidden weapons to the solitary yin and had trained her with them. So now watching Tang San use them, she was naturally not nervous at all. Chapter 187. Poor Tang San. How is that possible? Seeing the solitary yin easily dodge all his hidden weapon attacks, Tang San, who initially had confidence and thought that the solitary yin's disdain for his hidden weapons was a sign of blindness, widened his eyes in shock. There's nothing impossible. I just didn't expect that just a simple soul battle would lead you to use such vicious hidden weapons against me. As she spoke, The solitary Yin picked up a few dragon whisker needles that had fallen to the ground after destroying the railing on the stage, her face suddenly revealing a cold and elegant smile. What do you want to do? For some reason, seeing the smile on the solitary Yan's face made Tang San feel a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Nothing. I just want to return the favor. After saying that, without waiting for Tang San to react, the solitary Yin kicked him to the ground, then stepped forward and pinned him down, and in Tang San's horrified gaze, she directly drove the dragon whisker needles into his body. Ah! The next second, Tang San's pig-like scream echoed throughout the entire Blue Tyrant Academy. Stop! It was only at this moment that Yu Xiaojiang finally came back to his senses from the shock of Tang San being defeated in an instant, and despite his own weak strength, he jumped onto the stage and rushed towards Tang San. You little bastard are too vicious. No matter what, you and Tang San are classmates. How could you bear to be so ruthless? No way. I must cancel your eligibility to compete. If someone as malicious as you represents the Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the elite competition, it will only tarnish both schools. After all, in grand events like the elite competition, friendship comes first, competition second. It's not that you can do as you please just because you are strong. After checking Tang San's injuries and looking at the numerous swollen wounds on him, Yu Xiaojiang angrily pointed at the solitary Yin, completely ignoring the truth of the matter, and directly blamed everything on her. Seeking death. The solitary Yin was not a pushover. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang twist the facts and insult her as a little bastard, she immediately retaliated with punches and kicks. Variant 1, Doa World. Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng. This scene in the comparison video completely does not match Yin Jie's character. According to my understanding of Yin Jie, if Yu Xiaojiang dares to insult her as a little bastard, she would definitely make him suffer. Variant 2, Original Doa World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng. Indeed, the Yin Jie in the comparison video is so kind that I hardly recognize her. Although she is teaching Yu Xiaojiang a lesson, she hasn't used any heavy blows. At most, she just causes him pain to the point of being unable to breathe. Variant 1 of the Doa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Dugin, Little Yufeng. Are you floating away, or do you think I can't wield my knife anymore to dare arrange me like this? However, Dugin inside is indeed too gentle. To dare insult me as Little Chusheng, it wouldn't be excessive to cut him down. Variant 1 of the Doluo World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer. I guess it might be Brother Cangqiong who has changed Yin Yin. Variant 2 of the original Doluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Dugiyin, Impossible. Variant 1 of the Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Wearer. Don't deny it so quickly. Look, you in our world didn't refute. Variant 1 of the Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Dugiyin, Shui Wearer. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just too lazy to discuss something with no answer. While Shui Wearer and the two Dugiyans from different worlds were chatting, new scenes appeared in the comparison video. At this moment, Tang San, taking advantage of Dugiyan being focused on teaching Yu Xiaojiang, endured the pain in his body, silently sneakily threw out a dragon whisker needle at Dugiyan again. This time, Tang San had been blinded by anger and embarrassment, no longer caring whether it was in public. The dragon whisker needle aimed straight for Dugiyan's vital point. Tang San, you really angered me. On the other side, Dugiyan did not focus all her attention on Yu Xiaojiang as Tang San thought, but instead divided part of her focus to watch Tang San's every move. When she discovered that Tang San actually wanted her life, she instantly became furious. Immediately, Dugiyan no longer held back, dodged, and caught the dragon whisker needle that came from Tang San's attack, then threw it back at a certain part Tang San. This time, Tang San's wailing pierced the sky. If you three are not convinced, you can come up and challenge me. I can give you a chance to strike together. Having disabled Tang San's vital point, Dian ignored Yu Xiaojiang, who rushed to Tang San's side crying, and instead coldly looked at Dai Mubai and the others. No. We are convinced. Facing Dugiyan's cold gaze, Dai Mubai and the others shivered, quickly shaking their heads to show they were convinced. No kidding, it was obvious that Dugiyan was in a rage now, and they didn't want to provoke her. If this woman disabled them too, who would they go to for reasoning? Dugiyan, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what identity Tang San has? Just wait. Your entire Dugu family will fall into an irreparable situation because of your actions this time. After speaking, Yu Xiaojiang carried the already unconscious Tang San and limped away from Blue Tyrant Academy. Variant 2 of the original Doluo World, Tiando Royal Academy. Yufeng. This is the Yin sister I know. Variant 1 of the Doluo World, Tiando Royal Academy, Yufeng. Wow. Poor Tang San. No matter in the comparison video or in reality, he cannot escape the fate of being disabled. Variant 1 of the Doluo world, Anonymous. Tang San has been disabled. I wonder if Tang Hao will come to trouble Dugu Yin. Variant 1 of the Doluo world, Anonymous. He definitely will. After all, he counts as half of his own kid. If someone bullies him, as a father, how can he not step in? Variant 1 of the Doluo world, Anonymous. If Tang Hao goes to trouble Dugu Yin, he will definitely run into Shen Cangqiong. I didn't see their fight in Tiando City last time, but I can see it this time. Chapter 188. The fall of Tang Hao in the comparison video continues. Night. Outside Dugu Yin's dormitory in Blue Tyrant Academy. It's so late. What are you planning to do sitting outside my door? Dugu Yin opened the door and looked suspiciously at Shen Cangqiong sitting in the tree, naturally waiting for Tang Hao to come. Shen Cangqiong said, "Are you so sure that Tang Hao will come tonight?" Dugu Yin frowned slightly. Tang Hao is very protective of his own. Don't say you disabled Tang San. Even if you just gave Tang San a light slap, Tang Hao would come to settle the score with you. Even during Shrek Academy's entrance assessment, Tang Hao came to trouble Zhao Wujin because Zhao Wujin hurt Tang San, let alone Dugu Yin who disabled Tang San. Do you have the confidence to deal with Tang Hao alone? Should I call my grandfather? Dugu Yin only knew that Shen Cangqiong was very strong, but did not know how strong he truly was. If it were someone else, Dugu Yin wouldn't worry about Shen Cangqiong being no match. But Shen Cangqiong's opponent this time is the famous Hao Yindala Tang Hao, which made Dugu Yin a bit uncertain. No need. You should go to sleep. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Sleep? Humph. I advise you to enjoy this last waking moment properly. Otherwise, once you're dead, even if you want to wake up, you won't be able to. Before Dugu Yin could speak, a cold and chilling voice suddenly came. Finally here. Hearing this pretentious remark, a hint of amusement flashed across Shen Cangqiong's lips. You knew I was coming? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao paused, vigilantly looking around, fearing this was a plot to lure him out. Tang Hao, stop looking. Here are just me and Dugu Yin. Shen Cangqiong jumped down from the tree and said, "Since you know I was coming, and even know my identity, you didn't go and form the spirit hall, but instead waited here for me. What should I say about you?" After observing for a while and finding no ambush, Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief. "I disabled Tang San, and you, as Tang San's father, coming to the academy to find trouble with me. I can understand. But do you know the course of events? Do you know why I disabled Tang San in anger?" At this moment, Dugu Yin said, "I don't need to know the course of events, nor do I need to know the reasons. I only know that you disabled my son. So I will use your life to give my son an explanation." Seemingly angered by Dugu Yin's words, Tang Hao's aura instantly surged, and then a pitch-black hammer appeared in front of him. I think I finally understand why Tang San is so detestable. You inherited all of this from him. I really didn't expect that the dignified Hao Yindala Tang Hao would secretly be such a worthless piece of trash, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Dugu Yin scolded. Anyway, if Shen Cangqiong can win, then no matter how fiercely she scolds, Tang Hao can only stare. On the other hand, if she can enjoy scolding before she dies, she won't lose anything. Good courage. Originally, Tang Hao planned to instill endless fear in Dugu Yin and Shen Cangqiong through words. As a result, he was scolded by Dugu Yin instead. At that moment, Tang Hao also abandoned his previous plan and directly swung the Hao Yin hammer at Dugu Yin. "Your opponent is me." Seeing Tang Hao swing his hammer at Dugu Yin, Shen Cangqiong wrapped his arm around Dugu Yin and effortlessly intercepted Tang Hao's furious strike. What? At first, Tang Hao was full of confidence, thinking he could defeat Dugu Yin with one blow, but when he saw Shen Cangqiong catch his attack barehanded, his expression changed immediately. "I received your attack. Now, it's your turn to take my attack." Ignoring Tang Hao's extremely ugly expression, Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly, extended his index finger, and pointed at Tang Hao. "You're too arrogant. Regardless of anything, he is still the dignified Hao Yindala, but this strange kid looks down on him so much that he only uses a finger to attack him, which made Tang Hao feel an unprecedented humiliation. Kid, let me tell you, being too arrogant and self-important will only lead to your own destruction." Although Tang Hao's heart was somewhat broken by Shen Cangqiong's single-finger attack, he still took advantage of this opportunity of Shen Cangqiong's arrogance and used all his strength, even detonating the ninth ring, intending to take this chance to eliminate Shen Cangqiong in one go. Unfortunately, Tang Hao ultimately underestimated Shen Cangqiong's power. At the moment of collision between the finger and the hammer, Tang Hao, with no resistance, spat out blood and was sent flying, while the Hao Yin hammer in his hand shattered into pieces. "Tang Hao, do you still think I am arrogant?" Withdrawing his index finger, Shen Cangqiong held the stunned Dugu Yin and walked step by step towards the fallen Tang Hao. "Cough, cough. Who exactly are you?" I don't believe there is a sole master on Doluo continent who can block my full strength attack with just one finger. Could it be? Are you a god? Tang Hao coughed a few times, looking in disbelief at the approaching Shen Songtian, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, exclaiming in horror. God? Haha. Hearing Tang Hao's exclamation, Shen Songtian just smiled noncommittally. No way. I still have a lot to do. I absolutely cannot fall here. I must run. Seeing Shen Songtian not denying his guess, Tang Hao's pupils shrank, and then upon seeing Shen Songtian's unyielding steps, his heart hardened, and he directly unleashed his 8th ring. Huh, wanna run? Can you? Haven't you heard? Since you've come, you might as well settle down. Facing the power gained from the 8th ring, Tang Hao, who was quickly trying to escape, Shen Songtian first scoffed, then glared. Bang! In the next moment, Tang Hao, who was secretly pleased to see Shen Songtian not chasing after him, was directly turned into dust. Chapter 189 Shen Songtian's Prank Variant Doa World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer Brother Songtian. The phrase since you've come, you might as well settle down is not suitable here, right? Variant Doa World Shen Songtian. Since you've come, then let us be buried here. Isn't this quite appropriate? Variant Doa World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. Is this how this phrase is explained? Variant Doa World Shen Songtian. Yes. This is the correct interpretation of the phrase. Variant Doa World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. Alright. Brother Songtian has the final say. Whatever you say goes. Variant Doa World Lamba Academy Dean Lu Erlong Shen Songtian. You should read fewer random books in the future and not misinterpret various sayings. If you yourself are uneducated, that's fine, but don't mislead others. Variant The World Lamba Inner Academy by Cangqiong. Dean Lu, you don't know. Usually, when Shen Songtian is with me privately, he tends to ramble. For example, he explained 30 and standing as only when 30 people attack me at once do they qualify to make me stand up and fight them. 40 and confused. He explained as even if 40 people attack me at once, I can still make them question their lives. Parents are present. Do not wander far. Wandering must have a direction. He explained as if you commit a crime, don't think about running away because your parents are still here. Even if you run, there are ways to catch you. Variant Oh World Chiwa Academy Huo Wu. Taha. Shen Songtian really knows how to prank. He doesn't show it all usually. Variant Doloa World Shin Phone Academy Phone Xiaotian. No. Huo Wu, isn't your focus a bit off? Shouldn't we be discussing the fall of Tang Hao in a comparison video? Variant The World Chihua Academy Huo Wu. What is there to discuss about someone who was killed with a single glare from Shen Songtian? His reputation is absurdly large. But when he made a move, I can only say, what a weird situation. Variant Doa World Yu Xianju Tang Yuehua. Sigh. Second brother. You should stay away from Shen Songtian in the future. It's best to hide for a lifetime and not come out again. Variant The World Haotian Tang Hao. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. This. Did Tang Hao just disappear? Du Guyan stared blankly at the spot where Tang Hao turned to dust, seemingly unable to believe it. Why are you so surprised? It's just a small Tang Hao. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Shen Songtian said. You honestly tell me, how strong are you now? Also, what did Tang Hao mean by God? Du Guyan asked. I also don't know how strong I am now. Anyway, someone like Tang Hao, who is merely a name without substance, cannot hurt me no matter how many come. As for what Tang Hao said about gods, as he spoke, Shen Songqiong paused and told Du Guyan all the basic information about gods in detail. I always thought the legends of becoming a god at level 100 were just a beautiful lie. I didn't expect it to be true. Du Guyan was first shocked by Shen Songqiong's strength, and then she was utterly astonished by the information he explained about gods. Alright, now that the matter is resolved, we can go back and rest. With that, Shen Songqiong released Du Guyan. The scene shifted. The next morning. Today, the city of Tiando is bustling. On the way to the elite competition venue, Jiangzhu looked at the crowd around her and sighed. After all, the elite competition is a grand event held once every 5 years for the entire Doloa continent, so it's naturally lively. Du Guyan had seen such lively scenes many times since childhood and was not as excited as Jiangzhu. Alas, the more lively it is, the more embarrassed I feel. At this moment, Ning Rongrong said gloomily. Unlike Jiangzhu, the few students from Shrek Academy, including Du Guyan, wore mysterious and imposing blue-purple competition uniforms. While Ning Rongrong and the others from Shrek Academy wore uniforms that were simply disgusting. This can only be said that your principal's taste is really too special. Du Guyan naturally understood what Ning Rongrong meant by feeling embarrassed and, while suppressing her laughter, was also grateful that Shen Cangqiong and Liu Erlong did not have Flinder's kind of bad taste. If it weren't for Principal Liu Erlong persuading me, I wouldn't wear such an ugly and disgusting competition uniform. Look, Xiao Wu is usually such a lively and active person, but now she looks like a quail, with her head down and not daring to look at anyone. To be honest, Ning Rongrong truly regretted putting on this competition uniform at Liu Erlong's urging. The uniform looked passable, but she could not stand the color. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been keeping her head down since she put on the uniform, finally raised her little face and let out a bitter smile. This is just the beginning. Let me tell you some good news. Flinder is currently out there accepting various advertisements. It won't be long before there will be all sorts of advertisements on your competition uniforms. Hearing the conversation among the girls, Shen Sanqiong maliciously reminded them from his side. What? This time, not only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed simultaneously, but even Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, instinctively gasped. No way. I need to go greet my boss and have him buy all the advertisement spots. Wearing an incredibly ugly uniform was already Ning Rongrong's bottom line. If the uniform had some random advertisements on it, she would have no face to wear it out. Rongrong, I support you. This matter is up to you. Hearing that Ning Rongrong planned to take action, Xiao Wu quickly voiced her support. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. My boss dotes on me the most. As long as I speak, he will definitely agree. Ning Rongrong patted her little chest. Xiao nodded repeatedly. Chapter 190. Support Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy. Ning Rongrong. Heu. Luckily, I have already joined Blue Tyrant Academy. Otherwise, I would really cry from the comparison with that Shrek competition uniform in the video. Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Wu. Me too. If I had to wear such ugly clothes, I would definitely be too embarrassed to face anyone. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun. How frustrating. You all ran to Blue Tyrant Academy, but we can't escape. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun. Haha. In any case, at least there are a few unfortunate souls from another world to accompany us in embarrassment. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Dean Flinder. Hongjun. It seems you're not satisfied with the uniforms I designed personally. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun. No. The uniforms designed by you, Dean, are the best looking. Right? Oscar? Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Oscar. Yes. Variant Doloa World Unknown. How pathetic. Clearly, Shrek's uniforms are hideously ugly, yet they have to deceive themselves into saying they look good. Original Doloa World Min Clan by Cangqiong. This might be the reason why Dean Liu Erlong would rather choose that waste you Xiaojiang than Flinder. Just from the comparison of the two uniforms from Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy in the video, you can see that the two have completely different viewpoints on certain matters. Original Doloa World Shrek Academy. Dean Flinder Erlong. Is that so? Flinder naturally saw by Cangqiong's comment, and in that moment, he was shaken as if struck by lightning. Variant Doloa World Blue Tyrant Academy. Dean Liu Erlong. Since the me from another world doesn't want to speak, then let me say it. Flinder, in a sense, by Cangqiong is right. We have very little common ground in many aspects. So, when I truly began to understand everything about you, I knew that it was impossible for us to be together. These words were not only meant for the Flinder of another world, but also for the Flinder of his own world. Variant Doloa World Shrek Academy. Dean Flinder Erlong. I think I understand what you mean. Just as Flinder from both worlds had their realizations in the comparison video, Shen Sanqiong and the others had also arrived at the exclusive box of Blue Tyrant Academy at the competition venue. Fortunately, there is a special passage for contestants. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we would have to wait in line to get in. Sitting on the sofa, Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, I just estimated there are at least a few thousand people waiting in line outside. Dai Mubai said, we're already considered late. Otherwise, we would probably see a scene of hundreds of thousands waiting in line to enter. Every elite competition, Dugu Yin would come to watch. So she was very clear about this. Hundreds of thousands of people. Just the ticket sales alone could make one's hands cramp from counting the money. Hearing that so many people are coming to buy tickets for the elite competition, Oscar's eyes sparkled with the light of gold soul coins. On the first day of the elite competition, there will always be a warm-up match. I wonder which two academies will be drawn this time. At this moment, Dugu Yin said with some anticipation, I hope one of them is our team. Ma Hongjun rubbed his fists together. If it really is our team, how do you plan to arrange the participants? Dugu Yin looked at Shen Sanqiong. Oh Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Talon, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and me. Shen Sanqiong took a sip of tea and said without thinking. Since we promised Lu Erlong, we must give the Shrek members a chance to compete. If you go up, what's the point of competing? Dougie rolled her eyes. I'm just there to stabilize the situation. Unless those 6 can't win, I one team make a move. Shen Cangqiong said. Is that so? That's feasible. Hearing what Shen Cangqiong said, Dougie nodded. The scene shifted. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of fireworks rang out outside. It has begun. You all prepare, and after our team's name is announced, you will go out along this path. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Lu Erlong opened the box door, pointed to the left passage, and said, boom, boom, boom. More sounds of fireworks followed, and then a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire Tiando Great Spirit Arena. Welcome everyone to this year's Cangqiong Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. I'm a host, Dodo. First, let us welcome the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire to the stage. After saying this, Dodo smiled and clapped first while floating in the air. Next, let us welcome the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spear Hall. After saying this, Dodo smiled and clapped again. Finally, let us welcome the Sect Master Ning Fengji and the Sword Doa from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. One can only say that as the top host of the Great Spirit Arena, Dodo's hosting level is absolutely top-notch. In just a few words, she makes one feel like they are the center of attention. All right, after a pause, Dodo continued. Next, we will invite all the participating academies to come on stage one by one. Everyone, please look this way. The first team to come on stage is, of course, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, representing our Tiando Empire. I believe everyone can see their momentum. I think they will definitely achieve good results in the upcoming matches, so let us wait and see. In fact, although the Tiando Royal Academy is looked down upon by other famous Advanced Soul Master Academies, it is still quite impressive in the hearts of ordinary civilians. Sure enough, as soon as Dodo finished her introduction, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. Everyone's eyes are in for a treat, because the second team to come on stage is the Heavenly Water Academy's Heavenly Water Team. People who are familiar with the Heavenly Water Academy must understand Dodo's meaning, right? While speaking, Dodo raised her eyebrows with an expression that said, you all understand. Chapter 191. Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy takes the stage. Heavenly Water Team. Heavenly Water Girls. Heavenly Water Team. Heavenly Water Girls. No matter when and where, various beautiful women are always the hottest topic. As one can see, when the 7 students from a Heavenly Water Academy stepped out in their cool blue battle attire from the exclusive passage, the atmosphere at the scene instantly reached its peak. Though her status is high, when it comes to popularity, we can't compare to these young and beautiful girls. Feeling the cheering that was nearly shaking the roof, Snow Knight turned to Ning Fengji and joked. In response, Ning Fengji was taken aback, also smiling wryly and shaking his head, unsure how to respond. Are these spectators out of their minds? Isn't the Heavenly Water Academy just a bit cooler in attire and prettier in looks? What is so impressive about that? Is it worth getting so excited? No wonder they can only live as ordinary people for their entire lives. They really are a bunch of clueless fools. On the other side, a fairly good-looking female member of the Tiando's second team, who had been quite proud just moments ago, nearly bit her silver teeth upon seeing how popular the Heavenly Water Team was. I'll remember this debt. When we meet the Heavenly Water Team in the preliminaries, it won't be too late to get back at them for today. The captain of the Tiando's second team blocked his girlfriend and said coldly, compared to the Heavenly Water Team, their Tiando's second team has become nothing but a backdrop, which made the already narrow-minded captain of the Tiando's second team quite displeased. Variant Doluo World. Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yu, the Tiando's second team is really getting ahead of themselves. They actually think they can get back at us in the preliminaries. Even your Tiando Royal Academy's first team wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in front of our Heavenly Water Academy. What right do you second team have? Original Doluo World. Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yu, they're just low on intelligence. Variant Doluo World. Chihua Academy Huowu. No need to pay attention to the fools from Tiando Royal Academy. When we meet them in the real elite competition, we can just wipe them out. Variant Doluo World. Shenfeng Academy Feng Xiao Tian. Exactly. At that time, as long as we don't kill them, we'll beat them to death. Do they really think our Four Elements Academy is easy to bully, that any random cat or dog can come and pick on us? Variant Doluo World. Tiando Royal Academy Yu Qianheng. Let this matter slide. Our true opponents in Tiando are the Spirit Hall Academy and the academies from Xinghua. There is no need for infighting among ourselves. Don't worry, I will teach them a lesson for you. Variant Doluo World. Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Yu. Then I'll give you 3 days to teach them a lesson. However, if we're not satisfied, then Tiendo Royal Academy can just play by yourselves. Since the Heavenly Water Academy dares to resist the Spirit Hall, we certainly want to look at the Tiendo Royal Academy and the Tiendo Royal family with any respect. Variant Doluo World. Tiendo Royal Academy, second team captain. Are you Heavenly Water Academy being a bit too much? Variant Doluo World. Tiendo Royal Academy Yu Tianheng. Shut up. Yu Tianheng's face darkened, and he suddenly felt that the words of Shui Yuerer from another world were correct. The students of the Tiendo Royal Academy in front of him really had some issues with their intelligence. It should be known that the Tianshui Academy was not just an ordinary group that could only be bullied by these students of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Although Tianshui Academy could not compete with the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, apart from the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects, Tianshui Academy could barely be considered a top-tier force. If Tianshui Academy got truly angry, even the Tiendo Royal family might not be able to help. Dream God Machine. The chief of the Tiendo Royal Academy in the first variant Do World. Tomorrow, I will bring all the members of Team 2 to Tianshui Academy to apologize. At this moment, not only was Yu Qianheng extremely dissatisfied, but even Dream God Machine could no longer hold back and spoke up. Dream God Machine did not want to make an enemy of Tianshui Academy over trivial matters. Moreover, Tianshui Academy had done nothing wrong. They were simply more popular than Team 2 of Tiendo, and these usually arrogant young nobles inexplicably developed hostility towards the girls of the Tianshui battle team, which was inherently unreasonable on their side. Shui Lingwei, the vice president of Tianshui Academy in the first variant Doluo World. Alright, then Tianshui Academy will be waiting for your arrival. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued. Next, let's welcome the talents of the Fire Academy to the stage. When the girls of the Tianshui battle team stood in their positions, Dodo smiled and said again, Huowu, Huowu. The Fire Academy also had decent popularity, and while the commotion they caused was not as great as Tianshui Academy's, it far exceeded that of Team 2 from Tiendo, especially when the confident Huowu appeared in front of everyone in her fiery red outfit. It sparked waves of cheers. Next, let's welcome the Cangqiong Academy to the stage. Next, let's welcome the Thunder Academy to the stage. Next, let's welcome the Plan Academy to the stage. Then Dodo continued to introduce each academy in her unique hosting style. When Dodo introduced the Plan Academy, it naturally caused a stir. Although the main team members of the Plan Academy were not as stunning as the 7 main members of Tianshui Academy, they were still considered beautiful, especially the 2 captains of the Plan Academy, whose look were not inferior to those of Tianshui Academy's students. Next, we will see a relatively special academy take the stage. They are a joint team formed by the Blue Tyrant Academy and Shrek Academy. Now, let us welcome the talents of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy to the stage. Dodo's voice rang out again. Can 2 academies team up? Isn't this a bit unfair to the other academies? If it were really unfair, the other academies would have raised objections long ago. Do you think those academies only found out about this now like we did? I actually think the Blue Tyrant Academy is quite honest. After all, as long as they don't say it themselves, who would know that the Blue Tyrant Academy's battle team is actually composed of 2 academies? What the heck is this? I don't know what it is, but I just know that I'm about to throw up. The uniforms of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy are just too ugly. You can't say that. Only the green uniforms are ugly. I think the blue-purple uniforms are better looking than any previous academy's uniforms. Chapter 192. The strength of the Blue Tyrant Shrek team while the audience was constantly mocking the uniforms of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong and several teammates wearing Shrek uniforms were also crimson-faced and whispering to each other. This is so embarrassing. Hearing the laughter and mockery from the audience, Ning Rongrong felt like she could burst. Yeah. Xiao Wu also said with frustration. Sigh. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, just sighed helplessly. Even though over the years, she had developed the ability to ignore any external ridicule because of her family's reasons, she was still struggling to endure this moment. On the other side, Dodo, who had been smiling, froze for a moment upon seeing the uniforms of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Hehe. It seems that our Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy is indeed full of personality. Secretly pinching herself and suppressing the urge to laugh, Dodo said with a dry smile. There is no way to introduce this situation with the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. I really don't know what to say. The scene shifted. Everyone, please be quiet. Due to the presence of this unconventional combination team, the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy, among this year's participating academies, the organizing committee has decided to change this year's opening ceremony from 1 match to 2 matches. Moreover, one of the matches will be designated for the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Alright, next, Let's invite the Platinum Coach Salas to draw the opponents for the Blue Tyrant Academy in the second match. Dodo said. The scene shifted again. Next, I announce. The first match of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will be between the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy team and the Tiendo Royal Academy team 2. The second match will be between the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy team and the Elephant Armor Academy team. Please prepare for both competing teams. In 10 minutes, the first match will officially begin. After speaking, Dodo, who was already a bit exhausted, descended to the rest area, planning to take a brief rest during the 10 minutes. VIP area. Feng Ji. This Salas is clearly playing tricks. Should we stop him? Shui looked at Salas, who was talking to the people from Elephant Armor Academy in the distance, and asked, No need. I believe the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy can handle this trouble. Ning Fengji retracted his gaze from the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy and shook his head. At this moment, he felt a bit puzzled because he did not see Tang San among the members of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy team. But since there was Shen Cangqiong, a little guy he couldn't see through, winning the match should be easy. You have so much confidence in this Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Shui was a bit surprised. Well, to be honest, my daughter is in this Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy, and she is a member of the main team. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment and decided not to continue hiding. After all, Shui knew Ning Rongrong, even if he didn't say it now. It wouldn't be long before Shui you would find out. Oh, Rongrong is actually in this Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy? Why didn't I see her just now? Shui thought for a moment and realized that he indeed hadn't seen Ning Rongrong's figure in the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. It's probably because Rongrong has been keeping her head down. You know, the battle uniforms of Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy are really hard to accept. If Ning Rongrong weren't the daughter of Ning Fengji, even Ning Fengji might not recognize her. So that's how it is. Shui thought, recalling that there were indeed quite a few people in Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy who walked with their heads down and nodded in understanding. By the way, you said Rongrong is also in this team. Could it be that Shrek Academy is supported by your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Shui knew that Blue Tyrant Academy was supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, so Ning Rongrong was very likely a student of Shrek Academy. No. As he spoke, Ning Fengji revealed some information about Shrek Academy and also informed Shui that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. Is this true? Shui understood the seriousness of the matter, so he wouldn't take it lightly. It's true, Ning Fengji said. Then it seems that this time, with the Haotian Hammer plus your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda joining forces, the Elephant Armor Academy is bound to lose. No wonder, Fengji, you have so much confidence in Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. In Shui's view, the Blue Tyrant Shrek team, equipped with the Haotian Hammer Martial Soul and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul, is definitely formidable. No, you also forgot about the captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team, Shen Cangqiong. Ning Fengji mentioned another piece of information that Shui didn't know. Shen Cangqiong, Shui Yi recalled carefully and suddenly imagined a man at the front of the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team, with a faint smile on his lips. According to the information I have received, Shen Cangqiong's strength is definitely above Tang San's. Ning Fengji and the two Deluo, Jiangu and others, speculated that Shen Cangqiong's soul power level should be at the Soul King level, and he also has a treasure that can block soul power level detection. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to detect it. But Ning Fengji wouldn't tell all this information to Shui Yi. This elite competition is indeed becoming more and more interesting. Hearing this, Shui Yi suddenly became very interested in this elite competition. On the other side, in the Blue Tyrant Academy's box, we are being targeted by the Spirit Hall. Cangqiong, when we fight against the Heaven Do Team 2 and the Elephant Armor Academy later, should we go together or one by one? Ning Rongrong, being trained by a noble family, could tell from Salas's actions what was going on. The Heaven Do Team 2 will follow my previous suggestion, with Dai Mubai and the other 6 going up. As for the Elephant Armor Academy, we can just find someone to crush them. We can sit back and watch. Shen Cangqiong said indifferently. How about I go? Ning Rongrong rubbed her fists, eager to try. Okay, then you go. In the face of absolute strength, there's no need to hold back. Since Ning Rongrong wants to go, Shen Cangqiong naturally wouldn't refuse. Seeing Shen Cangqiong agree, Ning Rongrong happily waved her little fist. Chapter 193, Confusing the Audience. Huwu became interested. Heaven Do Great Soul Arena's main platform. At this time, 10 minutes had passed, and Shen Cangqiong had already brought Dai Mubai and the other 6 onto the platform, standing face to face with the 7 members of the Heaven Do Team 2. Now, both sides have 1 minute to unleash their martial souls. In the air, Dodo flapped her wings and sat in a role as both host and judge. It's up to you. Remember, Either you six take down the opponent, or I take down your six. As Do's words fell, Shen Cangqiong turned around without looking back and walked toward the back of the platform, reminding them in a threatening tone. How outrageous! A small blue tyrant academy and an unknown Shrek academy actually dare to be this arrogant. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The members of Heaven Do team, too, upon seeing the ridiculous battle uniforms of Shrek Academy, didn't have time to mock before they were looked down upon first, which made them, who were used to being high and mighty, unable to tolerate such humiliation, and they immediately began to angrily shout and curse. Did you all hear that? When it's time to strike, don't hold back. Shen Cangqiong didn't stop because of the shouts from Heaven Do team, too, only calmly stating something that made Dai Mubai and the others, who were also furious, feel mixed emotions. Captain of the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team, aren't you planning to summon your martial soul? Seeing Shen Cangqiong standing firmly at the back of the platform, Dodo couldn't help but ask. It's not that she didn't hear the previous words from Shen Cangqiong, but because such a spectator-like operation had never happened in previous elite competitions. No need, thank you. Shen Cangqiong nodded kindly. All right, although Shen Cangqiong's approach was a bit unconventional, it didn't break the rules of the elite competition. So Dodo couldn't say much and had to refocus her attention on Dai Mubai and the others, as well as Heaven Do team too. Meanwhile, at the Four Elements Academy gathering place, Sister, do you think the captain of this Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team really has abilities? Or is he just pretending? Shui Yuer nudged Shui Binger, who was reading, and asked, How would I know? Interrupted from her reading by her sister, Shui Binger closed her book, rolled her eyes, and said, Aren't you smart? Analyze it. Shui Yuer insisted on getting Shui Binger to give her opinion, shaking her sister's arm in dissatisfaction. He should have real skills. Otherwise, the other six members of his team wouldn't have been so intimidated at the beginning that they didn't dare to say a word. Since Shui Yuer shook her until she had no choice, Shui Binger could only give her analysis based on what she had seen earlier. You clearly know the answer. It would have been better to say it honestly from the beginning. What an unreliable sister. Shui Yuer complained. Pinching Shui Binger as chic. Look quickly. The soul battle is about to begin. I'm not sure if the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy can win without one person. At this moment, Shun Liuyu suddenly spoke up. It's hard to say. From the perspective of the martial souls and soul power levels of both sides, they're almost evenly matched. However, this guy named Dai Mubai is already a level 41 soul master. Yet even so, he still can't become a main player in the Blue Tyrant Shrek combined team. Is this a deliberate attempt by the Blue Tyrant Shrek team to confuse the audience with Dai Mubai? Or has the Blue Tyrant Shrek combined team really become so strong that they look down on a level 41 soul master? In the end, Huo Wu's expression became extremely serious. One must know that a level 41 soul master can already serve as the captain in those medium strength teams. Even in their Four Elements Academy, which ranks among the top few teams, a soul master is already qualified to be an absolute main player. I think the possibility that Dai Mubai is used by the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy to confuse the audience is greater. It's not that I look down on the Blue Tyrant Academy and that so-called Shrek Academy. In fact, in every elite competition before, the Blue Tyrant Academy basically focused on participation and always ranked at the bottom, while I had never even heard of that Shrek Academy. Under such circumstances, for the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy to recruit a Dai Mubai can be considered extremely lucky. If we say that the other six main players who didn't appear besides Shen Cangqiong are also soul masters above level 41, that would be completely absurd. Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a moment and expressed his opinion. Yu Qianxin, why do you have that expression? Do you know something? Just as Shui Yuer wanted to nod in agreement with Feng Xiaotian, she inadvertently saw Yu Tianxin's strange expression and immediately voiced her doubts. Actually, I don't know much. I'm not clear about the strength of the other six main players of the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. But Shen Cangqiong's strength is definitely much stronger than everyone present. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to her because of Shui Yuer's words, Yu Tianxin hesitated for a moment before saying with a wry smile, Oh, do you mean Shen Cangqiong is a soul king? Huo Wu's eyes lit up with interest. Don't ask me. I only heard some conversations from family elders by chance and learned that Shen Cangqiong is a strong person, but I don't know the specifics. Yu Tianxin shook her head. It's frustrating to say, on the day he was listening outside, he was discovered by the elders inside the house and was directly chased away. All right, after this opening ceremony ends, I will personally go and see what is so great about Shen Cangqiong. Huo Wu didn't care and planned to find Shen Cangqiong to practice later. Or should I go instead? Feng Xiaotian said weakly. No need. After that, Hu Wu didn't give Feng Xiaotian a chance to continue speaking and focus her attention on the competition stage where the result had been decided. Chapter 194. Hu Yanli challenges Shen Cangqiong. At this moment, on the competition stage, the soul fight has ended. The Blue Tyrant Shrek combined team wins. As the last member of the Tiando Team 2 was surrounded and knocked down by Dai Mubai and his 6 companions, Dodo immediately announced the result. Fearing that Dai Mubai and the others would not spare the 7 members of the Tiando Team 2 who had already fallen to the ground in pain. Not bad. At least they didn't embarrass the Blue Tyrant Shrek Academy. Shen Cangqiong nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, when you first said not to hold back, I was half happy and half worried, thinking about how we could teach those brash guys a lesson. But I was also afraid that we 6 wouldn't be able to handle their 7. I didn't expect that as soon as we started. The opponent was just a paper tiger. Ma Hongjun jogged over to Shen Cangqiong, who was walking slowly, and said with a grin, "Don't be careless. Otherwise, if you suffer later, I won't be responsible." After a pause, Shen Cangqiong continued, "All right, you guys go down first. By the way, call Rong and the other 6 over." Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. "Got it." Ma Hongjun, who was in a position of following Shen Cangqiong, patted his chest and quickly ran down the stage. Variant Law World Tiando Prince Xueshing. 7 people, in a completely fair situation, were actually taught such a miserable lesson by 6 people. Simply the epitome of incompetence. Meng Xinji, as the chief of the Tiando Royal Academy, do you have nothing to say? Variant Law World Tiando Royal Academy, Chief Meng Xinji. Your Highness, what do you want me to say? Regarding Prince Xueshing, Meng Xinji was not intimidated at all, and therefore spoke without much politeness. Moreover, everyone knows what kind of situation the Tiando Royal Academy is in. The fact that he could manage the Tiando Royal Academy without any major issues is already quite good. Can we really expect those useless people who only know how to rely on others to achieve good results? Variant Law World Tiando Prince Xueshing. If you can't manage the academy, then give up the chief position. I am still free, and I could reluctantly accept the chief position and manage the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the sole master strength of the Tiando Royal Academy is not strong, each of its members comes from noble families. If Xueshing can help some big family's disciples as chief and establish these relationships, it would be immensely beneficial for Xuebing. Variant Law World Tiando Emperor Xuya. Just educate Xuebing well. Other matters are not for you to worry about. Variant the Law World Tiando Prince Xueshing. I understand. Xueshing sighed in his heart, having once again failed to seize actual control of the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Do you need to take a break, Blue Tyrant Shrek combined team? Dodo asked. No need. Just let the people from the Elephant Armor Academy come up. Shen Cangqiong urged. Do you think winning against the Tiando Team 2 with 6 against 7 means you can be arrogant? Let me tell you. Our Elephant Armor Academy is not a bunch of trash like the Tiando Team 2. Feeling looked down upon by Shen Cangqiong, Hu Yanli, who had been waiting below the stage, could no longer sit still and immediately jumped onto the stage with the members of the Elephant Armor Academy. Pointing at Shen Cangqiong and angrily said, "Oh." Shen Cangqiong responded dismissively. "Damn it." Hu Yanli's fists cracked as he clenched them. Rong, they're entrusted to you." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong led the other 5 girls once again towards the back of the arena. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words and seeing that he only left one person behind this time, Hu Yanli was almost furious. Isn't this obvious? Shen Cangqiong stopped and turned around to say, do you dare to have a one-on-one soul fight with me? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Hu Yanli directly challenged Shen Cangqiong according to the wishes of the Platinum Bishop Salis. You want to have a one-on-one soul fight with me? Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong had a playful expression on his face. That's right. Do you dare? Hu Yanli provoked. Hey, your opponent is me. Ningrongrong saiti satisfiedli. You, the support-type soul master. Want to challenge all 7 of us alone? Isn't that a huge joke? Enough. You should stay in the back. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally hurt you when we start fighting. Hu Yanli naturally recognised Ningrongrong. The young lord of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Now, it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be almost furious. All right, Rongrong. Step back for now. Shen Cangqiong stopped Ning Rongrong, who wanted to rush up and punch Hu Yanli, and handed her over to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Looks like you agreed to have a one-on-one soul fight with me. Hu Yanli asked. You alone are not enough. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. You 7 can come together. After a pause, Shen Cangqiong continued. Very good. Congratulations. You have successfully angered me. Hu Yanli felt that he had already endured a lifetime of anger today at Shen Cangqiong's place. Referee, Can we start? At this moment, Hu Yanli was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Shen Cangqiong and directly turned to ask Dodo beside him. If both sides have no objections, you can start the soul fight at any time. Dodo said, I have no objections. Neither do I. Then let's begin. You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Seeing that both Shen Cangqiong and Hu Yanli had expressed no objections after his words, Dodo flew into the air with a flap of his wings and then commanded, Elephant Armor Academy Battle Team, Captain Hu Yanli, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth, 43 Extreme Defense Type Battle, Soul Master. After saying this, Hu Yanli and the 6 behind him shouted in unison, summoning their martial souls. Blue Tyrant Shrek United Battle Team, Captain Shen Cangqiong, Martial Soul, True Dragon. I want to mention the soul power level. Shen Cangqiong also reported his basic information according to the rules of the Soul Master World. Chapter 195 Preliminaries and Advancement Matches ended, since both sides are ready. Then I announce, the soul fight begins. Seeing that Hu Yanli was about to explode again, because Shen Cangqiong hadn't reported his soul power level. Dodo, who wanted the soul fight to end quickly so he could go back to rest, did not give Hu Yanli a chance to speak and decisively announced the start of the soul fight. Damn. Seeing this scene, Hu Yanli widened his eyes at Dodo, thinking to himself, could it be that he thinks I'm ugly and Shen Cangqiong is handsome? So this host and referee Dodo is secretly helping Shen Cangqiong? However, before Hu Yanli could figure it out, he heard his teammates' urgent calls and the audience's gasps. Boom! In the next instant, a cloud of dust rose where Hu Yanli and the other 6 members of the Elephant Armor team were located. And Hu Yanli ultimately did not see what happened before he, along with his 6 teammates, fell into darkness. Variant Doloa World, Blaze Academy. Woo! Poor Hu Yanli. He didn't even see what happened and got knocked out right away. Variant Doloa World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer. This is the consequence of showing off in front of Brother Cangqiong. But Wu, it seems like the you in the comparison video also plans to practice with Brother Cangqiong. Hee. I wonder if Brother Cangqiong will also knock you out with one palm. Just thinking about it is exciting. Variant Doloa World, Blaze Academy. Wu. Do you think I'm stupid? How could I, in comparison to that obviously unbeatable powerhouse, challenge him recklessly like the me in the comparison video? Variant Doloa World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer. That's too bad. I still prefer to see you being so unruly. Just as Shui Wearer was teasing Wu, the scene in the comparison video shifted. It seems that Cangqiong is going to become famous throughout the Doluo continent. In the exclusive box of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong listened to the continuous cheers outside for several minutes without any sign of stopping, feeling proud as she said, this is just an appetizer. Dugian recalled the scene from last night when Shen Cangqiong easily defeated Tang Hao and thought this was just the beginning. Shen Cangqiong. The people from the Elephant Armor Academy are clearly under the orders of the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall to trouble the Blue Tyrant Academy. Why didn't you just seriously injure them and only lightly knock them out? At this moment, Xiao Wu asked in confusion, you little spicy rabbit head. You have quite the ruthless heart. Shen Cangqiong speechlessly tugged at Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. Hateful. Don't call me little spicy rabbit head. Besides, didn't you say that? When facing enemies, we must never hold back. Xiao Wu angrily swatted Shen Cangqiong's hand away. The people from the Elephant Armor Academy and the Elephant Armor Sect are almost certainly following the Spirit Hall, so Shen Cangqiong probably didn't classify them as enemies. After all, Shen Cangqiong has mentioned more than once that he wants to take down the entire Spirit Hall and the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall. Speaking of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall, Duguyin clearly sensed the fleeting displeasure on the faces of the 3 beauties of Shrek and immediately awkwardly smiled and stopped talking. Are the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall more beautiful than our 3 beauties of Shrek? Ning Rongrong snorted coldly. If you want to know whether the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall are more beautiful than your Shrek's 3 beauties, we can compare when we go to the Spirit City this time, right? Alright, now that the opening ceremony is over, let's go back to the exclusive room prepared for us by the organizer, Lamba Academy, to rest. In the evening, we still have to attend the banquet prepared for all participating academies by the Snow Knight Emperor. Lu Erlong waved her hand, interrupting the escalating tension between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The scene shifted. In the following days, due to the extremely impressive performance of Shen Cangqiong during the opening ceremony, in every subsequent soul fight, any team that encountered the joint team of Lamba and Shrek would directly choose to admit defeat. In the end, The Lamba Shrek joint team won first place in the preliminaries of the Tiendo competition with a perfect record, and then successfully advanced in the subsequent promotion matches. Also achieving first place. Xiao Wu, do you know where Tang San went? In the carriage heading to Spirit City, Shen Cangqiong asked. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook her head. Isn't he your brother? Shen Cangqiong hadn't sparred with Tang San for dozens of days and felt a bit uncomfortable. I have long parted ways with him, Xiao Wu said. Oh, I see. No wonder last time Yinner incapacitated Tang San on the stage. You didn't react at all. I thought you and Tang San were each other's reverse scales, just an unfounded rumor. Shen Cangqiong pretended. There's no way. I can't let others see that I know everything. Otherwise it would be hard to explain. There was indeed a bit of reverse scale meaning between Tang San and me before, but ever since our Shrek group came to Lamba Academy, everything has changed. I found that Tang San's control is too strong. As soon as I get a little close to you, he will secretly argue with me. Over time, our feelings have faded. Speaking of this, Xiao Wu also felt very depressed. She had clearly told Tang San that her relationship with Shen Cangqiong was just a simple friendship, and she had no feelings for him at all. But Tang San didn't believe it at all. This made Xiao Wu, who had no words to express her bitterness, feel that her sincere feelings were misplaced. Wow, so it's still because of me that you parted ways with Tang San. But it seems that most of the time, we are all together with everyone in the team, and the times we talk privately don't seem to exceed 5 times, right? Shen Cangqiong said somewhat teasingly. Who knows what Tang San thinks? Even those few times we talked privately, except for the first time, the later ones were basically just a few minutes of conversation. He doesn't think what can be accomplished in a few minutes. Does he think that kind of thing can be done in just a few minutes? As they were talking, Xiao Wu displayed the nature of the rabbit of chaos again. Chapter 196 Ambush of the Spirit Hall. Maybe Tang San is just that fast himself, which is why he suspects you and Cangqiong. Before Shen Cangqiong could speak, Ning Rongrong took over the conversation, also showing a playful attitude. Maybe. I can't follow him every minute and second. Perhaps he took the opportunity of going out alone to do something. Xiao Wu shrugged. Stop. There's still us in this carriage. If you two want to talk about this, you can take your time when no one is around at night. At this moment, Doug Yin, hearing the increasingly inappropriate conversation between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, ran over speechlessly and covered their mouths. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Ning Rongrong. This comparison video has started to mess up again, broadcasting everything once more. Isn't this going to make me socially dead? Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy by Cangqiong. Come on. The fact that you're the rabbit of chaos is already widely known. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Ning Rongrong. Knowing without saying is still being good friends. Variant The World Tian Shui Academy Shui Yuer. Rongrong, it's okay. Xiao Wu and I are here with you. We can call ourselves the 3 Splashers of Tiendo. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Ning Rongrong. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Xiao Wu. Variant The World Chua Academy Huo Wu. I think we should talk about whether the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall are more beautiful or the 3 beauties of Shrek. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy by Cangqiong. The 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall should refer to Pope Bibi Dong, Qian Renshua, and Hulaina, right? If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Just Qian Renshua, who is first on the Rouge list, is enough to surpass the 3 beauties of Shrek. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Ning Rongrong. By Cangqiong, you're ruining our fun again. Can we play nicely? Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Xiao Wu. We are no longer the 3 beauties of Shrek. We are the 9 beauties of Lamba now. Xiang, you are also one of the 9 beauties of Lamba. Variant The World, Original The World Spirit Hall, Hulaina. 9 beauties don't matter. Sister Qian Rinshua's beauty is not something you can compare to with mere quantity. Variant The World Lamba, Inner Academy, Ning Rongrong. Humph. I don't believe Qian Renshua is that beautiful. If you have the ability, let Qian Renshua come out and let me see. Variant Dolu All World Spirit Hall, Qian Renshua. There will be a chance. Meanwhile, the comparison video changed scenes as the participant from the Tiendo side had arrived at a valley. Get ready for battle. There are ambushes ahead, Shen Cangqiong said. He originally thought that without Tang San, Bibi Dong shouldn't send anyone. As a result, he thought too much. An ambush? Who would be so bold as to ambush the Tiendo Empire and so many advanced Soul Master Academies? Upon hearing this, the girls who were making a racket in the carriage all froze, and the first to react, Ning Rongrong, frowned and asked. The Spirit Hall. Shen Cangqiong did not hide it. The Spirit Hall? But why would the Spirit Hall ambush us participants? Could it be because of you? In Ning Rongrong's impression, Although the Spirit Hall is bad, it is not the kind of force that would act recklessly. After thinking it over, the only person who is not part of the Spirit Hall's plans and is worth them breaking the rules to mobilize is Shen Cangqiong. It should be because of me. Of course, it is also possible that you are targets as well. After all, the abilities you used in the promotion match will also attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. As he spoke, Shen Cangqiong got up and stepped down from the carriage. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. No way. The Spirit Hall actually sent people to ambush the participating team from Tiando. Variant Dolo World Tiando Prince Xuesheng. What's so strange about that? Over the years, the Spirit Hall has done too many similar things in secret. It's just that the Spirit Hall operates very covertly, and ordinary people outside are completely unaware. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Hee. No matter how bad the Spirit Hall is, it's much more reliable than your Tiando Empire. Variant Dolo World Tiando Prince Xuesheng. Nonsense. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. Although I am from the Tiando Empire, I still trust the Spirit Hall more. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. I trust the Spirit Hall even more. When I was bullied before, it was a Spirit Hall Soul Master who passed by and helped me out. Variant Dolo World Anonymous. A little kindness is enough to sway your hearts toward the Spirit Hall. You guys have such a limited perspective. At this moment, the video on screen continued to play without pause despite the argument in the comment section, continuing at a leisurely pace. How did you discover our ambush? Seeing the Tiando team's convoy stop, the Royal Knights acting as guards rushed to the front to take a defensive stance. Aware that he had been discovered, Juka no longer hid his figure and floated a few meters away from the Royal Knights, asking, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The leader of the Royal Knights did not answer the masked man's question, but instead warily retorted. He knew that the visitor meant no good. One misstep, and they could all fall here. Who I am, you need not ask. Knowing my identity won't do you any good. Take my advice. Step aside honestly. I only want to capture one person from your team. Once I have them, I will leave immediately. I will not harm anyone else here. Yu Guan, seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, gave up on further questioning and instead deliberately raised his voice to try to persuade the Royal Knights. Impossible. The Royal Knight leader shook his head firmly. Are you kidding? If he really followed what this masked man said, what good would come of it when he returned? What a pity. I originally didn't want to make a move against you, but why must you be so stubborn? After saying that, Yu Guan's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he planned to take action. Chapter 197. What is your strength now? The person you want to capture is me, right? However, just as Yu Guan was about to make a move, a teasing voice came from afar, getting closer. By the time the last word fell, Shen Cangqiong had already stood at the front of the team. Your awareness is not bad. Here's the deal. I want to make a move against you. You just need to be sensible and come with me. How about it? Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Guan lowered his raised hand, took out a piece of paper with a portrait of Shen Cangqiong, and carefully compared it, then chuckled lightly. Let me go with you willingly? If it were the person behind you who came to say that, perhaps I would really comply. But since it's you saying it, forgive me for being difficult to command. Shen Cangqiong teased. From your tone, it seems you know my background? Yu Guan put away his dismissive attitude. Of course. After speaking, Shen Cangqiong whispered in Yu Guan's ear using a sound transmission technique. Spirit Hall. Those 3 words. Good kid. Knowing where I come from and who is behind me, you still dare to be so disrespectful. It seems that the person with the surname you was right. You really are an unstable factor who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Upon hearing Shen Cangqiong accurately guess where he was from, Yu Guan immediately recalled the things Yu Xiaojing had said. Although he looked down on Yu Xiaojing, Yu Guan had to admit that what Yu Xiaojing said this time was quite reasonable. The person with the surname Yu? What? Did that little brat, Yu Xiaojing, go over to your side with Tang San's grandson? Shen Cangqiong caught the implication in Yu Guan's words. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then I can't be polite with you. Yu Guan did not answer Shen Cangqiong's question, but instead lunged towards Shen Cangqiong's shoulder. However, before Yu Guan could grab Shen Cangqiong, and without waiting for the sword law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to assist, Shen Cangqiong smirked and swiftly dodged, appearing behind Yu Guan and delivering a heavy kick to the opponent's back. Bang! The next second, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Yu Guan hung on a mountain wall in an ungraceful position, then slowly slid down. Variant Dual World Water Moon from Tianshui Academy, daring to make a move against Brother Cangqiong. I can only say that Zhu Doluo is really brave. Variant Dual World Spirit Hall, Gu Duluo Mei. Although it was a bit embarrassing, fortunately, he didn't lose his life. That counts as a blessing in disguise, right? Haha. Variant Dual World Spirit Hall, Zhu Duluo Yuguan. Old Gue, don't be too happy too soon. We basically act together. So you can't run away from me either. Sure enough, just after Yu Guan's comment was sent, the situation in the comparison video changed again. As Yu Guan slid down to the ground in the comparison video, a black shadow flashed and appeared behind Shen Cangqiong, ready to launch a sneak attack. Just right. The other side of the mountain wall is left to you. The shadow moved quickly, but it couldn't match Shen Cangqiong's speed. Just as the shadow was about to catch Shen Cangqiong, a whisper accompanied by an irresistible force pushed him against the mountain wall. In an instant, the shadow hung on the wall like a painting, then slowly slid down. Hiss! On the other side, the sword law, who was rushing over to rescue Shen Cangqiong, couldn't help but gasp at the dreamlike scene before him. He was very clear about the identities of the two people involved. Even if he acted personally, without the assistance of Ning Fengji's 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, defeating either of the two before him would take considerable effort. After all, any titled law who had cultivated to level 95 wouldn't be weaker than the others. To easily defeat the opponent was either a dream or one had not yet woken up. Sword Doloa, you are late. Shen Cangqiong smiled at Chin. What is your current strength? Chin stuttered, which was rare for him. He and Gu Rong had previously studied Shen Cangqiong and concluded that he was a high-level Soul King. But now it seemed they had both guessed wrong, and it was a significant miscalculation, probably at the pinnacle of level 99. Of course, this was only Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, not his true strength. Young friend Cangqiong is joking. By the way, young friend, how do you plan to deal with these two guys on the ground? Chin thought Shen Cangqiong was joking about not revealing his true strength and did not ask further. Shifting the topic to Yu Guan and Gue Mei. It was not that the Sword de Law did not believe Shen Cangqiong's words, but the answer of pinnacle level 99 was simply too outrageous. In fact, if Shen Cangqiong had said he was a level 95 title de Law, Chin could barely accept and believe it. Take them back to the Wuhuan Hall in a carriage. Let Bibi Dong come personally to redeem them. Shen Cangqiong said. What about the others lying in ambush? Hearing this, Chin nodded and asked. If they don't come out, we just pretend we didn't see them. Most of them are just ordinary people and soul masters below Soul Emperor level. I can't be bothered to catch them. All right, I'm sure that seeing the fate of Yuan and Guomei, they won't dare to come out and seek trouble. Okay, I'll go back and protect Fengji. We'll meet in Wuhuan City. After saying that, Chin leaped onto the 7-killing sword Wuhuan and flew into the distance. Among the remaining ambushers, the highest soul power level was only that of a soul Delaw, and Chin was equally uninterested in seeking trouble with them. In the Wuhuan Hall of the variant Delaw world, Ju Deloyuan. This is what it means to share weal and woe as good brothers. In the Wuhuan Hall of the variant Delaw world, I don't want to be your good brother sharing weal and woe. In the Wuhuan Hall of the variant Dolaw world, Ju Deloyuan. Haha, you have no say in this. After all, we have a martial soul fusion skill. Chapter 198. I heard your disciple Hulaina is quite good. 3 days later, is this Wuhuan City? Although it looked much smaller than Tiando City, it felt much more imposing. At the city gate of Wuhuan City, Ma Hongjun said, Wuhuan City is the sacred place for soul masters. It cannot be compared to a secular city. Yu Guan, standing by, scoffed, Wuhuan City is the sacred place for soul masters? Is there such a saying? I didn't know. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun looked at Flender. It's not an important matter, so I didn't mention it. Flender pushed his glasses awkwardly and explained. All right. In fact, Ma Hongjun was a bit frustrated. Flender always said this was unimportant, and that was unimportant, teaching him nothing in daily life, causing him to lose face in front of outsiders often. Let's go. We are entering the city. At this moment, Shen Cangqiong waved his hand and stepped into Wuhuan City first. The scene shifted. In the conference room of the hotel where the Lamba Academy was located. Speak. What do you want in exchange for Yu Guan and Gue Mei? Bibi Dong said calmly. I seem to lack nothing. Or why don't you say what you are willing to offer to exchange for these two? Shen Cangqiong looked up and down at Bibi Dong, secretly admiring, even without a smile. She can captivate a nation. I really envy that Qiang Sanji. 2 pieces of 50,000-year soul bones. Bibi Dong frowned slightly at Shen Cangqiong's gaze, displeased, and to leave quickly, directly offered a bottom price. 2 pieces of 50,000-year soul bones to exchange for 2 level 95 title Duluos? These title Duluos are too worthless. Shen Cangqiong shook his head. It wasn't that Shen Cangqiong wanted to make things difficult for Bibi Dong, but rather that Bibi Dong was trying to cheat him. After all, even a level 91 title Duluo was worth far more than a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. I can give you at most 100 million gold soul coins. Soul bones were too rare, and Bibi Dong definitely wouldn't be willing to add another piece. so she could only negotiate in terms of gold soul coins. How about this? I'll give you two 50,000-year soul bones, plus 100 million gold soul coins, and you sell me two title Duluos? Don't worry, I'm not greedy. These two title Duluos don't need to be level 95. As long as they reach level 91, that's fine. After saying this, Shen Cangqiong took out two 50,000-year skulls and a gold card, throwing them all in front of Bibi Dong. It seems you're very confident in your strength. Looking at the two skull soul bones thrown in front of her, Bibi Dong forcibly suppressed her impulse to snatch the soul bones, testing, naturally. Otherwise, how could I dare to send someone to negotiate with you? Shen Cangqiong said with a smile. Since my conditions do not satisfy you, then you can set the conditions yourself. Faced with Shen Cangqiong's confident demeanor, Bibi Dong did not want to reveal her true strength too early. So she softened her tone a little and said, I heard your disciple Hulaina is quite good. Send her to me for a year. As long as you agree, I can give up your soul bone and gold soul coins. I can also let go of Yueguan and Gue Mei immediately. Shen Cangqiong certainly knew that Bibi Dong would never accept such conditions. He purely wanted to tease this iceberg beauty who was cold and indifferent to everyone except for Yu Xiaojiang. Outrageous. Bibi Dong slammed the table in front of her, glaring angrily at Shen Cangqiong. Wasn't it you who let Cangqiong set the terms himself? Why are you angry now that he has spoken? At this moment, Lu Erlong pushed the door open and looked disdainfully at the furious Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong, you actually dare to come to Wuhuan City. Seeing the newcomer, Bibi Dong's anger intensified. Don't look at me like that. I have no feelings for Yu Xiaojiang anymore. Only you would treat him like a treasure. Lu Erlong sneered. What? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Are you serious? After a pause, Bibi Dong immediately asked again. Of course it's true. As she spoke, Lu Erlong directly confronted Shen Cangqiong. You guys? Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine or understand how, given Lu Erlong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, she could possibly fall for someone else. But the facts were in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Now you believe it, right? Lu Erlong looked at Bibi Dong with pride. Why? Previously, Bibi Dong had always wanted to separate Lu Erlong from Yu Xiaojiang. But when Bibi Dong actually saw Lu Erlong falling for someone else, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. What else could it be? I just don't find Yu Xiaojiang appealing anymore. Thinking back, I was really foolish before. What is so good about Yu Xiaojiang? He is not good-looking, and his cultivation talent is also lacking. Aside from that ridiculous pride, he is practically worthless. Lu Erlong said dismissively. It seems this is true. Bibi Dong knew that if Lu Erlong were pretending, she would never say such things about Yu Xiaojiang, because this was related to Yu Xiaojiang's most cherished dignity. What do you think? Do you think I would deliberately say this to please you? Lu Erlong was speechless. No, Bibi Dong understood Lu Erlong, knowing that this person had a fiery temper and wouldn't bother to please her unless they were fighting face to face. I have things to do, I'll leave first. After a few seconds of silence, Bibi Dong said again. Then, without even glancing at Yueguan and Gue Mei, she left the conference room with a complex expression. Variant Doluo World, Tinshui Academy, Shui Yuer. So, are Ju Doa and Gue Doa abandoned? Variant Doluo World, Chihua Academy, Huwu, Shui Yuer. This is your only flaw. You just have to rub salt in others' wounds. Variant Doluo World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. Just get used to it. Variant Doluo World, Wuhuan Palace. Yudaolu Yuigon, Sei. This isn't the Pope's fault. I can understand her. Chapter 199. Preventing Fire, Theft, and Best Friends. Meanwhile, the scene of the comparison video shifted. Wuhuan City, Great Soul Arena. Zhu Zhuqing. It was one thing for you to ignore me before, but this time, the soul battle with Davis is related to our future fate, and I absolutely will not allow you to mess around. In the box belonging to Lamba Academy, Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Zhuqing with red eyes. You're only level 41, what good is that? Do you really think you could defeat the level 49 Davis? Zhu Zhuqing was very indifferent and did not want to choose her words as Dai Mubai did. I'm 6 or 7 years younger than Davis. Is it really that surprising that my soul power level is lower than his? Besides, can you guarantee that you can defeat your sister? Don't forget, Zhu Zhuyan is already at level 47. Dai Mubai still didn't know how strong Zhu Zhuqing really was, so he naturally didn't believe she could defeat Zhu Zhuyan. Give me a break. How much younger are you than your brother? Others might not know, but I do. Zhu Zhuqing found Dai Mubai very ridiculous. I'm not going to argue with you about this. In any case, I must participate in this battle against Davis. I don't want to put my life in someone else's hands. Dai Mubai waved his hand, clearly not wanting to discuss Zhu Zhuqing's age. Impossible. I have already agreed with Shen Sanqiong that I will fight alone in this match against Xinghua Royal Academy. Zhu Zhuqing had her own selfish reasons. If all 7 members of the Lamba team went into battle together, she wouldn't care if Dai Mubai wanted to join. However, now that only Zhu Zhuqing was going to fight for the entire Lamba Shrek joint team, if she agreed to let Dai Mubai join her, what would Shen Sanqiong think? What? You actually want to fight alone? Zhu Zhuqing, did you drink fake wine when you got up this morning? Why are you talking nonsense? Dai Mubai turned pale with fright. After all, this match against Xinghua Royal Academy is no joke. Once they become the losing side, their lives would begin to count down. Do you think I would be as unreliable as you? All right, this matter is settled. After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing ignored the pale-faced Dai Mubai, hesitated slightly, and walked towards Shen Sanqiong. The scene shifted again. 1 hour later. Next, please welcome the Lamba Shrek joint team and the Xinghua Royal team to the stage. On the central main stage, a Wuhuan Palace referee announced loudly. Have you really made up your mind? You should know that not only Dai Mubai is watching, but your sister and Davis can see it too. Once you really do this, there's no turning back. Right before going on stage, Shen Sanqiong asked Zhu Zhuqing one last time. I've made my decision. Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously, while in her heart she murmured, I'd already made up my mind long ago. All right, since Zhu Zhuqing is being so proactive, as a man, Shen Sanqiong naturally won't drop the ball at this moment. So, Shen Sanqiong smiled and extended his hand to Zhu Zhuqing, who did not hesitate to place her small hand in Shen Sanqiong's big hand. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Ning Rongrong. Damn it. I thought it would be either me or Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old Luong rabbit, who would be with Senior Sanqiong first. I didn't expect Zhu Qing, who usually keeps quiet, to intercept us. It seems that we really need to guard against fire, theft, and close friends. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Zhu Zhuqing. Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Rongrong. If you want to talk nonsense, just do it, but can you not involve me? Variant Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Ning Rongrong. Humph. What are you pretending for? Don't forget Among Us. You're the first one to have a little baby. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Variant Dolo World Water Academy Shui Yue. Rongrong's combat power is really strong. She directly silenced both Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. Variant Dolo World Blue Tyrant Academy Ning Rongrong. Haha. I am known as the Little Witch. Of course, my combat power is strong. Back in the day, While Ning Rongrong was boasting about her glorious past, the comparison video was also playing slowly. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing? At this moment, Dai Mubai suddenly felt as if countless cattle and sheep were running on his head. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? Zhu Zhuqing mockingly raised a small hand she was holding with Shen Sanqiong. Don't tell me you, a master in this field, can't see what I mean. After a pause, Zhu Zhuqing added disdainfully. Unable to bear it, Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of old blood and fell straight down. Let's go up to the arena. Seeing Dai Mubai fainted from anger, Zhu Zhuqing felt no change in her expression or heart. Okay. Shen Sanqiong nodded and walked side by side with Zhu Zhuqing onto the arena. Zhu Qing, what's going on? Who is this person? Where's Dai Mubai? As soon as they stepped onto the arena, Zhu Jian didn't have time to mock Zhu Zhuqing as usual and was surprised by the scene before her, immediately frowning in confusion. Isn't it obvious? As for Dai Mubai, he couldn't handle this scene and has fainted from anger. Zhu Zhuqing, just like when she confronted Dai Mubai earlier, raised her tightly held small hand with Shen Sanqiong and said, Nonsense. Do you know what you're doing? Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun's face changed dramatically as she reprimanded. Of course I know what I'm doing. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was cold. Who are you? Do you know what identity Zhu Qing holds? Do you know what responsibility Zhu Qing carries? Knowing Zhu Zhuqing's temper well, Zhu Zhiyun realized that once her precious younger sister made a decision, it would be as difficult as moving 900 oxen to change her mind, so she could only direct her angry gaze at Shen Sanqiong. Chapter 200. The little cotton-padded jacket is leaking wind. My name is Shen Sanqiong. As for your little issues between the Star Luo Zhu family and the Star Luo Dai family, who in the Soul Master world doesn't know about them? In response to Zhu Zhiyun's angry inquiry, Shen Sanqiong casually replied, Since you know everything about Zhu Qing, why do you still provoke her? Don't you know that this will harm Zhu Qing? Zhu Zhiyun wished she could tear apart this scoundrel claiming to be Shen Sanqiong in front of her. I will harm Zhu Qing. Don't make me laugh. With your Star Luo Zhu family and Star Luo Dai family, you don't have that capability. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Sanqiong knew Zhu Zhiyun was worried about Zhu Qing, he wouldn't bother to waste words with her. This friend. I don't know which family you come from, but your tone is quite big, even disregarding our Star Luo Dai family and Star Luo Zhu family. At this moment, Davis suddenly spoke up. Is the Star Luo Dai family and the Star Luo Zhu family strong? I remember you guys don't even have a title de law. It's not that Shen Cangqiong looks down on the Star Luo Dai family and the Star Luo Zhu family, but these two families just don't have any ambition. Do you want to try if the blade of my Star Luo million-strong army is sharp? Being touched on a sore spot, Davis's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. After all, among the Wuhuan Temple, Tiando, and the three-star Luo families, only the Star Luo had not a single title de law they could command. So what if you have 1,000,000 soldiers? These people are nothing more than ordinary people who aren't even soul masters. What wave can they stir up? To true high-level soul masters, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they pose no threat at all. Humph. It seems you are quite confident in your strength. Then may I ask, what is your current soul power level? Davis admitted that as long as a soul master reached the soul sage level, the number of ordinary people was irrelevant in front of these strong individuals. But Davis did not believe that the Shen Cangqiong in front of him was a soul sage above level 70, let alone a soul de law above level 80, or a title de law above level 90. This battle is between me and you. If you want to know Shen Cangqiong's soul power level, you must first defeat me. Zhu Zhuqing spoke first. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing didn't know what Shen Cangqiong's soul power level was. She only knew that Shen Cangqiong was very strong. Strong enough that she, a 57-level soul king, had no ability to fight back. All right. Since that's the case, let me see. That little girl who had to run away to save her life back then. How much has she grown now to change her previously cautious style and become so arrogant? Davis laughed in anger. Zhu Zhuyan could only sigh in her heart, but couldn't stop it. Ahem. Have you two finished talking? The referee, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally cleared his throat when both sides turned to look at him and asked, of course, the reason I didn't stop you from talking on the stage is not because I'm really curious, but because BB Dong sent me a message telling me not to interfere with this match. Finished talking? Davis said with a gloomy face. Let us start the match. Zhu Zhuqing was more direct. Start the match? No. What about the remaining 5 members of your Blue Tyrant Shrek United team? The referee was taken aback and asked. There are only the 2 of us. To be precise, only I will be fighting. Zhu Zhuqing said. All right. The referee thought of the Pope's orders and nodded. Moments later, with the referee's command, Zhu Zhuqing and the 7 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. However, when Zhu Zhuqing saw that Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit was completely different from the Netherworld Spirit Cat, he exclaimed in shock, Zhuqing, what is going on with your martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing's biggest worry was whether her sister's martial spirit had mutated in a bad direction. I was fortunate enough to have my martial spirit evolve. As she spoke, 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings slowly appeared and hovered around Zhu Zhuqing. Boom! Seeing such an incredible scene, the entire arena was instantly in an uproar. And even BB Dong was shocked enough to stand up instinctively. Am I seeing things? How can this soul king named Zhu Zhuqing have 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings? An elderly man, who appeared to be around 70 or 80 years old, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You're not mistaken. The other party indeed has 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings. But how is that possible? Beside him, a young man in his 20s. Despite having seen Zhu Zhuqing's 5 black 10,000-year spirit rings with his own eyes, still couldn't he believe it. Sigh. This little girl is still too young. If I were her, I could definitely wouldn't participate in the elite competition, but would hide in an absolutely safe place until I reach title de law before making my appearance. Hearing this, the elderly man shook his head in disappointment. Indeed. Now, this little girl is going to be in danger. A middle-aged man in the front row lamented. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats, Lord Ning, I heard your daughter is also in the Blue Tyrant Shrek United team. I wonder if you know what is going on with Zhu Zhuqing's spirit rings? At this moment, BB Dong had regained her composure from the previous shock and began to inquire about Ning Fengji. Your Holiness the Pope, I'm really sorry. Since Rong joined the Blue Tyrant Academy with Shrek Academy, she has only been home once. I truly do not know what is going on with Zhu Zhuqing's spirit rings. Ning Fengji said with a wry smile. In fact, Ning Fengji was also quite frustrated, feeling that his little girl had been too secretive. Otherwise, with something this significant, she should have hinted to him as her father. Is that so? BB Dong expressed doubt, clearly not believing Ning Fengji's words. Girls grow up. Many things. They want to tell their parents everything. If it weren't for the fear of being slapped to death by BB Dong, Ning Fengji really wanted to tell her. My daughter has become secretive just like you did when you were young, because of the outside world. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, her expression changing rapidly for a moment. Then she silently turned her gaze back to Zhu Zhuqing in the arena. Meanwhile, on the central stage, Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, felt both happy and melancholy, with complex emotions she couldn't express. Impossible. I don't believe it. This must be fake. I've seen a lot, but I've never heard of anyone being able to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring with their first ring. Zhu Zhuqing. Don't think you can fool me with this trick. On the side, unlike Zhu Zhuqing's complex feelings, Davis felt a hint of unease upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's 5 10,000-year spirit rings. Although he was not a bad person, he had been ruthless against his competitors like Dai Mubai over the years to survive. Even though it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen out with Dai Mubai, who knew if any changes would occur in the future? Think what you want. Zhu Zhuqing knew that the configuration of her spirit rings was indeed unbelievable. But the truth was the truth, and she was too lazy to explain. The match begins. However, before Davis could finish speaking, the referee, reminded by Bibi Dong's voice, directly ordered the match to start. Zhuqing, be careful. Sister, I'm going to attack. Hearing the match had started, Zhu Zhuqing didn't pay any attention to the annoyed Davis, who was interrupted and charged towards Zhu Zhuqing first. The result was that Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect that she couldn't even last a single move against Zhu Zhuqing and was hit in the abdomen, losing her combat ability. Immediately afterward, before Zhu Zhuqing could even manage a wry smile, she heard 6 muffled groans in succession. Just as she endured the pain and turned to look, she was shocked to find Zhu Zhuqing standing expressionlessly in front of her again. Who? Zhuqing, you won. I didn't expect that you have grown to this level in just a few years since leaving home. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing knelt on one knee, glanced at the defeated and unconscious Davis and the other 5 teammates, and spoke up to concede. That's because I met the right people. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to help Zhu Zhuqing up. Indeed, you met the right people. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. She didn't ask much. After all, this was a secret between Shen Cangqiong and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, victory. At this moment, the referee, who heard Zhu Zhuyan admit defeat, walked to a position not far from Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan, raised his hand and loudly announced, "Boom!" As the referee announced the result of the match, a wave of lively discussions erupted in the audience. Zhu Zhuqing is too strong. The people from Xinglor Royal Academy are simply not on the same level as her. An excited spectator exclaimed. You are absolutely right. This match, from the referee starting the match to the referee ending it, lasted only about a minute, and it felt like a child playing. There was hardly any difficulty at all. Another spectator agreed. Now our Spirit Hall team is in danger. I wonder if Ulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, the 3 Golden Generation members, can defeat Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, not everyone in the audience was just watching the excitement. Someone concerned about the Spirit Hall noticed Zhu Zhuqing's terrifying combat power and immediately showed a worried expression. It's probably difficult. Don't forget, right now, the Blue Tyrant Shrek United team has only Zhu Zhuqing. If they face our Spirit Hall team when the other 6 equally mysterious main players join in, even the Golden Generation might not hold on for long. A companion nearby shook his head, not optimistic about the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Accompanied by the shouts and discussions of the audience in the comparison video, the scene on the big screen shifted again. Tang-san, you actually joined the Spirit Hall and became the 4th member of the Golden Generation of Spirit Hall. Days later, when the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent reached the final match, Shen Santian was astonished to see Tang-san among the opposing Spirit Hall team. I can join whichever faction I want. I didn't sell myself to Blue Tyrant Academy or Shrek Academy. Do you have any right to control me? Tang-san said coldly, his voice somewhat sharp. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from that day. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of us. Seeing Tang-san's terrible attitude, Dugu Yin sneered. Times have changed. This time, it should be you who needs to be careful. As she spoke, Tang-san revealed a sinister smile. Since being brought to the Spirit Hall by Yu Xiaojiang, he has had access to various precious metals. This allowed Tang-san, who vowed to take revenge on Dugu Yin, to take advantage of the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong, opening many convenient doors for himself and crafting numerous advanced hidden weapons. Oh, how interesting. I'm really curious where the confidence of a defeated opponent, who couldn't even fight back, comes from. Dugu Yin did not take Tang-san's threat seriously. After all, She is now a level 69 Soul Emperor. She does not believe that someone who recently couldn't even fight back under her is able to surpass her so quickly. You will see. Tang San is very confident now, also thinking to himself, not only will you see, but you will also regret it. All right, let's talk after the match is over. Now is the 1-minute spirit summoning time. At this moment, the referee suddenly said, Chapter 202. Tang San's face is ruined by Dugi Yinhuff. Summon your spirits. Interrupted by the referee during his conversation with Dugi Yin, Tang San snorted coldly and commanded, while also labeling this referee with a tag of already having a death wish in his heart. You all summon your spirits. There is no need to hide your strength anymore. Seeing that the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team had already summoned their spirits, Shen Cangqiong retreated behind the 6 girls and said, Yes. Upon hearing this, the 6 girls nodded. Vice Captain of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, Dugi Yin. Spirit, Ice Dragon King. Level 69 Powerful Attack System Soul Emperor. Dugi Yin spoke first. Main Force of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, Ning Rongrong. Spirit, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Level 57 Auxiliary System Weapon Soul King. Ning Rongrong spoke second. Main Force of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team. Xiao Wu. Spirit, Moon Palace Jade Rabbit. Level 58 Powerful Attack System Soul King. Xiao Wu spoke third. Main Force of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team. Zhu Qing. Spirit, Reincarnation Cat. Level 57 Agility Attack System Soul King. Zhu Qing spoke fourth. Main Force of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, Jiangzhu. Spirit, Holy Staff. Level 57 Healing System Weapon Soul King. Jiangzhu spoke fifth. Main Force of Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team, Lu Qingqing. Spirit, Light and Shadow Cat. Level 55 Agility Attack System Soul King. Lu Qingqing spoke last. As Lu Qingqing's words fell, the entire competition venue erupted in gasps of astonishment. Fortunately, the finals were held internally at the Spirit Hall, and the audience were all prominent figures, although shocked. They quickly regained their composure. Aren't you going to summon your spirit? Awakened by BB Dong's transmission, the referee looked at Shen Cangqiong, the only one who hadn't summoned his spirit, and asked cautiously, You don't need to worry about me. If necessary, I will naturally summon my spirit. Shen Cangqiong ignored the gazes directed at him, calmly shaking his head. All right, the referee said with regret. Now I announce that the Blue Tyrant Shrek United Team wins. This was a direct order given to him by BB Dong. What? I'm the captain of the Spirit Hall team. I haven't declared defeat yet. What qualifications do you, a mere referee, have to make decisions for me? Tang San, who had originally felt a bit heavy-hearted, was suddenly enraged when he heard this referee, whom he had labeled with a death wish, directly declare their team defeated. This is the command of Her Holiness the Pope. If you have any objections, don't come to me. The referee, also a soul saint of the Spirit Hall, had always disdained Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's arrogance. So naturally, he wouldn't give Tang San a good face now. How is that possible? Tang San looked incredulously at BB Dong on the high platform. It was my command. Facing the Blue Tyrant Shrek joint team, you have no chance of winning. Seeing Tang San look at her, BB Dong explained, considering Yu Xiaojiang's face. I don't believe it. Dugi Yin, do you dare to have a one-on-one soul fight with me? We will each represent our respective teams. The losing side, along with their team, will be defeated. How about it? Tang San has waited too long for this day. How could he possibly be willing to give up? Go ahead. Facing Dugi Yan's gaze, Shen Cangqiong nodded without hesitation and said, Then let's begin. With Shen Cangqiong's agreement, Dugi Yin smiled sweetly, then turned to Tang San coldly and said, All right, watch my King of Hell sticker. Seeing Dugi Yin agree, she directly used her trump card to avoid any prolonged suspense. He, narrowly dodging Tang San's near ambush attack, and witnessing the terrifying scene caused by the King of Hell sticker on the ground, Dugi Yan's expression changed several times, ultimately turning into a faint cold smile. In the next second, Dugi Yin disappeared from her spot. Variant Doa World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yueris. Fortunately, Dugi Yin dodged Tang San's attack. Otherwise, she would have likely been completely obliterated. Tang San is truly ruthless. Original Doluo World, Shrek Academy, Tang San. What do you mean I'm ruthless? Didn't you see how Dugi Yin treated me in the comparison video? In that video, she directly crippled me. This deep-seated hatred means that whatever method I use to deal with her is justified. Variant Dual World, Tianshui Academy, Shueiyur, indeed. One can be shameless and invincible in the world. You only mentioned that Dugi Yin crippled you in the comparison video. Why don't you mention what you did in that video that made Dugi Yin go so hard on you? Tang San. One can be shameless, but there must be a limit. Everyone can clearly see what happened. What is there to argue about? Variant Dual World, Chihua Academy, Wu, Shui Yuer. Don't you understand? It's pointless to say these things to this trash. In any case, I still stand by my statement. Every time I watch the character comparison of Tang San, I grow to dislike him even more. Variant Doluo World, Plan Academy, Yaozi. My views and thoughts are the same as Wu's. Variant Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Inner Academy, by Cangqiong. By the way, Tang San's mother, Yin, perished partly because of the Spear Hall. Now that Tang San has joined the Spear Hall and is working for them, doesn't that count as recognizing the thief as his father? Variant Doluo World, Tinshui Academy. Shui Yuer. That shouldn't count. After all, in this matter, Tang San's biological father, Tang Hao, is the real mastermind. Since Tang San has already acknowledged the mastermind Tang Hao as his father, it seems quite reasonable for him to recognize another accomplice as his father now. Original Doluo World, Shrek Academy, Tang San. Meanwhile, while Shui Yuer and the others were deriding and mocking Tang San, a desperate cry suddenly came from the comparison video featuring Tang San. As the screen on the large light curtain showed, when the vanished Dugu Yen reappeared, Tang San was already on the ground, clutching his face, which had at least dozens of wounds, in pain. Chapter 203. Tang San exposed. Xiao Wu is a 100,000 soul beast. Since you are already shameless, keeping that face is a waste. I will show mercy and help you destroy it myself. Dugu Yen looked expressionlessly at the wailing Tang San. You. Hearing this, Tang San covered his face with one hand and pointed at Dugu Yen with the other, so furious that he couldn't even say a word. You don't have to thank me. Don't worry. The power I left in your wounds means that in the entire Doluo continent, aside from us few, no one can restore your face to its original state. This can be considered you getting what you wished for. Dugu Yan's words cut to the heart. What? Hearing Dugu Yan say that no one else could save his face, Tang San's pupil shrank, his face filled with horror. Xiao Wu, since coming to Blue Tyrant Academy, you've been with Shen Cangqiong. You should have learned Dugu Yan's methods, right? Can you help me remove the power Dugu Yan left in my wounds? After being in a daze for a while, Tang San seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Seeing Tang San's plea, Xiao Wu looked at Shen Cangqiong, who merely shared a brief glance with her, saying nothing. After hesitating for several seconds, she ultimately shook her head. Xiao Wu, don't forget, Dugu Yan and Shen Cangqiong are ultimately just passers-by in your life. Once this elite competition is over and you graduate, you will have no further connections with them. Unlike me, who has been your brother since childhood and will always be a family member you can rely on. Seeing Xiao Wu refuse to help him, a cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes, but for the sake of his face. He suppressed his anger and tried to reason with her emotionally. I plan to stay at Blue Tyrant Academy after I graduate. Xiao Wu said. No way. I do not agree. Tang San had long regarded Xiao Wu as his private possession. How could he allow her to escape from his grasp? Moreover, if Xiao Wu graduated and didn't follow him, his face might truly be beyond saving. What qualifications do you have to disagree? Xiao Wu was almost laughed to the point of anger by Tang San. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our past feelings? Realizing how overbearing he was, Tang San immediately switched to a heartfelt mode, looking sorrowfully at Xiao Wu. However, his face, covered in wounds, made it impossible for anyone to feel any sense of affection. Instead, it appeared somewhat terrifying. I remember everything from the past clearly. Recalling the past, Xiao Wu seemed a bit lost in thought. In that case, when you graduate, will you come back to your brother's side? I promise. I will never argue with you or make you angry again, and I will treat you as well as before. Seeing Xiao Wu in a daze, Tang San seized the opportunity and pressed on. It's too late. Tang San, do you know? Once, I thought you were my only one. Later, I realized that you were not. Xiao Wu regained her senses and once again rejected Tang San. What do you mean? Tang San was confused. Do you remember when I was captured by the Titan giant ape, and you risked your life to come and save me? Xiao Wu recalled. Of course I remember. As he spoke, Tang San's gaze flickered. Xiao Wu didn't know, but at that time, he was mostly just putting on an act. After all, no one would believe that a level 29 soul master could be captured by a Titan giant ape and still return alive. The reason Tang San acted recklessly back then was merely to maintain his image of being loyal and righteous in front of all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited to find Xiao Wu after being forced to win against Meng Iran in a hidden weapon contest. Instead, he took the time to teach Meng Iran some techniques for using hidden weapons and absorbing soul rings. In fact, at that time, in Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu had already been in the Titan giant ape's grasp, and helping to retrieve Xiao Wu's body was far less important than absorbing the very suitable soul ring in front of him. As for his claim that absorbing the soul ring would make it easier to rescue Xiao Wu, that was just an excuse on top of an excuse. In front of the Titan giant ape, whether it was a soul master with 2 soul rings or a soul sovereign with 3 soul rings made no difference at all. Do you still remember? When we returned from the Stardow Forest, I asked you to help me comb my hair. Xiao Wu did not notice the unusual look in Tang San's eyes and continued speaking without waiting for his response. You don't know. That wooden comb was given to me by my mother. She told me that if I ever meet someone I want to entrust my life to, that person should use this wooden comb to comb my hair. At the end, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, a relieved smile appearing on her face. She told Tang San this not because she was reminiscing about the past, but to completely bid farewell to everything from the past. Xiao Wu, what do you mean? As Xiao Wu finished speaking, Tang San thought there was a turn of events, and his face immediately brightened. Tang San, I just want to tell you, we are already impossible. Whether as siblings or anything else, it is impossible now. From now on, let's become familiar strangers. Xiao Wu shook her head, interrupting Tang San's fantasies. Xiao Wu, are you serious? Tang San stared dumbfounded at Xiao Wu, who had dealt him a critical blow. Why joke about something like this? Xiao Wu said seriously, crushing Tang San's last bit of hope. Since that's the case, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself. You were unkind to me first. Tang San fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, increasingly mad with each laugh. Tang San, what do you mean? Xiao Wu frowned. If I can't have it, no one else can. Tang San did not answer Xiao Wu and laughed for a few more seconds before suddenly stopping, turning darkly toward Bibi Dong on the VIP stage and saying, Your Holiness the Pope, this Xiao Wu in front of you is a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. Chapter 204, Controlling Bibi Dong. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Ning Rongrong. What does this mean? If you can't have it, you want to destroy it? Seeing the video where Tang San immediately sold Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong was very angry. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Zhu Zhuqing. I'm not surprised at all that someone like Tang San would do such a thing. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up again, which was rare for her. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. But what I said in the comparison video about being taken away by Ming didn't happen to me. Perhaps she was already indifferent to Tang San, or had seen through his true nature. Xiao Wu did not mock him as disdainfully as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, but instead thought about other things. Variant Doloa World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Banger. The scene on the big screen does not reflect the world of the comparison video. But reality does have the world of the comparison video. In this case, it's normal for there to be some deviations. Variant Doloa World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Wearer. My sister is smart. She said what I wanted to say. It's like a little butterfly flapping its wings at some inconspicuous time and place, which might cause a catastrophic event elsewhere. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, okay. You all have a point. Variant Doloa World, 10,000-year Sky, Blue Bull Python. Deming, Xiao Wu, aren't you angry that Tang San sold you out like this? Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, I was blind myself. There is nothing to be angry about. Variant Doloa World, 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape, Ming. I think it's mainly because Xiao has found a new love. So, she doesn't care much about this old love, Tang San. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu, Ming, don't talk nonsense. My feelings for Tang San have always been those of a sister to a brother. It's not what you call an old love. Variant Doloa World, 10,000-year Titan Giant Ape, Ming. Xiao Wu, it seems you didn't deny having a new love. Variant Doloa World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu was speechless, the comparison video continued. What? At this moment, as Tang San's identity was exposed, the previously bustling scene instantly fell silent, leaving only Bibi Dong's shocked voice. Mother, originally, Xiao Wu was about to confront Tang San with a few words after his identity was exposed. But the next second she felt a hint of power leaked out by Bibi Dong in her emotional agitation, instantly forgetting everything around her and staring blankly at Bibi Dong. Take her down. Bibi Dong, who could not see through Shen Cangqiong's reality before and still had some apprehension about him, did not turn against Shen Cangqiong because of the matter with the Jew Doloa and the others, but facing the temptation of this 10,000-year transformed soul beast. All her previous apprehensions had long since vanished. Yes. With Bibi Dong's command, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall rushed towards Xiao Wu without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang San, standing to the side, looked cruelly at Shen Cangqiong, Xiao Wu, and the other members of the Shred Joint team, including Duge Yin and Lan Ba. Sigh. Since I dared to bring Xiao Wu to the Spirit Hall, I naturally have 100% confidence in ensuring her safety. Can't you people from the Spirit Hall think of evenness? Seeing the Spirit Hall members rushing in, Shen Cangqiong shook his head in disappointment. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Red, 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 gold, 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 gold. 9 soul rings appeared around Shen Cangqiong. At the same time, he used his powerful pressure to suppress the approaching members of the Spirit Hall to the ground. No, impossible. Seeing the 9 soul rings of 5 red and 4 gold on Shen Cangqiong, Tang San, who was not affected by the pressure, felt his cruel smile freeze. As if he had seen a ghost, and he fell to the ground, muttering to himself. How is this possible? According to Xiao Gang's theory, this configuration of soul rings should never appear. On the other side, Bibi Dong wanted to say that the soul rings on Shen Cangqiong were fake, that it was a trick, but the powerful pressure emanating from Shen Cangqiong told her that everything was real. Could it be that Shen Cangqiong also has twin martial souls? Huh, that must be the reason. Xiao Gang's theory cannot be wrong. Suddenly, Bibi Dong thought of the possibility that Shen Cangqiong also had twin martial souls. Her eyes brightened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Bibi Dong, are you going to give me an explanation? At this moment, Shen Cangqiong's voice rang out. What do you want? After coming to her senses, Bibi Dong realized that this matter had exceeded her expectations. If not handled well, Shen Cangqiong might take action against the Spirit Hall. She didn't care what would happen to the Spirit Hall, as her original intention was to destroy it. But she was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would affect Yu Xiaojiang. I have 2 conditions. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall didn't do anything wrong. As long as they didn't continue to seek trouble, Shen Cangqiong would only give them a little lesson and wouldn't make things too difficult for them. However, Bibi Dong, as an unstable factor, Shen Cangqiong could not let go easily. Speak. Bibi Dong had little choice. Of course, if it weren't for the concern about Yu Xiaojiang's safety, Bibi Dong wouldn't necessarily be so easy to negotiate with. The first condition is that I want you to take off the 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit's soul ring and soul bone from your body. The second condition is that I want you to resign from the position of Pope and stay by my side for 3 years. Shen Cangqiong said. Are you kidding me? Bibi Dong couldn't accept either of Shen Cangqiong's 2 conditions, let alone both together. If you don't agree, I will replicate everything that happened to Tang San on Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing that Bibi Dong clearly had no intention of agreeing, Shen Cangqiong smiled slightly and directly transmitted his voice to her. Shen Cangqiong never claimed to be a good person. Since he knew what Bibi Dong's weakness was, he had to take advantage of it when dealing with the disobedient Bibi Dong. Chapter 205. The comparison video of Tang San begins to play. Aren't you afraid of us both going down together? Hearing Shen Cangqiong's threat, Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, and she retaliated with a transmission threat. You can try. After transmitting, Shen Cangqiong looked at Bibi Dong, his eyes flashing with light. Can you guarantee that you won't harm Xiaojiang? Feeling the fleeting powerful force from Shen Cangqiong, Bibi Dong suddenly felt somewhat disheartened and asked through transmission. She had originally thought she was strong enough. However, just in that instant, she felt like a small boat facing a towering wave, completely at the mercy of fate, with no capacity to resist. That depends on your performance. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who acts recklessly. What I mean by performance refers to your attitude during these 3 years by my side. Shen Cangqiong transmitted. While he took advantage of the situation, Shen Cangqiong also had his own bottom line. This wasn't hypocrisy. It was that he didn't want to become the kind of person he once hated the most. All right, I agree. Bibi Dong resigned herself and replied through transmission. As Bibi Dong agreed to Shen Cangqiong's conditions, the image on the large screen gradually zoomed out until it froze. The 5th character comparison, Shen Cangqiong segment ends. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. Why did it suddenly end? Keep playing the video of teaching Tang San a lesson. Variant Doluo World, Qihua Academy, Huwu. Tang San was first crippled by Duge Yin, and now he has had his face ruined by Duge Yin. The exciting parts are already played out, continuing with just show ordinary scenes of beating Tang San, which doesn't seem interesting. Variant Doluo World, Lanba Inner Academy, Duge Yin. Speaking of which, Shen Cangqiong's abilities are pretty good. Based on the information received during the 4th character comparison, Shen Cangqiong should have completely swayed the Pope's heart away from Yu Xiaojiang in the 3 years. Variant Doluo World, Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuer. That's true. Brother Cangqiong not only won the heart of His Holiness the Pope, but also won yours, Duge Yin. Variant Doluo World, Lanba Ino Academy, Zubuzan. Variant, Doal World, Tiando Royal Academy, Tianheng. Meanwhile, the sound of the comparison video began to play. The character comparison for Tang, Sam begins. Third brother, let me make an appearance. I must take revenge for our Shrek Academy being driven away by the Tiando Royal Academy last time. At this moment, the first half of the opening ceremony had ended, and Ma Hongjun did not care about the disdainful looks around him. Instead, he tightly clenched his fists and said to Tang San, "No way. Proceed according to the original plan." Tang San glared at Ma Hongjun. "All right." Ma Hongjun deflated like a punctured ball. "Little San, you take charge." At this time, Dai Mubai came over and patted Tang San's shoulder, handing the task of arranging the team to him. "Okay, those who will appear later include Dai Mubai, me, Xiao Wu, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Zhu, and Tai Long." Tang San nodded without hesitation. "Later, we will attack according to the first plan. At the beginning, the humiliation we suffered at the Tiando Royal Academy was brought upon us by Prince Xuesheng. However, the Tiando Royal Academy symbolizes the Tiando royal family. Dean Flander and the teachers did not come, but I understand their intentions very well. If we want to live well in the future, we must defeat the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy as quickly as possible. I think, for us, 1 minute is already enough." In the end, Tang San's expression was very cold. "Yes, just the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. We only need 1 minute." Dai Mubai's eyes also flashed with fierce light. Variant, Doloa World, Tiando Prince Xuesheng. Our people in Tiando want to regain their face. That is fine. What qualifications does a star Luo prince like Dai Mubai have to act recklessly in our Tiando territory? Sure enough, I found the right trouble with the Shrek Academy crowd. These people from Shrek have probably already been bought over by the star Luo side. Variant Doloa World, Tiando Emperor Shuya. Xuesheng, shut up. Variant Doloa World, Tiando Prince Xuesheng. Am I wrong? As a person from Tiando, mixing with the star Luo prince and claiming to teach our Tiando Royal Academy a lesson. If there isn't something fishy about this, who would believe it? Does everyone really think everyone is an idiot? Variant Doloa World, Tiando Emperor Shu. Enough. We've already talked about these things. Stop dwelling on it. Variant Doloa World, Tiando Prince Xuesheng. At this moment, the scene on the big screen changed. How detestable. They're clearly using us as green leaves to highlight the red flowers of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing the splendor of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy as they appeared, Huang Yuan said angrily, "Thinking too much. We're not being treated as green leaves, but as cow dung instead." Hearing this, Jing Ling retorted from the side, "Let everyone know later who really is the cow dung." Tyrone waved his fist fiercely. "Let us go. It's our turn to appear." Dai Mubai's tone was very cold. Variant Doloa World, Water Academy, Shui Yuer no. I don't quite understand. The humiliation suffered by the Tiando Royal Academy is from the people of Shrek Academy, and I can understand that Shrek Academy looks down on the Tiando Royal Academy. But why do Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Tyrone from the Lamba Academy seem to despise the Tiando Royal Academy even more than the people from Shrek Academy? Variant Doloa World, Lamba Academy, Huang Yuan. I don't know either. Looking at the video where he spoke first, Huang Yuan himself had a puzzled expression. Variant Doloa World, Lamba Academy, Jing Ling. Could it be that we have also been influenced by Tang San? This was the only possibility Jing Ling could think of. Variant Doloa World, Lamba Academy, Tyrone. That should be the reason. Chapter 206. The complaints caused by not daring to cause trouble. The comparison video continued. What a bunch of toads. Dressed like this, they dared to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. As Shrek's group stepped onto the stage, a petite boy from the second team of Tiando, with a soft voice, disdainfully said, "What bad luck. How could we compete with such a team? It's like a toad landing on your foot. No harm done, but it's just irritating." After the petite boy finished speaking, a flamboyantly dressed girl next to him covered her mouth and nose in dissatisfaction, as if afraid of smelling something unpleasant on Shrek's people. What a pity for such a little beauty. Why go to any academy but this one that specializes in disgusting people? Hearing this, the petite boy nodded, his gaze somewhat infatuated as he stared at Xiao Wu. One is ambiguous, and the other is a courtesan. It should be our bad luck. Seeing the disdain from the Tiando's second team, Xiao Wu coldly huffed and retorted without any courtesy. Variant Doloa World, Water Academy, Shui Yuer. Xiao Wu, you're really fierce. The title of the 100,000 Old Liumong Rabbit is indeed not wrong. Variant Doloa World, Lamba Academy, Xiao Wu. I'm very pure, okay? I'm not a 100,000 Old Liumong Rabbit. Variant Doloa World, Water Academy, Shui Yueha. Right. You're very pure. Then should I call you Spicy Rabbit Head, like Brother Cangqiong from now on? Variant, Doloa World, Lamba Academy, Xiao Wu. Just when Xiao Wu wished she could duel with Shui Yuer, the comparison video did not stop. At this moment, after the back and forth between Xiao Wu and the Tiando's second team, the atmosphere on the stage became tense. And at one moment, when the referee finally shouted the words "the match begins," the Shrek Academy crowd, filled with old grievances and new grudges, unleashed their full power, instantly overwhelming the Tiando's second team without giving the other side any chance to react. Moreover, when the teachers from the Tiando Royal Academy protested, they were fiercely humiliated by Tang San with words. Variant, Doloa World, Water Academy, Shui Yuer. The Tiando's second team is not good, but Tang San is not good either. It's just a matter of biting and gnawing. Variant, Doloa World, Fire Academy, Huo Wushuang. The main reason is that these guys from the Tiando's second team are too arrogant. If they hadn't been careless from the beginning, they would never have been taken out by Tang San and the others so easily. Variant, Doloa World, Godwind Academy, Feng Xiaotian. Indeed. Except for Dai Mubai and Tang San, the others from Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, have not reached level 40 in soul power, which is not too different from the overall soul power level of the Tiando's second team. If they had a good commander, not to say winning, at least they could have fought back against those from Shrek Academy. Variant, Doloa World, Tiando Royal Academy, Chief Meng Shinji, Sai. It's simply embarrassing. Meanwhile, the scene on the big screen changed. At this time, several days had passed since the last opening ceremony. During this time, due to the outstanding performance of the Shrek Academy team, both other Academy teams and ordinary spectators have changed their attitude towards Shrek Academy from initial disdain and contempt to seriousness and admiration. Soon, after a few more matches, Shrek Academy finally encountered another academy with a grudge. The result, of course, was not worth mentioning. In the battle against Sanghui Academy, led by Tang San, the members of Shrek Academy showed no mercy and dealt a heavy blow to the people of Sanghui Academy. As a result, all 7 students from Sanghui Academy were left in a state of confusion. Zhang He from Sanghui Academy in the original Doloa World. Damn. This Tang San, along with the students from Lamba Academy and Shrek, are really something else. Back then, at the hotel outside the Stardow Forest, it was clearly your Shrek Academy that came looking for trouble with us at Sanghui Academy. How come now, when it comes to your Lamba Academy and Shrek Academy, it seems like we are the ones in the wrong? Shui Wearer from Tian Shui Academy in the variant Doloa World. What is going on? Can someone explain? Zhang He from Sanghui Academy in the original Doloa World. Sure. That time, one of our junior sisters from Sanghui Academy needed to advance her soul ring. So, our director, Yi Zhiqiu, decided to personally take us to hunt souls in the Stardow Forest. Just by coincidence, when we were at an inn outside the Stardow Forest, planning to eat something and rest for a night, we ran into the group from Shrek Academy who were also there to hunt souls. If it had been any other reasonable academy, our academy might not have had any interaction with theirs at all. But we were just unlucky to encounter Shrek, a completely unreasonable academy. At that time, as soon as we entered the inn, before we could do anything, we were provoked consecutively by Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. In the end, not only did we students suffer a huge loss, but even our director Yi Zhiqiu was severely taught a lesson by Zhao Wuji. Oh right, I still clearly remember that the students from Shrek said that not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. They also said that this saying was taught to them by their dean. Shui Yueter from Tian Shui Academy in the variant Doluo World. Not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Which great talent said this? It simply makes me. Forget it. I can't even find a suitable word to express my thoughts. Huo Wushuang from Chihua Academy in the variant Doluo World. As a dean, to educate one students like this is simply outrageous. Feng Xiaotian from Cangqiong Academy in the variant Doluo World. Such a dean is truly speechless. What we should do is not cause trouble and not fear trouble. Rather than the so-called not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. Educating students like this, what if, because of this saying, they provoke the wrong people in the future and end up losing their lives? What then? Chapter 207. Investigation. Just as Shrek Academy and Flandra and others were once again heavily criticized in the comment section, the video footage also transitioned to the competition organizing committee investigating the Shrek group. Dean Flandra, sorry to disturb you. In the footage, Ning Fengji smiled kindly and nodded at Flandra. Ning Zhongzhu, you are too polite. Your visit to our Shrek Academy truly brings glory to us. Satsing Ning Fengji. The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Flandra did not dare to be arrogant and quickly returned the greeting. I'll introduce you to Dean Flandre. This is the Platinum Bishop Salas, the head of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Ning Fengji smiled slightly, then took a small step to the side, giving half of his position to introduce Flandre. Oh, so it's the esteemed Platinum Bishop Salas. Flandre greeted him politely. Hearing Ning Fengji's introduction, Flandre smoothly bowed again, not giving Salas any chance to cause trouble. Let's cut to the chase. I'm not here to exchange pleasantries with you. Where are your participating students? Call them over. I have questions for them. Unfortunately, Salas came specifically to stir up trouble, and now he had a perfectly reasonable excuse to do so. So he did not give Flandre any good face at all. Two esteemed guests, it's not appropriate for us to talk here. Let us go to the conference room first, Flandre suggested. All right, please lead the way, Dean Flandre. Due to the relationship with Tang San and Tang Hao, as well as his own daughter Ning Rongrong, Shrek Academy was considered a friend of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so Ning Fengji naturally would not refuse Flandre's face. Nearby, Salas glanced at the ordinary Shrek students pointing at them from afar, hesitated slightly, and did not raise any objections, thus tacitly agreeing. Please follow me. Seeing that Salas, who clearly came with ill intentions, did not object, Flandre took the lead and secretly signaled to Yu Xiaojiang. Flandre, I believe you should know our purpose for coming to Shrek Academy this time. I hope your Shrek Academy can cooperate honestly with our competition organizing committee's investigation. Do not hold any unrealistic hopes, and do not play any unnecessary tricks behind the scenes. On the way, Salas spoke very rudely. He naturally saw Flandre's little gestures just now. However, he did not believe that a small academy like Shrek could come up with any tricks. So he did not pay much attention. Salas, we haven't started investigating the matter yet, and we can't determine whether those kids from Shrek intentionally injured the students from Cangqiong Academy. Your current certainty that it is Shrek Academy's fault is somewhat inappropriate. Before Flandre could respond, Ning Fengji retorted first. No matter what the facts are, the 7 members of Cangqiong Academy were all severely injured by the people from Shrek Academy, and this is an unchangeable fact. Salas was not afraid of Ning Fengji siding with Shrek. After all, as long as he grasped the fact that the student from Shrek Academy had severely injured the students from Cangqiong Academy, he was already in an unbeatable position. There are exceptions to everything. We came this time to investigate the truth of the matter. Otherwise, you could just announce the results directly. Why go through the trouble of investigating? Ning Fengji retorted. I came here to investigate simply to find out if the participants from Shrek Academy intentionally injured the students from Cangqiong Academy. This is very important. After all, if the people from Shrek Academy did it on purpose, then every one of those students who participated that day must face punishment from my Spear Hall. Of course, no matter what the investigation reveals, those who participated from Shrek that day must also be disqualified from the competition. This is already my greatest mercy. Saras spoke coldly. 2 distinguished guests. We have arrived at the meeting room. Please. At this moment, Flanders, who had been ignored all along, suddenly spoke up. Flanders, you heard everything from my conversation with Sec Master Ning just now, right? Seeing they had arrived, Saras nodded and sat down. I heard everything. I hope Sec Master Saras can show some leniency. After all, those students are still children. Although Flanders appeared to be anxious and worried on the surface, he wasn't too concerned inside, because he believed that with Yu Xiaojiang around, Saras wouldn't make a big fuss. However, Flanders still preferred not to rely on Yu Xiaojiang's connections if possible. Otherwise, Lu Erlong would probably be furious. Upon hearing this, Saras only sneered and said nothing, picking up the nearby tea and taking a sip. But in the next second, his expression suddenly turned ugly. Starry Sky, Dean Flanders, this tea of yours is not very good. On the other side, Ning Fengji looked at Saras's ugly expression, suppressing a smile, and turned to Flanders, saying, Alas, I must ask the 2 distinguished guests for forgiveness. Our Shrek Academy is truly too poor. All our funds are spent on training students. Usually, I wouldn't even dare to drink this Starry Sky. This tea was bought by me a few years ago, specifically for entertaining distinguished guests at our Shrek Academy. Flanders complained. I see. So it seems, Dean Flanders, you are indeed a competent and good dean, willing to endure hardships for the sake of training those students. Ning Fengji couldn't help but admire Flanders' acting skills. If he had prior contact with Flanders, he might have almost believed his words. All right, stop beating around the bush. Why haven't those students arrived yet? Saras said. Chapter 208. Reasoning and Discussion. Not to hide from the bishop. Those children are all seriously injured. Even moving is very difficult. Your Excellency Bishop Saras, You just said that our Shrek Academy-S students injured the students of Sanghui Academy and that you would investigate us. But our Shrek Academy-S students are injured. Who should we reason with? At this point, Flanders pretended to be a bit emotional. If your Shrek students really did get injured, why didn't you report it to the organizing committee? Flanders, I told you from the start. Don't try to play tricks with me. Otherwise, your Shrek Academy will also face severe punishment. Saras wouldn't be intimidated by Flanders' words. We just don't want to trouble the organizing committee. Nor do we want to ruin the future of those students from Sanghui Academy over something that can be salvaged. But from the current situation, it seems that Sanghui Academy has not accepted our goodwill. Your Excellency Bishop Saras, since they from Sanghui Academy are unkind, we cannot be blamed for being unjust. Aren't they accusing our Shrek Academy-S students of injuring their Sanghui Academy-S students? I also want to accuse their Sanghui Academy-S students of injuring our Shrek Academy-S students. Flanders wouldn't be intimidated by a few words from Saras. Instead, he struck back at Sanghui Academy. This kind of confusing right and wrong is very familiar to someone like Flanders, who naturally likes to stir up trouble. You can certainly accuse Sanghui Academy, but you must let your Shrek Academy-S injured students come out for examination. Otherwise, your word alone cannot be evidence. Saras said indifferently, no, the children's injuries are too severe. They cannot meet people. Otherwise, it will delay their treatment. Flanders insisted. This one do, and that one do. It seems you want to go against our organizing committee. Flanders, I can now interpret your actions as your Shrek Academy-S refusal to accept the organizing committee's investigation. For this reason, our competition organizing committee has the right to disqualify Shrek Academy from this Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy elite competition. In any case, Saras's goal was to get Shen disqualified. The method was not important. Wait a moment. Deciding to disqualify Shrek Academy from this elite competition without investigation seems inappropriate. Seeing that Saras was about to make a decision, Ning Fengji, who had been silent and watching the back and forth between Saras and Flanders, hurriedly interrupted. This is not me not giving Shrek Academy a chance. I asked their students to come out for investigation, but they were unwilling to cooperate and even said they would accuse Sanghui Academy. I also asked them to provide evidence of being injured by Sanghui Academy, but they were equally unwilling to cooperate. In this situation, Sect Master Ning, what do you think is appropriate for me to judge Shrek Academy? Saras had a calm expression. He felt that reason was entirely on his side. Dean Flanders, are the students participating from your academy really seriously injured? I seem to recall that there was a student who wasn't too seriously injured at the time. I wonder if we could let him come for our investigation. This matter concerns the rules of the competition. Please cooperate. Ning Fengji knew that if Shrek Academy didn't express anything this time, they definitely wouldn't get through this hurdle. Why should we accept the investigation? Since the competition has rules, the judges should have seen the situation at the time. The Sanghui Academy used a 7-in-1 fusion technique. Would they show mercy to us, Shrek Academy? If our Shrek Academy students hadn't blocked their attacks, I'm afraid none of them would have survived to return. Everyone saw that our students were only passively resisting the attacks from Sanghui Academy. They did nothing wrong. If that's the case, and the organizing committee of the competition still wants to disqualify Shrek Academy, then we have nothing to say. Flanders' eyes were red. This is what you said yourself. A glimmer of light flashed in Salas's eyes. Your Excellency, the Platinum Bishop, where exactly did our Shrek Academy offend you? Why are you targeting us so specifically? After a pause, Flanders spoke again. I want to see how you plan to disqualify our Shrek Academy from this competition. Tomorrow, I will take Xiao Gang to meet His Holiness the Pope in Wuhuan City and let His Holiness adjudicate for us. At the end, Flanders slammed the table, angrily saying, there's nothing we can do. Flanders isn't a fool and naturally sees that Salas is deliberately targeting Shrek Academy, so he can only helplessly bring up you Xiao Jiang. Variant All World Unknown. I say, why is Flanders so arrogant? Turns out he's treating you Xiao Jiang as a backup. But I wonder, when this matter reaches His Holiness the Pope, whose side will he take? Variant All World Unknown. It goes without saying. He will definitely side with you Xiao Jiang. Just look at the relationship between His Holiness the Pope and you Xiao Jiang. Original All World Unknown. It's not necessarily so. I think His Holiness the Pope should help Bishop Salas. After all, Bishop Salas is targeting Shrek Academy for the sake of the Spear Hall. If in this situation, His Holiness the Pope still sides with you Xiao Jiang, who is an outsider or even an enemy, then His Holiness the Pope's prestige would greatly diminish. At least, if I were Bishop Salas, I would no longer obey any orders from His Holiness the Pope. Variant All World Unknown. you're thinking too simply. In the heart of His Holiness the Pope, there is only one white moonlight, Yu Xiaojiang. But there are countless people who want to become the Platinum Bishop. If Bishop Salas really stops obeying orders because of this incident, he could be replaced directly. Original Doll World Unknown. You people are really bold, discussing such matters so passionately. Aren't you afraid of being noted down by His Holiness the Pope? Chapter 209 Farewell, Variant Doll World Unknown. Speaking of which, at first, Flander was probably playing the pity card, pretending to be weak and bullied, right? But later, why does it seem like Flander is genuinely angry? Can he big shot explain this to me? Variant Doll World Unknown. Is there even a need to explain? From the comparison video, we can see that the Shrek students were not injured at all. If they really call them over for an investigation, wouldn't everything be exposed? At this time, facing the unreasonable Bishop Salas, Flander, in order to hide the truth, what else can he do besides pretend to be angry about being deliberately targeted? Variant Doll World Unknown. In fact, Bishop Salas doesn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with Shrek Academy. Didn't Flander say that their Shrek Academy is so poor they can't even afford the most ordinary tea? Isn't this the best excuse to eliminate Shrek Academy? After all, from any perspective, a high-level Soul Master Academy that can't even afford ordinary tea has no right to continue operating. Otherwise, allowing such an academy to continue would only mislead students. Variant Doll World Unknown. The previous friend is right. I can only say that Flander seems clever, but is actually just a somewhat self-righteous fool. He doesn't even count as having a little cleverness. Original Doll World Unknown. Meanwhile, the comparison video continues. Master Ning, you saw it too. Shrek Academy is so arrogant. If we don't punish them, how can we explain it to the other participating academies? Salas ignored the agitated Flander and turned to Ning Fengji, who was anxiously watching from the side. Hearing Salas say this, Ning Fengji fell silent. Even if he wanted to help now, facing such an unreasonable Flander, he felt powerless. Aren't you going to appeal to His Holiness the Pope? Then you can set off now. I declare that Shrek Academy has violated the rules of the competition. Seeing that Ning Fengji finally had nothing to say, Salas smiled triumphantly. But before he could finish his statement about disqualifying Shrek Academy, a serious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Salas, you must think carefully before making a decision. Many things, once you take a wrong step, will lead to an irretrievable outcome. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who entered the room, although he did not show the same anger as Flander, the anger in his heart was enough to burn down the entire Doll continent. In fact, he had no intention of boasting. As long as Salas dares to disqualify Shrek, preventing him from using this elite competition to clear his name, he will definitely destroy Salas's entire family at any cost. Who are you? Since he first arrived at Shrek Academy, Salas felt that this ordinary-looking buzz cut was somewhat familiar. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember who the other party was. At this moment, seeing the other party's tone so bold, he couldn't help but ask hesitantly. When asked about his identity, Yu Xiaojiang did not speak, only letting out a cold snort while throwing a token toward Salas. Receiving the token, Salas quickly glanced at it, and his heart shook, taking a sharp breath. It was only then that Salas fully remembered who this seemingly pretentious guy was. Just kidding. With the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and the current pope, let's not even talk about him being a platinum bishop, even if he were a title level elder. If he clashed with Yu Xiaojiang, he would definitely not come out unscathed. Farewell. Having figured out the key, Salas changed his previous aggressive stance, respectfully placed the Pope's decree on the table with both hands, and then quickly left Shrek Academy without looking back. Variant the World Anonymous 1. I said the Spirit Hall is unreliable. Yet some people insist on arguing with me. What now? Just a Pope's decree, and they throw all their established rules aside. Original Doll World Anonymous 2. Sigh. I understand Bishop Salas's actions, but I have lost all feelings for the Spirit Hall from now on. Original Doll World Anonymous 2. No way. This is just the plot in the comparison video. How did you elevate it to reality? Original Doll World Anonymous 2. Don't forget, if it weren't for the exposure of the comparison video, BB Dong wouldn't have seen through Yu Xiaojiang's true colors. Therefore, everything currently shown in the comparison video will inevitably happen. Variant Doll World Anonymous 1. It's not just that. For example, those who have committed evil and were supposed to be captured by the Spirit Hall with Yu Xiaojiang's connections, could they not let the Spirit Hall people give them a break? Original Doll World Anonymous 2. Listening to you guys, I truly see the light. It seems that the Spirit Hall is no different from powers like Tiando and Xingluo. Perhaps the only difference is that many bad behaviors of powers like Tiando and Xingluo are out in the open, making them seem more glaring. While the Spirit Hall's bad behaviors are often hidden, without certain strength and background, one can't see them at all. Original Doll World Anonymous 2. Wow. You guys are getting more and more ridiculous. The Spirit Hall isn't as unreliable as you say. At most, there are one or two people who break the rules relying on their status. Original Doll World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Original Doll World Spirit Hall Qian Renshua. You still have the face to come out. Look at the good things you've done. Our Spirit Hall's reputation is about to be ruined by you. Original Doll World Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong. Your courage is really growing. Do you really think I won't do anything to you? Original Doll World Spirit Hall Hulaina. Teacher, please calm down. Sister Shui didn't mean to offend you. Seeing these two proud ones start arguing again, Hulaina could only helplessly mediate once more. Chapter 210. The Dance of the Tinshui Team. Just as the troubled Hulaina was busy mediating between the two sides, the scenes in the comparison video continued. In the following days, due to the presence of Yu Xiaojiang as a backup on Shrek's side, the matter of the Tsanghui Academy students being heavily injured by Shrek Academy's students ultimately came to nothing. However, fortunately, Shrek Academy did not make the matter too absolute. After the investigation team from the organizing committee left, Shrek Academy also announced to the outside world that they needed to pause for 2 days to recover, thus giving the organizing committee a face in a roundabout way. During the 2 days of recuperation for Shrek Academy, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition also came to a close. Currently, the teams ranking high in the Tiano competition area are Thunder Academy, 26 battles, 25 wins. The only team to defeat them is Cangqiong Academy. Cangqiong Academy, 26 battles, 25 wins. The only team to defeat them is Qihua Academy. Shrek Academy, 26 battles, 24 wins. Having used 2 days for recuperation, they lost to Thunder Academy and Cangqiong Academy. Qihua Academy, 26 battles, 23 wins. Tianshui Academy, 26 battles, 23 wins. Xiangjia Academy, 26 battles, 21 wins. At this moment, although the preliminary rounds are still 1 round away from ending, in reality, the 5 teams that will advance have already been determined. The only uncertainty is the ranking of these 5 teams in the preliminary rounds. Variant World Tianshui Academy Shui. Looking at this ranking, if it weren't for the appearance of the comparison video, among our 4 Elements Academy, Cangqiong Academy should be the strongest. It's just a pity that Cangqiong Academy has Feng Xiaotian, who is a disgrace. Otherwise, Cangqiong Academy would have 26 battles and 26 wins, easily securing first place in the preliminary rounds. Variant Doll World Cangqiong Academy Feng Xiaotian. Variant Doll World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Speaking of which, this time in the elite competition, Qihua Academy is in quite a dangerous position. If Cangqiong Academy hadn't intentionally lost to Qihua Academy, Qihua Academy might have to compete with Xiangjia Academy for the last 5th spot. Variant Doll World Xiangjia Academy Huyan Li. Damn. Feng Xiaotian, you better wait for me. This time meeting in the elite competition, see if I don't beat you to the point of questioning your life. Variant Doll World Cangqiong Academy Feng Xiaotian. Heh, you think too highly of yourself. Did you forget? I can fly, but you can't. You still want to beat me to the point of questioning your life? You really have a good imagination. Besides, in the comparison video, our 2 teams have fought, and in the end, it was our Cangqiong team that won. Feng Xiaotian is no pushover. Apart from Huo Wu, he fears no one. Variant Doll World Xiangjia Academy Huyan Li. That's all old news. Anyway, you better wait for me. Now that the comparison video points are in, Huyan Li can exchange for many invaluable treasures he never dared to think of before, so his confidence has greatly increased. Variant Doll World Qihua Academy Huo Wu Shuang. Feng Xiaotian, you're a good choice for a brother-in-law, but Huo Wu really isn't suitable for you. Watching the comparison video, where Feng Xiaotian runs to Shrek Academy every day to cheer for them because of a promise with his younger sister, Huo Wu Shuang side again. Unfortunately, Huo Wu Shuang still held the same view as before, believing that unless a miracle occurred, Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian would never be together. Variant Doll World Cangqiong Academy Feng Xiaotian. Meanwhile, the scene in the comparison video shifted. After 2 days, the Shrek team, in full form, reappeared on the arena. This time, the Shrek team faced opponents known as the Tianshui female team, the Tianshui team. Also, for the first time, the Shrek team, which had gained immense popularity from their consecutive victories, was completely overshadowed in popularity by their opponents due to a dance performed by the Tianshui Academy students. As the dance of the Heavenly Water team reached its peak, even among the Shrek team, several members were supporting the Heavenly Water team with shining eyes. Variant Doloal World Unknown Heavenly Water Girl Group. Original Doloal World Unknown Heavenly Water Girl Group. Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu. You really can do it. Dancing on a competition stage. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Binger. This is our signature program at Heavenly Water Academy. Or rather, every elite tournament, our Heavenly Water team will perform a dance. Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu. I know that. I just didn't expect that with your personality, Shui Binger. You would be willing to dance in front of so many people. It seems I don't know you well enough. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer Huowu. Why does a girl like you need to understand my sister so well? Are you planning to prepare a bit for becoming real sisters in the future? Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu. Variant Doloal World Plan Academy Yao Z. I'm currently considering whether our Plan Academy should also dance on the stage when this elite tournament starts. Variant Doloal World Thunder Academy Yu Tianxin. Go ahead. Although the members of your team in this elite tournament may have some gap in appearance compared to the Heavenly Water team, they are still true beauties. As long as you're willing to dance in the elite tournament, your popularity will definitely not be low. Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu Shuang. That's for sure. The captain and vice captain of the plant team and the 5 main members are all on the Rouge list. How could it be any worse? Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Brother Cangqiong. Is Yuer's dance beautiful? At this moment, Shui Yuer suddenly asked. Variant Doloal World Shen Cangqiong. Beautiful. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Hee. Then when I come to Tiando City this time, I'll dance just for you. How about that? Variant Doloal World Shen Cangqiong. Of course, that's good. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Then it's settled. All right, no more talking. I need to go rehearse a new dance now. Variant Doloal World Shen Cangqiong. Okay. Chapter 2:11, the 5th character comparison, ends. The comparison video continues. At this time, the dance of the Heavenly Water team has ended, and their match with Shrek Academy has officially begun. However, since Shrek's group had never lost a match in the preliminaries except for a few they voluntarily conceded, and coupled with Tang San's arrogance, he completely misjudged the true strength of the Heavenly Water Academy team. As a result, the Shrek team, which had considered itself invincible, tasted defeat for the first time in this match against the Heavenly Water team. If it weren't for Shui Binger being too kind and choosing to show mercy to Tang San, even if he didn't get knocked out, he would have been unable to participate in the subsequent promotion matches and finals due to serious injuries. But even with Shui Binger's mercy, resulting in a draw between the Shrek Academy team and the Heavenly Water Academy team, Tang San was still somewhat shaken by this match and began to doubt his life. In the end, if it weren't for Dugu Bo's advice, it is very likely that the seemingly calm, but actually fragile Tang San would fall into an inescapable vortex and commit some self-destructive mistakes. Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu. Shui Binger is really strong. This further proves that the comparison video elevating Shui Binger was completely correct. It seems that among this generation's 4 elemental academies, the strongest is indeed the Heavenly Water Academy. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Binger. It's because of the martial soul fusion technique with Shui Wu. If it were just me alone, I probably wouldn't be able to win against Shrek Academy. Variant Doloal World Blaze Academy Huowu. You're too modest. It's obvious that in this match, that so-called strong Tang San was controlled by you the whole time. In fact, if the so-called Shrek 7 didn't consume the immortal grass, you alone could easily wipe out all 7 of them. Even if Tang San has enhancements like shadowy illusion, it wouldn't help at all. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Speaking of the Shrek 7, I find it funny. How can they, with such talents, have the gall to say they are champions without rivals? My sister Shui Binger is about 2 years younger than Dai Mubai, yet her soul power level is comparable to Dai Mubai after consuming the immortal grass. And still, I haven't seen my sister show any pride. Variant Doloal World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Ning Rongrong. My innate soul power is not low, and Xiao Wu's innate soul power has even reached level 10. Only Zhu Qing is a bit lower, with innate soul power at level 7. The real weak links are Dai Mubai and his group. Before the comparison video appeared, each of them boasted either level 10 or level 9 innate soul power. And what happened? They turned out to be a bunch of useless people. Variant Doloal World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. Alright, you're right. I just saw in the comparison video that after you consumed the immortal grass, your soul power levels weren't high, and I didn't react quickly enough. Variant Doloal World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Ning Rongrong. That's just because I was too lazy to cultivate. Otherwise, when I entered Shrek Academy, I would definitely have had the highest soul power level. Variant the World Blue Tyrant Inner Academy Devian. I've watched you all chat for a long time. It feels like you're not really getting to the point. Don't you think it's a pity that Shui Binger showed mercy to Tang San? Variant Dual World Heavenly Water Academy Shui Yuer. It is indeed a pity. If my sister had been a bit harsher at that time, Shrek Academy would have been finished. But there's nothing to be done. My sister is inherently kind. She wouldn't severely injure or wipe out her opponent just because of a soul fighting match. Meanwhile, just as Shui Yuer and Devian in the bullet screen area brought the topic back to Shui Binger showing mercy to Tang San, the footage in the comparison video shifted. For the next period of time, after a break, Shrek Academy passed the promotion match without any surprises. On the way to Wuhuan City, the Shrek Academy group encountered an ambush from the Wuhuan Hall. Fortunately, with help from various parties, they managed to repel the Wuhuan Hall without any serious incidents and arrived at Wuhuan City. Next, in the finals, Shrek Academy defeated the combined team of Qihua Academy and Cangqiong Academy, as well as the Starfall Royal Academy in a fateful showdown. Finally, relying on some tactics from Tang San, they triumphed over the Wuhuan Hall team led by Hu Laina, known as the Golden Generation of Wuhuan Hall, and won the championship of this elite tournament. However, at that moment, a gentle breeze blew away the love-infused red flower that Xiao Wu was wearing, exposing her identity as a 10,000-year transformed soul beast in front of all the titled Duluos and soul Duluos in the square. Ultimately, the comparison video froze on the scene where Tang Hao came to rescue Tang San and Xiao Wu, gradually pulling away. The fifth comparison video ended. Based on the recognition level of all beings from both worlds watching the comparison video, the final winner of the fifth comparison video is Shen Sanqiong. Below are the recognition vote counts for the two protagonists. Variant Dual World Shen Sanqiong received 431, 241, 019 votes. Original Dual World Tang San received 2 votes. Next, we will present the rewards for the two protagonists in the comparison video. Now we present the rewards for the winner of the comparison video, Variant Dual World Shen Sanqiong. Reward 1, 10 pieces of interdimensional symbol fragments. Reward 2, 1 Tiangang Furnace. Reward 3, the 7th volume of the original True Solution. Reward 4, 100,000 comparison video points. Special reward, the ability to completely resurrect a being without loss, as long as the name, birth date, and place of demise are provided. Note, the special reward is an additional reward for winning 5 consecutive character comparisons. The rewards for the winner, Variant Dual World Shen Sanqiong, have been issued. Now we will present the rewards for the loser, Tang San. Reward 1, 1 piece of interdimensional symbol fragment. Reward 2, 1 ordinary alchemy furnace. Reward 3, a complete set of golden needles for practicing the Sunflower Manual. Reward 4, 10 comparison video points. The rewards for the loser Tang San have been issued. Chapter 2:12. Xiao Wu's request and conditions. Now we will draw 10 lucky spots, and anyone who obtains a lucky spot will receive 100,000 comparison video points. Here is the list of lucky spots. 1. Variant Doluo World Xiao Wu. 2. Variant Duluo World Shu Yiping. 3. Variant Doluo World Hu Wu Shuang. 4. Variant Doluo World Xia Wuji. 5. Variant Doluo World Lin In. 6. Variant Doluo Hanxi. 7. Variant Doluo World Luo Hua. 8. Variant Doluo World Jeanette. 9. Variant Doluo World Yi Xingyu. 10. Variant Doluo World Lan Bao Bao. The list of lucky spots has been announced. This comparison video has concluded. Variant Doluo World Lan Ba Academy Xiao Wu. Shen Sanqiong. Can you give me this chance to resurrect? As long as you agree, I can promise any request you make. Variant Doluo World Shrek Academy Tang San. No. Xiao Wu, you can't do this. Didn't you see the scenes in the comparison video? When you were in danger, I would definitely stand in front of you to protect you. This holds true even if the enemy is the Wuhuan Hall. So no matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you, and there is no need to seek help from others. In the past, Tang San had always been trapped by this comparison video, causing Xiao Wu's trust in him to plummet, leaving him with no way to express his grievances. But this time, the video clearly showed the scene where he bravely stood in front of Xiao Wu when she was in danger. This finally gave Tang San the opportunity he had been longing for to explain to Xiao Wu. Variant Dual World Qihua Academy Huo Wu Ba. 5 character comparisons. And you couldn't win even once. Yet you shamelessly claim you can help her without needing to seek help from others. Where does your confidence come from? Thinking you can win against Shen Sanqiong 5 times in character comparisons? Didn't you see that this time, The number of people truly supporting you has decreased again. Moreover, I may not have interacted much with Xiao Wu, but I know she currently needs her mother to be resurrected. And you? You keep saying you will treat Xiao Wu well, yet you don't even know what she needs the most. I feel disgusted that I have to repay you in such a foolish way in the character comparison. Variant All World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. I still think Tang Sen isn't unaware of what Xiao Wu truly wants, but rather he is unable to fulfill it, which is why he has to pretend not to know anything. Variant All World Chihua Academy Huo Wu. Shui Yuer, what you said makes sense. We should think of this trash Tang San in the darkest way possible. I still stand by my words. The breeze that blew away the love-infused red flower from Xiao Wu in the comparison video is very suspicious. In such a high-intensity soul fight, the love-infused red flower remained quietly on Xiao Wu without falling. Yet, as soon as the soul fight ended, a small breeze blew it away. This is simply outrageous. Variant Dual World Tianshui Academy Shui Yuer. Wu, what you said is also very reasonable. I still maintain my stance. Even if this breeze wasn't orchestrated by Tang San, it definitely has something to do with him. Variant Dual World Shrek Academy Tang San. Xiao Wu, don't listen to them. Tang San said, suppressing his anger. Shui Yuer and Huo Wu's back-and-forth criticism had basically picked apart Tang San's inner struggles and some unspeakable thoughts. If it weren't for fearing Shen Sanqiong, Tang San would have gone to Tianshui Academy and Chihua Academy right now to let Shui Yuer and Huo Wu know what it means to speak recklessly and what it means to have already chosen the path to death. Variant Doluo World Lan Ba Academy Xiao Wu. Shen Sanqiong, are you even watching? Xiao Wu ignored the taunts from Shui Yuer and Huo Wu and paid no attention to Tang San's sweet words. She only wanted to resurrect her mother. Variant Doluo World Shen Sanqiong. I'm watching. Variant 1 Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Do you agree? Variant 1 Doluo World Shen Sanqiong. Even Erlong's mother needs this chance to be revived. Shen Sanqiong has indirectly refused. In fact, the reason he didn't speak earlier was that he was contemplating whether this chance for revival should go to Xiao Wu's mother or Lu Erlong's mother. In the end, Shen Sanqiong decided to give this chance to Lu Erlong. Although the conditions Xiao Wu offered were very tempting, Shen Sanqiong was not the kind of person who wouldn't treasure what he had obtained. Since Lu Erlong followed him first, Lu Erlong's priority was certainly greater than Xiao Wu's. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong Sanqiong. Let this opportunity go to Xiao Wu. My mother has been gone for so long, I've already gotten used to it. Moreover, compared to the video, I am also Xiao Wu's mother. Just for Xiao Wu calling me mother, I won't compete with her for this chance of revival. Of course, this does not mean Lu Erlong does not care about her mother. Rather, she believes that with Shen Sanqiong's strength, he will have the chance to revive living beings again in the future. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu, mother. Thank you. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Xiao Wu was immediately moved to tears, uncontrollably calling Lu Erlong mother, just like the version of herself in the video. Variant 1 Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong. Good. Sanqiong, let's settle this matter. If in the future you get the chance to revive other beings at will, you can give me one then. Variant 1 Doluo World Shen Sanqiong. Are you really sure about this? Variant 1 Doluo World Blue Tyrant Academy Principal Lu Erlong. I'm sure. Variant 1 Doluo World Shen Sanqiong. Alright then. Xiao Wu, tell me your mother's name, birth date, and the place where she fell. Variant 1 Dual World Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Okay. As she spoke, Xiao Wu detailedly told Shen Sanqiong her mother's name, birth date, and the place where she fell, fearing that if she made a mistake, it would directly lead to her mother's revival failure. Chapter 213. Ro Qingxuang on the other side, in the carriage where Shen Sanqiong and Tang Yuehua were. Are you going to revive Xiao Wu's mother now? Tang Yuehua asked enviously. In fact, she also wanted this chance to revive her mother. But she knew that with the transactional relationship between her and Shen Sanqiong, him giving her spiritual herbs was already generous, and she felt embarrassed to ask for more. Of course, Shen Sanqiong nodded and then began to silently recite all the information about Xiao Wu's mother in his mind in the correct way. As soon as Shen Sanqiong finished reciting the last word in his mind, a colorful pillar of light that could be seen from anywhere on the Duluo continent descended from the sky, directly shining down on the carriage where Shen Sanqiong was. The next moment, within the colorful pillar of light in the carriage, a voice filled with vigilance and confusion suddenly emerged. Who are you? Where's this place? How did I end up here? Wasn't I already fallen? At this moment, Xiao Wu's mother's memory was stuck at the moment of her fall, completely unaware of what had happened. Yuehua, you take out some of your clothes for her. Seeing the colorful light dissipate, Xiao Wu's mother stood right in front of Shen Cangqiong and Tang Yuehua, and Shen Cangqiong slightly sweated and quickly turned to Tang Yuehua and said, "All right, Dan Jihu Zipli, here. These might not fit well, but just make do with them for now." Then, Tang Yuehua took out a set of clothes she had never worn from her storage soul guide and handed them to Xiao Wu's mother. "Thank you." Feeling Tang Yuehua's kindness, Xiao Wu's mother relaxed her guard a little, hesitated briefly, and then accepted the clothes Tang Yuehua handed over. "By the way, let me tell you what exactly is happening now." At this time, Tang Yuehua glanced at Shen Cangqiong, who was facing away from them, and planned to help explain for him. Okay, Xiao Wu's mother naturally wouldn't refuse, as she wanted to know what was happening. At the same time, she did not mention the incident where Shen Cangqiong had seen her just now. After all, although she was a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast and had a different mindset from humans, she still felt that what had just happened was too embarrassing and was better left unmentioned. "My name is Tang Yuehua. He is Shen Cangqiong. He is the one who revived you." Seeing that Xiao Wu's mother agreed to her suggestion, Tang Yuehua began to explain everything that had happened from the appearance of the comparison video to now in detail. Variant 1 Dalal World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiao Wu, Shen Cangqiong. Was that colorful pillar of light just now the commotion caused by reviving my mother? Variant 1 Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong, yes. Variant 1 Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. Then where's my mother? Why can't I see her? Variant 1 Doluo World, Shen Cangqiong. She is with me. Variant 1 Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. Mother. Can you see Xiao Wu's bullet screen? Variant 1 Doluo World, 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. I can see it. Xiao Wu. I'm relieved that you're okay. Tang Yuehua had already told her about Xiao Wu's situation, and Ro Qingxuang felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing it. All she could say was, fortunately Xiao Wu met Shen Cangqiong, and fortunately the comparison video appeared. Otherwise, her Xiao Wu would have ultimately faced tragedy. Variant 1 Doluo World, Blue Tyrant Academy, Xiao Wu. That's great. Mother, I can finally see you again. I miss you so much. Seeing that it was indeed her mother, Xiao Wu couldn't help but cry. Variant 2 Original Doluo World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Xiao Wu, Mother. I miss you too. Although this mother was from another world, Xiao Wu from Variant 2 still couldn't help but want to call out to her mother. Variant 1 Doluo World, 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang Sai. You are also a good daughter of Mother. If there's a chance in the future, Mother will definitely come pick you up. Seeing that Xiao Wu from the other world was also calling out to her, Ro Qingxuang sighed, feeling very sad. She knows that the Xiao Wu from another world has had a much harder life than her own and could encounter danger at any moment, because there is no protection from Shen Cangqiong in that second world. In the second original Doluo world, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Xiao Wu. Mama, Xiao Wu is waiting for you. In the first variant Doluo world, the Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Shen Cangqiong, where are you now? Over here. The first world Xiao Wu is not jealous of her other self, but is anxiously asking Shen Cangqiong, as she is eager to find her mama. In the first variant Doluo world, Shen Cangqiong, I'm on the way to Hanhai City. You stay put at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Don't let your mama just be revived, and then you end up in trouble. In the first variant Doluo world, the 100,000-year softbone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. Shen Cangqiong is right. Xiao Wu, be good and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, mama will get angry. Ro Qingxuang naturally knows how much humans value 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. Even though there are now comparison videos and scores, 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones are no longer considered priceless treasures as they once were. But who would complain about having too many treasures? In the first variant Doluo world, the Blue Tyrant Academy Xiao Wu. Okay. Xiao Wu also knows that if she leaves the Blue Tyrant Academy alone, she will definitely encounter danger. So, she doesn't T-act willfully. In the first variant Doluo world, the 100,000-year softbone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. That's good. Ro Qingxuang breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She was afraid that because she had fallen for several years, Xiao Wu would lack necessary supervision and follow Tang San to misbehave and not listen to her. In the first variant Doluo world, the 100,000-year softbone rabbit, Ro Qingxuang. By the way, Dean Liu Erlong, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for your generosity, I wouldn't have had the chance to be revived. In the first variant Doluo world, Blue Tyrant Academy Dean Lu Erlong. You don't need to thank me. I also like this child Xiao Wu. That's why I gave her the chance to be revived. Moreover, I understand very well what it feels like to lose your own mama. In the first variant Doluo world, the 100,000 year softbone rabbit, Roaching Shuang, no matter what, you can decline my thanks. However, I can't express my gratitude at all. Roaching Shuang said, Chapter 214, I will keep an eye on Tang-san. After a moment, young Master Shen, actually, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, everything would just be empty talk. After finishing the conversation with Lu Erlong in the common area and comforting the daughters from both worlds, Roaching Shuang then looked at Shen Cangqiong and bowed. At this moment, she no longer had the vigilance from earlier, only heartfelt gratitude remained. Even without me, Xiao Wu can still revive you in the future using the complete restoration pill. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. That's different. The effect of the complete restoration pill is more like a miraculous healing medicine, but the conditions to use it for reviving a living being are too harsh. Roaching Shuang shook her head. She already knew the effects of the complete restoration pill. It can only be said that without Shen Cangqiong's help, even if Xiao Wu tried her hardest, it would be nearly impossible to meet the conditions to revive her. In fact, if it weren't for the relationship between you and Xiao Wu, I would have let Xiao Wu call Dean Lu Erlong Mama this time. Seeing Shen Cangqiong just smile and not speak, Roaching Shuang continued. I haven't had any incidents with Xiao Wu. That being said, Shen Cangqiong was thinking in his heart, isn't that even more exciting? I know, but it's hard to say in the future. After learning from Tang Yuehua that her precious daughter would have a little baby from Shen Cangqiong, Roaching Shuang naturally wanted to cut off some inappropriate relationships in advance. All right, what you said makes sense. Since Xiao Wu's mama had said so, Shen Cangqiong naturally didn't deny anything. Moreover, he originally had thoughts about Xiao Wu. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would have already turned into a 100,000 year softbone rabbit soul ring. A 100,000 year softbone rabbit soul bone, a spicy rabbit head, and a whole roasted rabbit. Speaking of which, Qing Shuang, what is your current strength? At this time, Tang Yuehua, who was beside them, suddenly asked after Shen Cangqiong and Roaching Shuang finished their conversation. If it corresponds to the soul master profession, I should be around level 93 now. This comparison video is truly miraculous. My current state is exactly the same as it was before my fall. Even the soul rings and soul bones are still there. She had already checked these situations several times when Roaching Shuang was just revived. Hee. It seems that we should congratulate Blue Tyrant Academy, as another title Doluo powerhouse is about to emerge. Tang Yuehua chuckled awkwardly, her expression somewhat unnatural, and her words were somewhat insincere. The reason she asked such things wasn't out of curiosity, but because she wanted to know whether Roaching Shuang would pose any threat to Tang-san. However, from the current situation, it seemed that if she didn't do something, once Roaching Shuang used the playback function of the comparison video to see what Tang-san had done to Xiao Wu, Tang-san's fate wouldn't be too good. Qing Shuang, can I ask you for a favor? After hesitating for a few seconds, Tang Yuehua decided to be upfront. What is it? Roaching Shuang frowned slightly. She felt that Tang Yuehua was being a bit excessive. They had only known each other for about an hour at most. With such a short time, they weren't even ordinary friends. So how could Tang Yuehua have the face to ask her for a favor? Can you not cause trouble for Tang-san? Roaching Shuang's expression was noted by Tang Yuehua, who couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She never expected that as a person of etiquette, she would one day say such unreasonable words. But for Tang Hao's sake, she had to say it. Who is Tang-san? Roaching Shuang carefully recalled and found that she didn't even know this so-called Tang-san. Tang-san is Xiao Wu's brother. Tang Yuehua didn't directly mention Tang-san's actions. She knew well that first impressions between people are very important. Therefore, she wanted to use the fact that Tang-san was Xiao Wu's brother as a breakthrough point to ensure that Roaching Shuang's first impression of Tang-san was positive. Xiao Wu's brother? If that's the case, you should be more worried about others causing trouble for Tang-san instead of asking me not to. Saying this, Roaching Shuang secretly pointed at Shen Cangqiong. It's not like that. Sigh. Knowing that Roaching Shuang misunderstood, Tang Yuehua sighed and then told Roaching Shuang everything that was shown in the comparison video. This is outrageous. What does it mean that Tang-san isn't Xiao Wu's recognized sister? Didn't Tang-san say that if anyone dared to harm Xiao Wu, they would have to step over his corpse first? And what happened? Tang-san is living well, gaining immense fame in the outside world, while my daughter Xiao Wu has become his soul ring and soul bone. Tang-san really is calculating. He claims others must step over his corpse to harm Xiao Wu, but in reality, He is stepping over Xiao Wu's corpse to achieve the sea god position. As Tang Yuehua spoke, Ro Qingxuang's expression changed from indifference to a dark blue and finally to a pitch-black look, ending with a cold smile that showed her extreme displeasure. It's all Tang San's fault. But Tang San has already received the most painful lesson. To let Ro Qingxuang vent her anger and to make her feel a bit sorry for Tang San, Tang Yuehua revealed the secret about Tang San's situation to Ro Qingxuang. He deserves it, Ro Qingxuang said bitterly. I only ask that you can forgive everything Tang San has done up to now. I can assure you, Tang San will never do anything evil again in the future, Tang Yuehua promised. Whether he will do evil again in the future is none of my business. However, since young Master Shen and Xiao will have already let it go, I can also consider the past events settled. Remember, keep Tang San away from my daughter in the future. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make Tang San pay dearly. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, her methods and ruthlessness will definitely not be lacking. When Ro Qingxuang says Tang San will pay, she truly means it. Not to mention Ro Qingxuang. Even the gentle blue-silver Emperor Yin, once angered, can be terrifyingly ruthless. Thank you. I will keep a close watch on Tang San. Seeing that Ro Qingxuang finally relented, Tang Yuehua sincerely thanked her. She was afraid that Ro Qingxuang would never forgive Tang San no matter what. If that were the case, even if she later obtained the complete recovery pill and healed Tang San, with Ro Qingxuang's extreme disdain for him, Tang San could be rendered useless again at any time. Chapter 215. Goodbye Purple Pearl, the intent of Sea God Island. Young Master Shen. What are we preparing to do now? Ro Qingxuang ignored Tang Yuehua's gratitude and promise, turning to Shen Cangqiong beside her and asking, to help Yuehua hunt for soul rings. Shen Cangqiong said, retracting his gaze from Tang Yuehua. Hunt for soul rings? Isn't it already possible to exchange soul rings using comparison video points? Why do we still need a hunt for soul rings? Ro Qingxuang wasn't blaming or questioning Shen Cangqiong. She was just somewhat resistant because she had once been part of the soul beasts and was one of the victims of humans hunting for soul rings. Sea soul beasts are not considered soul beasts. Their lord is the sea god. It doesn't matter if they're all wiped out. Shen Cangqiong repeated the reasons he had previously shared with Lu Erlong and Tang Yuehua regarding Ro Qingxuang's question. So that's how it is. Does young master Shen also have objections to those deities? Hearing this, Ro Qingxuang's resistance dissipated significantly, and she became even more curious about Shen Cangqiong. The matters between the divine realm and soul beasts. Xiao Wu is still young and doesn't know much, but she vaguely understands some truths. The sea god passing the divine position to Tang San is the greatest sin. Just for this reason, the divine realm should be thoroughly cleansed. Shen Cangqiong had said these words before, and he certainly wouldn't hide them now. Is it just for this reason? Ro Qingxuang was somewhat dumbfounded. She originally thought Shen Cangqiong disapproved of the divine realm's tyranny and hypocrisy, and its prevention of unparalleled geniuses from the lower realms from becoming gods through their own efforts. But it turns out it's just this. Yes, it's precisely for this reason. In the original world, Shen Cangqiong was so enraged by Tang San's actions that he nearly exploded. Now that he has come to Doluo continent, if he doesn't vent all the resentment in his heart, his thoughts will be obstructed. I will supervise Tang San in the future, ensuring he makes changes. I'm not saying he should be a good person, but at least he shouldn't be an evil person, and he must not act like he does in the comparison videos, jumping to conclusions about others at every turn. Before Ro Qingxuang could say anything further, Tang Yuehua interjected. I wanted to tell you earlier, you'd better not have too much hope for Tang San. This person is too selfish and only thinks of himself. Don't say you were just his aunt whom he has barely met. Even if you were Tang San's biological parents, if you obstructed his interests, he would still unceremoniously place a hat of certain death on you. Shen Cangqiong felt that Tang Yuehua's desire for Tang San to make changes that go against his interests was completely wishful thinking. Things are determined by effort. Tang San has become so reckless precisely because he lacked parental guidance from a young age. But fortunately, he is still young. As long as I educate him well in the future, I believe I can lead him back to the right path. While saying this, Tang Yuehua conveniently ignored the fact that Tang San's mind is that of a 30-something adult. Suit yourself. Seeing that he couldn't change Tang Yuehua's thoughts, Shen Cangqiong shrugged and said no more. After all, he knew very well what kind of person Tang San was as a hater in the original world. It can only be said that as long as Tang Yuehua continues to manage Tang San, he will eventually take action against her out of frustration. When the time comes, when Tang Yuehua truly realizes that Tang San is not worth her help and sacrifice and chooses to leave in anger, it will also be quite a spectacle. After all, seeing Tang, Shen become isolated and abandoned is something Shen Cangqiong is very eager to witness. In the following time, the three people in the carriage did not continue to discuss Tang San and the divine realm, but engaged in some casual conversation. Soon, with the hurried journey of the coachman, the three finally arrived at Hanhai City by noon the next day. Shen Cangqiong. At the city gate of Hanhai City, just as Shen Cangqiong and the others got off the carriage, a somewhat familiar voice reached Shen Cangqiong's ears. Purple Pearl? What are you doing here? Shen Cangqiong was somewhat surprised. I saw you on the way to Hanhai City in the barrage area, so I deliberately waited for you here. Purple Pearl said with a smile as she approached Shen Cangqiong. I see. By the way, where's Black Pearl? You left the Blue Tyrant Academy with her without even saying goodbye. If I hadn't seen the note you left, I would have thought you and Black Pearl were captured by someone. Shen Cangqiong nodded and then asked, Black Pearl is accompanying a guest. As she spoke, the smile on Purple Pearl's face grew even more pronounced. A guest? Who is it? Shen Cangqiong asked curiously. Previously, he had spent so much time with Black Pearl and Purple Pearl, and he had never heard of them having any friends. Guess who it is? I can give you a little hint. This guest is here to see you. Purple Pearl didn't say it outright, leaving Shen Cangqiong to guess. Could it be someone from Sea God Island? Shen Cangqiong said. How did you know? Purple Pearl was taken aback that Shen Cangqiong guessed it right away and felt a bit frustrated. The only forces that can show up in Hanhai City and have the qualifications to come directly to talk to me, besides Sea God Island. What other forces could there be? Shen Cangqiong rolled his eyes. Even if you can guess it's someone from Sea God Island, so what? You definitely can't guess who the person is and what they are here for. Purple Pearl said a bit defiantly. Anyway, the people from Sea God Island are either here to cause trouble for me or to reconcile. But since they are considered guests by you and Black Pearl, I think they must be here to reconcile. As for who they sent, I truly can't guess. Shen Cangqiong wasn't omniscient and certainly couldn't guess everything. Forget it. I'll just tell you directly. Since Shen Cangqiong had already guessed most of it, Purple Pearl lost interest in continuing to beat around the bush. This time, the people from Sea God Island are Sea Spirit Delaw, Sea Witch, and Magic Soul Great White Shark, Little White. They said they came according to the order of Sea God Island's High Priest, Poseidon, to talk to you about reconciliation. At the same time, to show their sincerity. Sea God Island will let Magic Soul Great White Shark, Little White, stay by your side. If necessary, even Sea Spirit Delaw, Sea Witch can stay. After a pause, Purple Pearl continued, Chapter 216 meeting. Even Sea Spirit Dolawa can stay. It seems Sea God Island is really putting in the effort this time. Shen Cangqiong said, in surprise. Yeah, but to be honest, I didn't expect it. The Sea God Island and its holy pillar, which have always been high and mighty, would do something so unscrupulous in the face of absolute power. Before knowing Shen Cangqiong, Purple Pearl was just an unknown little person. She didn't understand the various methods between big powers, so she had quite a few criticisms of Sea God Island's way of dealing with people. That's quite normal. If the spokesperson of a force doesn't have the ability to adapt to the wind, that force could be destroyed at any time. If it weren't for Tang Hao's matter, Tang Yuehua's intelligence had returned to its peak, becoming the Tang Xian master who mingled among the Tiando royalty and great families, able to navigate with ease. So hypocritical. Aren't you tired? Hearing Tang Yuehua's explanation, Purple Pearl pouted, feeling quite unconvinced. She suddenly felt that those people from big powers looked glamorous on the surface, but in reality, they lived less freely than she did. At least, as long as she didn't act foolishly and didn't do things that were obviously beyond her capability. She could do whatever she wanted without having to consider this or that. That's not hypocrisy. It's the unspoken way of dealing with people between great powers. If you weren't someone close to Shen Cangqiong, I wouldn't even tell you these things, let alone teach you. Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless by Purple Pearl's remark about hypocrisy. But in order to maintain a good relationship with Shen Cangqiong's circle, she still had to patiently explain. Forget it. I'm not interested in learning these things. Shen Cangqiong had a point when he said that in the face of absolute power, any schemes and tricks are paper tigers. Rather than waste time learning this stuff, I'd rather spend that time cultivating. Purple Pearl preferred to be straightforward. All right, Tang Yuehua originally thought that Purple Pearl, being somewhat of a spokesperson for small power, would be interested in such knowledge. It was clear that she had overestimated things. This is it. Come in. As she spoke, Purple Pearl led Shen Cangqiong and the other two to a very high-end inn and then, after some twists and turns, guided them to the largest private room in the inn. Shen Cangqiong, you all sit down first. I'll go have the owner bring the dishes and call Black Pearl and the Sea Witch from Sea God Island over. After arranging for Shen, Cangqiong, and the others to sit down, Purple Pearl said, "Okay, you go ahead." Shen, Cangqiong nodded. "How do you plan to deal with Sea God Island?" Tang Yuehua asked curiously as she watched Purple Pearl leave the private room. "As long as the people from Sea God Island don't get mixed up with Sea God anymore, then there won't be any major grievances between Sea God Island and me." Shen Cangqiong took a sip of tea and said, "In a comparison video, you actually conquered Sea God Island completely. This time, don't you plan to conquer Sea God Island?" Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Cangqiong with an odd expression. "Huh? Why do I feel like you have some hostility towards Sea God Island?" Shen Cangqiong looked at Tang Yuehua with an equally odd expression. "You're overthinking it. I have no interactions with Sea God Island at all. How could I have hostility towards them?" Tang Yuehua weakly explained, avoiding Shen Cangqiong's gaze. "If you say there isn't, then there isn't." Shen Cangqiong wasn't the type to pry into every detail. Everyone had their secrets, and since Tang Yuehua didn't want to say, he wouldn't push the issue. After all, as long as Tang Yuehua didn't betray him, she was free regarding other matters. "Actually, it's nothing. I just have some dissatisfaction with Poseidon." Seeing Shen Cangqiong close his eyes after he finished speaking, Tang Yuehua, who didn't yet understand Shen Cangqiong well, thought he was angry. After hesitating, she chose to be honest. "Dissatisfaction with Poseidon? Logically speaking, she is your grandfather Tang Chen's beloved, and can even be considered your elder." Shen Cangqiong couldn't understand what Tang Yuehua was getting at. "It's precisely because Poseidon is my grandfather Tang Chen's beloved that I have some dissatisfaction with her. No matter if it's the women of our Tang family or those who married into our Tang family, they're basically all tragedies. But why can she, Poseidon, an outsider, receive my grandfather's love and gain the respect of the Tang family? As Tang Yuehua spoke to the end, she suddenly stopped, thinking to herself, "What is wrong with me? Why do I seem like a person without any scheming in front of Shen Cangqiong?" So that's how it is. Although Tang Yuehua didn't finish her sentence, Shen Cangqiong had a good idea of what she was thinking. However, this cannot be blamed on Tang Yuehua. In fact, if one thinks carefully, it can be discovered that the entire Tang family is indeed, as Tang Yuehua said. All the women in the Tang family are tragedies. Whether it's Tang Chun, the wife of the unparalleled Deluo, or the mother of Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua, or even someone like Yin, who is the wife of a core member of the Haotian sect, none of them have lived long. This point is even true for the women among the direct descendants of the Tang family. If such things only happen once or twice, it could be understandable. But if it keeps happening, without exception, who would believe there is no conspiracy behind it? Shen Cangqiong. It's been a long time. Just as Shen Cangqiong was pondering, a somewhat cheerful voice from Black Pearl entered his ears. "Yes, you seem to have gained a little weight." Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong withdrew his thoughts, tossed aside the terrifying speculation in his mind, and started joking with Black Pearl. Annoying. Black Pearl gave Shen Cangqiong a glare and then sat down beside him. "Young Master Shen, I am the Sea Woman Deluo, the sea witch from Sea God Island. This is the magic soul Great White Shark, Little White. I believe our intentions have already been conveyed to you by Purple Pearl, right?" At this time, a black-clothed woman at the door of the private room, whose age was indiscernible, spoke up. "Yes, Purple Pearl has indeed informed me of your intentions." Shen Cangqiong nodded. "Then may I ask, young Master Shen, what are your thoughts?" The Sea Woman Deluo inquired. "I have no grievances with your Sea God Island." Shen Cangqiong repeated what he had just said to Tang Yuehua. Chapter 217. Little White and the Sea Woman Deluo's Decision. "How? You seem to doubt my words?" Seeing that her words had landed, the Sea Woman Deluo did not respond, but instead looked at herself in astonishment, and Shen Cangqiong immediately shot her a glare. "No, I just didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly." The Sea Woman Deluo quickly shook her head. In fact, it was indeed so. Originally, the Sea Woman Deluo thought this would be a difficult negotiation, and she and Little White might have to give something to truly resolve the contradictions between both sides. As a result, the conversation almost ended as soon as it started. "I've noticed something. Many people think I'm hard to approach. Many people from the Heaven Do side think so, and so do you from Sea God Island. In fact, I've said many times in the bullet screen area that I'm a very kind person. Just like this time with your Sea God Island. As long as you cut ties with the Sea God and stop supporting Tang San, I won't do anything to your Sea God Island." That said, Shen Cangqiong also understood this. After all, on the entire Deluo continent, anyone who becomes a titled Deluo or stronger usually displays a strong, pretentious attitude in normal times. "This is our first meeting. We from Sea God Island cannot be too rude. As for the Sea God and Tang San, you can rest assured. Since the High Priest personally destroyed the Sea God's avatar in the character comparison, we can't turn back now. And as for Tang San, that extremely double-standard white-eyed wolf. We definitely can't support him, nor do we have the ability to support him. The sea woman Doloa had of course seen Shen Cangqiong say in the bullet screen area that he was a very kind person. However, she had never interacted with Shen Cangqiong in reality, so she naturally did not dare to take his words seriously. Isn't this settled then? Since your sea god island has made the right choice, then there is no animosity between us, just as I said at the beginning. Shen Cangqiong said. Yes, yes. You are absolutely right, young Master Shen. After Shen Cangqiong finished speaking, the sea woman Doloa nodded repeatedly, but in her heart, she kept grumbling. It's easy to say. If our sea god island hadn't cut ties with the sea god in Tang San, your face would have turned as dark as the bottom of a pot by now. By the way, little white, did Poseidon help you catch that evil Orca King? Shen Cangqiong was unaware of the sea woman Doloa's inner thoughts, and, after finishing his conversation with her, shifted his attention to the magic soul great white shark, little white. No. Hearing this, little white glanced at the sea woman Doloa, who was momentarily stunned, and shook her head. I see. Shen Cangqiong paused for a moment and then continued. Come, let's sit down and get ready to eat. After we finish eating, we'll go out to sea together, and I'll help you catch the evil Orca King. By the way, the first soul ring for Yuehua can just happen to use the evil Orca Kings. This is a completely killing two birds with one stone, and Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't miss it. Really? Little White didn't care about Shen Cangqiong saying he would give the evil Orca King's soul ring to Tang Yuehua. She was more concerned about whether Shen Cangqiong was serious or joking. Of course, it's true. Shen Cangqiong's sincere gaze collided with Little White's excited yet somewhat anxious gaze. Thank you. As long as you really help me catch the evil Orca King, I, Little White, will be your fish. In the future, if you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Little White saw from Shen Cangqiong's sincere gaze that he was not joking, and immediately promised. This is what you said yourself. I'll remember it. Don't go back on your word later. Since Little White was so agreeable, if Shen Cangqiong pretended to refuse, it would seem too hypocritical. I will never go back on my word. Still, as I said, the main reason she was willing to listen to Poseidon's people and come to find Shen Cangqiong was that she wanted to try and see if she could get Shen Cangqiong to help her destroy the evil Orca clan. For this reason, Xiao Bai, as the leader of the Magic Soul Great White Shark clan, and also as an elder sister, was already prepared to pay any price. Would there be danger in absorbing 100,000-year soul ring for the first soul ring? Next to her, the sea maiden Doloa, with a different focus than Xiao Bai, was the first to think about safety concerns. With me here, there won't be any danger. With Shen Cangqiong's current strength, suppressing the energy released by absorbing 100,000-year soul ring would be no difficulty at all. All right, it seems I was overthinking. The sea maiden Doloa initially raised the concern about the danger of absorbing 100,000-year soul ring just to leave a good impression on Shen Cangqiong. Now that her goal was achieved, she naturally wouldn't continue to say more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a kind reminder, but rather questioning Shen Cangqiong. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Are you planning to go back or stay at the Lamba Academy? While speaking, various delicious dishes were being served on the table. Shen Cangqiong took a bite of the vegetables and continued to ask the sea maiden Doloa. That depends on what you think. If you want me to stay at the Lamba Academy, then I will go back with you. If you don't mean that, then I'll go back. Regarding the question of whether to go back, the sea maiden Doloa had already thought it through before coming. In that case, you should come back to the Lamba Academy with me. Since Shen Cangqiong was already approaching, he had no reason to push her away. Even if he couldn't do much in the short term, having her around was still nice to look at. You decide. The sea maiden Doloa nodded obediently. This scene left Zizenzu, who had just sat down, speechless, while secretly giving a thumbs up to Shen Cangqiong for being able to suppress all dissent without lifting a finger. In the following period, after quickly and simply discussing the main business, the two groups, who were considered insiders, began to chat casually while eating. During this time, Shen Cangqiong also used various humorous remarks to make the sea maiden Doloa and Xiao Bai, one person and one fish, laugh continuously, rapidly closing the relationship between both sides. Soon, this meal gradually came to an end amidst the laughter of everyone in the private room. Chapter 218. Shen Cangqiong and the Black Pearl 3 hours later. Shen Cangqiong. This is my daughter by Xiao. At this moment, after finishing the meal, Shen Cangqiong and his group arrived at the command ship of the Zizenzu fleet. Xiaobai called out her daughter from the sea and introduced her to Shen Cangqiong. Frozen fish? After Xiaobai's introduction, Shen Cangqiong looked at by Xiao, who was also curiously looking at him, and instinctively called out the nickname he had for her in his original world. What frozen fish? Xiaobai was a bit confused about Shen Cangqiong's meaning. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Cangqiong smiled awkwardly. glanced at the countless magic soul great white sharks circling around the Zizenzu fleet, and changed the topic. Are you planning to bring all your clansmen along? Yes. Our magic soul, great white sharks, and the evil demon Orcus are sworn enemies. Now that we have the chance to eliminate the evil demon Orcus, of course, we have to call all our clansmen. The feud between the two clans had a long history and was no longer just a family feud. Xiaobai naturally wouldn't only care about her own enjoyment and abandon all her clansmen. So when we find the evil demon Orcus, will your clansmen directly deal with the ordinary fish of the evil demon Orcus, or should I help you first subdue those evil demon Orcus? And then you can go in for the kill, helping others to the end, since Xiaobai would be his fish in the future. Shen Cangqiong definitely wanted to take this opportunity to enhance Xiaobai's goodwill. Otherwise, if the relationship wasn't solid, and Xiaobai really lay there like a dead fish and didn't move, that would be boring. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong had an unspeakable thought in his heart. And to achieve this unspeakable thought, if the emotional foundation wasn't solid, Xiaobai would definitely not agree. If it's convenient, it would be better for you to act first and subdue those evil demon Orcus. Xiaobai initially wanted her clansmen to take action themselves, but after considering the potential losses, she hesitated for a moment and chose to let Shen Cangqiong take the lead. After all, if it was possible to eliminate the evil demon Orcus without any losses, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for her as the leader of the magic soul Great White Shark clan to choose a method that would cause heavy losses to her clan. What is inconvenient about it? All right, leave this matter to me. When the time comes, your ordinary clansmen can just rush in mindlessly. After all, it was just about suppressing some ordinary soul beast that didn't even reach 100,000 years. For Shen Cangqiong, it was simply a matter of raising his hand. Thank you. Hearing Shen Cangqiong say this, Xiaobai expressed her gratitude again, and at the same time, she felt once more that following Shen Cangqiong was countless times better than following the sea god. We are all insiders. There's no need to keep saying thank you. Shen Cangqiong waved his hand. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked at Bai Xiuxiu and asked, "How old are you?" "I was transformed not long ago. If I count it, I've only been around for a few months. So, I can say I'm not even a year old. But I can also say I'm several thousand years old." Bai Xiuxiu didn't know why Shen Cangqiong was asking this question, and out of gratitude, she didn't hide it. Since you chose to transform, then the comparison in the video should be calculated based on your age after transformation. How about this? When we return to the Lamba Academy, you join the Lamba Academy battle team and participate in this continental elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies. What do you think? Although Shen Cangqiong was a bit puzzled as to why Bai Xiuxiu didn't transform like Xiao Wu, starting for childhood, he didn't ask much. As long as Bai Xiuxiu could join the Lamba battle team, that was enough. No problem. I'll speak for Xiuxiu. Xiaobai, who was beside them, said first. Choosing to join the Lamba battle team was only beneficial for Bai Xiuxiu and had no downsides. It could even be said that this was yet another benefit Shen Cangqiong was giving to their magic soul Great White Shark clan. Xiaobai certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away from her daughter. My mommy decides. Seeing this, Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at her mother and then turned to Shen Cangqiong, nodding and saying she had no objections to joining the Lamba Academy battle team. She was just a bit frustrated that her mother always treated her like a clueless little child. Let us go to the cabin first. We can also choose our own room. At this time, after finishing her conversation with her subordinates, Zizenzu walked over gracefully. All right, lead the way. Shen Cangqiong glanced at the sky and led everyone to follow Zizenzu. The ship was neither too big nor too small. After about 3 minutes of walking, Zizenzu brought Shen Cangqiong and the group to the door of several rooms on the top floor. This is my room. The room next to it is Haizenzu's. Besides these two, you can choose any of the other rooms on this floor, Zizenzu pointed out. You can pick first. The remaining rooms are mine. After Zizenzu finished speaking, Xiaobai and the others looked at each other, and Shen Cangqiong gestured for them to choose first. Of course, this was not out of courtesy. In fact, Shen Cangqiong planned to have a good talk about life with Zizenzu tonight and had no intention of returning to his own room. I can't help but feel that when you looked at Zizenzu's room just now, your eyes had some ulterior motives, said Haizenzu, who had been mostly silent, suddenly smiling faintly. Hee. You know, Shen Cangqiong blinked and put on a playful expression that he would only show in front of true friends. "TCH, I don't understand," Haizenzu replied, opening her door, but before she could react, Shen Cangqiong pushed her inside. Soon, the not-so-soundproof room echoed with beautiful singing that made Xiaobai and the others feel quite awkward. "Night, what are you doing here so late?" Shen Cangqiong approached Zizenzu from behind, taking out a cloak from his storage soul guide and draping it over her shoulders. Looking at the sea view, Zizenzu replied without turning around, only tightening the cloak around her. You've been looking for over 10 years. Aren't you tired of it? Shen Cangqiong stepped forward and stood beside Zizenzu. Weren't you and Hizenzu being affectionate? Why are you out here? Zizenzu said in a calm tone. You wouldn't be feeling down because of that, would you? That's why you came out to see the sea view. Shen Cangqiong detected the hint of jealousy in Zizenzu's words and immediately chuckled. Chapter 219 Shen Cangqiong and Zizenzu, you're overthinking it. Zizenzu's face flushed slightly when Shen Cangqiong hit the nail on the head, but her strong and somewhat unconventional personality made her unwilling to admit it. Really? Shen Cangqiong walked in front of Zizenzu, grinning. Where did you learn that smile? It's really hard to look at. Zizenzu looked at the corners of Shen Cangqiong's mouth that were almost reaching his ears and said unhappily, hard to look at? Is the smile not good? This is the standard war, God Dragon King's crooked smile. I practiced for a long time to get it right. I almost dislocated my jaw for it. Shen Cangqiong said playfully. I can't be bothered to chat with you. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You can continue your little activities with Hizenzu. After being teased by Shen Cangqiong, Hizenzu's gloomy mood significantly improved. Without caring about Shen Cangqiong, she threw the cloak back at him and turned to leave. Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's a bit late? After saying this, Shen Cangqiong quickly stepped forward and, amid Zizenzu's exclamation, swiftly completed the assembly work. Inside Xiaobai's room, it seems to have started again, and this time it seems to be a different person. Maiden Doluo had been discussing matters in Xiaobai's room, but before she could recover from Hizenzu's beautiful singing, another wave of singing that made her blush and her heart race came from outside, making it hard for her to calm down. Listening closely, this time it should be Zizenzu. Xiaobai, although also blushing, clearly fared better than the inexperienced Maiden Doluo. Don't you think that when others encounter such things, they cover their ears? You're actually listening carefully. Maiden Doluo said speechlessly. Cough, cough. I'm just curious and want to know who it is this time. Xiaobai explained quickly after a few coughs. By the way, if one day Shen Cangqiong makes such a request of you, would you agree or not? Ignoring Xiaobai's explanation, Maiden Doluo hesitated for a moment before asking with a serious expression. Do I have a choice? Besides, I've already said that as long as young Master Shen helps my magic soul, Great White Shark clan eliminate the evil demon Orca clan, I will be his fish in the future. By then, even if I really give him everything, I won't regret it. But you, if he made such a request of you, would you agree or not? Xiaobai first calmly expressed her thoughts, then countered with a question for Maiden Doluo. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that if Shen Cangqiong wants to make that request of me right now, I won't agree. To be honest, I don't have a strong sense of belonging to the original Sea God Island. I can't give everything for the Sea God Island, Maiden Doluo said. I know that. Like you, those titled low-level people from the original Sea God Island, it can't be said that all of them, but at least 99% of them gathered around the Sea God only for interests. Xiaobai had lived longer than anyone on the original Sea God Island and could say that every generation of the Sea God's 7 sacred pillars was raised under her watch. In this situation, how could she not know what each generation of Sea God's 7 sacred pillars was like? In fact, before the comparison video came out, the magic soul, Great White Shark King who was not valued by the Sea God, was the one who was most loyal to the Sea God. Unfortunately, her loyalty was only met with the Sea God's indifference. What I really can't understand is why the last trial for the Sea Goddess examination has to use the fall of the High Priest as the key. You have to know that being a peerless Doluo is the pinnacle of existence on the Doluo continent. How could someone like that willingly give everything for someone else? During the time when I was still the High Priest, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to receive the Sea God's divine test on Sea God Island. Even if someone did, I would make sure they disappeared without a trace. Ever since I learned the truth about the position of the High Priest, the Maiden Doluo once thought that the Sea God was out of his mind. Perhaps the Sea God was too confident. After all, being able to condense a divine position by himself might have led him to believe that everything in the world should revolve around him. Xiaobai, who had spent some time with the Sea God, was very clear about how confident, or rather arrogant, the Sea God was back then. It was an inexplicable confidence. He didn't consider how he would feel if he were in the position of the High Priest. Would he be content to be just a key? In such a position where he could be used to make others shine at any moment? How could he possibly have any loyalty to the one who caused all of this? It's no wonder that compared to the High Priest in the video, he would ultimately choose to take action against the Sea Goddess fandom. The Maiden Doluo continued to complain. If you really want to know the reason, You can ask the sea god in the barrage section. Xiaobai, looking at the sea maiden Delua with a puzzled expression, suggested. Good idea. Let us do it. The sea maiden Delua immediately focused her mind on the bustling barrage section. Variant Dolo World Sea Maiden Dolua Sea Witch. Sea God, are you there? I have something to ask you. Variant Dolua World Anonymous. Wow, that tone is quite rude, isn't it? Just like a dad ordering his son around. Primitive Dolua World Anonymous. The Sea Maiden Dolua is a woman. Variant Dolua World Anonymous. Oh, then let us change it to a mom ordering her son around. Primitive Dolua World Anonymous. Variant Dolua World Sea Dragon Dolua Sea Dragon. Sea Witch, what do you want? Variant Dolua World Sea Maiden Dolua Sea Witch. Nothing much. Just have a question for the Sea God. Sea God, are you there? Say something. Variant Dolua World Tianxue Academy Xue Yuerer. By the way, I've never seen a god from the divine realm say anything in the barrage section. Variant Dolua World Sea Maiden Dolua Sea Witch. Is that cow not here? Variant Dolua World Sea God. Chapter 2, 20 Equal Treatment, the next morning. What's wrong with you all? Why are you all looking at me so resentfully? Shen Cangqiong followed Zhenzu into the exclusive dining room shared by her and Hai Zhenzu. Seeing that all the other girls, except for Hai Zhenzu, were looking at him with strange expressions, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Last night, you and Zhenzu made too much noise. No one could sleep. At this moment, only Hai Zhenzu, who knew Shen Cangqiong the best, dared to speak the truth without reservation. That is not right. If you say Tang Yuehua was kept awake by the noise, I would believe it. But you guys are the ones who teamed up to keep the sea god speechless the whole time, right? I estimate that if the sea god's mentality were a bit weaker, you could go worship him by today. Last night, as soon as the barrage section exploded with the sea maiden Deloa's question, is that cow not here? The ensuing commotion was definitely the most lively in history. Weren't you busy working last night? How'd you know? Hai Zhenzu asked in surprise. Zhenzu told me. I was indeed busy working, but Zhenzu's job was the complete opposite of mine. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to show a proud smile halfway through his sentence, he was kicked by Zhenzu, whose face was red. All right, let's not talk about that. Let us get back to business. I heard from the Sea Maiden Law and Xiaobai that in about an hour, we will be entering the activity range of the evil demon Orcus. Seeing Zhenzu shy, Hai Zhenzu shot Shen Cangqiong a fierce glare and shifted the topic to serious matters. So soon? Shen Cangqiong was a bit surprised. Hanhai City was not too far from Sea God Island. Previously, there were some dangerous areas along the way that needed to be avoided, which may seem a bit far. Now that you are here, the fleet didn't choose to take a detour and went straight through various dangerous areas. Xiaobai explained. So that is how it is. After hearing Xiaobai's explanation, Shen Cangqiong nodded, then asked with some confusion. Isn't Sea God Island supposed to control the entire sea? Are there really dangerous places on the sea that even you guys at Sea God Island find perilous? There are many such places. Those soul beasts that have already developed intelligence for over 100,000 years definitely want to harm the people of the original Sea God Island. But those soul beasts without intelligence might not be so considerate. Xiaobai explained again. In fact, there are some things that Xiaobai is not clear about. The real situation is that it is the sea god who controls the entire sea, not the original Sea God Island. Except for the deep sea demon whale clan, all other sea soul beasts and sea soul masters will only obey the sea god's commands. But they might not take the people of the original Sea God Island seriously. After all, in the hearts of those sea soul beasts and sea soul masters, they are just as much subordinates of a sea god as the people of Sea God Island. Otherwise, there wouldn't be instances of the evil demon Orcus attacking the great white shark clan. After Xiaobai finished speaking, the Sea Maiden Doa hesitated for a moment and added, is there such a saying? In the past, Shen Cangqiong always found it strange where the evil demon Orcus got the courage to provoke the guardian beasts of Sea God Island. Now, after hearing the Sea Maiden Doa, he finally understood the reason. It makes sense when you think about it. For the sea god, whether it's the people of Sea God Island or other sea soul beasts and sea soul masters, as long as they are loyal to him, they're all his subordinates. Unless he has special feelings for a certain subordinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about the disputes between these subordinates. At most, whoever wins will become the high priest or the sea god's holy pillar. It's just a matter of his words as the sea god. Hearing you say this, I feel like I'm more like a fool. No, I'm a stupid fish. Unlike Shen Cangqiong, who is deep in thought, Xiaobai, after hearing the Sea Maiden Dolua's edition, found her hatred for the sea god deepening once again. Don't be angry. There will be opportunities for you to teach that guy. See, got a lesson in the future. Come on, have a youtiao. As Shen Cangqiong came to his senses, the servant brought in the prepared breakfast. Without hesitation, Shen Cangqiong picked up a youtiao and handed it to the gloomy-faced Xiao Bai. This is for you. The next moment, noticing several gazes directed at him, Shen Cangqiong's smile stiffened, and he quickly handed youtiao to a few other girls as well. That's more like it. You can't show favoritism just because Xiao Bai completely meets your preferences. You should know that only by treating everyone equally can you ensure harmony. The Black Pearl warned as she finally accepted the youtiao. Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong didn't think much of it, and neither did Tang Yuehua and Z Pearl, who had already played games with him. However, Xiao Bai and the others exchanged uneasy glances, especially Xiao Wu's mother, who suddenly thought of Xiao Wu as she looked at the youtiao just handed to her by Shen Cangqiong. In an instant, the once lively private room fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Soon, more than half an hour passed quietly as everyone in the room enjoyed their breakfast. Calculating the time, we should be nearing the territory of the evil demon Orcus, Xiao Bai. Have your people prepare. Shen Cangqiong broke the silence in the private room after everyone finished their breakfast. Hearing this, Xiao Bai clenched her fist and quickly went to gather her clan members with Bai Xiao. What about you guys? Are you planning to go take a look together, or head back to your rooms to rest? Shen Cangqiong turned to look at Z Pearl and Black Pearl. Is there even question? Of course, we're going to take a look together, Z Pearl replied, and Black Pearl nodded in agreement. And you too? Shen Cangqiong then looked at the sea woman Doluo and Roqing. Just in case, I'll stay behind to protect Tang Yuehua, the sea woman Doluo said. She knew there was some conflict between Roqing and Tang Yuehua, so she took the initiative to choose to protect Tang Yuehua, effectively killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Then I'll protect Z Pearl and Black Pearl, Roqing said, giving a deep glance at the sea woman Doluo before taking on the task of protecting Z Pearl and Black Pearl herself. All right, let's do that. Although Shen Cangqiong was confident he could prevent the evil demon Orcus from even making a move, there was no need to reject the goodwill of the sea woman Doluo and Roqing. Chapter 221. Xiao Bai's idea at this point. Shen Cangqiong and his group had arrived on the front deck of the command ship. Shen Cangqiong, can I start a live stream? However, just as Shen Cangqiong was about to take action, Black Pearl suddenly asked, Go ahead. Shen Cangqiong knew that live streaming was a new feature released at midnight the previous night compared to the video. Then I'll start it. Saying this, Black Pearl pressed a few buttons. The next moment, a light screen appeared in the sky. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. I never expected that Brother Cangqiong would also start a live stream. No way, I have to support Brother Cangqiong a bit. Live stream space message. Shui Yuer supports Black Pearl with 520 comparison video points. Live stream space message. Shui Yuer supports Black Pearl with 1314 comparison video points. Live stream space message. Shui Yuer supports Black Pearl with 9,999 comparison video points. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. What is going on? Am I not supporting Brother Cangqiong? Why is it turning into Black Pearl? And why does the name Black Pearl sound so familiar? Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Blue Ba Inner Court, Black Pearl. I'm the one Shen Cangqiong brought out from the City of Slaughter. So, when you support me, you're supporting Shen Cangqiong. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. Oh, it's you. No wonder the name Black Pearl sounds so familiar. Good thing, since you're one of us, I didn't waste any comparison video points. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Chihua Academy. Huwu. The title of Blind Monk is meant for talents like you, Shui Yuer. I really don't know whether to call you adorably naive or just silly. In this live stream, the Big Words Black Pearl live stream room. Did you really not see them? Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yuer. My eyes only see Brother Cangqiong. I don't have time to look at other things. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Chihua Academy, Huwu. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yuer. By the way, Black Pearl, what is Brother Cangqiong planning to do? Number 1 variant, Dolo World, Blue Ba Inner Court, Black Pearl. Helping the magic soul, Great White Shark King Xiao Bai deal with the evil demon Orcus. Number 1 variant, Dolo World, 10,000 years, evil demon Orca King. What? The news revealed by Black Pearl startled the evil demon Orca King, who had been secretly watching, causing him to panic and immediately forget about his other clan members as he turned to flee. 7th Soul Skill, True Dragon, True Body. Unfortunately, before the evil demon Orca King could escape very far, Shen Cangqiong's chilling voice rang in his ears. Then, the evil demon Orca King, with fear in his eyes, watched helplessly as a colossal claw, moving at a speed he could not react to, scooped him up from the sea like an ordinary seafood. Spare me. Lying in Shen Cangqiong's claw and looking at the enormous body transformed by Shen Cangqiong's martial soul, which was at least over 10,000 meters tall, the evil demon Orca King trembled and begged for mercy, having no thoughts of resistance. There was no way around it. His small body of around 30 meters could only be considered a cute little thing in front of Shen Cangqiong now. I leave him to you. Shen Cangqiong ignored the evil demon Orca King's pleas for mercy, exerted a slight force with his claw, rendering the evil demon Orca King completely incapable of action, and then tossed him towards Xiaobai, true dragon domain. In the next moment, Shen Cangqiong released a loud roar, and invisible forces covered the sea below. Soon, one by one, the evil demon orcas surfaced, belly up, with expressions of despair in their eyes. I'll leave these ordinary evil demon orcas to you. Sensing that all the evil demon orcas had surfaced without a single one escaping, Shen Cangqiong finally spoke to the eager ordinary magic soul great whites. Roar. Hearing Shen Cangqiong's words, the ordinary magic soul great whites excitedly roared, rushing towards the now defenseless ordinary evil demon orcas. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Water Moon from Water Academy. Am I the only one who feels a cute contrast in the scene between Brother Cangqiong and the evil demon Orca King just now? It's just a bit of a pity that the evil demon Orca King doesn't have those pitiful starry eyes. Otherwise, the contrast would definitely be doubled. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Fire Dance from Blaze Academy, Water Moon. I really admire your amazing thought process. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Yao Z from Plan Academy. As expected of a martial soul that reaches level 50 with innate soul power. It's just different from our ordinary martial souls. Not to mention anything else, just the size of this martial soul's true form could probably blow the opponent away in one breath. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Sea God, Doluo Poseidon. Even the true form of a divine level martial soul has no power to fight back in front of Shen Cangqiong's true form. Variant 2 of original Doluo World, Unknown. This is just the effect brought by a 100,000-year soul ring. I wonder how powerful Shengongzi will be when his soul ring reaches 999 million years in the future. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Unknown. I don't know how strong Shen Cangqiong's martial soul true form will be with a 999 million year soul ring. But I know that if Shen Cangqiong's true form size increases with the soul ring's age, then at that time, Shen Cangqiong might truly be able to cover the sky with one hand. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Unknown. When that day comes, it won't have anything to do with us, nameless little people who don't even have titles. Variant 2 of original Doluo World. 100,000-year evil spirit great white shark Xiao Bai. Seeing the evil demon Orca King and the evil demon Orca clan from another world in such a miserable state, I feel relieved. I just don't know when I will have enough power to eliminate the evil demon Orca King and the evil demon Orca clan in our world. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Buy from Blue Tyrant Inner Academy. Shengongzi will come to your second world sooner or later. As long as you go to 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in advance and wait, you won't miss the chance to ask Shengongzi for help. At this moment, the evil demon Orca King had already rolled its eyes from Xiao Bai's various methods to avoid killing the evil demon Orca King. She also stopped her methods and happened to see her counterpart from another world expressing feelings, which she could empathize with. She immediately offered what she thought was a very reliable suggestion. Chapter 222, Confrontation in Haotian Sekuehua. You can come to collect the soul ring now. On the other side, Shen Cangqiong ignored Xiao Bai, who was chatting with his counterpart from the second world. Seeing that the evil demon Orca King was already on the brink of death, struggling to hold on, he immediately called out to Tang Yuehua. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua nodded with a slightly hurried breath, then took out a dagger from her storage soul guide. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and ended the evil demon Orca King, which was already inhaling more than exhaling. Are you ready? If you're ready, let's start. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger with me here. As the evil demon Orca King completely fell, a crimson 100,000-year soul ring slowly condensed and appeared. Shen Cangqiong released his martial soul true form and walked over to Tang Yuehua's side, saying, "Let's begin." "I'm ready." Hearing a faint concern in Shen Cangqiong's tone, Tang Yuehua felt touched. However, she didn't say much, took a deep breath, suppressed the various thoughts swirling in her mind, and nodded, saying, "Then let's start." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong placed a hand on Tang Yuehua's shoulder, who was sitting cross-legged, and began to assist her in refining the soul ring of the evil demon Orca King. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Unknown. What's going on? Isn't Shen Cangqiong at odds with the people of Haoyan sect? Why is he helping Tang Yuehua, a member of the Tang family? Absorb 100,000-year soul. Ring now. Variant 2 of original Doluo World. Unknown. It's simple. A hero struggles at the beauty's gate. Don't look at how old Tang Xianzhu is. She's beautiful, especially the noble aura she exudes, which adds a lot of points. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Unknown. That's right. The only ones who can compare with Tang Xianzhu in noble aura are probably Qianrenxue, Guyu, as well as the Pope and Poseidon. These four extraordinary beauties with high authority. Moreover, there's one very important point. Haoyan Tang family is the Haoyan Tang family, and Tang Xianzhu is Tang Xianzhu. Who says that marrying Tang Xianzhu means you can't continue to deal with the Haoyan Tang family? Variant 1 of Doluo World. Haoyan Sect Master Tang Xiao. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Leader of the Breaking Clan Yang Wudi. Oh, our Grand Master Tang has appeared. Aren't you going to share your thoughts? Variant 1 of Doluo World. Haoyan Sect Master Tang Xiao. My sister left Haoyan Sect many years ago. She has her own choices. I will not interfere with her decisions. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Leader of the Yu Clan Yo Gao. I see it's not that you won't interfere with her decisions, but that you dare not. After all, once you anger Shen Gongzi, you Haoyan Sect people might be sent back to Haoyan Sect by Shen Gongzi with a single slap. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Haoyan Sect Second Elder. Nonsense. Being insulted again by former subordinates, the Second Elder was immediately furious. Variant 1 of Doluo World. Leader of the Yu Clan Yo Gao. You say we are being rude? That's really funny. Do you still think it's the past? I'm Yo Gao. A level 95 defense type title Doluo, Second Elder. Do you want to find a place to duel and see who is really being rude? Since the appearance of comparison video points, Niu Gao had already exchanged about 95% of his family's assets for comparison video points. Now, he was not afraid of battling the elders of Haoyan Sect. Variant 1 of Doluo World, leader of the Breaking Clan Yang Wudi, if necessary. I can also practice with you Haoyan Sect people. Yang Wudi, a level 95 assault type title Doluo. The Breaking Clan is wealthier than the Yu Clan. But most of the Breaking Clan's assets are various herbs, so Yang Wudi only exchanged about 20% of his family's assets for comparison video points. Otherwise, his soul power level could be even higher. Variant 1 of Doluo World, Haoyan Sect Second Elder. Seeing that both Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were already leveled 95 title Doluo, the Second Elder could only dumbly say you too and fell into silence. Although he is not a clever person, he is not foolish either. He knows that Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were able to reach level 95 so quickly because they used comparison video points. At this moment, the Second Elder felt that it was extremely unfair. Why can the former subordinate forces of their Haoyan Sect live so comfortably outside, while their upper family can only hide in such a desolate place, and they don't even have the money to purchase comparison video points? Sectmaster, can you ask Yuehua to send us more gold soul coins each year? Times are different now. In the past, 3 million gold soul coins a year barely allowed us to survive. Now, besides needing to survive, we also have to purchase comparison video points. Otherwise, it won't be long before our Haoyan Sect is completely eliminated. Thinking of this, the Second Elder no longer cared about continuing to chat with Niu Gao and Yang Wudi and turned his attention back to Tang Yuehua. Of course, this was not because he was bold enough to offend Shen Cangqiong. Rather, it was because Tang Yuehua had just sent over 3 million gold soul coins a few days ago, which gave the Second Elder the illusion that Shen Cangqiong did not care about these matters at all. 3 million gold soul coins each year is not enough. How many people does our Haoyan Sect even have? If you all didn't cling to past glory and still enjoyed life in such a place, we could save at least 290,000 gold soul coins each year. Hearing that the Second Elder still wanted Tang Yuehua to send back more gold soul coins each year, Tang Xiao retracted his gaze from the Black Pearl livestream and said softly, "What do you mean by that? Let's not talk about whether we are only focused on enjoyment. Isn't it your main lineages, Tang, who caused our Haoyan Sect to fall to this point? To be honest, don't say that you want Tang Yuehua to bring back 3 million gold soul coins each year. Even if she were to bring back 30 million gold soul coins each year, that would be deserved. This is what your main lineage owes us branch lineages." The hope of rescuing Tang Chun had already been shattered. Without any expectations or fears, the Second Elder showed no consideration for Tang Xiao. You know you're just a branch lineage, yet you dare to challenge the main lineage. Tang Xiao slammed the table and looked coldly at the Second Elder. For a moment, the meeting hall of the Haoyan Sect was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was about to break. Chapter 223. Tang Yuehua's soul skills on the other side. While Tang Xiao and the 5 elders of the Haotian sect were in standoff, Tang Yuehua had also completed the absorption of her first soul ring. So soon? This speed is much faster than absorbing a 10-year soul ring. Will there be any problems? Black Pearl frowned. As a soul master herself, she clearly understood that the higher the age of the soul ring, the slower the absorption speed. Don't worry. There won't be any issues. The troubles caused by absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring are just child's play to me. In fact, once you cultivate the original true solution to the entry level, you can easily achieve this by studying the structure of soul rings and soul bones. In response to Black Pearl's doubts, Cangqiong explained indifferently. I'm at level 20 now. At this moment, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes and found that her soul power level had indeed reached level 20, just as Cangqiong had mentioned before Yuexian. She looked at Cangqiong with great surprise. That's normal, excluding the celestial herbs. Just the soul ring from the evil demon tiger whale king is enough to raise your soul power level to 20. Cangqiong said with a look of naturalness. Thank you. Without you, even with the comparison video, I might never have become a true soul master. Those close to her knew her situation. Given Tang Yuehua's status in the Haotian sect, she was basically left with no share of the lousy cultivation resources that even ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect did not want, let alone various rare treasures. Although she wasn't short on money and could buy ordinary cultivation resources herself, that was only limited to the common ones. If she wanted to purchase those extremely precious resources that could change her martial soul, allow her to continue her cultivation. Not to mention whether anyone would be willing to sell them. Even if there were, she might not be able to compete with those superpowers. Furthermore, it was likely that when she finally managed to obtain those incredibly precious resources, the first ones to come and cause her trouble would not be other outside forces, but rather her own people from the Haotian sect. You've already told me this many times. Actually, I prefer to hear you mumble nonsense when we are together, rather than just saying thank you. Hearing Tang Yuehua say thank you again, Cangqiong couldn't help but complain. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and with a mischievous smile, he leaned down and whispered in Tang Yuehua's ear. I. Tang Yuehua never expected Cangqiong would say such a thing. Even someone as experienced as her was momentarily stunned and speechless. Yuehua, what are the 2 soul skills of your first soul ring? Seeing Tang Yuehua's reaction, Black Pearl realized that deep down, Cangqiong was a super big tease, and quickly spoke to help Tang Yuehua out. My first soul skill of the first soul ring is called Whale Fall. All things live. It can ignore the opponent's soul power level, absorb all types of energy from the opponent, and use the absorbed energy to replenish our own. The second soul skill is called Azure Wave Raging Tide. This is an attack-type soul skill, and the power of the soul skill depends on the soul master's soul power level. Tang Yuehua gratefully glanced at Black Pearl for helping her, and then pushed Cangqiong away in embarrassment and annoyance, saying, Anonymous from Variant Dolual World No. 1. Wow, truly worthy of a 100,000-year soul ring. The effect of the soul skills is simply amazing. Anonymous from Original Dolual World No. 2. You're right. I feel that Tang Xianju can rely on the skill Whale Fall. All things live to directly join the ranks of frontline support soul masters. Anonymous from Variant Dolual World No. 1. I really envy Tang Xianju. Anonymous from Variant Dolual World No. 1. Instead of envying Tang Xianju here, why not find a way to follow young Master Shen? Don't you all notice? Anyone who follows young Master Shen has benefited greatly. This is completely different from Tang San, who is selfish and only cares about himself. Anonymous from Original Dolual World No. 2. Don't even mention that Tang San. Just hearing his name makes me feel unlucky. But on the other hand, you made some very reasonable points. It's a pity I'm not in World No. 1. Otherwise, I will definitely go to the Blue Ba Academy immediately and ask young Master Shen to agree to let me become his follower. Variant Dolual World No. 1. By Cangqiong from the Blue Ba Inner Court. Your thoughts are good, but a bit naive. Let me put it this way. Unless you're on the Rouge list, most of you can at most become ordinary disciples of the Blue Ba Inner Court. Variant Dolual World No. 1. Anonymous. Being an ordinary disciple of the Blue Ba Inner Court is good enough. At least, as an ordinary disciple, I can still obtain some original truths. Variant Dolual World No. 1. Anonymous. Another person who only talks big. The Blue Ba Inner Court has been open for so long. Those who really want to join have already applied to the Blue Ba Academy. Just like me. As soon as I learned that the Blue Ba Inner Court was accepting students, I applied right away. Now I've already completed 1 trial task. As long as I complete 2 more trial tasks, I can become a registered disciple of the Blue Ba Inner Court. Variant Dolual World No. 1. Anonymous. You only have 3 trial tasks? It seems you should have graduated from the Blue Ba Academy, or you're still studying there, right? I also applied to join the Blue Ba Inner Court. Unfortunately, I am neither a graduate of the Blue Ba Academy nor a current student there. Therefore, I can only become a registered disciple of the Blue Ba Inner Court after completing 9 trial tasks. Variant Dolual World Number 1. Anonymous. Is there such a rule? No wonder the Blue Ba Academy has been expanding lately. I was wondering where so many students came from. Meanwhile, in the barrage area of the Black Pearl live broadcast room, while the discussion about the Blue Ba Inner Court was heating up, Shen Cangqiong and his group returned to the fleet of Zizhanju and quickly headed toward the territory of the Sea Soul Beast that had reached the 10,000-year limit, closest to the territory of the evil magic tiger whale. Soon, under the guidance of Zizhanju's fleet, which was very familiar with this sea area, the entire fleet arrived at the territory of the 10,000-year Sea Soul Beast, known as the evil Swordfish King, in about an hour. Chapter 224. Shen Cangqiong and Gu Yuna. 3 days later, in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Blue Ba Academy, Mama. Just as Shen Cangqiong and his group got off the carriage, a pink figure darted into Roqing Shuang's arms like a sharp sword, accompanied by a choked cry. Xiao Wu, don't cry. Mama is back. Roqing Shuang finally saw her beloved daughter, gently stroking Xiao Wu's little head, with tears welling up in her eyes as well. For a moment, the scene was quite touching. Cangqiong, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, is here to see you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Erlong watched the touching scene of Xiao Wu reuniting with her mother, wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, and suddenly remembered something. Coming to Shen Cangqiong's side, and said in a choked voice, "Oh, where's she now?" Shen Cangqiong was a bit surprised. "I have arranged for them all to stay in your courtyard," Lu Erlong said. "Them?" Shen Cangqiong was taken aback. "Besides Gu Yuna, there are 3 other women." They introduced themselves as Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiuer, Lu Erlong explained. "Gu Qiuer? Who is that?" "Forget it. I'll go see for myself. You take care of things here." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong walked straight toward his courtyard and soon arrived at the door of his courtyard. "Gumin." The door isn't locked. Just as Shen Cangqiong was about to knock on the door, a pleasant yet slightly cool voice came from inside the room. Without hesitation, Shen Cangqiong pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, 4 beautiful faces appeared before Shen Cangqiong, each exuding a different charm, some cold, some gentle, some alluring, and some lively. "You 3 can leave first. I have something to discuss with young Master Shen privately." After observing Shen Cangqiong for a few seconds, Gu Yuna smiled slightly, waved her jade hand, and dismissed Bai Ji and the other 2. "You, Watching the 3 women leave the room, Shen Cangqiong turned around and was about to say something when he was stunned to see the now fully grown Gu Yuna. Instinctively taking a step back, his mind filled with question marks. "You stepping back just now, is that for real? Does my body look scary?" Originally slightly unnatural due to her growth, Gu Yuna's expression darkened upon seeing Shen Cangqiong's utterly bewildered reaction. "No." Seeing Gu Yuna's face turn dark, Shen Cangqiong quickly shook his head in denial. "Then why did you take a step back?" Gu Yuna pressed on. She, who considered herself nearly perfect in every aspect, was genuinely struck by Shen Cangqiong's reaction. In her view, given her appearance, Shen Cangqiong should at least be looking at her with admiration, if not rushing over directly. Instead, "I just didn't react in time." This wasn't Shen Cangqiong making excuses. He had always been the one to take the initiative in handling Lu Erlong and Shui Yuer, but encountering Gu Yuna, who was completely unconventional and intended to take the initiative herself, naturally left him a bit unaccustomed. "Then tell me, how do I look in every aspect?" Perhaps noticing that Shen Cangqiong's previous step back was unintentional, Gu Yuna's expression improved slightly, but she still showed off her impressive figure, asking, "Do I even need to say?" Being number 1 on the Rouge list already gives the correct answer. Since Gu Yuna herself didn't care about being looked at, Shen Cangqiong certainly wouldn't pretend to be a gentleman, and he looked at her openly for a while, giving a very fair answer. "Then let's not waste time. Let's get started." After receiving a satisfactory answer, the displeasure on Gu Yuna's beautiful face finally disappeared, and she opened her arms, returning to her cold demeanor. As a soul beast, she had none of the human habit of being coy. She always approached things directly. "Isn't that bad? After all, this is our first meeting." Shen Cangqiong felt a bit speechless. He indeed liked beautiful women, that much was true. However, Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, now gave him the impression that it was Gu Yuna who wanted to pursue him, rather than the other way around. Moreover, Shen Cangqiong preferred to wait until there was some emotional foundation between them before doing anything intimate, rather than jumping straight into it like a wild horse upon first meeting. What's wrong with that? Since the ultimate goal is to do that thing, And you're interested, I have no objections. So why bother worrying about whether it's the first meeting? Although Gu Yuna is a divine beast, an existence beyond the mundane, she is ultimately not human and cannot understand human thoughts. After all, among the Spirit Beast clan, as long as both sides are attracted to each other, they go home together without any complications. So, am I really here? Gu Yuna has already said this much. If Cangqiong still hesitates, it would seem somewhat hypocritical. Let's go. Gu Yuna nodded expressionlessly, seemingly not taking this relationship as anything significant. It's just a pity that the slight blush on her face betrayed her true thoughts at this moment. Cangqiong also noticed the blush on Gu Yuna's face, but seeing that she was still so resolute, with no intention of changing her mind, he hesitated a bit but still stepped forward to embrace Gu Yuna. In the end, amidst some rustling sounds, he placed Gu Yuna's delicate figure on his shoulder and began the enjoyable game segment. For a while, the beautiful sounds coming from Gu Yuna in the room were particularly pleasant, while the three women guarding outside, Bai Ji, Ziji, and Gu Qiao, felt quite uneasy but showed no signs of surprise on their faces. It was clear that Gu Yuna had already discussed this matter with them on the way to Lanba Academy. Sai, Bai Ji, Ziji, what do you think? Why does the master have to do this? If they want to cooperate, there are many ways. Why must it be done this way? After a little over an hour, Gu Qiao forced herself to shake off the unusual feelings caused by Gu Yuna's beautiful singing and stopped her restless pacing, saying with some difficulty, perhaps in the master's eyes, having a common child with Cangqiong is the safest cooperation. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji withdrew her attention from the room, thought for a moment, and gave what she considered the most reliable answer. Meanwhile, Ziji playfully pinched Gu Qiao's delicate chin, exhaling a breath of warm air, and smiled. Don't worry, the three of us won't run away. Chapter 225 Conversation with Gu Yuna. Bah, the master said it's all voluntary. If it's going to happen, it should be you. I want to accompany you. Gu Qiao was directly triggered by Ziji's words, blushing and angrily swatting away Ziji's hand, covering her face as she ran out to the courtyard, no longer daring to discuss such matters with Ziji, who was without restraint, let alone listen to the beautiful singing coming from the room. This girl is still too young. Seeing this, Ziji shook her head. Fine, let the divine beast decide for itself. I think relying on the master, plus the two of us, should be enough to demonstrate our Spirit Beast clan sincerity. If it really doesn't work, we can also add that blue-silver emperor over there. At the end, Bai Ji pointed to Ayin, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Right? Why didn't I think of that? I remember that in the comparison videos, it was said that Cangqiong particularly likes other men's wives, and this blue-silver emperor just happens to fit that description. Moreover, the key point is that this wife belongs to Cangqiong's enemy, which adds even more points. Hee. From the previous comparison videos, Ziji had also seen Cangqiong's attitude towards Tang Hao, and now, after Bai Ji's reminder, the light in her eyes grew brighter. Seeing that Ziji seemed to have suddenly awakened some strange attribute, Bai Ji opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. In all fairness, when she mentioned bringing the blue-silver emperor, she had no other messy thoughts. She was purely worried that Cangqiong might feel that their Spirit Beast clan sincerity was insufficient. Wait, it seems those two soft-bone rabbits are also great. Not only do they have the attribute of being someone else's wife, but they also have other attractive attributes. Yes, it's decided then. B. You and Xiao stay here. I'll go find those two soft-bone rabbits. Ziji didn't notice the strange expression on Bai Ji's face and continued her self-talk. Suddenly getting excited, she immediately greeted Bai Ji and, without waiting for a response, dashed off towards the direction where Xiao Wu and Roqing Shuang were sensed. Wait, you. On the side, Bai Ji first listened in silence to Ziji's monologue, then saw her rushing off without a care and hurriedly wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, Ziji had already run out of the courtyard and didn't hear her. Sigh, that Ziji. Forget it. After all, it's just two soft-boned rabbits. With the master and me, and fierce beasts like Ziji, sacrificing so much for the future of the Spirit Beast clan, how could those two little rabbits refuse? They can't really think that after becoming human, they are truly part of humanity, right? Seeing that Ziji had already disappeared, Bai Ji sighed and stopped worrying. Meanwhile, in Cangqiong's room, now you can tell me why you did this, right? Cangqiong, who had just finished a game, asked, slightly out of breath. Naturally, it's for the future of our Spirit Beast clan. Gu Yuna tightly embraced Cangqiong, and after a while, her tense body relaxed, finally letting go of Shen Cangqiong and weakly saying, "Is that really the reason? If it's just for this reason, I feel like you're at a big loss." For Shen Cangqiong, the issues between the Spirit Beast clan and humans, he would eventually resolve, and there was no need for Gu Yuna to pay such a high price in exchange. "I want to know how you plan to treat our Spirit Beast clan in the future." Gu Yuna did not respond to the question of whether it was a loss, but instead asked about the future of the Spirit Beast clan. "If it were in the past, once I control the Divine Realm, I would use the authority of the Divine Realm to change the state in which Spirit Beasts produce Spirit Rings and Spirit Bones on Doloa continent. At the same time, I would also promote a different cultivation system from other worlds to both Spirit Masters and Spirit Beasts on Doloa continent. Of course, I am not the kind of unreasonable person. If Spirit Masters and Spirit Beasts still insist on cultivating in the original system, I want to oppose it. It's just that the problem of the long cultivation time for Spirit Beasts and the issue of Spirit Rings for Spirit Masters. At most, I can only allow Spirit Masters to rely on themselves to condense their Spirit Rings. Beyond that, I can't do anything else." Shen Cangqiong directly stated his original thoughts. "And now, no matter what, I've already given everything to Shen Cangqiong. Even if Gu Yuna is fierce, she cannot truly not care about her first time. She also wants to know what kind of position she holds in Shen Cangqiong's heart. Now well, the Soul Beast clan is naturally to be led by you. As long as you ensure equality with the human race, you can do whatever you want, and I will support you," Shen Cangqiong said earnestly. After locking eyes with Shen Cangqiong for a few seconds and seeing the sincerity in his gaze, Gu Yuna looked away, feeling a slight relief in her heart. "By the way, I want to personally take down the Shura God. Can you help me capture him in the future?" At this moment, Gu Yuna thought of her enemy, the Shura God, and tentatively asked. Of course, this is possible. Even if Gu Yuna didn't mention it, Shen Cangqiong would not let the Shura God go. It could even be said that Shen Cangqiong might let any other deity in the Divine Realm go, but he would absolutely not spare the Shura God and the Sea God. The reason is simple. In the original work, they passed their divine positions to Tang, San, and repeatedly violated the rules to help him. Just thinking about these two worthless beings made Shen Cangqiong's anger uncontrollably rise. Then it's settled. With Shen Cangqiong's promise once again, a charming smile appeared on Gu Yuna's face. "But honestly, I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Aren't you disgusted?" After discussing everything she cared about and feeling a weight lifted from her heart, Gu Yuna felt the coolness from her jailer, causing her smile to stiffen, and she said with a hint of disdain, looking as if she was about to vomit, "What's disgusting about it? My favorite is the jailer." Upon hearing this, Shen Cangqiong was unfazed. After all, Lu Erlong, Shui Wearer, and Tang Yuehua had all said the same before. "Anything jade will only harm you," Gu Yuna said bluntly. "Ha, then let me see how this jade harms me." After saying that, Shen Cangqiong grabbed Gu Yuna's jailer and started a new round of games. Synopsis: Variant Doloa World Xiao Wu, Third Brother. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is the last time I'll call you Third Brother. From now on, we'll keep our distance. Original Doloa World Xiao Wu. Tang San, you really disappoint me. Shen Cangqiong, what do you want to do?